Long Tao and Long Canthus felt a strong pressure, rushing to their faces, as if to squeeze their bodies. Ning Xiaochuan frowned slightly. It seemed that his mastery of the extinction nebula Tao was not deep enough to cause substantial damage to Long Tao and Long Canthus. Destroy the world Tiangang Wei. Ning Xiaochuan once again showed off a newly cultivated method of destroying the world, and showed it to Long Tao and Long Canthus. Annihilation Tiangang Dao ranks 2851 in the 3000 Annihilation Dao. It can be said that it is a very low Annihilation Dao in the 3000 Annihilation Dao. However, even if it ranks behind, it is still a very powerful magical power. The way of destroying the world is mainly to absorb the energy between heaven and earth to attack. Absorbing the energy of heaven and earth, any martial artist can do it, but annihilating Tiangang Dao can turn the absorbed energy into a substantive attack. The energy between heaven and earth was constantly converging towards Ning Xiaochuan's palm. In less than a moment, Ning Xiaochuan's hand unexpectedly appeared a red broadsword containing a very powerful force. This broadsword emits red light all over the body, and the energy contained seems to be enough to cut the sky in half. The range of energy mobilized by the Annihilation Tiangang Dao is much wider than that of normal martial artists, almost covering 1 in 10,000 of Lihan mainland. A continent is incomparably huge. Even 1/10 of its energy is beyond the imagination of an ordinary warrior. Together, these energies are enough for a martial artist who has just begun to practice all the way to the realm of creation. Long Tao and Long Canthus looked at the knife in Ning Xiaochuan's hand, felt the power of destroying the sky and the earth, and their hearts were shocked. Groundbreaking knife! Ning Xiaochuan shouted in the mouth, holding a 100-meter knife, and cut at the waist towards Long Tao and Long Canthus. Behind Ning Xiaochuan, a tall and incomparable ghost shadow appeared, and the whole body was emitting dazzling light. People could not help kneeling at a glance. The phantom of the god, following Ning Xiaochuan's action, cut off the dragon Tao and the dragon Canthus synchronously. Everywhere it passed, the space collapsed, just like a god of war, with the momentum of cutting off the world. When Ning Xiaochuan's big knife was about to cut into Long Tao and Long Canthus, Long Tao and Long Canthus immediately turned into Numenon. The color of Long Tao and Long Canthus Numenon was very rich, black. The tail of the dragon changed by Long Tao is not as long as that of other dragon families, but a little short, but very strong and powerful, 10 meters thick and thin. The dragon, whose canthus is changed, has a very long body. The whole body hovers in the sky, and the length of its tail alone exceeds tens of meters. The whole body of the dragon canthus, if it stands up, is hundreds of meters high. Looking at Long Tao and Long Canthus, Ning Xiaochuan's eyes coagulated slightly. Although all aspects of Long Tao and Long Canthus will increase when they become Numenon, the speed of dodging attacks will be much slower. Next, Ning Xiaochuan's every attack, Long Tao and Long Canthus can't escape. Ow! The dragon Canthus turned into a giant dragon roared, and flew away quickly to Ning Xiaochuan. A huge dragon mouth opened wide enough to swallow Ning Xiaochuan's whole body. Long Canthus wants to swallow Ning Xiaochuan in one bite. Ning Xiaochuan held his hands high, and by using the world-destroying Tiangang Road, the condensed 100-meter broadsword struck horizontally at the open mouth of the dragon Canthus, and the body of the dragon Canthus immediately flew out with the head. Ning Xiaochuan flew high into the air and jumped down, like a star emitting red light. In the blink of an eye, he reached the body of the dragon Canthus and stabbed it in the head. Long Canthus suffered a heavy blow, and the whole body kept struggling. Ning Xiaochuan was almost thrown out by the strong power of Long Canthus. Fortunately, Ning Xiaochuan's power was strong enough, which didn't make Long Canthus succeed. Ning Xiaochuan once again increased efforts to stab the tip of the knife into the head of the dragon Canthus. The breath of life of the dragon Canthus began to weaken gradually, and soon it was death. Long Tao in the distance saw all the previous situations, turned around and began to run away. Ning Xiaochuan was so strong that he killed Long Canthus with a few moves. You know, Long Canthus ranks 4th among the 7 dragon generals. His cultivation reaches the 6th level of the realm of creation, and he can't even defeat a Dian world warrior who is the 3rd level of the realm of creation. Long Tao ranked 5th among the 7 dragon generals, and his cultivation reached the 5th level of the realm of creation. His strength was not as good as Long Canthus. Now that Long Canthus had been killed by Ning Xiaochuan, Long Tao naturally became very afraid, so he immediately turned around and began to run away. Ning Xiaochuan collected the body of Long Canthus. Long Canthus belongs to the dragon race and is stronger than many monsters. Moreover, the cultivation of Long Canthus has also reached the 6th level of nature. For Ning Xiaochuan, he is almost full of treasure. Long Tao is naturally the same, so Ning Xiaochuan will not waste the opportunity to improve his cultivation. Ning Xiaochuan also has 3 royal supreme soul pills, which were refined by Ning Xiaochuan in the God world before. At that time, Ning Xiaochuan's cultivation was not enough, and he could not take the royal supreme soul pills to practice, so it has been until now. In less than half an hour, Ning Xiaochuan killed Long Tao. Ning Xiaochuan dug out the Long Yuan in the bodies of Long Tao and Long Canthus to prevent them from being refined together when refining pills. Long Yuan, only let Xiaohong swallow it, can he play the greatest role? If Ning Xiaochuan put Long Yuan into the heart-nourishing tripod for refining, the power of the pill will not be much improved. After looking at the 2 huge corpses on the ground, Ning Xiaochuan did not hesitate at all. He directly sacrificed the heart-nourishing tripod, condensed a knife with his own natural gas, and separated the blood corpses of Long Tao and Long Canthus. Both Long Tao and Long Canthus belong to the dragon creatures, and are strong in the realm of good fortune. Their cultivation is higher than that of the dragon creatures that Ning Xiaochuan met before. Of course, except for the second god of the dragon clan and a poisonous dragon. Therefore, the physique of Long Tao and Long Canthus is not comparable to that of those dragon creatures before. Ning Xiaochuan naturally wants to make the best use of everything, so the bones of Long Tao and Long Canthus are dug out, only refining the power of blood essence. The heart-nourishing tripod was placed in front of Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan put the blood corpses of Long Tao and Long Canthus into it respectively. Under the heart-nourishing tripod, the world-destroying demon fire and the god-extinguishing dragon fire were burned. The constitution of Long Tao and Long Canthus is very strong, even after death, it is still the same. Every inch of the body of Long Tao and Long Canthus is like dark iron. The general high temperature makes it impossible for them to successfully refine into pills. However, fortunately, the power of the world-destroying magic fire and the god-extinguishing dragon fire is very powerful, which can refine the body of Long Tao and Long Canthus into pills. The only thing we need now is that Ning Xiaochuan must adjust the temperature of the flame by himself, and there can be no mistake at all, otherwise refining pills will fail. The heart-nourishing tripod emits bursts of strange medicinal fragrance. This represents that the bodies of Long Tao and Long Canthus inside Yangxin Jinding have begun to be gradually converted into liquid medicine. As long as the bodies of Long Tao and Long Canthus are completely turned into liquid, they can begin to condense into Dan type. At that time, it will almost be a successful refining. Ning Xiaochuan absorbed the power between heaven and earth in Lihan mainland by running the Heaven and Earth Sutra, raising the temperature of the world-destroying demon fire and the god-extinguishing dragon fire to the highest, but the process of refining pills is still very slow. The dragon scales on the body surface of Long Tao and Long Canthus first fell off and dissolved, followed by the flesh, and then the blood. After 7 days, the bodies of Long Tao and Long Canthus have been completely dissolved into liquid medicine condensed into pills. The next thing to do is to condense these liquids together. In the process of refining, we should also ensure that the power will not be lost at all. Only in this way can we ensure that the power of the pill will not be destroyed. Congealing. Ning Xiaochuan said a word and gently pointed his finger at the heart-nourishing tripod, and a finger-thick energy beam immediately entered the heart-nourishing tripod. The liquid in the heart-nourishing tripod began to condense towards the center and began to form slowly. Ning Xiaochuan controlled it very finely, and did not miss every detail. He carefully observed the forming process of the pill. Ning Xiaochuan has now reached the level of king-level mental health teacher. It is very difficult to go further. It is much more difficult to break through several small realms than to practice. Because there is no special cultivation method for alchemy. If you want to improve your alchemy ability, you can only improve your alchemy ability by constantly alchemy and summarizing experience. It has been a period of time since Ning Xiaochuan became a king-level cardiologist. During this period, Ning Xiaochuan also often refined pills. So far, Ning Xiaochuan has also made some progress and began to approach the saint-level spiritual master. Ning Xiaochuan's mind entered the inner part of the heart-nourishing tripod through the heart-nourishing tripod, and found out the situation inside the heart-nourishing tripod. It was observed that half of the pill had been formed, and the top of the pill emitted a powerful force, which rushed straight for 9 days. After all, this is a pill refined by the blood essence power of a dragon creature with the 5th level of creation and the 6th level of creation at the same time. Although the Long Yuan of Long Tao and Long Campus has been poached by Ning Xiaochuan, and the cultivation and energy of the dragon creatures are stored in Long Yuan, there is still very strong energy on the body of Long Tao and Long Campus. These energies have deeply entered the blood of Long Tao and Long Campus. Even if Long Tao and Long Campus die for 10,000 years, those energies will still exist in their blood. Now, Ning Xiaochuan refined Long Tao and Long Campus into elixir, which can be said to combine the power of Long Tao and Long Campus. If Ning Xiaochuan took it, it would be enough to support Ning Xiaochuan's cultivation to break through the 4th level of nature. Ning Xiaochuan brought out the 50 concrete magic war swords inside his body to form a sword array, which surrounded the rest within 100 miles of the heart-nourishing tripod to prevent the pill from escaping after it was formed. Ning Xiaochuan had a premonition that the quality of the pills refined this time was definitely higher than that of the pills refined before. The power of the pills after forming must be much greater than that before. Ning Xiaochuan must ensure that everything is safe. Otherwise, the painstakingly refined elixir will fly away, and Ning Xiaochuan will definitely die of depression. But now, the grade of the 50 figurative magic war swords has been raised to the level of the Supreme King by Late Jia. It is believed that the power of the 50 figurative magic war swords is enough to stop the formed pills. Ning Xiaochuan stood beside the heart-nourishing tripod, silently waiting for the moment when the pill took shape. Now the refining of pills has come to an end. The pills will soon take shape. At that time, the pills will rush out quickly. When the pill was about to take shape, the heart-nourishing tripod emitted a pure and incomparable aroma. Ning Xiaochuan smelled it and felt very comfortable. It seems that the energy of the pill will exceed Ning Xiaochuan's imagination. However, after the Dan fragrance drifted out, it also brought some trouble to Ning Xiaochuan. Some Shinha civilized creatures from the mainland also smelled the Dan fragrance. Many Shinha civilized creatures began to rush to the place where Ning Xiaochuan refined the pill. Therefore, the creatures of Shinha civilization who are now moving towards Ning Xiaochuan are mostly demons, a few are dragons, and there is no demons. When Shinha civilized creatures began to approach Ning Xiaochuan's place, they had been detected by Ning Xiaochuan's heart. Ning Xiaochuan was not in a panic, but silently waiting for the arrival of Shinha civilized creatures. Ning Xiaochuan's mind is particularly powerful, and any disturbance within hundreds of thousands of miles cannot escape the detection of Ning Xiaochuan's mind. Through exploration, Ning Xiaochuan found that the cultivation of these creatures of Shinha civilization was only in the eternal realm, and there was no creature in the realm of creation. Even if it all comes, Ning Xiaochuan can easily solve it. Moreover, Ning Xiaochuan also has a bold idea to kill all the creatures of the upcoming Shinhe civilization, and also refine their blood essence power. Moreover, integrate the blood essence power of those creatures of Shinhe civilization into this elixir that is about to be refined successfully, so that the originally powerful elixir will have more energy. Although this may exceed the limit of energy that Ning Xiaochuan's body can bear, Ning Xiaochuan feels that he can take a risk. It's really not good. He can let the Emperor of Heaven blade out and absorb the excess energy. After Ning Xiaochuan thought it over, he silently sat beside the heart-nourishing tripod, waiting for the arrival of the creatures of Shinhe civilization. About half an hour later, the first batch of Shinhe civilized creatures arrived, which were demon creatures, led by a golden-winged ROC. The golden-winged ROC is covered with golden feathers, emitting a high temperature. The space around the golden-winged ROC is distorted. The golden-winged ROC is the leader of one of the many demon teams, reaching the 8th level of the Eternal Realm. All the demonic creatures who had arrived didn't make any sound. All the demonic creatures knew that the elixir had not been successfully refined. Before the elixir had not been successfully refined, the demonic creatures would not disturb Ning Xiaochuan. However, as long as Ning Xiaochuan successfully refined the pill, all demon creatures will immediately grab it. Another quarter of an hour later, the second batch of Shinhe civilized creatures also arrived. This time, some dragon creatures were added, but most of them were demon creatures. When the dragon creatures came, every dragon creature felt the exclusive power breath of their dragon from the heart-nourishing tripod. I didn't expect that this native of Dian world was using our dragon creatures to refine into pills. We must kill him as an example, said a dragon-living creature who took the lead. Although the words of this dragon creature were very fierce, none of them killed Ning Xiaochuan while Ning Xiaochuan was still refining pills. Because all the dragon creatures also want to get the elixir refined by Ning Xiaochuan. If they can increase their cultivation, even if they devour their own race, what's wrong with them? 3 hours later, almost all the creatures of Shinhe civilization within a 10,000-mile radius were attracted by the elixir refined by Ning Xiaochuan. Among them, almost all the creatures of Shinhe civilization have cultivation in the Eternal Realm. Of course, there are also 3 creatures of Shinhe civilization whose cultivation reaches the realm of creation, but their cultivation is lower than that of Ning Xiaochuan, which is within the scope that Ning Xiaochuan can solve. Ning Xiaochuan felt that all the creatures of Shinhe civilization had come. He opened his eyes, stood up silently, and looked coldly at all the creatures of Shinhe civilization. This situation made all the Shinhe civilized creatures present stunned. No Shinhe civilized creature would think that this alchemist would suddenly stand up, and was not still refining pills? Has it been refined successfully? Some Shinhe civilized creatures think so. Before, no creature of Shinhe civilization had paid attention to Ning Xiaochuan's cultivation. Now Ning Xiaochuan suddenly stood up, and some creatures of Shinhe civilization began to detect Ning Xiaochuan's cultivation, but found a blank. Nothing can be detected. This scene surprised those creatures of Shinhe civilization, because they couldn't detect each other's cultivation. Generally speaking, there are only 2 possibilities. 1. The other party's cultivation is too low, so it can't be detected. 2. The other party's cultivation is much higher than his own, so he can't detect it. But how can a martial artist who can refine such powerful elixir be too low? Many shrewd creatures of Shinhe civilization were surprised to see Duan's illness and began to prepare to leave. Come here and want to leave? Ning Xiaochuan looked at all the movements of those Shinhe civilized creatures, and immediately snorted coldly. Other creatures of Shinhe civilization who did not detect Ning Xiaochuan's cultivation thought that Ning Xiaochuan was very strange. Who would want to leave? The elixir refined by the martial artist of Dian world is so powerful that it attracts all the creatures of Shinhe civilization within 10,000 miles. Any creature of Xinhe civilization wants to get the elixir refined by Ning Xiaochuan. Who would want to leave? Hey! The indigenous people of Dian world, who refine pills, advise you to hand over the pills obediently and return to the demon clan, gathering place with us. We guarantee that you can get a lot of resources to refine drugs, otherwise, don't blame us for being cruel. A demon creature said. The idea of this demon creature is actually the idea of many Xinhe civilized creatures present. Let Ning Xiaochuan hand in the elixir first, and then take it back to his gathering place. With Ning Xiaochuan's alchemy ability, the Xinhe civilized creature who took him back will definitely get the reward of his own race. If this man can wantonly refine pills for Xinhe civilization, the strength of Xinhe civilization will certainly increase a lot, which is very beneficial for Xinhe civilization to occupy Dian world. In fact, the creatures of Xinhe civilization captured the Dian world just to grasp all the opportunities to become gods on the side of Xinhe civilization. If we compete fairly with the warriors of Dian world, we will lose many opportunities to become gods. Therefore, it is a very good way to occupy Dian world. I also advise you to give up resistance, and I can give you a good time. Ning Xiaochuan said. Ning Xiaochuan's words just came out, which immediately attracted the anger of Xinhe civilized creatures. All Xinhe civilized creatures looked at Ning Xiaochuan with an iron face. Even those creatures of Xinhe civilization who wanted to leave before are looking at Ning Xiaochuan angrily at the moment. Even if the cultivation is high, so many creatures of Xinhe civilization flock to it, and even the martial artists above the double level of the realm of creation can't stop it. Bah! What are you, an aborigine? Hand over the pills obediently, or we will kill you now. A demon creature with black feathers said. It felt that Ning Xiaochuan was too arrogant to say that he would kill all the creatures of Xinhe civilization present, even the third-level creatures of Xinhe civilization in the realm of creation. Can it be done by a weak native of Dian world, who is also a spiritual trainer? Ning Xiaochuan looked at all the creatures of Xinhe civilization in front of him coldly, without any words. The giant spirit warhammer instantly appeared in Ning Xiaochuan's hands. Ning Xiaochuan's momentum began to grow crazily, like from a mirror-like lake to a raging billow, which made every creature of Xinhe civilization feel very depressed. How possible? A dragon creature exclaimed. How can the momentum of a spiritual trainer be so powerful that he shocked all the Xinhe civilized creatures present, and the eyes of each Xinhe civilized creature looking at Ning Xiaochuan turned into fear. From the perspective of breath, Ning Xiaochuan's cultivation is much stronger than all the creatures of Xinhe civilization present. This is not a level of battle at all. Ning Xiaochuan's figure disappeared on the ground and appeared in the air in an instant. All the creatures of Xinhe civilization had no time to react. Ning Xiaochuan had already held a giant spirit warhammer and carried the momentum of destroying the sky and the earth. In the blink of an eye, it was smashed. Boom! With a huge explosion, every living creature of Xinhe civilization present was shocked and flew out. Some of the creatures of Xinhe civilization with weak cultivation, but the first or the second level of the eternal realm, instantly burst into a blood mist. Under Ning Xiaochuan's first attack, nearly half of the creatures of Xinhe civilization died, and the remaining creatures of Xinhe civilization began to become flustered and ready to flee. However, Ning Xiaochuan has been prepared. I saw Ning Xiaochuan display the destruction Nebula Road, and a cloud with flashing brilliance appeared in the sky. Strong pressure came in an instant, tightly squeezing the space within 100 miles, and all the creatures of Xinhe civilization became unable to move. Ning Xiaochuan, holding a giant spirit warhammer, soon killed all the remaining Xinhe civilized creatures, and no Xinhe civilized creatures escaped successfully. Ning Xiaochuan immediately dug out the demon yuan and long yuan of the slain Xinhe civilized creatures, put the bodies of all Xinhe civilized creatures into the heart-nourishing tripod, and fused the blood essence power of these Xinhe civilized creatures into the upcoming pill. The elixir exudes powerful energy, which is twice as much as before. Ning Xiaochuan is overjoyed and modulates the temperature of the world-destroying demon fire and the god-extinguishing dragon fire to the limit. The elixir can be successfully refined in half an hour at most. With the passage of time, alchemy is about to end. In the heart-nourishing tripod, a thick fragrance of Dan came out, and Ning Xiaochuan was overjoyed. He made all preparations and waited for the pill to be released. 3 hours later, the heart-nourishing tripod began to vibrate. Ning Xiaochuan felt the powerful energy emanating from the heart-nourishing tripod. The pill had been successfully refined, turned into a black triangle dragon, and began to constantly collide inside the heart-nourishing tripod. Ning Xiaochuan opened the heart-nourishing tripod, and the black triangle dragon immediately flew out of the heart-nourishing tripod and wanted to escape. However, Ning Xiaochuan had already prepared. 50 Supreme King-level concrete magic war swords formed an array, firmly trapping the black triangular dragon transformed into pills in the array. No matter whether the black triangle dragon was flying or hiding, it had no way to escape, so it had to constantly attack the concrete magic sword inserted on the ground. Ning Xiaochuan flew in and offered a sacrifice to Jinyao Tower. The tall tower body, accompanied by thunder and lightning, fell vertically from a height of 10,000 meters. Black Triangle Dragon, too late to dodge, was taken by Demon Tower. Inside, the whole Demon Tower body was constantly shaking, and the Black Triangle Dragon was struggling violently in the Demon Tower. Ning Xiaochuan snorted coldly, put the Demon Tower in his hand, and instilled a lot of luck into the Demon Tower. A burst of soft white light emitted from the Demon Tower. Almost in a moment, the black triangle dragon in the Demon Tower stopped struggling and turned into a pill. Ning Xiaochuan took out the pill and saw that there were 2 dragons circling on it. The dragon heads of the 2 dragons intersected and filled every place of the pill. Ning Xiaochuan took the pill in his hand and carefully felt the power of the pill. He found that the energy in the pill was really strong. With his third cultivation of creating the realm of change, it was impossible to absorb all the power of the pill. However, if Ning Xiaochuan breaks through the 4th level of the realm of creation in the process of absorption, you should be able to absorb all the power of the pill. Ning Xiaochuan cut a crack in the void in front of him, entered it, and soon disappeared. In order to avoid being disturbed by the coming Shinha civilization creatures or Dian world warriors in the process of cultivation, Ning Xiaochuan must practice in a different place. Ning Xiaochuan came to a place 1,000,000 miles away from the place where the pills were refined before. It's desolate here. No warrior or Shinha civilized creatures stay here. The energy between heaven and earth is also extremely thin, which is not suitable for cultivation at all. Ning Xiaochuan felt that this desolation was very suitable for him, so Ning Xiaochuan immediately released his mind and looked for a place where he could practice at ease. Ning Xiaochuan's mind was released. Within 10 minutes, he found an underground hole, about 5 meters wide, into which Ning Xiaochuan could enter. Ning Xiaochuan came to the cave and jumped into it. After entering the cave, even Ning Xiaochuan couldn't help praising the uncanny workmanship of nature. There are caves of different sizes everywhere. Every cave is connected with hundreds of other caves. Every cave is several meters wide. Even people with strong cultivation will easily lose their sense of direction if they come in. Ning Xiaochuan's mind detected all the situations in the cave, formed a rough map in his mind, and firmly remembered every road. Ning Xiaochuan entered it and went all the way inside from the cave entrance. About half an hour later, Ning Xiaochuan came to the deepest part of the cave, almost 1,000 miles away. Ning Xiaochuan glanced at the cave and found that there were no other objects except bare earth and stone. Just like me. Ning Xiaochuan immediately sat down and took out the refined pill. Without any hesitation, Ning Xiaochuan immediately took the pill, and a powerful energy immediately spread in Ning Xiaochuan's body. Ning Xiaochuan's body began to turn red in an instant after taking the pill. A large amount of heat was discharged through Ning Xiaochuan's body. The walls of the cave where Ning Xiaochuan was located began to turn red. Ning Xiaochuan's mind also detected the outside situation, so when taking the pill, Ning Xiaochuan began to quickly absorb the energy released by the pill. The two Daoyuan began to operate at the same time, absorbing and converting the energy released by the pill into the energy of Ning Xiaochuan, and Ning Xiaochuan's cultivation began to increase rapidly. However, this time, it is not just the two Daoyuan that absorb energy. The beast vein also begins to absorb energy and transport it to all parts of Ning Xiaochuan's body, including the brain. Gradually, Ning Xiaochuan's body also began to change, and gradually began to grow some other small veins from the original veins, and they were slowly spreading. For these subtle changes, Ning Xiaochuan did not care. It would take more than 2 days to cultivate the exterminating beast Emperor Dao successfully. Even if the way of destroying the world beast Emperor is the best way to make the cultivators have one more Dao Yuan and improve their combat effectiveness many times, the process of cultivation is absolutely extremely difficult. According to records, in the middle of the cultivation of the Beast King's way of destroying the world, the cultivator still needs to devour the flesh and blood of monsters before he can continue to cultivate. Ning Xiaochuan didn't take care of the cultivation of the Beast King's way for the time being. He concentrated on controlling the two Daoyuan and absorbed the energy released by the elixir crazily. A burst of white light began to appear on the surface of Ning Xiaochuan's body. In the dark cave, it kept flashing, and even reached the ground through a distance of kilometers. However, fortunately, there are very few warriors or Shinha civilized creatures passing through this desolate place, so no one will notice the scene here. Ning Xiaochuan's accomplishments are constantly growing. Bang! 5 hours later, Ning Xiaochuan officially broke through to the 4th level of the realm of creation and reached the level of monarch. Cracks appeared in the stone walls within hundreds of meters around Ning Xiaochuan, but fortunately, it was relatively hard here, so it didn't collapse. Although Ning Xiaochuan has broken through to the 4th level of the realm of creation, the elixir is still suspended in the body, not completely refined, and is still releasing elixir gas continuously. According to Ning Xiaochuan's estimation, these energies may be enough for Ning Xiaochuan to cultivate to the middle of the 4th level of nature and chemistry. Ning Xiaochuan's veins in his body are still constantly differentiating, turning into tiny veins all over his body. Gradually, inside Ning Xiaochuan's body, 2 veins of different colors appeared. One is blood red, which is the most common blood that every human has. The second is the completely black blood, which carries an energy breath completely different from that of human warriors. Up to now, Ning Xiaochuan can feel that his body has begun to emit a faint smell of monsters. Ning Xiaochuan had never felt this smell on any monster before. Ning Xiaochuan feels like a mixture of many kinds of monsters. One breath seems to contain the breath of hundreds of monsters, more like the breath of a king. Ning Xiaochuan can detect that some of his body structures are beginning to approach the monster a little bit. I don't know whether it's a good thing or a bad thing. After 3 days, the energy of the pill was almost digested. Without any hesitation, Ning Xiaochuan took the 3 imperial soul pills directly and continued to practice. The energy of the 3 imperial soul pills instantly exploded in Ning Xiaochuan's body. Ning Xiaochuan felt as if he had swallowed 3 strong people at the level of creation, and the energy instantly spread throughout Ning Xiaochuan's body. Ning Xiaochuan's 2 Daoyuan began to operate quickly again, refining the power of the 3 imperial soul pills. After absorbing 3 royal soul pills, Ning Xiaochuan's realm has been the middle stage of the 4th level of the realm of creation, and has not broken through to the late stage of the 4th level of the realm of creation. However, the realm is more consolidated. Up to now, Ning Xiaochuan's cultivation has broken through to the middle of the 4th level of nature. With his current cultivation, even if he does not use secondary artifacts, he can also compete with the existence of the seventh level of God. Every inch of Ning Xiaochuan's skin became extremely blood red. It was like a blood man, sitting and practicing. The cave where Ning Xiaochuan was located began to gradually lose its bearing on the power released by Ning Xiaochuan during his cultivation, and unexpectedly began to collapse, and a large number of stones began to fall, burying Ning Xiaochuan's body in it instantly. Ning Xiaochuan didn't know the situation outside. At this time, he had reached the most critical period of practice. Ning Xiaochuan used those energies, all of which were introduced into the beast vein, and increased efforts to cultivate the way of destroying the beast emperor. Now, Ning Xiaochuan's way of killing the beast emperor has been cultivated to a small degree. In order to cultivate to a great degree and successfully produce the beast emperor Dao Yuan, Ning Xiaochuan must devour the blood of at least 10,000 monsters on the realm of creation. This task is also very arduous for Ning Xiaochuan. There are too few monsters in the realm of creation. Every one is a master. Even in the Shinha civilization, the strong man at the level of creation is also the overlord who rules a planet. Which is not a very powerful existence of Shinha civilization creatures who have reached the realm of creation. What's more, it will devour 10,000, which can only be achieved if Ning Xiaochuan's cultivation reaches the 9th level of the realm of creation. Even if Ning Xiaochuan cultivates until now, the inside information can't be much more than the sons of those gods. After all, the gods can't resist a magical power casually. The son of the gods, even if he carries a divine talisman with him, he can easily destroy the existence of the emperor level, and may even hurt some weak secondary gods. One day later, Ning Xiaochuan's cultivation finally came to an end. His accomplishments increased to the later stage of the 4th level of the realm of creation, and his strength also increased greatly. Ning Xiaochuan finished his practice, woke up, looked at the earth and rock on his body, and a powerful force broke out on his body, instantly exploding all the earth and rock. Ning Xiaochuan walked out of the hole and returned to the ground. However, when Ning Xiaochuan used his mind to detect the surrounding situation, he found that there were many new creatures on the mainland of hatred. Ning Xiaochuan frowned slightly. This time, Ning Xiaochuan didn't detect the situation on the ground, so he didn't know what happened to these new creatures. However, when Ning Xiaochuan carried out mind detection, a new creature of Shinha civilization immediately found Ning Xiaochuan. That creature attacked Ning Xiaochuan crazily, and the rest of the creatures also rushed towards Ning Xiaochuan after seeing it. It seems that the 4th door of man and God has been opened. Ning Xiaochuan frowned slightly and said. Facing the new creatures of Shinha civilization, Ning Xiaochuan doesn't know where they come from, but this doesn't prevent Ning Xiaochuan from killing them. Dozens of Asuras surrounded Ning Xiaochuan in the middle. Every Asura, his appearance is very terrible, or 100 hands, or 100 feet, every Asura, is infinite power. Although none of these Asuras reached the realm of creation, all Asuras were very belligerent, and they would not be afraid even in the face of opponents hundreds of times stronger than themselves, which caused some trouble for Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan held the giant spirit warhammer and incarnated thousands of figures. With a wave of his arm, he hit the ground, and the ground within a radius of 10,000 miles was constantly shaking. On the ground, cracks opened one after another, and many Asuras had no time to react. At the moment of the ground cracking, they fell down. Ning Xiaochuan immediately inspired the Heaven and Earth Sutra, so that the split ground is reunited. No matter how Asura struggles, there is no way to escape from the ground. Although Asura is very belligerent and fearless, he also has a weakness, that is, he is not united. Asura, who grew up in the same kind of corpses since childhood, can't unite at all. Every Asura only believes in his own strength. Even the same kind, in the eyes of Asura, as long as it has nothing to do with himself, it is a stranger. This also caused, even if there are other Asuras in distress and danger, the other Asuras will never rescue, and everything depends on themselves. This is also the doctrine of the new Buddha Dharma, created by King Asura. Every Asura can only rely on himself, not strengthen himself, and finally become the new King Asura. This kind of thought has been deeply rooted in all Asura's consciousness. Ning Xiaochuan, holding a giant spirit hammer, smashed an Asura in front of him, and his bones were shattered. However, no Asura was afraid of Ning Xiaochuan because of the death of the previous Asura. All Asuras, still one after another, attacked Ning Xiaochuan. Destroy the stars. Ning Xiaochuan's body, in the blink of an eye, was flying high into the sky, and all Asura's eyes also followed Ning Xiaochuan's figure. While all Asuras were looking at Ning Xiaochuan in the sky, Ning Xiaochuan suddenly jumped down and did not reach the ground, but the ground had begun to collapse, and cracks like spider webs appeared. All Asuras present were instantly pressed to the ground by Ning Xiaochuan's powerful force. When Ning Xiaochuan's giant spirit warhammer fell, within a radius of 10,000 miles, there was a strong explosion for a long time, which spread a very long distance. At the place where the warhammer of Ning Xiaochuan's giant spirit fell, there were broken limbs and arms everywhere within 1,000 miles. Ning Xiaochuan looked at the corpse on the ground and quickly put it away. Ning Xiaochuan doesn't know about this kind of Shinha civilized creatures who have just entered Dian world, but after fighting, Ning Xiaochuan found that these Shinha civilized creatures are very belligerent and absolutely more difficult to deal with than dragon, demon, and demon. Ning Xiaochuan took Asura's body away, on the one hand, to refine the pill, on the other hand, to observe Asura's body. Asura's body is really too strange. Every Asura looks so strange. It can be said that there is almost no weakness in Asura's body. Fortunately, the Asura that Ning Xiaochuan met was only the cultivation of the eternal realm, and Ning Xiaochuan was also strong enough. If other martial artists in Dian world met Asura, it would definitely not be as easy as it is now. After killing those Asuras, just now, Ning Xiaochuan never met the civilized creatures of Shinha again. He was unimpeded all the way and kept flying to the place where Xuelingshu and others were. Ning Xiaochuan followed the instructions of Jinren Tower and came to a palace. The palace has become rotten everywhere. Even the gate of the palace has disappeared, leaving only the gantry. Ning Xiaochuan wondered, is this the relic of a strong man somewhere? Without too much thinking, Ning Xiaochuan entered the palace. Anyway, the instructions of Jinren Tower can't be wrong. No matter what you encounter in it, as long as you follow the instructions of Jinren Tower, you will be able to find Xuelingshu and others. As soon as he entered the palace, Ning Xiaochuan smelled a lot of corpse odor, which was scattered in the air. Anyone who smelled it would feel very uncomfortable. This is the smell of the corpses after piling up for a long time, but strangely, Ning Xiaochuan entered the palace, but did not see any corpses. What's going on? Ning Xiaochuan felt a little strange, so he immediately used his mind to detect. This detection, but let Ning Xiaochuan slightly surprised. Ning Xiaochuan's mind wrapped the gate of the palace to the position where Ning Xiaochuan stood. Soon, Ning Xiaochuan found the body, which was originally hidden underground. Every corpse has become very rotten, as if it had been dead for thousands of years, but the flesh and blood on it has not disappeared. Maggots are crawling inside the corpse. Ning Xiaochuan immediately feels sick after watching it. It seems that something has happened here before. Ning Xiaochuan said. Ning Xiaochuan's body, flying hundreds of meters high, tried to avoid getting stuck with the corpse gas on the ground. I don't know why, even Ning Xiaochuan will feel uncomfortable after smelling it, so it's better to be careful. Following the instructions of Jinren Tower, Ning Xiaochuan continued to go deep into the palace. Ning Xiaochuan found that except for the gate he had seen before, which seemed to be owned by a palace, no other building was a palace. Moreover, in the back, the bodies previously buried underground are also directly placed on the ground, and each body emits a thick stench. Ning Xiaochuan frowned slightly after seeing it. After a long way, Ning Xiaochuan finally found something wrong. He had been moving forward according to the instructions of Jinren Tower, but why did the coordinates on Jinren Tower not change? Once Ning Xiaochuan starts to move forward, Xue Lingxiu and others will start to move forward. Once Ning Xiaochuan stops, Xue Lingxiu and others will stop. According to the truth, Xue Lingxiu can't do this. Ning Xiaochuan began to calm down and looked around carefully, only to find that the surrounding scene was changing slowly. Ning Xiaochuan did not act at all, but the scene was still changing. Soon, Ning Xiaochuan returned to the starting point where he had just entered this place. The palace gate is behind Ning Xiaochuan. Shrink to an inch, thousands of miles away? Ning Xiaochuan murmured. It seems that this place is a magical secret place. No matter how fast you move forward, once you stop, you will soon return to the starting point. It seems that only by constantly spanning space can we ensure that we will not return to the starting point. Ning Xiaochuan said. Ning Xiaochuan cut a crack in the void in front of him, entered the space, and soon came directly 3 million miles away. With Ning Xiaochuan's current cultivation and the double cultivation with Xue Lingxiu's soul, it is very easy to increase the space power and span 1 million miles. Ning Xiaochuan slowly approached Xue Lingxiu and others. Ning Xiaochuan's forward speed is very fast. In just half an hour, he has advanced tens of millions of miles. Soon, he will catch up with Xue Lingxiu and others. From entering the secret place to now, corpses have been placed everywhere along the way. After Ning Xiaochuan left, some corpses on the ground began to stand up. Ning Xiaochuan, who just entered the space crack, did not notice the changes behind him. One of the rotten and shapeless bodies flew directly into the space crack that had not been completely closed, flew behind Ning Xiaochuan, and quickly bit Ning Xiaochuan's neck. Ning Xiaochuan instantly reacted. A large flame burned on his body. The rotten body was turned into ashes before he could bite it off. Ning Xiaochuan was terrified. Fortunately, he responded in time. If the space tunnel collapses, Ning Xiaochuan doesn't know where it will be transmitted. Ning Xiaochuan reappeared in the palace and looked at the bodies lying on the ground. In case, Ning Xiaochuan planned to destroy these bodies. As Ning Xiaochuan began to gather strength, the bodies in front of Ning Xiaochuan all stood up. The eyes of every corpse emit a thick red light, even some corpses that have no eyeballs. There are almost hundreds of rotten bodies, constantly approaching Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan summoned Tiandi Blade. Since Ning Xiaochuan suppressed Tiandi Blade last time, Tiandi Blade has become very irritable. This time, just after calling the Tiandi Blade out of the Xuanzhou Jian, it actually wanted to escape. Ning Xiaochuan immediately urged the Xian Beast Jian again. A burst of white light was emitted on the Xian Beast Jian, and the Emperor Blade would soon be suppressed again. No, 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 no. I just don't run. The Emperor Blade immediately said anxiously. In that case, please help me fight with peace of mind. If you dare to run away again, I will suppress you forever with Xian Beast Jian. Ning Xiaochuan said. After hearing this, Tiandi Blade didn't make a sound anymore, and quickly flew to Ning Xiaochuan's hand, emitting strong power. Ning Xiaochuan held the Tiandi Blade in his hand, and his momentum began to climb constantly. Ning Xiaochuan's body is like a peerless sharp sword, which is completely integrated with the power of the Emperor's blade. Zheng. There was a buzzing sound on the blade of Tiandi Blade, and a powerful knife wave cleaved out with extreme speed. Everywhere it passed, the space was full of collapse. The dead bodies were all reduced to ashes. Tiandi Blade has evolved into a sub-artifact level war soldier. Even Ning Xiaochuan cannot fully grasp its energy. After the space was broken, Ning Xiaochuan immediately condensed a pair of illusory red dragon wings, displaying the divine dragon to fly away quickly to avoid falling into the space crack. At this time, a space crack appeared beside Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan looked over and saw Xue Lingxiu in the space crack. We strongly recommend Jiu's masterpiece, Yan Yan's strongest trump card. Yang Fan, the favorite of the Air Force Academy, was expelled from school when he graduated. With the help of the devil instructor, he embarked on a new journey. Fight for the country and the people, and never regret it. Fang pointed out that the soul of war was invincible, and the heroes avoided it. From then on, they became the strongest king. Just when Ning Xiaochuan found Lingshu, a group of rotten corpses chased him in the distance, and their bodies sent out a dark evil spirit. Empty. Lingshu's hands were sealed, and in the void in front of him, characters the size of tadpoles appeared, slowly falling on the heads of all the bodies. At the moment when the character touched the corpse, all the corpses stopped chasing, and soon disappeared. Ning Xiaochuan looked at Lingshu beside him with a little surprise in his eyes. Through detection, Ning Xiaochuan found that Lingshu's cultivation had also reached the fourth late stage of the realm of creation, which was equal to Ning Xiaochuan. Lingshu must have some adventure, otherwise cultivation cannot increase so fast. Come with me. Lingshu opened a crack in the void in front of him without any words. He directly walked into it, and Ning Xiaochuan followed him. Soon, their figures disappeared in this world. Ning Xiaochuan and Lingshu appeared from the void and came to a secret room. As soon as they arrived here, Ning Xiaochuan saw Xiao Linger, Zihan Smoke, and Xiao Hong. This secret room, I don't know how far away it is from the palace gate. Lingshu and others can come here because Lingshu has been carrying Little Linger, Purple Cold Smoke and Little Red constantly across the space. It took a whole month to find this secret room. Ning Xiaochuan looked around carefully and saw that it was dark in the secret room, only a few torches on the wall were emitting weak light. The area of the whole secret room is only 20 square meters. Ning Xiaochuan and others are a little crowded here. At the same time, Ning Xiaochuan also wondered, what can there be in such a small secret room? Ning Xiaochuan's eyes turned straight ahead and found a picture scroll hanging on the wall. Ning Xiaochuan stepped forward and condensed a flame in his hand, illuminating the whole chamber of secrets. The light filled every place. The originally dark chamber of secrets instantly became magnificent. Ning Xiaochuan stared closely at the picture scroll in front of him and found that there were 50 continents painted on the picture scroll, of which 49 were located in 49 different regions, and there was only one largest continent, surrounded by 49 continents. Dian world? In other parts of the continent, there is a vast ocean connected into one. The area of the sea is more than 10 times wider than that of all continents combined. Even the largest Tianting is less than 1/10 of that of the sea. In addition, there are countless islands. The area of each island is larger than that of Yulan Empire, because this picture scroll is completely a reduced map of the Dian world. Even a point on it is much larger than that of Yulan Empire. Ning Xiaochuan looked at this picture and felt very incredible. Who is it? Who has the ability to draw the outline and area of the whole Dian world so clearly? This is something that the secondary god can't do. Is it the god who created the Dian world? Ning Xiaochuan had no time to think about it. The picture in front of him actually began to change. On the scroll, what was originally depicted was the outline of the whole Dian world, but now it suddenly became 8 extremely thick Optimus pillars. On each Optimus pillar, there was a virtual shadow standing, and it was impossible to distinguish what the virtual shadow was. Under the virtual shadow, there are countless creatures of Xinhe civilization of different sizes, and warriors of Dian world. Among them, Ning Xiaochuan knows demons, dragons, demons, and the new Xinhe civilization creatures that have just appeared in the Dian world, as well as Buddhism, and other human warriors who do not seem to belong to the Dian world. The continent of Dian world has become fragmented. Half of the Tianqiu continent has been broken, floating to the far sea, and to the other side of Dian world. On every continent, corpses piled up everywhere into mountains and sea areas, and have been dyed red by the blood of Dian world warriors and other creatures. Countless broken limbs and arms fell from the sky like half of the rain. A very powerful Dian world warrior was being dismembered by the creatures of Shinha civilization. The blood infected Bai Jia, and his heart was ruthlessly pulled out. The whole Dian world is like a hell. Every place is full of killing. A large number of warriors in Dian world are slaughtered without the slightest resistance. Ning Xiaochuan, standing in front of the picture, was deeply shocked. On this picture, it must be everything that happened in the last God's War, and the 8 virtual shadows must be gods from the 8 star regions. Ning Xiaochuan took a deep breath and was very curious. Why did this picture appear here? Why did the owner of this painting draw it? All this is a mystery. Just as Ning Xiaochuan was about to take his eyes back, he suddenly found a huge turtle in the corner of the picture. The tortoise, hidden in dense clouds, is much higher than where the 8 gods are located. It should exist in the universe, but the tortoise's line of sight is closely watching the Dian world below. Ning Xiaochuan was shocked when he saw it. Isn't this turtle the one Ning Xiaochuan met in Tiandi Mountain? Or the grandpa of little golden ginseng? Is it true that it has lived since the last God's War? Ning Xiaochuan thought in his heart. Now, Ning Xiaochuan is really shocked. I don't know how many millions of years have passed since the last God's War. Even the real gods can't bear the baptism of such a long time. Even bones will turn into ashes in the long river of years. A tortoise, no matter how high its cultivation, can't live for tens of billions of years. However, Ning Xiaochuan looked carefully, but the more he looked, the more he felt that the one he saw on Tiandi Mountain was exactly the same, with a long neck and the same eyes, so he couldn't help but think of it. If this turtle really lived from that distant era to the present, its cultivation must be terrifying, and it may have reached the peak of the universe. Ning Xiaochuan guessed in his heart. Little Linger, Zihanyan, Xiaohong, and Shueling all looked at it quietly. When Shueling and others first came here, they saw the picture scroll on the wall, and felt very shocked like Ning Xiaochuan, but after repeated inspection, they didn't gain anything except shock. Just when Shueling and others were looking for opportunities in the secret room, Shueling suddenly sensed the arrival of Ning Xiaochuan and left, bringing Ning Xiaochuan here. After a long time, Ning Xiaochuan's eyes left the picture scroll, slowly breathed a sigh of relief, and calmed his mood. There is nothing here but this painting? Ning Xiaochuan said suspiciously. From entering the palace to now, there are oddities everywhere. First, there is a space secret place shrunk to inches, then there are dead and resurrected rotten corpses, and now there is this picture that also depicts the world map of Dian and the picture scroll of the last God's War. Ning Xiaochuan feels that there must be other things. Godfather, your mind is stronger than us. Why don't you probe it? Said little Linger. Yes. Ning Xiaochuan nodded, and his mind was instantly released. However, when he detected the 10,000-mile area, he could not continue to detect. This place can greatly block the detection of his mind. However, Ning Xiaochuan had to explore all the places in the 10,000-mile area. After a quarter of an hour, Ning Xiaochuan found a place, which was a closed door, covered with dust. Ning Xiaochuan's mind could not enter it, but Ning Xiaochuan felt that he could go in and have a look. Follow me. Ning Xiaochuan said that. He showed his magic dragon to leave the secret room quickly, and deliberately slowed down the speed so that Zihanyan could catch up. After entering this secret room, the previous effect of being close to the world is to disappear. Even if you stop, you won't return to the origin. Led by Ning Xiaochuan, Shueling and others soon came to the closed door. After Ning Xiaochuan came here, he frowned slightly, because Ning Xiaochuan felt a gloomy breath in the air, which made people shiver. This place is likely to be a dead place. No one knows what exists on the other side of the gate. Shueling and others followed Ning Xiaochuan closely, looking at the front door, and no one made a sound. This gate is full of dust everywhere, but the height of the gate is much higher than that of Lingxiao Temple. Ning Xiaochuan and others are very small in front of it. Ning Xiaochuan walked to the gate, gently put his hands on it, and pushed the gate inward, but the gate did not move. You know, Ning Xiaochuan's strength is incomparably huge. Even the giant spirit hammer with a mass of more than 1 billion kilograms can be easily weighed by Ning Xiaochuan. However, with Ning Xiaochuan's strength, he can't open the door, and he doesn't know whether the mass of the door exceeds 10 billion kilograms. Shui Lingxiu, Zihanyan, Xiaolinger and Xiaohong also came up to help. All 5 people pushed all their strength to the gate. At this time, the gate finally moved and began to open to the inside. Ka. The door shaft of the gate made a harsh friction sound. It seems that this gate has not been opened for a long time. At the moment when the door opened, a ray of light came out from the crack of the door, illuminating the dark place. Ning Xiaochuan and others immediately entered it. Ning Xiaochuan just entered the gate, but it seemed to be in another world. The scene outside the gate is completely different from that outside, because here is an endless grassland, and the sky is incomparably blue. Ning Xiaochuan was instantly attracted by the magnificent scene here. When Ning Xiaochuan recovered, he found that Shui Lingxiu and others had all disappeared. Between heaven and earth, the breeze drifted, as if melting into the most beautiful picture in the world. The broad sky and the endless grassland, everything is so beautiful. However, Ning Xiaochuan is not in the mood to enjoy these beautiful sceneries now, because after entering the gate and coming here, Ning Xiaochuan loses the breath of Shui Lingxiu and others, and even the Zhenren Tower cannot feel the existence of Shui Lingxiu. Ning Xiaochuan frowned slightly. If 4 people were separated alone, it would be difficult to deal with danger. For Ning Xiaochuan, Shui Lingxiu, Xiao Linger and Xiao Hong, it may be nothing, but purple smoke is the most dangerous. Before entering the Chamber of Secrets, Ning Xiaochuan had detected the cultivation of purple smoke, but just entering the realm of creation, it was still weak compared with Ning Xiaochuan's 3 people. If you encounter danger, you are likely to be the first to be injured. After continuing to detect for half an hour, Ning Xiaochuan stopped detecting. Zihanyan, Zulingsu, Xiaohong and Xiaolinger should be the same, all separated by a mysterious force. Since their whereabouts could not be detected, Ning Xiaochuan stopped detecting them and paid attention to the grassland in front of him for the first time. Ning Xiaochuan's vision directly spans thousands of miles away and sees everything thousands of miles away. However, after exploring Ning Xiaochuan, it was found that a large area of miraculous medicine was planted here, and every grass was at least a mysterious medicine. No plant is ordinary. Ning Xiaochuan's face showed an incredible look. This place is really magical. Here, it can be said, is simply the holy land of the spiritual master. Any mental health teacher who comes here will have golden eyes, because the miraculous medicine here is simply endless. Ning Xiaochuan immediately flew high into the air, growing a pair of illusory red dragon wings behind him, displaying the speed of the dragon, and flying straight ahead at a very fast speed. Ning Xiaochuan's speed reached the extreme. In the blink of an eye, it was more than 1,000 miles away. At this time, Ning Xiaochuan was also surprised to find that with the increase of distance, the grade of Xianyao was also increasing. From the first product of Xianyao to the current 9 products of Xianyao, Ning Xiaochuan's vision has begun to appear miraculous drugs of channeling, and Ning Xiaochuan's mood can be described as extremely excited. Ning Xiaochuan didn't stop picking, because Ning Xiaochuan wanted to see if there would be a 10,000-year holy medicine in this grassland. If so, it can be said that Ning Xiaochuan's future cultivation resources are not to worry. However, after moving forward for some distance, Ning Xiaochuan also found something wrong, and his originally excited mood gradually calmed down. There are so many miraculous drugs here that it is impossible that they have not been picked, but from Ning Xiaochuan to now, every miraculous drug you see is very complete, without any trace of being picked. Ning Xiaochuan looked carefully at the ground and found no abnormality. No exception is the biggest exception. Ning Xiaochuan used his hand as a knife and chopped a powerful knife wave against the ground. A large amount of psychic magic medicine was instantly destroyed by Ning Xiaochuan, and even the residue was not left. There's no problem. Am I worrying too much? Ning Xiaochuan said. With that, Ning Xiaochuan's figure left the area where the miraculous medicine was located and flew forward. I don't know how far I have flown. Ning Xiaochuan can already smell the faint smell of the 10,000-year holy medicine. Ning Xiaochuan didn't even take a look at the Millennium Medicine area, he passed on the way. For Ning Xiaochuan, the Millennium Medicine is no longer of great use. Half an hour later, Ning Xiaochuan finally came to the area where the elixir of 10,000 years was located. Here, within 1,000 miles, all the strange drugs planted belonged to the ranks of the elixir of 10,000 years. Every 10,000-year elixir emits a thick fragrance and extremely pure energy, illuminating the sky tens of thousands of miles above. Ning Xiaochuan took a deep breath, stopped flying and fell to the ground. All the 10,000-year-old elixirs here are in different forms. Some are like curling dragons, some are like whales and sharks preying on the water, and some are a huge flower. Each 10,000-year-old elixir is something Ning Xiaochuan has never seen or even heard of before. Looking at this large area of the 10,000-year holy medicine, Ning Xiaochuan stopped and didn't pick it immediately. There was always a feeling of the uneasiness in his heart, but Ning Xiaochuan couldn't say why. Every 10,000-year elixir is equivalent to a strong man who created the realm. Within 1,000 miles, all of them are 10,000-year elixirs. Even Ning Xiaochuan cannot be defeated, and it is difficult to say whether he can escape. However, it is strange that Ning Xiaochuan came to the planting area of Wanyan Holy Medicine, and no Wanyan Holy Medicine attacked Ning Xiaochuan. The whole planting area was very quiet, only the sound of light wind blowing the leaves. Ning Xiaochuan temporarily suppressed his anxiety and came to a 10,000-year-old holy medicine, ready to pick it. This elixir of 10,000 years is a bamboo, which is more than 7 feet tall. Its whole body is purple. The surface of the bamboo also emits light lightning. Ning Xiaochuan inspired the Heaven and Earth Sutra, and slightly split the ground where the thunder and lightning purple bamboo is located. Ning Xiaochuan easily took out the thunder and lightning purple bamboo. Ning Xiaochuan looked at the purple bamboo in his hand and didn't know the name of the 10,000-year holy medicine bamboo. However, since it is a 10,000-year holy medicine, it will certainly have an effect on Ning Xiaochuan. In case, after taking out the first 10,000-year holy medicine, Ning Xiaochuan explored this area again, but still found no problems. Ning Xiaochuan gradually relaxed his vigilance. This time, Ning Xiaochuan came to a tall tree. He saw the tree, which was very thick, 10 meters thick and thin, almost 100 meters high. On the tree, Ning Xiaochuan found 2 huge fruits. These 2 fruits are all elixirs of the 10,000-year holy medicine level. Unexpectedly, they grow on the same tree at the same time. The fruit emits colorful light, and the energy emitted has condensed into drops of very pure energy liquid, which drops on the ground and is instantly absorbed by the earth. Ning Xiaochuan's body flew up and came to the fruit. The 2 fruits were about the same size as Ning Xiaochuan's head and contained much more energy than some other 10,000-year holy drugs. Without any hesitation, Ning Xiaochuan immediately picked the 2 fruits and prepared to store them in the flame box. At this time, the situation suddenly changed. After Ning Xiaochuan picked the 2 fruits, the blood in his body actually began to decrease, his hair began to turn gray, and his originally fresh and smooth skin also began to age. In a flash, Ning Xiaochuan became a white-haired old man, as if he had aged thousands of years in a moment. What's going on? Ning Xiaochuan felt the change of his body. He really aged a lot in a moment. To be exact, he aged 30,000 years. How is that possible? Ning Xiaochuan was stunned. Originally everything was normal, how could this suddenly happen, and unexpectedly let Ning Xiaochuan suddenly grow old by 30,000 years? Is it because I picked these 3 10,000-year-old elixirs? Ning Xiaochuan said word by word. If this is true, it can only show that it is really terrible here. Picking a 10,000-year holy medicine will damage the lifespan of 10,000 years. For those who are strong in the realm of creation, every increase in weight will increase their life to 3,000 years. With Ning Xiaochuan's cultivation, up to now, he has only 60,000 years of life, that is to say, now, Ning Xiaochuan's life is less than half. It's too stupid. If you were a monk with a lower level and picked a 10,000-year holy medicine, wouldn't you just finish it? Moreover, Ning Xiaochuan also found that even breathing the air here will reduce life expectancy. At this moment, Ning Xiaochuan, like a dying old man, has become extremely weak in the breath of life. This is because he lost too much life yuan at one time, resulting in serious injury to his vitality, and even his body was damaged. If we can't find a way to restore Shu Yuan as soon as possible, or break through the realm and increase life again, it won't be long before Ning Xiaochuan will die here. However, Ning Xiaochuan has just made a breakthrough. Even if he now has 3 10,000-year-old holy drugs, it is impossible to make a breakthrough again, unless there is a miracle. Ow! Just when Ning Xiaochuan was thinking about ways, a transparent ghost suddenly appeared, sending out a loud roar, breaking the original silence in this area and rushing towards Ning Xiaochuan. At this time, the space where Zihanyan is located is also a place where countless elixirs are planted. Zihanyan's body, lying in front of a 10,000-year holy medicine, has completely lost its breath of life and died like this. In the hand of Zihanyan, he still firmly grasped a 10,000-year holy medicine, the name of which is called Tongsan Ko. It must be taken by 2 people at the same time to be effective. Therefore, although it is only a 10,000-year holy medicine, Zihanyan consumed a lifespan of 20,000 years. Purple smoke, dead. However, no one knows. Ning Xiaochuan and others have been spread to different spaces. It seems that they have grown a lot of miraculous drugs in one place, but the space is not together. No matter which one of Ning Xiaochuan and others has changed, others have no way to know. Xiaohong also died in the elixir of 10,000 years. When she first entered this place, Xiaohong picked it immediately. Until she died, she still had several elixirs of 10,000 years in her mouth. At this moment, Xiaolinger is like an old lady in her twilight years, sitting on the ground, with wrinkles all over her body. At this time, Xiaolinger's power of life has become very small, and she will die soon. Godfather, Xiaohong, Han Yan, and sister Xuelingxu won't have the same experience, will they? Little Linger said, slowly. In the face of sudden changes, everyone was completely unprepared. Xiaolinger also picked the 10,000-year holy medicine, and her life was about to run out. Xuelingxu stood up and looked at the surrounding space. At first, he thought it was wrong, that is, Xuelingxu. At the beginning of entering this space, Xuelingxu didn't act rashly, so the only person who didn't consume life was her. Above the gate of this space, there appeared a complex array, which was constantly rotating, as if it was because of this array that Ning Xiaochuan and others suffered this disaster. Half an hour later, Ning Xiaochuan also ran out of Shu Yuan and fell beside a 10,000-year-old holy medicine. Ning Xiaochuan's all thoughts are stopped. In his mind, it becomes dark, and the breath of life on his body disappears without a trace. Xuelingxu stood quietly on the grassland full of miraculous drugs, calmly looking at all this, and his state of mind did not fluctuate because of miraculous drugs. In Tiandi Mountain, under the leadership of Taoist Qishuan, Xuelingxu once went to a fairyland. The situation there is similar to the place where Xuelingxu is now. But the pattern in the dreamland is much smaller than here, and the planting scope of each kind of elixir is only 1/10 of that here. It is said that the Emperor of Heaven once came to this secret place, and then with supreme divine power, he arranged the same illusion in the mountain of the Emperor of Heaven. Unfortunately, at that time, the Emperor of Heaven had just become a god, and the divine power was not very powerful, so he only arranged the illusion with an area many times smaller. Xuelingxiu once entered the dreamland. Naturally, he once picked the elixir and knew the consequences after picking the elixir. Although picking elixirs will quickly exhaust people's lifespan, all this is a fantasy. In fact, your body is still the same as before, but your mind will appear in a state of death and feed it back to your brain. Xuelingxiu has experienced a fairyland and a death. The soul of the person who has picked the elixir will temporarily leave the body and enter another place for experience. The martial artist who doesn't pick the elixir will also experience, but the difficulty is different. Ning Xiaochuan's consciousness fell into darkness. Although Ning Xiaochuan can't feel anything, Ning Xiaochuan knows that he is still alive and not dead. Ning Xiaochuan tried his best to make his body move, but he couldn't do it anyway. Even if it is to release the mind out of the body and urge the Xian beast Jian, white bone beads, and magic sword in the body, there is no way. The only thing Ning Xiaochuan can do now is to think. The situation of Zihanyan, Xiaohong and Xiaolinger is exactly the same as that of Ning Xiaochuan. Purple smoke lay on the ground, all the feelings of the body disappeared, and there was darkness in the brain. She has no idea where she is now? Xiaolinger's body emitted a strange purple light. Xiaolinger, who had become as old as a dying old man, immediately recovered her previous appearance, but Xiaolinger didn't wake up, and there was the same darkness in her mind. All the life breath of Xiaohong disappeared without a trace. In Xiaohong's mind, there was nothing else except a huge egg. That egg is not my egg. Why do I feel so familiar? Said Xiaohong. Unfortunately, Little Red's voice, there is no way to spread out, only in Little Red's head kept echoing. I don't know how long the time has passed. Ning Xiaochuan and others, who fell into the darkness of consciousness, felt their bodies and began to move. Ning Xiaochuan and others immediately became vigilant, because what happened to picking elixirs led Ning Xiaochuan and others to be deeply vigilant about this palace. This time I don't know what will happen again. Xuelingxiu was still standing on the grassland where the elixir was planted, his eyes slightly closed, and all his feelings for the outside world were closed on his body, entering a very wonderful realm, and his breath was growing rapidly. At this time, at the foot of Xuelingxiu, an array suddenly appeared. The array emitted a burst of white light, covering Xuelingxiu. The next moment, Xuelingxiu disappeared. After a long darkness, Ning Xiaochuan and others suddenly felt that they could see a trace of light. Everyone tried to open their eyes, and their eyes finally recovered. However, the change happened. I saw that the surrounding scenery had changed. It was no longer the grassland full of elixirs before, but came to a huge room. The bodies of Ning Xiaochuan and others have become a little transparent. Everyone reacts instantly. Now they are souls, not noumenon. Ning Xiaochuan looked around, and the area of the room was very large. Even if it could accommodate tens of thousands of people, it was not a problem, and the surrounding of the room was a complete hexagonal shape, which surrounded Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan's back grew a pair of illusory dragon wings, flew directly to one of the walls, and found that it was engraved with ancient words. Every character seems to have been engraved from a very distant era. Up to now, many handwriting have been blurred, and even the shape can't be recognized. Ning Xiaochuan couldn't understand these words. On the other wall, he saw a picture. Ning Xiaochuan understood this time. On the picture, there are 6 symbols: people who work in the field, monsters with strange looks, monsters with extremely thick bodies, ghosts with empty bodies, gods standing on the sky, and Buddhas with golden light. These 6 patterns are arranged in 6 layers from bottom to top. The meaning of each pattern is different, representing the form of all creatures in heaven and earth. No matter how creatures practice, they can never go beyond these 6 things. Ning Xiaochuan shook his head. Although these patterns can be understood, they have no effect on Ning Xiaochuan. When Ning Xiaochuan was ready to see whether there would be something helpful for him on other walls, a voice suddenly sounded. Welcome to the first floor of the God-receiving tower. You are the only group of people who entered here, before the God's War. That voice, I don't know where it came from, hit Ning Xiaochuan's mind and kept echoing in Ning Xiaochuan's ears. Who are you? Ning Xiaochuan asked suspiciously. Next, you will face the test here. If you pass, you will be rewarded. If you fail, you will die. That voice, ignoring Ning Xiaochuan's problem, just said 2 words and disappeared. Test? Ning Xiaochuan frowned slightly. He had never heard of this so-called God-receiving tower, let alone what the test was. Ning Xiaochuan was full of vigilance about what was about to happen. Xiaohong, Xiaolinger and Zihanyan in the other 3 places also heard the sound, and everyone looked around vigilantly, waiting for the test that the sound said to come. In the huge room, Ning Xiaochuan stood alone. There was nothing else except the walls engraved with strange patterns and symbols, or words. I didn't know where the so-called test was? When Ning Xiaochuan was thinking, a slightly transparent figure suddenly drew out from the void in front of Ning Xiaochuan and appeared in front of Ning Xiaochuan. Obviously, this slightly transparent figure, like Ning Xiaochuan, is a soul body. Ning Xiaochuan looked at the virtual shadow in front of him and was about to speak. Suddenly, his mind fluctuated. Ning Xiaochuan sensed the danger and immediately used the dragon to dodge. Looking carefully at the virtual shadow in front of him, Ning Xiaochuan felt that it was actually a condensation of a secondary god. It has the same breath as the Tianming demon emperor, but this condensed body is much stronger than the idea of the secondary god of the Tianming demon emperor. If Ning Xiaochuan fought against him, he could defeat him only by using the power of receiving gods and the winter cold rain. Ning Xiaochuan's eyes coagulated slightly. Unexpectedly, this was the so-called test. It was much harder than Ning Xiaochuan imagined. Unless Ning Xiaochuan and others worked together, there was no way to defeat it. The secondary god condensed body is the secondary god condensed by a demon clan, and it is the secondary god cultivated by a wolf. With long fangs, if attacked by it, even if Ning Xiaochuan's mind is strong, his mind will be broken immediately. Among the people, Ning Xiaochuan, who is the most powerful in his mind, is still like this. What about Zihanyan and others? The test faced by Zihanyan and others is not to challenge the condense of the secondary god, but to fight with the soul of a human warrior who is equivalent to his cultivation. Only Ning Xiaochuan is a condense of the secondary god. The conglomeration of the secondary god of the wolf clan came to Ning Xiaochuan's soul and smashed Ning Xiaochuan's mind with a punch. Ning Xiaochuan's consciousness fell into darkness again. However, soon, Ning Xiaochuan's mind is condensed into an entity again, but unlike before, Ning Xiaochuan's mind is reduced by 1 point. If the second shot condensate breaks Ning Xiaochuan's mind, then the mind will be reduced. At that time, when Ning Xiaochuan's mind is reduced to the extreme, I'm afraid that Ning Xiaochuan will really die, but Ning Xiaochuan has nothing to do with this secondary god condensate. Once again, Ning Xiaochuan's mind has been reduced by half than before. Even in the same realm, Ning Xiaochuan's mind will not exceed too much. With the reduction of Ning Xiaochuan's mind power, the secondary god condensate is becoming stronger a little bit. It's like that all the spiritual power that Ning Xiaochuan lost was absorbed by the secondary god condensate. Here, there is no way to mobilize the energy between heaven and earth. The Heaven and Earth Sutra has lost its function, and the power of mind and spirit can't be compared with the power of body. For Ning Xiaochuan, this may be the worst desperate situation he has encountered since he practiced. In fighting with the secondary god, Ning Xiaochuan is far inferior to the secondary god in any aspect. When Ning Xiaochuan and others were trapped on the first floor of the God Tower, the creatures of Xinhe civilization had begun to attack the Tianting in an all-round way. The 4 secondary gods in the Azure world are approaching the heaven. All the hidden old monsters in Dian world appear. There are a total of 7 secondary gods, each of which is the whole Dian world. The top strong, even the Lord of Heaven, should also respect them. The purple gold emperor also appeared, holding a supreme imperial weapon-level war sword, appeared in the sky, facing the sword directly to the Azura sub-god. At the same time, the demon sub-gods, and the dragon sub-gods also reappeared, leading the races of the 3-star regions to launch crazy attacks on the Dian world. Several continents were completely destroyed. The warriors on the continent were caught by the creatures of Xinhe civilization and served as slaves. Wherever the Azura people go, they are full of corpses. Even if they encounter other creatures of Xinhe civilization, they also kill them. All the fighters from all directions converge towards Tianting, and the era of big scuffle is coming. Ning Xiaochuan and others are still practicing in the God-receiving tower at the moment. Ning Xiaochuan's mind has been broken many times, and his mind power has become extremely weak. Even the mind of martial artists who are 1 level lower than Ning Xiaochuan is much stronger than Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan can't summon any soldiers. After all, the soldiers are in Ning Xiaochuan's body. Now it's just mental power. I don't know where the body is, so naturally I can't summon them. If I can sense my body through my mind now, I should be able to arrange a transmission array to transmit the soldiers. Ning Xiaochuan said. Ning Xiaochuan will naturally arrange the transmission array, but the distance is very short. In the past, the reason why Ning Xiaochuan didn't arrange was that the distance was too short. It was not as long as Ning Xiaochuan went through a space crossing, and the arrangement did not work. But now, Ning Xiaochuan feels that since he is in the same place, although Ning Xiaochuan can't see his body, it should be close by reason, so Ning Xiaochuan plans to try. The conglomeration of the wolf sub-god began to fly towards Ning Xiaochuan's mind again. A casual fist can cause strong destructive force. The space around Ning Xiaochuan was shattered, and Ning Xiaochuan had no way to escape. Bang! With a sound, Ning Xiaochuan's mind was broken again, but it immediately recovered, and the wolf sub-god condensate attacked Ning Xiaochuan again, as if it would never stop. Ning Xiaochuan raised his speed to the extreme this time. While fleeing, he arranged the array. On the palm of his hand, he drew curved lines, and the mental power also spread out at the same time, starting to search the direction of the existence of the noumenon. The second god condensed body closely followed Ning Xiaochuan behind, on the palm of his hand, quickly condensed powerful energy, and constantly attacked Ning Xiaochuan. Finally, a quarter of an hour after the detection, Ning Xiaochuan actually detected his body, which was even under this room, but Ning Xiaochuan could not see it anyway. And Ning Xiaochuan can't control his body to appear in this room. Otherwise, with Ning Xiaochuan's body and mind, he will never become so miserable as now, and his mind will soon disappear. Go! Ning Xiaochuan will have already painted the transmission array in his hands, instantly hit the ground, his hands quickly changed, and formed a line of seals to start the transmission array. Buzz! Above the transmission array, a burst of white light was emitted to communicate with the underground flesh body in the hexagonal room. Ning Xiaochuan's mind silently recited some spells to the transmission array. On the other side, Ning Xiaochuan's aging and shapeless body. Xian Beast Jian suddenly appeared, and unexpectedly directly passed through the transmission array and entered the first floor of the God-receiving tower. Ning Xiaochuan was overjoyed and immediately offered up the demon sword of destruction and took it in his hand. And Xian Beast Jian was integrated into Ning Xiaochuan's mind and disappeared in an instant. The wolf sub-god condensate did not appear any look fluctuation because Ning Xiaochuan had weapons in his hands, and still attacked Ning Xiaochuan. Cut! There was a dazzling red light on the world-destroying demon sword. With Ning Xiaochuan's violent wave, the world-destroying demon sword cut into the wolf sub-god condensate at a very fast speed, and sparks immediately splashed, but the power of a sub-god condensate could not be underestimated, and Ning Xiaochuan was instantly bounced out by a powerful force. Ning Xiaochuan stood up, glanced at the sub-god condensate in front of him, and held the magic sword tightly in his hand. This time, Ning Xiaochuan was not smashed by a blow, and this is because the world-destroying magic sword helped Ning Xiaochuan resist most of the attack power. It can be seen that a strong soldier is of great help to the battle. Ning Xiaochuan's whole body became blood red, and all his mental strength was reduced to a point, smaller than ants, and flew to the hilt of the world-destroying demon sword. The whole demon sword began to shake violently in the air, and a strong breath leaked out, destroying the surrounding space. Zheng. With the momentum of cutting the whole world, a powerful force rushed out of the sword. Then, the sword body began to turn up and down, and cut off towards the wolf sub-god condensate. Under the powerful force, the wolf sub-god condensed body was deeply stabbed into the body by the sword tip of the world-destroying demon sword. On the world-destroying demon sword, a strong suction suddenly erupted, and the wolf sub-god condensed body instantly turned into spots and disappeared. Congratulations, you have successfully broken through the first floor of the god-receiving tower. The mysterious voice sounded in Ning Xiaochuan's ear again. Ning Xiaochuan looked at the evil sword in his hand and soon put it away. At this time, the previously disappeared mind power began to return to Ning Xiaochuan's mind. Ning Xiaochuan's cultivation has also broken through to the 5th level of the realm of creation. Then, the void in front of Ning Xiaochuan squirmed, and a blue transparent bead appeared in Ning Xiaochuan's line of sight. This is the God-receiving bead. If you can get 10 God-receiving beads, you will have the opportunity to get a false god and become a secondary god, but now the God-receiving tower has not been opened. The mysterious voice appeared again, and then Ning Xiaochuan returned to the area where the elixir was planted. Ning Xiaochuan's soul, entering his body, soon woke up. And the elixir on the ground has disappeared and turned into a smooth bluestone slab. Ning Xiaochuan glanced around and found that Lingxiu and others were all around him. It seemed that everything before was composed of fantasy. Are you all right? Ning Xiaochuan asked Zihanyan and others with concern. He thought that he and Zihanyan and others were facing the same secondary god condensate, so he asked like this. Very good. It's very simple. Xiaohong said to Ning Xiaochuan. So said Zihanyan and Xiaolinger. Ning Xiaochuan was completely depressed. It seemed that the test he met was fundamentally different. Otherwise, Zihanyan and others would never say simple, but he didn't ask more, as long as there was no accident. It's time to bring the heart of the mainland back to heaven. Ning Xiaochuan said. Ning Xiaochuan and others left here one after another, came to the gate again, pushed it away, and returned to the Chamber of Secrets. By the way, this half-town tower can be handed over to you now. Ning Xiaochuan took out half of the Jinren Tower and handed it to Lingxiu. Only when the Jinren Tower is completely combined can it play its greatest role. After all, now the Jinren Tower has little effect on Ning Xiaochuan. Lingxiu took over the Jinren Tower, took out the other half of the Jinren Tower and put it together. The two Jinren Towers actually began to close slowly, and finally became a complete Jinren Tower, sending out a strong wave. Let's go. Lingxiu didn't pay too much attention to Jinren Tower, and soon put it away. In the void in front of him, he cut a crack and entered it. Ning Xiaochuan and others soon followed in and disappeared here. All the buildings in Dian World have become ruins. Mountains and rivers have changed their appearance, and bodies and bones lie everywhere. Because the fourth world gate has been opened, and all the creatures of Xinhe civilization are concentrated in Tianting. Along the way, Ning Xiaochuan did not encounter the creatures of Xinhe civilization. Although Ning Xiaochuan was used to death, looking at the corpses all over the ground. The whole world was full of blood, and Ning Xiaochuan also slightly frowned. Those people of Xinhe civilization are really hateful. The war of gods has become a war of slaughter. What good is it to them to kill all the creatures of Dian world? The little Linger on the side clenched her fingers, and her white pretty face seemed a little purplish because of anger. Little Linger, don't worry. Next time you meet those warriors of Xinhe civilization, I will help you teach them a good lesson. Xiaohong widened her eyes, and her body was full of anger. During this period of time, the progress rate of Xiaohong's cultivation can be described as a rocket, which has reached the 3rd level of nature. She is also the body of the divine dragon, and even she dares to fight with the 5th level monarch of nature. Looking at the pair of living treasures, Ning Xiaochuan smiled and shook his head. His face became serious, and said, I don't know what's going on in Tianting. If Tianting is broken, the whole Dian world will be completely occupied, so Ning Xiaochuan's family must also be hurt, such as Lao Houyi, Ning Xier, Yue Tourmalin. These people are all Ning Xiaochuan's desperate to protect. If anyone dares to typhoid them, Ning Xiaochuan will make them pay the price. A pair of slender white jade hands pressed Ning Xiaochuan's clenched hands through layers of sleeves. The purple cold smoke was soft as water, and the beautiful eyes were rippling, saying, even if the 4th door of the world has been opened, it is not easy for those people of Xinhe civilization to occupy the heaven, and I feel the breath of ancestors in the heaven. When talking about ancestors, Zihanyan's expression became much more serious, with deep respect. Her ancestor, of course, was the famous Zijin Emperor. At that time, he was synonymous with invincibility. If it weren't for his untimely life, he could have condensed his divine personality, become a true god, and soar to the Xinhe civilization. Yes. Ning Xiaochuan cut through the void and separated a void door. He stepped in with Shui Lingshu, Zihanyan, Xiao Linger and Xiao Hong and went towards the heaven. At this time, the Tianting has been surrounded by the monks of Xinhe civilization, including Demon Clan, Dragon Clan and Azura Clan. The 4 most powerful races, led by the creatures of thousands of races in the 4-star regions, surrounded the heaven. The lowest of the creatures of Xinhe civilization is the most important cultivation for all ages. Anyone who goes out is at the level of a holy earth palm sect, which makes everyone breathless. Above the Lingxiao temple, the purple gold emperor held a supreme imperial weapon-level war sword, facing the sword directly to the Azura secondary god. Lord Zijin, you are all dead. Even if you are reborn against the sky, your combat power will be greatly reduced. It is said that you were once the strongest in Dian world, and even the Tianming demon emperor is not your opponent. Let me experience your skills. The secondary god of the Azura family disdained. The secondary god of the Azura nationality was 8 feet tall, like a huge white skeleton, wearing bronze armor. His face was scarlet with scornful eyes, and he did not pay any attention to the purple and gold emperor. This is an ancestor of our Azura nationality, named Jiuyin Laozu, who reached the 2nd level of the secondary god realm. When he was young, he was a fierce man. Can he be compared with those indigenous secondary gods in Dian world? Qua. A young man of the Azura nationality said proudly. Yes, look. Our ancestors could kill the aboriginal secondary god opposite with one move. Fart, Zijin Emperor once unified the whole North/Xinjiang and established an immortal god kingdom. His power was so great that all the lords of the 6 civilizations from all sides had to worship and all the creatures of all ethnic groups had to belong to him. When Zijin Emperor was alive, he was invincible in the world, and few people could catch his move. Even if Zijin Emperor couldn't exert the power of his previous life, he was not comparable to a second-class low-level secondary god in the secondary god realm. A middle-aged man suddenly said. Elder Martial Brother Yu, is that true? A charming woman asked. You have to believe my judgment, but I'm better than him. Even if the former Emperor of Purple and Gold is still not my enemy of unity, cough, low-key, low-key. Yu Mingsong touched the 2 curls of beard above his lips, carrying his hands, proudly said. Ah? Elder Martial Brother Yu, are you so good? The charming woman pretended to be surprised and asked. Yu Mingsong stared at the beautiful woman's white catkins, and saw that the 10 fingers were clenched like jade onions. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said with a smile, of course, you go to my room tonight, and I'll share with you my elder martial brother's experience in seizing fortune, so that you can also seize fortune as soon as possible, and then you can find a way to live in troubled times. It's difficult to survive in troubled times. It's difficult to prevent a bosom friend in troubled times, and I'll see you tonight. Pa. The woman threw a hard slap and slapped Yu Mingsong in the face. Yu Mingsong turned twice in mid-air, before slamming to the ground. I'm fed up with it. What's your use except boasting? Obviously, the woman thought Yu Mingsong was bragging. I'm afraid this guy surnamed Yu didn't even reach the level of immortality. Previously, the woman couldn't see through his cultivation, so she mistook him for some powerful hermit. Can the hermit be so unreliable? The woman shook her head and turned away. Yu Mingsong, which girl are you flirting with again? Ning Xiaochuan rode. Yu Ming stood up, showing a bearded face, staring at Ning Xiaochuan with a pair of rather obscene eyes, and Xiao Ling, Xiao Hong, Zi Hanyan, Shui Lingxiu, who followed him slowly, said, Wipe, Ning Xiaochuan, how do you talk? I saw that woman has unique bones and talent, and she must have the potential to become a god in the future. I want to share with her the experience of capturing nature. Is this also wrong? Hearing Yu Mingsong's words, Ning Xiaochuan was speechless, shook his head, and looked in the direction of the Emperor Zijin. It's an ancestor, really an ancestor. Purple Hanyan said excitedly. For Zihanyan, Zijin Emperor is the eternal pride of Zijia. It is simply like a monument, worthy of eternal respect. Ning Xiaochuan, watching the sub-god level battle will help you a lot in the future. You may not see it for 100,000 years. Yu Mingsong came over and said in a low voice. Fight. The purple air on the purple emperor's body was 3,000 miles, like a purple cloud suspended in the sky, only spitting out 2 words, like the thunder sound, shaking the clouds and the earth. He didn't talk nonsense with Jiweiyan's ancestor, and his whole body radiated divine light, displaying his strongest unique skills. Hunyuanichi sword. All of a sudden, the spirit of Lingxiao Temple was mobilized by the Emperor of Purple and Gold. A sword cut down was enough to destroy a star. The power exerted was definitely thousands of times greater than that of Ning Xiaochuan. Looking at the power exerted by the Zijin Emperor, Jiweiyan ancestor was not a bit afraid, but excited, and said, Dian world, I'm afraid only you can fight with me, I hope you don't disappoint me, Kwa Kwa. The huge bone body of Jiweiyan ancestor exudes a force of death, just like an abyss troll. Sure marksmanship. Jiweiyan Laozu roared, and 100-meter-long black wing grew behind him, like a white bone, ferocious to the extreme. A long gun weighing 58,700 kilograms instantly appeared in his hand, which was filled with purple lightning. This spear is a secondary artifact made by Shura's father, who spent his whole life refining it. Jiweiyan's cultivation is also very powerful. It is powerful to control the secondary artifact with his cultivation. At that time, the sky and the earth changed color, and the top of the Lingxiao temple was covered with black clouds, forming bursts of sweeping cold winds. Some ancient monks could not bear the pressure and fainted directly. The second gods fought and the earth fell apart. The aboriginal secondary god is the aboriginal secondary god. He doesn't even have a secondary artifact on his body. How can he stop the blow of the old ancestor? A genius of Azura said proudly. Ogawa, will his ancestor be all right? Purple Hanyan asked anxiously. Ning Xiaochuan said faintly, we should all believe your ancestors, shouldn't we? In a word, the Emperor of Zijin is also half of Ning Xiaochuan's master, so Ning Xiaochuan still knows the strength of the Emperor of Zijin. This is the first real battle between the secondary god of Xinhe civilization and the secondary god of Dian world. Ning Xiaochuan knows that this war is very important, and Zijin Emperor must not lose. Last time, the battle between the Lord of Heaven and the dragon and demon gods was only a tentative battle, not a battle of life and death. This time, it's completely different. Zijin Emperor must also understand the importance of this war. The purple gold emperor's eyes were sharp, and he had an imperial momentum. He stared at the opposite Jiu ancestor tightly, and his two eyes were like the sun and the moon, shining on the heaven and earth. His body was wrapped in purple clouds, looming, which was very similar to the purple air on purple smoke, but the purple air of purple smoke was not as pure as him, and was far less thick than him. The Lord of the Purple Gold Emperor held up the supreme imperial weapon-level sword with both hands, and cleaved down at Jiu Laozu. A sword chi connected the sky and the earth. Bang! The earth suddenly appeared, thousands of miles of cracks, mountains collapsed, rivers broke, and even the void was distorted. In the eyes of outsiders, the Emperor of Purple and Gold just made a move with Jiu, but in fact, he has made no less than 1,000 moves. Haha, happy, I'm afraid that only you can fight me in the world? Jiu said in surprise. I'm definitely not the only one who can fight you. There are people outside, and there are days outside. The Purple Gold Emperor said faintly. If you have this skill, the battle will be over. Originally, Jiu Laozu had a secondary artifact in his hand and had an advantage in weapons. After fighting for so long, if I can't take you down, those old guys must laugh at me again. Jiu intended to use his strongest unique skill to end the life of the Emperor Zijin. Shura perishes. Jiu father read the pithy formula and gathered 1/10 of the divine chi in the heaven and injected it into the divine gun. Crackling! Waves of purple thunder electricity flowed in the magic gun, turning into a sea of thunder, emitting light pillars with electric dragon's eyes. Ning Xiaochuan just looked at the sea of thunder and felt his eyes tingle. Other monks were even more unbearable. Some people were hit by lightning and turned directly into fly ash. The power of the secondary god level, however, is just a blast of air, which can kill the supreme of the eternal realm. This is the bottom card of Jiu ancestor, a divine power. In Xinhe civilization, he once killed 3 secondary gods with this move. Using Shura's death decision, Jiu Laozu even dared to challenge the 3rd level of the secondary realm. You should know that Ning Xiaochuan is the constitution of the supreme body of gods and demons, and he can't bear the oppression of the power of the secondary god, so he keeps retreating with the people. Ning Xiaochuan can only sigh that the battle of the secondary god has gone beyond ordinary people's cognition. At the moment, the Zijin Emperor had no fear at all in his heart, and his eyes were full of courage, so he directly attacked him. Sky Purple Sword. Suddenly, a purple light shot from the sky and entered the supreme imperial sword of the Purple and Gold Emperor. A purple Tianhe appears above the head of the Purple and Gold Emperor. It's not the Tianhe River, but the Jianhe River formed by the sword chi of the Purple and Gold Emperor. Shua. The Lord of the Purple Gold Emperor cleaved his sword at Jiu Laozu, and the whole world trembled. The purple Tianhe also fell down and rushed into the vast sea of thunder. Boom! With a loud bang, the 2 secondary gods retreated and flew out at the same time. Poof! Jiu ancestor retreated to a distance of kilometers. As soon as his throat was sweet, he immediately spewed out a mouthful of blood, which all dripped on the earth of the heaven, and immediately made the ground full of holes, just like a meteorite hitting the ground, causing great damage. Even if the monk who captured nature was dripping with God's blood, he might die. Under the secondary god, there are ants. On the contrary, the Emperor of Zijin just took a few small steps back, stood still and sighed, the sword that has followed me for many years has also been destroyed. After all, the supreme imperial weapon is not as good as the secondary artifact. At this moment, the purple gold divine sword in the hands of the purple gold emperor has fused half, leaving only 2 feet long. Although the war sword is damaged, it is still very powerful, and it is a powerful disabled soldier. The purple gold emperor pinched the disabled soldiers in his hands, and his momentum did not decline at all. Silent. There was silence. The secondary god of Dian world is so powerful? Defeated the Jiu ancestor who used the secondary god without secondary artifact. Haha. Happy. No one has injured me for 100,000 years. I didn't expect such a strong man in Dian world. Come again. Jiu ancestor rode. You're not his opponent. Step down. A hoarse voice sounded in the void, carrying a cold air, which was like the master of hell talking. Everyone in Tianting felt cold all over, as if they were entering a hot summer and cold winter. The sky darkened, emitting layers of dark clouds. A huge skull emerged from the clouds. It was bigger than the mountains and very ferocious. A pair of blood-red eyes stared at the purple king standing in the purple clouds and giggled. A breath more terrible than Jiuyun's ancestor emanated from it. Brother, I didn't lose. Jiuyun wanted to argue and prove that he didn't lose, but suddenly a strong purple gas came out from his chest, destroying his heart. The heart-rending pain immediately spread to Jiuyun's mind, and he was in agony. This is a divine skill in the Zixia Sutra, called the Purple Sutra Breaking the Palace. Unexpectedly, the Zijin Emperor died once, and his understanding of the Tao is more profound. If he can't be treated in time, the Wu Daoxin Palace of Jiuyun ancestor may be destroyed. Yu Mingsong Road. Ning Xiaochuan can't sigh. Although Yu Mingsong seems to be unreliable at ordinary times, he is completely a know-it-all, so there is nothing he doesn't know? Cultivating the palace-breaking skill of the Purple Sutra to Desheng shows that the Purple Sutra has also been cultivated to Desheng. Now I'm cultivating the Purple Sutra to Xiaocheng, and the power I play is not even 1/100th of the Desheng Purple Sutra. Zihanyan tightly tied his hands, which seemed to be a little ashamed of the title of the descendants of the gods. Ning Xiaochuan, who was on the side, naturally saw the clue and comforted, if the Zixia Sutra is so easy to cultivate, it's not called nerve. You are so young and will cultivate the Zixia Sutra to Xiaocheng. It's already great. There are still many opportunities in the future, and even surpassing your ancestors may not be impossible. Yes. Sister Z, Ning Xiaochuan is now a king-level heart-nourishing master. The pills for cultivation are inexhaustible, and you are also Ning Xiaochuan's lover, and you are still worried. Hearing the 2 words of lover, Ning Xiaochuan hurriedly blocked Xiao Linger's mouth and didn't let her continue talking. His eyes moved to Zihanyan, and it was obvious that Zihanyan's white and impenetrable face appeared a touch of purplish red, like a peony in March. Ning Xiaochuan stared at Xiao Hong again and said, Little Linger. Little Linger, like a child who did something wrong, took out 10 slender jade fingers and counted them. She thought to herself, it must be my wrong words that make Sister Purple blush. Ning Xiaochuan, is what Little Linger's sister said wrong? Sister Z is not your lover? Xiao Hong widened her eyes and asked. Zihanyan was also thinking, Ning Xiaochuan has so many women, and each of them doesn't have to be bad. Who am I? The eyes of Yu Mingsong and Xue Lingxiu on the side were also attracted by these 2 living treasures, staring at Ning Xiaochuan with doubts on their faces. He is not my lover, but my woman. Ning Xiaochuan said faintly. Hearing Ning Xiaochuan's answer, Zihanyan's apple-like cheeks reddened, but he was really very happy. At this moment, Jiuyun father completely gave up the idea of fighting with the purple and gold emperor again, forcibly suppressed the pain, stared at his heart in horror, and shouted, Brother, help me. The eldest brother in the mouth of Jiu Dang Jia is Jiu Dang Jia. His cultivation is unfathomable and has a high status in the Azura clan. Phew! Jiu Dang Jia gently raised his skull-like left hand, and there was no blood at all. He pointed at Jiu Dang Jia, and a bright red light suddenly appeared in the stars and entered Jiu Dang Jia's body. Just this skill, it is completely not human, can do. Suddenly, the Zixia qi that invaded Jiu Dang Jia was reduced by half. About a quarter of an hour later, Jiu Dang Jia completely eliminated the Zixia qi that the Zijin Emperor had penetrated into Jiu Dang Jia. Jiu Dang Jia took out a holy healing pill and handed it to Jiu Dang Jia, saying, "You are seriously injured. Refining an Emperor-level healing pill should restore 20% of your combat power, but you can't participate in the next battle," Jiu Dang Jia said, and a pill the size of a sugar bean appeared in his hand. On the elixir, there are actually 2 divine dragons circling. The dragon heads of the 2 divine dragons intersect and finally enter the mouth of Jiu Dang ancestor. Jiu Dang Jia stared at the man in purple standing in the purple clouds with blood-red eyes and said, "Are you the Lord of the Purple Gold Emperor?" The Emperor of Zijin ignored Jiu Dang Jia and asked, without fear, "Do you want to fight with me?" "No, no, no. You only have half of the supreme imperial weapon in your hand now, not to mention, you fight with my 4th brother and use the supreme imperial weapon to resist the secondary artifact. I'm afraid you're also injured at this time. I don't want to take advantage of others' danger." Haha. Jiu Dang turned his huge skull like a skeleton, and every word he said contained great energy, just like the fierce ghost crying in hell. Bang bang. Thousands of young friars of the younger generation in the heaven just heard the vague sound from the skull, and their bodies immediately burst open and instantly turned into blood fog, including elders-level friars and geniuses of the divine palace. Poof! Ning Xiaochuan stimulated the power of the supreme body of the gods and demons, half of which were black and half were white, which barely blocked the sound waves of Jiu Dang Jia. At this moment, he only felt the blood boiling in his body and his ears were deaf. Ning Xiaochuan looked back. Except for Yu Mingsong, Xiao Hong and Xiao Linger, Shui Lingshu and Zihanyan were very pale at the moment, and asked, "Are you all right?" "Nothing." Both of them answered at the same time. "It's okay." Ning Xiaochuan took out 2 royal healing pills and handed them to them. At the same time, he took 1 royal healing pill himself and began to refine it. A quarter of an hour later, Ning Xiaochuan finally refined the pill and stared at the Azura secondary god who called Jiu Dang Jia with lingering fear, "It's terrible. Jiu Dang Jia just moved the sound waves generated by his bones, and I can't resist it." Jiu Dang Jia's cultivation is absolutely no weaker than that of the Zijin Emperor. After refining the king's elixir, Ning Xiaochuan found that his cultivation reached the 4th peak of the realm of creation, which was a step away from the 5th peak of the realm of creation. As long as there are enough resources, we can reach the 5th level of the realm of creation in a month at most. Xiao Hong and Xiao Linger are both natural spirits, and they can easily resist the sound wave attack of Jiu Dang Jia. Shui Lingshu, who has stronger cultivation, was attacked by sound waves, causing some minor hidden injuries. It seems that the sound wave of Jiu Dang Jia is only to attack the Terran friars. Xiao Linger and Xiao Hong are not hurt by sound waves. Ning Xiaochuan is not surprised, but why is Yu Mingsong all right? It's so strange. Is Yu Mingsong really a reclusive expert? Ning Xiaochuan thought so. Godfather, who is so hateful that he hurt you, Sister Z and Sister Shui. I'll go up and help you teach them a lesson. Little Linger said. Xiao Linger's cultivation reached the level of the 4th monarch of the realm of creation. Even if she threw out her cards, even the 6th monarch of the realm of creation could fight. In her eyes, anyone who hurt Ning Xiaochuan should die, even if it was a secondary god. The little red on the side raised her fist and echoed, "Little Linger, I'm going too." "Come on, one idea of the secondary god is enough to kill you 10,000 times. It's not too late for a gentleman to take revenge." Little Linger doesn't understand, and you don't understand? Yu Mingsong pretended to be a senior expert and scolded Xiao Hong. "But Elder Yu is right. It's nothing, but we'll write down this account for him first and ask him to pay it back later." Ning Xiaochuan interrupted Xiao Hong's words and said bitterly. Jiu Tian Laozu was followed by two creatures, all covered in black fog, who couldn't see their appearance. However, the smell from them should not be underestimated, and they are not much weaker than the Jiuyun ancestor in front of him. Are these the four secondary gods of the Azure realm? Ning Xiaochuan's secret way. At this time, the Lingxiao Temple and the buildings within a 10,000-mile radius were all reduced to ruins due to the First World War of the Emperor Zijin. Suddenly, three secondary gods appeared in the Azure family, and their cultivation was no weaker than that of the Zijin Emperor, which made all the creatures in Dian world lose their fighting heart. Under the treatment of Jiuyun Laozu recovered 20% of his combat power. Although it was only 20%, his combat power was far from being comparable to that of creatures in the realm of creation. "Fourth brother, are you too weak? Unexpectedly, you were hurt like this, by the secondary god of Dian world?" A secondary god next to Jiu Tian Laozu laughed. The great master, Jiu Feng, who spoke, had 3 levels of cultivation in the secondary realm, and was also a cruel man. He once slaughtered a 4th-level deity in the Shura purgatory. That's right. It really disgraces our Shura 4 gods. "Second brother, you are so capable, then you help me revenge?" Jiuyun said angrily. The second brother in Lao Yun's mouth is called Jedi Laozu, the 4th level of cultivation in the secondary god realm. Jiu Tian Laozu, Jiu Di Laozu, Jiu Feng Laozu, and Jiu Yun Laozu found the inheritance of a Shura god king in Shura purgatory, became brothers, and then jointly practiced for hundreds of thousands of years, collectively known as the Shura 4 gods, named Heaven, Earth, Wind and Cloud. Hundreds of millions of creatures they have killed cannot be overestimated. I don't need the second brother's hand. I can crush the aboriginal sub-god with one hand. Wait and see. Jiufeng Laozu rode. Come back, you are not the opponent of the man in purple. His current combat power is equivalent to the 5th weight of the secondary god realm. If there is a secondary artifact in hand, kill you every minute. Jiu Tian Laozu seemed to see through something, said coldly. Hearing what Jiu Tian Laozu said, Jiu Feng Laozu didn't dare to fight against the purple and gold emperor rashly. The fighting of the Azure family doesn't mean that they like to die. Previously, Father Jiuyun fought with the Zijin Emperor because he couldn't see through the cultivation of the Zijin Emperor. Now when he heard what Father Jiuyun said, he also broke out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, he had a secondary artifact in his hand, which blocked 80% of the attack of the Zijin Emperor, otherwise he would capsize in the gutter and die miserably in Dian world. Jiuyun ancestor rode. Elder brother, otherwise I and the second brother will go to ask for advice on the skill of the purple gold emperor? Jiufeng ancestor still didn't give up. Well, go. This rebuffed Tian Laozu didn't stop them. No one knew the fighting power of his 2 righteous brothers better than Jiu Tian Laozu. Even if he didn't use that trick under their joint hands, it would be difficult to win. Not to mention that the Emperor of Zijin now even destroyed the only supreme imperial weapon. Fight. The Emperor of Zijin didn't have any fear. He held the Zijin divine sword. Although the sword was damaged, it was still very strong, and his whole body was full of war. This time our 2 brothers joined hands, and you are dead. The voice of Jiufeng ancestor was like trying the Emperor of Zijin. Don't you deceive me? No one in heaven? 6 strong smells suddenly appeared in Lingxiao Temple. It is the other 6 secondary gods in Dian world. A monk with a beast's head of Shinha civilization said in surprise. Because the Lingxiao temple in Dian world suddenly had 6 more secondary gods, Jiu Feng and Jiu Feng retreated back to Jiu Tian and said, "Brother, what should I do now?" Jiu Tian Lao Zu couldn't be careful either, and said coldly, "Haven't you seen enough of the dragon sub-god, the demon sub-god, and the demon sub-god? At this time, when will you wait?" As soon as Jiuyun's father finished speaking, then there was a crack in the void. The sky had just been sunny and sunny. At the moment, there was a sudden gust of wind, lightning, and thunder. A huge dragon loomed in the thunder clouds, and the huge dragon's roar shocked everyone. A magic dragon fell from a height of tens of millions of meters. Its eyes were bigger than the dark iron gate of Lingxiao Temple. A pair of long dragon horns grew on the dragon's head, and there was huge energy on the dragon horns. The dragon releases the devil. The momentum you have created is quite big. The demon caste, the secondary god of the demon clan, also came slowly from the void, and every step of the void produced a ripple. The dragon demon slightly opened his eyes and said faintly, "Ha ha. Shrink to an inch and step thousands of miles. It seems that your control of time and space is not very general? Can you stop for a while?" As soon as the voice fell, another creature came out of the void, a god with a head like a dragon, which was the sea-covering secondary god injured by the main dragon of Lingxiao Temple a few days ago. Fu Hai's second god stared at the front, glared at the Lord of Heaven, and said, "Xing Long, let's make a good calculation this time." "Any time?" The Lord of Heaven said faintly, and there was no change in his expression. "Fu Hai sub-god almost died at the hands of our Lord of Heaven last time. How dare you challenge him? How dare you?" A woman with purple hair and red clothes said. "Young generation, you want to die." When Fu Haizi heard that the creatures of Dian world dared to expose their wounds, he was immediately angry, and a huge palm fell from the sky, just like a meteorite falling from the universe. If it was hit, even the 9th level monk in the realm of creation would be destroyed. Nana no Amiba. As soon as the palm of the sea sub-god touched the woman in red, it was blocked by a piece of Buddhist text. The Buddhist text seemed to be spiritual, and wrapped the palm layer by layer, just like the scorching sun in the sky, emitting a shining light. "I'll take this supreme imperial instrument. Benefactor Fu Hai, on behalf of the Buddha, I thank you for your kindness." Amiba. A monk wearing a jeweled cassock and holding a worn wooden fish said to the sea-covering secondary god. The monk's beard is very slender, and there are 9 ring scars on his head, emitting bursts of golden light. "Shit." Fu Haizishan couldn't help but burst out a rude sentence, which was very painful, but, in order to save his face, he calmly said, "If you like it, take it." The monk's behavior made Ning Xiaochuan think of an acquaintance, but since he stood with the Lord of Heaven, his cultivation should be good, and he is estimated to be a hidden secondary god. Ning Xiaochuan said, "Elder Yu, have you seen this monk before?" Yu Mingsong shook his head, saying he had never seen it. "He is a Taoist monk in our Great Day Blissful Palace. His name is Dharma God Buddha. He disappeared 50,000 years ago. I didn't expect to be alive. I only saw him in the image of the Great Day Blissful Palace." Monk Tanqian did not know when he came to Ning Xiaochuan and bowed respectfully to the Dharma God Buddha. Sure enough, he came from the blissful palace of the Great Sun. No wonder I said that he is so similar to Monk Tanqian. There are different ancestors and descendants. Ning Xiaochuan thought so. "Dharma, I haven't seen you for 50,000 years, and you still haven't quit your greed?" An old Taoist wearing a Taoist robe and holding a duster said. "It's the supreme god ancestor of our Taoist sect. When he became a deity 50,000 years ago, he suddenly disappeared. I didn't expect to see him again in my lifetime. I'm in peace when I die." The Taoist priest of a Taoist temple said excitedly. "Dragon ancestor, he looks exactly like the statue of our dragon family. He must be the dragon ancestor of our dragon family. Some creatures of the dragon clan worship the giant divine dragon perched on the Lingxiao temple. The dragon nationality in their mouth is not the dragon nationality of Xinhe civilization, and there are also dragon nationalities in Dian world. The beautiful woman behind the Lord of Heaven should be the queen of the emperor. Unexpectedly, she also broke through and stepped into the realm of the secondary god. Yu Mingsong touched the beard residue on his face. The secondary gods of Dian world and Xinhe civilization suddenly appeared on the Lingxiao temple, which made everyone completely breathless. After negotiation, the final result was that 14 secondary gods fought 7 battles one by one. Of course, the losing party should give the other party a continental heart as a bet. After all, the war of the second god is too destructive to destroy everything. The genius of the younger generation also fought 7 battles, and the bet was the same. Every time they lost, they also gave each other a continental heart. The secondary god of Dian world is really stupid. He actually agreed to the proposal of our Jiu Tian Lao Zu. Isn't it a free gift for us to give us 7 continental hearts? A young man of Azura said disdainfully. It's too early to say. I heard that there is a genius in Dian world. Many young people of our Azura family died at his hands. I guess it's not that simple, said an elderly friar of the Azura nationality. Ning Xiaochuan, right? I hope he doesn't disappoint me then. Qua. It's not Ning Xiaochuan, it's Xia Shenzi. It's said that he broke through the 6th level of the realm of creation 100 years ago. Now 100 years have passed, no one knows how terrible his cultivation is. If only I could be his servant. A woman of the Azura nationality said excitedly. Are you Ning Xiaochuan? Zijin Emperor stood in Lingxiao temple and stared at Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan bowed respectfully to the Emperor Zijin and replied, exactly. Ancestors? Zihanyan knelt down to the Lord of Zijin Emperor and shouted respectfully. Well, yes, get up. You cultivated the Zixia Sutra to Xiaocheng when you were young. I only practiced the Zixia Sutra to the beginning when I was your age. I have a great chance to surpass me in the future. I am worthy of being the descendant of my Zijia family. Haha. At this time, the Emperor of Zijin was not like a warrior at all, but more like an old man who lived a long life. This is not the place to talk. I'd better talk again in Lingxiao Temple. By the way, tell them about the current war situation. Su Burial Day said. Wow. A gate with a height of 100 meters was slowly rising. Ning Xiaochuan, Xuelingxiu, Yu Mingsong, Zihanyan, Monk Tanqian, Little Linger and Xiao Hong followed the footsteps of the purple and gold emperor into the Lingxiao temple. Lingxiao temple is very spacious inside. The buildings are all made of dark iron outside the sky. Even a punch from the Supreme Master of the Eternal Realm can't cause any damage. Sit down. Yes. Ning Xiaochuan, Xuelingxiu, and others responded with one voice. The secondary gods of Xinhe civilization will fight against us one by one, and the younger generation will also fight 7 battles. I believe you all know that? A middle-aged man in a dragon robe asked. I know. Ning Xiaochuan said faintly. Ning Xiaochuan, we have decided to include you, Xuelingxiu, Yu Mingsong and Zihanyan in the battle of the young generation. Are you willing? Zijin Emperor asked. This may be related to the future of Dian world. As long as you win, you can get more continental hearts. Only by gathering 16 continental hearts can you open the ancient formation. Therefore, you must not lose. Su Funtian said seriously. Ning Xiaochuan answered without any consideration, I am willing to fight with the creatures of Xinhe civilization. I am willing to fight with the creatures of Xinhe civilization. Yu Mingsong and Xuelingxiu also said. If even Tianting is captured, Dian world will be over, so Ning Xiaochuan must stand up, even if it is broken to pieces. Good. 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 The Lord of Heaven said 3 good words in a row and said, from today on, you can use the resources of heaven at will. Don't hesitate to use what you need. In addition, there are 3 other geniuses who will also participate in this battle. You can get to know each other. As soon as the Tianting finished speaking, 3 people walked out of the back pavilion and slowly walked out. 2 men and a woman. The man looks like Yushu Ling Fang, and the woman is really beautiful, with white collarbone, plump figure, 3,000 silver hair hanging on her waist, a white veil on her face, like a fairy, and a familiar aroma spread to Ning Xiaochuan's mind. Ning Xiaochuan is sure that the woman knows him absolutely. Ning Xiaochuan is also very familiar with the fragrance on his body. Who is she? Ning Xiaochuan searched all the familiar women in his mind. Finally, he suddenly remembered an old friend who might have died. Is it her? But how is it possible? Brother Ning, please give me more advice. The 2 men next to the Lord of Heaven slightly arched their hands at Ning Xiaochuan and said at the same time. Both men looked very young, handsome and vigorous, and their bodies exuded bright light, surrounded by a Baoguang god ring behind their bodies. Are they the 2 mysterious geniuses who were exceptionally accepted as disciples by the Lord of Heaven, the first and second in the divine palace? Purple culvert flew. Well, it should be. Snow spirit empty way. After a pause, Shui Lingshu said again, they are at least Tianjiao of the level that is difficult to meet in 10,000 years, and they are not comparable to ordinary creatures that are difficult to meet in 10,000 years. The man named Ji Fan has the human heart palace, and his cultivation has also reached the realm of creation. And the man named Xia Shenzi is even more impossible. Even I can't see through his cultivation, and he is also the son of God, who has the congenital supreme body. The son of the god has a very strong constitution and has the supreme cultivation from birth. Not only that, but also the congenital supreme body. Ning Xiaochuan, what's the matter with you? Xiao Hong asked in a low voice. Since knowing Ning Xiaochuan, Xiao Hong has never seen Ning Xiaochuan lose his temper like this. At the moment, Ning Xiaochuan was staring at the masked woman, completely ignoring Ji Fan and Xia Shenzi. Evil? Xiao Hong came to a conclusion that Ning Xiaochuan was definitely evil. He is not evil. He is poisoned. Yu Mingsong roared. Poisoned, godfather, how can he be poisoned? Little Linger asked. Hee. Yu Mingsong said with a smile, this poison is not that poison. What do you know, little boy? Oh. Little Linger nodded vaguely. Brother Ning, please give me more advice. The 2 arched their hands again. Ning Xiaochuan stared at the woman and asked, are you Yu Minghua? What famous Yu flower? Brother Ning, won't you be confused? Ji Fan, standing aside, laughed. Ji Fan thought that Ning Xiaochuan had just been injured by the sound waves sent by Zhu Tian Laozu, and maybe his head had been damaged. Ning Xiaochuan ignored Ji Fan and said again, are you the acquaintance of Yulan Empire, Yu Minghua? Sorry, I'm not. My name is Hai Tang, this child, you recognize the wrong person. The woman said. The expression under her veil was completely invisible to others. Did you hear that? Fairy Hai Tang said that she was not the Yu Minghua girl you knew. Ji Fan sneered. He always felt that Ning Xiaochuan was deliberately chatting up the fairy begonia. Do you think I recognize the wrong person? Ning Xiaochuan thought so. No, I can't read it wrong. Her eyes, the breath and even her actions are exactly the same as those of Mrs. Yin Qi, Yu Minghua. She is definitely a famous Yu flower. Can you please take off the veil on your face? If not, I won't pester you. Ning Xiaochuan said faintly. Enough. Suddenly, a stream of air came from Lingxiao Temple, like a five-finger mountain pressing on Ning Xiaochuan's shoulder. An old Taoist, wearing a yellow Taoist robe, walked slowly towards Ning Xiaochuan. He was the Taoist god ancestor Yushu, who had previously appeared in Lingxiao Temple. It is said that most Taoist temples in Dian world were created by Yushu Daozu. Among the 10 Taoist temples, 9 of the portraits enshrined were Yushu Daozu. He became a sub-god long ago, and now his cultivation is unfathomable. With each small step closer to the ancestor of Yushu, Ning Xiaochuan's pressure increased 10 times, and finally had to stimulate the power of the supreme body of the gods and demons. The supreme power of the gods and demons spread all over the body. Half of Ning Xiaochuan's body was white, and half of his body was black. However, it still couldn't stop the pressure of the secondary god, and even the ground had cracks. Bull nose, are you trying to bully people? As soon as Dharma Buddha finished speaking, he waved his arm and made a golden on. Ning Xiaochuan immediately appeared a golden light on his body, forming a protective cover. Suddenly, the pressure on Ning Xiaochuan disappeared without a trace. Ancestor Yushu, what's your strength with the younger generation? If he wants to see it, you can let him see it. It's just a woman. The Empress suddenly said that she had not spoken. The Empress, the wife of the son of the Emperor of Heaven, is a man of profound cultivation. Yushu Daozu's eyes slightly moved to Haitang and said to the crowd, "No, Haitang is my younger martial sister. Is it a mortal can desecrate? The junior sister of the second god?" People were surprised. Even Long Zhu, who had not spoken, opened his eyes slightly. At the moment, Long Zhu had turned into a human shape, just like an old man in his twilight years, but the breath he emitted was not to be underestimated. How is this possible? Is she really your junior sister? Father Dharma asked in surprise. Begonia is indeed a new apprentice of my master. Yusu said calmly. Ogawa, what's the matter with you? Zehanyan clenched Ning Xiaochuan's sweaty hands and asked softly. Is it really his junior sister of Yushu Daozu? Do I really recognize the wrong person? Ning Xiaochuan is very tangled at the moment. That breath, that pair of eyes, will there be such a same person in the world? However, if he is really Yu Minghua, why don't he know me? Is there anything difficult to hide? Your name is Haitang, right? Ning Xiaochuan asked tentatively. Yes, you did recognize the wrong person, young master. I'm really not the acquaintance you know. Begonia said calmly. Her voice is very soft, like the sound of nature on the 9 days. Yu Minghua, when are you going to pretend with me? Ning Xiaochuan is sure that Begonia is a famous flower of you. Ning Xiaochuan firmly believed that he would not admit the wrong person, stared into Haitang's eyes and said, Can you take off your veil and let me see your face? If it's not that old friend, I'll deliver these 2 continental hearts on me to you as an apology, how about it? Ogawa, do you really have the heart of the mainland? The heart of the Lord of Heaven moved slightly. The Lord of Tianting felt incredible. The whole Tianting collected for hundreds of millions of years and only got 8 continental hearts. Ning Xiaochuan was just a descendant. How did he do it? Master, don't be fooled by Ning Xiaochuan. He just misses the beauty of Begonia Fairy. Jifan rode on the side. Monk Tanqian also stared at Ning Xiaochuan, his eyes shining. The heart of the mainland, that's a good thing. Shut up, don't talk nonsense, Ogawa is such a person. The Lord of Heaven glared at Jifan and said, You should learn from your elder martial brother. You are so impetuous. Don't you understand this truth? What the master taught me is that I will follow his instructions. Jifan said respectfully. Jifan then retreated around Xia Shenzi, which was too humiliating. He felt that it was Ning Xiaochuan who made himself so humiliated in the hall. He stared at Ning Xiaochuan and thought to himself, If the begonia fairy takes off the veil and Ning Xiaochuan can't take out the heart of the mainland, then severely humiliate him. Well, I did inadvertently get the hearts of 2 continents a few days ago. Ning Xiaochuan rode. What if I say no? Begonia fairy said calmly. She is not attracted by the heart of the mainland at all. Junior sister Haitang, don't you think about it? Su Funtian said regretfully. That's the heart of 2 continents. Yushu Daozu and Su Funtian and others are at the same level, and the begonia fairy is the younger martial sister of Yushu Daozu, so it is not surprising that Su Funtian and the begonia fairy are called elder martial brothers and sisters. Don't think about it. I refuse Ning Xiaochuan's unreasonable request. Ning Xiaochuan, as a younger generation, you must first learn to respect your elders. Begonia fairy way. You should know that the value of the heart of the mainland is comparable to a secondary artifact. 2 hearts of the mainland are 2 secondary artifact. Ning Xiaochuan didn't expect that the fairy begonia refused without even thinking about it. It's illogical. It's not soft. It seems hard. Ning Xiaochuan also thought about using the power of God to investigate the face under the veil of the begonia fairy, but when Ning Xiaochuan's mind entered the begonia fairy 2 meters, it was blocked by an invisible force. If the fairy begonia refuses to take off the veil, then I will give up participating in the battle of the younger generation. Ning Xiaochuan has his own persistence in his heart. Hearing this, Zijin also slightly raised her eyebrows and said, it's very important for Ogawa to do this. Don't be so hasty. I've thought it over. Don't persuade me, elder. Ning Xiaochuan rode. If the begonia fairy refuses to take off the veil, and you doesn't participate in the battle of any younger generation, it's no good with me? If you can see the beautiful face of the begonia fairy, hey, you can consider it. Ning Xiaochuan, you are worthy of being one of our generation, and you want to go with me. Yu Mingsong laughed. Yu Mingsong stared at Ning Xiaochuan's serious eyes, put away the smile on his face, and suddenly said, Ning Xiaochuan, fairy begonia can't really be a lover of your past. Ning Xiaochuan didn't say anything. Are you threatening me? Asked the fairy begonia. Yes, it's threatening you. Ning Xiaochuan didn't give in at all. He knew that it was definitely not a matter of appearance to miss today and want to see her in the future. Since you are so persistent, I will take off the veil. I hope you will keep your promise. Begonia fairy way. Well, as long as the begonia fairy is willing to take off the yarn, I will win a game for Dian World. Ning Xiaochuan rode. Younger martial sister, do you really want to do this? The ancestor of Yusu advised. It's not a big deal. Since they have to see it, let's see it. The begonia fairy said, and a pair of slender jade hands gently took off the veil, revealing her flawless white face. Her eyes are like the stars in the sky, flashing light, long eyelashes, straight bridge of the nose, smooth skin, thin lips show a lovely pink, exquisite facial features, completely unlike a human woman, more like a fairy in the legend. Silent. There was silence. Even the 7 secondary gods present were silent, and their eyes were all focused on the begonia fairy. If you want to compare the begonia fairy with royal sissy, only the temperament royal sissy will also lose slightly. I'm afraid only the disappeared Juningzhu can compete with her. It's not her, it seems that I really read it wrong. Ning Xiaochuan stared at the fairy crabapple tightly and sighed gently. This woman is only in heaven. It's rare to see her again on earth. Let me have a desire and hope to return to the Jianghu. Yu Mingsong was the first to break the calm and kept sighing. Fairy Haitang quickly tied the veil again and asked, Excuse me, child? Am I the acquaintance you know? No. Sorry, I was rash before. It's just that your breath is too similar to her. My old friend is actually a poor person. I've been looking for her, but I didn't find her. Ning Xiaochuan said. Ning Xiaochuan took out an iron box with a strong seal and said, I got these 2 continental hearts unintentionally. Now I'll give them to you. Yu Mingsong, go. Ning Xiaochuan rode. At the moment, Yu Mingsong was still stunned, and his saliva actually flowed all over the floor. Yu Mingsong wiped the corners of his mouth with both hands and said, Begonia Fairy, in fact, you look more like a girl I used to know. Can you take off the veil again and let me confirm closely whether it is my acquaintance? I also give you 2 continental hearts. As soon as Yu Mingsong finished speaking, 2 mainland hearts similar to Dragon Balls appeared in his hands. Phew! Suddenly, a golden light flashed, and Yu Mingsong's heart of the mainland suddenly disappeared. Ba. Benefactor Yu, the heart of the mainland, I will accept it. All creatures in the world will be very grateful to you. Holding the heart of the mainland, Bodhidharma said with a smile. I wipe, dead monk, you quickly return the heart of the mainland to me, otherwise the true God can't save you. Yu Mingsong said angrily. Bodhidharma took it easy to put the heart of the mainland into the cassock and said with a smile, Ba. If I don't go to hell, who is like hell? Benefactor Yu. Peace of mind can lead to Buddha. Good. As soon as Yu Mingsong finished speaking, a strong breath broke out on his body, raised his palms and rushed towards the Bodhidharma god, trying to take back the hearts of the 2 continents. Ning Xiaochuan stared at the front and said secretly, Yu Mingsong, this guy is really hidden. Ah. Yu Mingsong didn't even touch the sleeve of Bodhidharma, so he was lifted out. Bald, you're cruel. Ning Xiaochuan, let's go. Yu Mingsong said. Yu Mingsong glared at monk Tanqian mercilessly and said, monks are really robbers. Ning Xiaochuan, you can't deal with those monks again in the future. It's too stupid. Yu Mingsong originally wanted to see the fairy face of the Begonia Fairy again with his 2 continental hearts. Unexpectedly, he was robbed by the Bodhidharma god. If you can't steal the chicken, you'll eat the rice instead. Yu Mingsong stared at monk Tanqian as if to say, monk, stay 3 meters away from me in the future, don't come near me. Ba. Tanqian and Shangdao. Wait. A beautiful voice suddenly reached everyone's ears. Ning Xiaochuan turned around and said, what else is the matter with the Begonia Fairy? Begonia Fairy was silent for a moment. I hope you can find your old friend. Yes. Ning Xiaochuan stared at the fairy Begonia and left without looking back. At this time, outside the Lingxiao temple, many monks gathered from all continents, all of whom were monks from Dian world. Ning Xiaochuan took Xiao Linger, Xiao Hong and Yu Mingsong, ignored them, and walked towards a temple in the distance. 3 days later, it was the day of the Great War. Zihanyan was brought by the Emperor Zijing to teach the profound meaning of Zixia Sutra. Xue Lingxiu was the descendant of the Emperor of Heaven and was also taken away by the Emperor. Even if you just give them a drop of blood of the secondary god, you can also raise their cultivation to another height. Moreover, they were taught by the secondary god himself, which was not as simple as a drop of the blood of the secondary god. Their accomplishments will certainly improve a lot. Through the transmission array, Ning Xiaochuan soon came to a building in Tianting, and the plaque was engraved with 3 big words God's Palace. After meeting Yusasai, the old marquis and Ning Xiaochuan left the divine palace and looked for a place to practice in the heaven. Ning Xiaochuan cut a crack in the void in front of him, entered it, and soon disappeared. You know, Ning Xiaochuan cultivates the way of destroying the world. If someone finds his breath, he will be wiped out. You must find a place where there is no one to practice. Ning Xiaochuan came to a place 1,000,000 miles away from the place where the pills were refined before. It is desolate here, and no warrior or Shinha civilized creatures stay here. Because the energy between heaven and earth in this region is extremely thin, and it is not suitable for cultivation at all. However, Ning Xiaochuan felt that this desolate place was very suitable for him. Ning Xiaochuan's mind was released. Within 10 seconds, he found an ancient forest, which was relatively close to Lingxiao Temple, and it would be safer. In the war 3 days later, Ning Xiaochuan also attached great importance to it. If his strength could be increased by 1 point, the probability of victory would be higher by 1 point. The top strength of Xinhe civilization can never be underestimated. First of all, Ning Xiaochuan first put 6 mines into the purple stars in Shaolinger's body to cultivate the 3,000 ways of destroying the world, the nebula way of destroying the world. Ning Xiaochuan took out 50 concrete magic war swords inside his body and arranged a defense array. Then, he took out 10 king pills and holy drugs, intending to improve his realm. As soon as the 10 king's pills were taken out, they turned into 10 black one-horned dragons, and gave out a dragon sing, even trying to escape. The shaped king elixir has been spiritual, and even the supreme master of all ages cannot capture them. However, Ning Xiaochuan had already prepared. 50 supreme king-level concrete magic war swords formed an array, firmly trapping the 2 black triangular dragons, transformed into pills, in the array. Ning Xiaochuan snorted coldly, stretched out his palm, turned into a giant hand as big as the cloud, and pressed down the 10 black dragons with their backhands. The dragon's body became smaller and smaller, and finally turned into 10 pills, emitting dazzling light, like 10 rounds of scorching sun suspended on Ning Xiaochuan's head. You know, these 10 king-level pills are all refined with 10,000-year holy medicine, and the medicine is far stronger than the general king-level pills. Without any hesitation, Ning Xiaochuan immediately took the pill, and a powerful energy immediately spread in Ning Xiaochuan's body. Ning Xiaochuan's body, after taking the pill, instantly began to turn red, and a large amount of heat was released outward through Ning Xiaochuan's body. Ning Xiaochuan's body is running the Heaven and Earth Sutra, which constantly absorbs and converts the energy released by the pill into Ning Xiaochuan's energy. Ning Xiaochuan's cultivation began to increase rapidly. 2 days later, Ning Xiaochuan absorbed the energy of 10 king elixirs, and finally reached the middle stage of the 5th weight of the realm of creation. His cultivation went further, and he seemed unwilling to leave the later stage of the 5th weight of the realm of creation. Later, Ning Xiaochuan took 7 king-level pills to reach the late stage of the 5th weight of the realm of creation. These 7 pills are also the last 7 king pills on Ning Xiaochuan. It takes 2 days to refine 10 king pills. In my current state, it should only take 1 day to refine 7 pills. As soon as Ning Xiaochuan finished speaking, he ran Tiandi Jing and began to refine the 7 king pills. Half a day later, Ning Xiaochuan absorbed 70% of the energy contained in Wang Pindan. Breakthrough, we must break through. Every inch of Ning Xiaochuan's skin became extremely blood red. It was like a blood man, sitting and practicing. Ning Xiaochuan only felt that the late stage of the 5th level of the realm of creation was 1 step away from him, only to pierce that film. 2 hours later, Ning Xiaochuan completely absorbed the 7 royal elixirs, and the realm finally reached the 5th late stage of the realm of fortune. With his current cultivation, even if he does not use secondary artifacts, he can also compete with the existence of the 7th level of God. If you use the Tiandi blade, you dare to challenge some 8th level saints in the realm of creation. 2.5 days have passed. Ning Xiaochuan has taken back the 6 mines of Xiaolinger's purple stars, which have cultivated the 3,000 ways of annihilation, the nebula way of annihilation. As soon as the 6 mines returned to Ning Xiaochuan's body, Ning Xiaochuan's mind reflected the scene of stars exploding one after another. Each of these stars is huge. If any star falls into Dian world, it can destroy the whole Dian world. But such a huge star is in a series of destruction, as if the universe is about to collapse. The power of the shock wave generated by the explosion of each star can kill the strong man of the secondary god level. Ning Xiaochuan is only cultivating the world-destroying star path to a small success now, but it is also amazing, enough to kill the seventh strongest in the realm of creation. However, now all the creatures of Xinhe civilization know the way of destroying the world, and Ning Xiaochuan dare not use it rashly. Xiaohong, Xiaoling, let's go back. Ning Xiaochuan rode. Well, Godfather, have you reached the 6th level of the Nature Sutra? Little Linger said. At the moment, Xiaohong is the 4th holy monarch of the realm of creation, and Xiaolinger has actually reached the 5th level of the realm of creation. They have been guarding around Ning Xiaochuan and protecting the Dharma for Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan said, no. It's just the 5th stage of the realm of creation. It's not so easy to break through the realm. You also need to practice well, especially Xiaohong. Xiaohong's face was wronged, and she said unconvinced in her heart, Ning Xiaochuan, I've been working hard to cultivate whether it's good. Your name is Ning Xiaochuan? A dangerous breath suddenly spread to Ning Xiaochuan's brain, and a skeleton man suddenly appeared behind him, with a strong murderous spirit. You know, Ning Xiaochuan is now the 5th level of cultivation in the later stage of the realm of creation, but even he didn't notice when the skeleton man appeared. I am Ning Xiaochuan, who are you? Ning Xiaochuan rode. Me? A dead man, don't need to know so much. The skeleton man laughed disdainfully. His voice was unusually hoarse. His eyes were red, and he couldn't see a trace of flesh and blood at all. Come with evil intent. Ning Xiaochuan narrowed his eyes and said, in that case, let's see who is the dead. As soon as Ning Xiaochuan finished speaking, he adjusted out 50 concrete magic war swords in his body. 50 swords sent out hundreds of thousands of sword shadows and rushed towards the skeleton man. Each sword shadow was like a supreme weapon. With Ning Xiaochuan's current cultivation, all the power of 50 Supreme King instruments has been activated, which is enough to kill the 6th monarch in the realm of creation. Small skills. With a gentle wave of his withered hands, the skeleton man flew out 50 supreme instruments, all of which rushed to Ning Xiaochuan. Poof! Ning Xiaochuan's tongue was sweet, and suddenly spewed out a mouthful of blood. 50 concrete magic war swords of the Supreme King's instruments returned to his body, and his body fell back more than 10 miles before he stabilized. Godfather, are you all right? Little Linger immediately flew up and asked with concern. Nothing. Ning Xiaochuan rode. Ning Xiaochuan stimulated the power of the supreme body of the gods and demons. Half of his body turned white, half of his body turned black, holding the Tiandi blade in one hand, and the virtual shadow of the gods appeared behind his body, just like a generation of God of War. Secondary artifact? I have it, too. The skeleton man smiled mysteriously. He didn't know when a 2-meter-long gun suddenly appeared in his hand, just like a black dragon, full of purple thunder. It's the secondary artifact used by Jiu ancestor. Are you a creature of the Azure family? Ning Xiaochuan asked. When Jiu Laozu fought with the purple and gold emperor, Ning Xiaochuan was also watching the battle. Ning Xiaochuan naturally knew the secondary artifacts. The skeleton man ignored Ning Ogawa and raised his spear with his withered hands. Sure, a gunshot. Ning Xiaochuan held the blade of the Emperor of Heaven in his hand, without a trace of fear, but with a surging sense of war. Groundbreaking knife. Ning Xiaochuan also raised the Emperor's blade and cleaved at the skeleton man. Behind it, a huge Emperor's shadow was condensed, towering and bright. Boom! The originally dense ancient forest has been completely destroyed due to the aftermath of the battle. Ning Xiaochuan only felt his blood boiling, his hands numb, and a feeling of severe pain spread all over his body. He retreated for dozens of miles again to stabilize his feet. The skeleton man took a few steps back and stood still. He was surprised and said, I didn't expect that, in addition to Xia Shenzi, you, a genius in Dian world, can stop me? Qua. It's not easy. Stop talking nonsense. Ning Xiaochuan holds the Tiandi blade in one hand and the magic sword in the other. Groundbreaking knife. Hunyuanichi sword. With one knife and one sword, he cut out almost at the same time. Ning Xiaochuan, I'll help you too. At this time, Xiaohong did not know when she also came to the side of the skeleton man. God extinguishes the dragon fire. The flame temperature of God extinguished the dragon fire was very high, and it rushed towards the skeleton man like the sun in the sky. Godfather, I also come to wish you a hand. Daogong Jiuzhan. Little Linger bit her slender finger, and drops of red blood flowed out, drawing a strange symbol. Unexpectedly, it was tuned to an extraterrestrial meteorite that hit the skeleton man. It is obvious that the skeleton man is a super strong man of the Azure family, and his accomplishments are at least the seventh heaviest in the realm of creation. Under the second god, it is difficult to meet an opponent. Cluck. Dragon cub, spirit of heaven and earth, interesting, interesting. However, you think this can defeat me, too naive. The skeleton man laughed. Magic gun protection. The skeleton man injected his vitality into the spear, pointed to the sky, and a red column of light fell on the tip of the spear from the sky, immediately forming a purple-black halo. Boom! With a loud noise, mountains and rivers changed their appearance, and cracks appeared on the hard earth. The river dried up, and the surrounding area was covered with smoke and dust. It was simply not like the monks in the realm of creation fighting. If ordinary warriors see it, it is estimated that a god is fighting. Ning Xiaochuan, is that skeleton man dead? Little Red came out of the smoke, red as blood, looking very elegant. Ning Xiaochuan released his mind around the skeleton man, and his face was solemn, be careful. Phew. It was too late, and then it was too fast. A black figure suddenly appeared in the void. The skeleton man showed a strange footwork, raised a purple spear in both hands, and went towards the little red thorn. Xiaohong, danger! Cried little Linger. Ning Xiaochuan frowned slightly. If this shot was stabbed at Xiaohong, Xiaohong would undoubtedly die. But I'm thousands of miles away from Xiaohong. Even if I use DPCA, it's too late. I can't fully support it. What should I do? Starlight. Little Linger quickly pinched and made a decision. A huge force condensed from a pair of young hands, emitting a bright brilliance, as if holding a purple star in her hand, she threw it at the skeleton man. The skeleton man raised his withered hands and knocked down the purple stars on the earth. With a loud bang, a huge pit suddenly appeared in the earth. Little Linger's attack only dragged the skeleton man a breath. Although it was only a breath, it was enough for Xiaohong to escape to Ning Xiaochuan. Xiaohong came to Ning Xiaochuan and breathed a long breath, with a cold sweat on her head. It was too dangerous just now. Little red body. Ning Xiaochuan shouted. Xiaohong immediately flew to his side and turned into a red flame. She went into Ning Xiaochuan's body and turned into a set of flame armor from the inside out, wrapping Ning Xiaochuan's whole person in it. Skeleton man has touched Ning Xiaochuan's bottom line. If there is no little Linger, maybe Xiaohong has fallen now. Ning Xiaochuan's back grew a pair of flame dragon wings, one holding the Tiandi blade, the other holding the magic sword, wielding the divine dragon, and quickly came to the opposite side of the skeleton man. Groundbreaking knife. Hunyuanichi sword. Ning Xiaochuan held the blade of the Emperor of Heaven and the magic sword, showing the virtual shadow of two gods behind, and chopped away at the same time. The magic sword is naturally Ning Xiaochuan's original magic sword, not that artifact-level killing magic sword. The skeleton man snorted coldly, and a pair of long bone wings grew behind him. His speed was a few minutes faster than that of Ning Xiaochuan, and he escaped Ning Xiaochuan's attack. Sure a shot. The skeleton man injected his chi into the spear. In an instant, the wind and cloud changed color, lightning and thunder. The skeleton man raised his spear and rushed towards Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan was not afraid at all. He stimulated the greatest strength of the Emperor blade and cleaved down at the skeleton man. Boom! Both of them flew backwards at the same time. At the moment, Ning Xiaochuan is full of gunshot wounds, and the deepest one is stabbed into the bone, but Ning Xiaochuan is still full of war. The skeleton man also felt bad, and the corners of his mouth were full of blood. Haha, happy, originally I thought that only Shang Suzi, the first genius of the Divine Reserve Palace, could fight with me. I didn't expect that Dian world still has such a genius, Ning Xiaochuan, right? I remember you. Skeleton man said. At the moment, the skeleton man was like discovering the new world, staring at Ning Xiaochuan with an incredible face. It's time to end. Skeleton man said. The skeleton man thought that he could quickly kill Ning Xiaochuan with the power of secondary artifact. Unexpectedly, Ning Xiaochuan also had secondary artifact. Since weapons are not dominant, we can only use one trick. With that, the skeleton man took out a spell, pinched the handprint with one hand, and recited a strange spell on his mouth. Suddenly, a black cloud suddenly appeared in the sky, and a big golden hand fell from the sky. This is a trace of divine power sealed by Jiuyan's ancestor on the talisman. Even if some 9th-level saints in the realm of creation are hit, they will undoubtedly die. If we continue to fight, the skeleton man is confident to defeat Ning Xiaochuan, and even let Ning Xiaochuan fall, but in that case, I'm afraid his consumption is also great. Tomorrow's war is of great importance, so we have to keep our strength. Therefore, he displayed the talisman condensed by the secondary god. With the power of the second god, kill Ning Xiaochuan and get rid of this strong enemy. Ning Xiaochuan knew that the skeleton man's cards were not trivial. Seeing that the attack of the second god had been fought, Ning Xiaochuan felt that his blood had been broken, and he immediately released the heaven's seal in the center of his eyebrows. Wow! A white column of light shot from Ning Xiaochuan's eyebrows and attacked the big hand. The golden palm seemed to be angry, and it was gradually getting bigger. The majesty of the secondary god would never allow anyone to despise it. Boom! The golden palm and the seal of heaven severely collided. The golden palm was torn apart and fragmented by the emperor's seal. Poof! Ning Xiaochuan was also injured by the aftershock of the golden palm. Even Xiaohong fainted and fell in Ning Xiaochuan's arms. The power of the secondary god is too terrible. If it's the real body, I'm afraid I don't even have a chance to escape. Ning Xiaochuan said with lingering fear. Incredibly not dead? Qua qua. Life is really hard. You are qualified to know my name now. My name is Qingchen. Next, I'll take you on the road. The skeleton man smiled and said. Ning Tianming. Ning Xiaochuan roared. A woman dressed in purple appeared in front of Ning Xiaochuan, knelt down on one knee in front of Ning Xiaochuan, and said, Ning Tianming visits his master. Get up quickly. Ning Xiaochuan rode. Yes. Ning Tianming immediately got up and looked at the skeleton man. Tens of thousands of 7-color begonia petals appeared in Ning Tianming's hands. In a flash, they came to the skeleton man and attacked the skeleton man. Ning Xiaochuan saw the right time and said to Xiaolinger, Xiaoling, you take Xiaohong first. Ning Xiaochuan gives Xiaohong, who fainted, to Xiaolinger. Then, Ning Xiaochuan showed his dragon speed and joined hands with Ning Tianming to attack Qingchen. Qingchen's cultivation should have reached the peak of the 7th level in the realm of creation. Moreover, he is definitely the son of a god, with a congenital supreme body, and his combat power is comparable to the 9th-level monk in the realm of creation. Ning Tianming, after all, is only the first body of the Tianming demon emperor, gathering 47 divine thoughts. The real strength also makes the 4th weight of the realm of change. Even Ning Xiaochuan, who made the fifth weight of the realm of change in the late stage, is not an opponent of the skeleton man, let alone her. Qing Chen slapped out and suppressed Ning Tianming in his palm. Qing Chen snorted coldly and stabbed out, penetrating Ning Tianming's body. The first time the divine body actually began to crack. Suddenly, the void in front of Qing Chen split a gap, and a knife light cut out from the space gap and hit the skeleton man in front of him. Qing Chen was slightly surprised and immediately retreated quickly. Wow! The knife light crossed Qing Chen's cheek, leaving a half-inch deep knife mark. Qing Chen quickly retreated, stared at Ning Xiaochuan with great anger, and said, "Since I was born, you are the first person who can hurt me. Today, you are dead." Ning Xiaochuan pulls Ning Tianming back to him. The first divine body of Ning Tianming has begun to crumble, and the consciousness has dissipated. With a bang, for the first time, the body was completely broken into a sea of blood. You know, the Tianming Demon Emperor used the blood of hundreds of millions of human beings in northern/Xinjiang to condense his first body. Now, the secondary body is broken, which naturally turns into endless blood. These blood, gathered into a sea area, suspended in the void. Ning Xiaochuan stood on the sea of blood and shouted, "Pick up the Shinto." The 47 sub-gods of the Tianming Demon Emperor and the spirits contained in them all converge towards Ning Xiaochuan, and behind Ning Xiaochuan, they condense into a beautiful virtual shadow of the Tianming Demon Emperor. The divine power of Tianming Demon Emperor revolves around Ning Xiaochuan constantly. The demon sword of annihilation devours the sea of blood. Ning Xiaochuan called out the world-destroying demon sword sealed in the Xian beast Jian and suspended it in the sea of blood. The demon sword slowly rotates and frantically absorbs the blood gas in the sea of blood. He stood on the hilt of the demon sword, absorbed all the blood gas into his body, and transformed it into his own strength. The fifth stage of the realm of creation. The fifth peak of the realm of creation. With a bang, Ning Xiaochuan broke through the bottleneck and reached the sixth stage of the realm of nature. After refining all the blood gas in the sea of blood, his cultivation increased several times. Qing Chen stared at the evil sword at Ning Xiaochuan's feet, and his eyelids jumped slightly, with a feeling of panic. In front of him, it seemed that there was a scene of the destruction of heaven and earth and the end of the universe. A terrible gas of destruction rushed towards him. What sword is that? How can it be so terrible? The second artifact-level spear in Qing Chen's hand was shaking violently, as if to break away from his palm and escape from his hand. In front of the world-destroying demon sword, even the secondary artifact must surrender. At the same time, hundreds of millions of miles away, Dan Taishueshan stood in the bow of the crystal-red ghost ship, with long hair floating, a pair of beautiful eyes staring at the void, as if he could see the scene outside the sky, the breath of the world-destroying demon sword. Wow! The crystal-red ghost ship directly broke through the void, entered the gate of the void, and flew in the direction sensed by Dan Tai Esr. At the same time, the vast sea. Tianming Demon Emperor stood on a beautiful island and looked at the direction of the heavenly court, with a smile on his mouth, Ning Xiaochuan. Then, the Tianming Demon Emperor took a step towards the void and disappeared on the island. Ning Xiaochuan slowly walked towards Qing Chen, and the evil sword in his hand sent out a terrible breath. Wow! Ning Xiaochuan held up the demon sword of destruction and cut off at Qing Chen's neck. Qing Chen immediately responded. A skull-shaped bead was thrown out quickly in front of him, forming a barrier, so that Ning Xiaochuan's high-altitude world-destroying magic sword stopped steadily in the air and could not advance any further. As the son of the gods, Qing Chen will definitely have some cards given to him by the gods. Each card is powerful enough for Qing Chen to avoid some death, but many cards are one-time. Originally, Qing Chen intended to use it during the Battle of Gods, but he didn't expect that now. He was forced out by an aborigine in Dian world whose cultivation was not as good as his own, which made Qing Chen feel very helpless. Ning Xiaochuan looked at the barrier in front of him and knew that this was Qinchen's bottom card. It was most likely a divine means. With Ning Xiaochuan's current cultivation, it was impossible to break it. Therefore, Ning Xiaochuan took back all his strength. Although the world-destroying demon sword is fierce and powerful, Jiang Ruochen can't play its real power after all. The spear in Qinchen's hand was firmly controlled by him and was no longer trembling. Qinchen's eyes slightly coagulated, and his expression became extremely ferocious, turning into a black whirlwind, attacking Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan holds the world-destroying magic sword in his hand, and his figures incarnate thousands of times. Each figure is exactly the same as Ning Xiaochuan. Each figure holds a world-destroying magic sword and quickly stabs at Qinchen. This is the effect that Ning Xiaochuan integrated the strongest hammering method of the giant spirit warhammer, thousands of hammers and thousands of refining into other magical powers. Qinchen looked at Ning Xiaochuan, who attacked him, holding a second artifact-level spear, and swept the void in front of him. The void suddenly broke into pieces. Qinchen wants to use this to resist Ning Xiaochuan's attack. However, what Qinchen doesn't know is that Ning Xiaochuan's mastery of space has reached the level of 8 levels of martial arts in the realm of creation. Even Qinchen can't compare with Ning Xiaochuan in the power of space. Ning Xiaochuan, eyebrows slightly picked, mouth silently read out a few spells. In front of Qinchen had been broken void, soon as to recover. How possible? Qinchen looked at the scene in front of him inconceivably. In the intelligence, didn't Ning Xiaochuan be good at mental power? How can you be good at the power of space? You know, it is difficult to cultivate 2 or more different powers at the same time, even for the creatures of Shinha civilization. These 2 forces are still in mind and space. Both of them are similar to nothingness, but they are more difficult. Can a native of Dian world be able to do both? Qinchen didn't have time to think. The thousands of figures of Ning Xiaochuan's incarnation had come to Qinchen with the world-destroying magic sword. Qinchen was caught off guard and was soon attacked, leaving a long bloody mouth on his arm. Qinchen put the secondary artifact-level spear in front of him, and borrowed the firmness of the secondary artifact to resist Ning Xiaochuan's attack. Every attack of Ning Xiaochuan's figure fell on the 5th spear in Qinchen's hand, leaving a shallow mark on it. How dare you hurt our secondary artifact? Qinchen roared, his bones burst, quickly came to Ning Xiaochuan in front of him, and hit Ning Xiaochuan with his knees. Ning Xiaochuan's mind is extremely strong. When Qinchen's body moves, he has detected it and immediately dodges. Qinchen's attack is defeated and does no harm to Ning Xiaochuan. Seeing that the attack was fruitless, Qinchen held a long gun and swept towards Ning Xiaochuan. The sound of breaking wind was everywhere the tip of the gun passed, and the top of the tip of the gun had been slightly red. This is because the speed is so fast that it is caused by rubbing the air. The temperature is so high that even Ning Xiaochuan dare not touch it easily. Ning Xiaochuan's eyes coagulated and immediately flashed away, but this time Ning Xiaochuan was a little slower. Powerful force came to Ning Xiaochuan through the tip of the gun, leaving a scratch on Ning Xiaochuan's body, and a drop of blood dripping from the wound. The battle between Ning Xiaochuan and Qinchen became more and more intense. Both of them used their strongest fighting power. Within a radius of 10,000 miles, they were beaten to the ground, and all kinds of energy were released, destroying all plants. World-destroying kendo. Ning Xiaochuan covered the handle of the sword with his hands, and his body was full of empty shadows of sword qi in all directions, sending out a harsh roar. Wow! With a sword cut out, a wave of power to destroy the world emanated. Qinchen horizontal gun block, want to resist Ning Xiaochuan's sword power. Poof! Qinchen vomited blood at his mouth and flew out directly. There was a shocking sword mouth on his chest. His body was almost split in 2. Just when Ning Xiaochuan was ready to continue to kill Qinchen completely. A huge ship appeared over the battle between Ning Xiaochuan and Qing Chen, casting a shadow over their location. The ship sent out an incomparably powerful breath. Feeling that breath, Qing Chen unexpectedly had an irresistible feeling, and a fear filled her heart. Ning Xiaochuan looked calmly at the huge red ancient ship in the sky, and his mind moved slightly. He felt that the breath of the ancient ship was very similar to that of the demon sword. Very similar. Ning Xiaochuan suddenly thought of something, and a thick shock flashed in his eyes. Is this what Sui Hanyu said, another holy thing in the way of destroying the world, the crystal red ghost ship? If this is the Jinghong ghost ship, then the people on board must be another descendant of the Mishi Taoism, that is, Ning Xiaochuan's fellow apprentice brother or sister. It should be the disciple of Sui Hanyu's senior sister. Fatalistic enemy. Qing Chen saw all the expressions of Ning Xiaochuan, and had a premonition that the people on this ship must be related to Ning Xiaochuan, and maybe it was Ning Xiaochuan's enemy, so he could cooperate. The crystal red ghost ship hung over Ning Xiaochuan and Qing Chen, and stopped steadily. All the breath on the ship converged in an instant. Dan Tai Shueshan appeared from the crystal red ghost ship, his posture was floating, and he fell to the ground, without any words, but calmly looked at Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan looked at the woman in front of him and was 100% sure of his guess. This woman must be another preacher of the way of destroying the world, because the breath on her body is exactly the same as the way of destroying the world cultivated by Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan and Dan Tai Shueshan just looked at each other silently and looked at each other without any words. Standing aside, Qing Chen frowned slightly. Is this woman not Ning Xiaochuan's enemy, but her helper? Otherwise, why do you just look at each other and don't fight? What is your relationship with Ning Xiaochuan? If it's the enemy, we can cooperate. Ning Xiaochuan is very difficult to deal with. Our cooperation can quickly kill him. If it's not the enemy, please don't get involved. This is the matter of our Ashura clan. Qing Chen rode. The smell that I just felt has brought great shock to Qing Chen. Up to now, I dare not say cruel words, and only dare to carry out the Ashura clan to shock the blood sedimentation of Dan Tai. You know, there are 4 secondary gods of the Ashura family entering the Dayan world, more than the total number of secondary gods sent by the creatures of the Shinha civilization in the other 3-star regions. In the Dayan world, for the time being, it can be said to be the strongest party. I believe that the strength of the Ashura clan in the Dayan world is enough to pose a threat to all creatures. If a wise warrior, he will definitely compromise obediently. However, Dan Tai Shueshan is not an ordinary martial artist, but a messenger of the world-destroying Taoism. Even the vast universe, for her, is just about to destroy a world. How can she care about the threat of Qing Chen? You are not qualified to talk to me. Dan Tai Shueshan didn't look at Qing Chen, but said this sentence faintly. A powerful breath of destruction emanated from Dan Tai's body, which shook Qing Chen's whole body hundreds of miles away. Every time Qing Chen retreats, a mouthful of blood will spit out of his mouth. That terrible force is not something he can fight at all. He never thought that after he said the Ashura clan, the other party would shock himself away, not even a little face of the Ashura clan. No matter who you are dead. Qing Chen said ferociously. Dan Tai Shueshan turned around and glanced at Qing Chen faintly. A sword shadow flew out of Dan Tai Shueshan's hand. It turned out to be a long sword condensed with the qi of creation, which quickly flew out and nailed Qing Chen to the ground. A powerful son of God, just fall. Dan Tai Shueshan looked at Ning Xiaochuan tightly with his eyes, and looked at this younger martial brother, carefully. Although she had seen that the demon sword of destruction was in Ning Xiaochuan's hand, she did not immediately snatch it. Dan Tai Shueshan and Ning Xiaochuan, as the heirs of the destruction of the world at the same time, are sure to have a war. Dan Tai Esr also has her own pride. What she wants to get must be obtained by defeating the other party. She disdains to rob. This is the first meeting between the two evangelists of the world. Both of them are closely observing each other. The power of this immortal preacher is also beyond Ning Xiaochuan's imagination. Qingchen, who has reached the seventh peak of nature, is actually just a long sword condensed by him using the qi of nature, that is, killing. Judging from the current situation, it is impossible for Ning Xiaochuan to overcome Tantai Esr. The gap between the two is not generally large. Are you afraid? Tantai Esr said first. Ning Xiaochuan's cultivation can't hide from her naturally. Ning Xiaochuan's cultivation can't be her opponent at all. Why be afraid? Ning Xiaochuan just answered faintly. They only said these two words. In that case, fight. Even if you die, I believe you are willing to die in battle. A long sword appeared in Dan Tai's bloody hand, slowly raised, and a powerful momentum was gestated on her. If it is really beheaded, Ning Xiaochuan will fall. Dan Tai Esr gave Ning Xiaochuan a feeling that he was too strong, and he could not defeat it now. Even if Zhang Ruochen borrows the power of winter cold rain, she cannot be her opponent. Because she can also borrow the divine power of her master. Ning Xiaochuan also felt a trace of bitterness in his heart. Is he going to die here today? A seven-color begonia flower floats out of the void in front of Ning Xiaochuan and floats in the air, giving the whole space a living. The long sword in Dan Tai Shueshen's hand also stopped. Her eyes shrunk slightly, quietly looking at the begonia flower floating out of the void. Ning Xiaochuan, you finally appear. Begonia flowers, transformed into the shape of Tianming Demon Emperor, appeared in front of Ning Xiaochuan, and a smile flashed across the corners of his mouth. Ning Xiaochuan looked at the emergence of the Tianming Demon Emperor, and a wry smile flashed across the corners of his mouth. He didn't expect that in the situation of death, there was another powerful enemy. This is undoubtedly worse. Ning Xiaochuan, until now, you are finally willing to leave Tianting. Tianming Demon Emperor sneered repeatedly, feeling that Ning Xiaochuan's life had been mastered in his own hands, and even Dan Tai's blood sedimentation was ignored by him. Demon Emperor, I know I will come back sooner or later. Ning Xiaochuan said faintly. Needless to say, the cultivation of Tianming Demon Emperor is absolutely very powerful, and he is a former secondary god. Although his cultivation has not been restored, it is definitely not that Ning Xiaochuan can overcome it. As for Tantai Esr, although Ning Xiaochuan didn't know his specific accomplishments, the master of Tantai Esr, but Cui Hanyu's twin sister, was also the person who sealed Cui Hanyu in Guishu, and was also the successor of the world-destroying Taoism. Dan Tai Shueshen and Ning Xiaochuan cultivate the way of destroying the world, and no one can understand the horror of the way of destroying the world better than Ning Xiaochuan. It can be said that until now, the Dharma of destroying the world has given Ning Xiaochuan a lot of help, and countless strong enemies have died under the Dharma of destroying the world. Dan Tai's cultivation of erythrocyte sedimentation rate is obviously stronger than Ning Xiaochuan's, and so must his cultivation of the world-destroying method. Ning Xiaochuan looked at the Tantai Esr and the Tianming Demon Emperor in front of him, and began to silently calculate the plan in his heart. In front of the two strong ones, how can we escape from heaven? Ning Xiaochuan, hand over all the secondary gods of the Emperor, and the Emperor will leave you dead. The Tianming Demon Emperor sent out a strong breath and attacked Ning Xiaochuan, trying to defeat Ning Xiaochuan's mind first. He is the one I teach. Even if he wants to die, he should die in my hands. You are not qualified to kill him. Dan Tai turned around with deep blood and gave a cold look at the Tianming Demon Emperor. The Tianming Demon Emperor frowned slightly, and then looked at the Dan Tai Esr aside, for this mysterious woman. The Tianming Demon Emperor didn't show any expression, but said faintly, since you and Ning Xiaochuan are fellow believers, then you can also go on the road with him. Tianming Demon Emperor appeared in his hands with marks as thin as mosquitoes and ants, which were scattered in the air and flew towards Dan Tai's blood sink. Tianming Demon Emperor plans to kill Dan Tai Xueshan first, and then slowly clean up Ning Xiaochuan. Since Dan Tai Xueshan claimed to be a fellow believer with Ning Xiaochuan, he must be a fellow believer with Ning Xiaochuan. At least, Tianming Demon Emperor thinks so. Because the Tianming Demon Emperor can detect the cultivation of Dan Tai ESR, and is at the peak of the 9th level of the realm of creation, it can be said to be comparable with the current strength of the Tianming Demon Emperor, so the Tianming Demon Emperor plans to solve Dan Tai ESR first. Zheng. The long sword in Dan Tai Xueshan's hand was quickly pulled out and gently chopped at the rune issued by the Tianming Demon Emperor. A sharp sword gas immediately flew out, which could be described as emptying the control gas and running like electricity. With a sword, it cut through the runes issued by the Tianming Demon Emperor and cut towards the body of the Tianming Demon Emperor. Tianming Demon Emperor's eyes changed, a pair of jade hands extended to the void in front of him, and his palm slowly pushed forward from behind, and countless petals flew out of the void in front of him, surrounded by Dan Tai blood sedimentation. Surrounded by fingernail-sized petals, Dan Tai ESR formed a cage, which surrounded Dan Tai ESR in the middle. Each petal suddenly became extremely sharp, containing divine power, with a powerful destructive force. Although the cultivation of Tianming Demon Emperor has not been recovered, he is still a secondary god, and can kill the general monks of the realm of creation with one move. The long sword in Dan Tai Xueshan's hand emitted a subtle light, and in a moment, it turned into a war soldier exactly like the world-destroying demon sword. Ning Xiaochuan stood aside, his eyes slightly coagulated, and Dan Tai ESR was able to use his own gas of cost to condense the form of the world-destroying demon sword, and the breath was very close. Dan Tai Xueshan's understanding of the way of destroying the world must be much better than him, otherwise it is impossible to simulate the unique breath of the demon sword of destroying the world with his own breath. Even Ning Xiaochuan can't do this. At this time, the evil sword in Ning Xiaochuan's hand unexpectedly sent out a slight vibration, which seemed to sense the body of the evil sword condensed with its own strength in Dan Tai Xueshan's hand, and there was a faint trend of trying to attract it. Ning Xiaochuan suppressed the world-destroying demon sword back to the Xian beast mirror, and sealed all the breath of the world-destroying demon sword to prevent accidents that Ning Xiaochuan could not stop. Shua shua. Countless sharp petals attacked Dan Tai Xueshan, and the evil sword in Dan Tai Xueshan's hand made a stroke in the void in front of him. A pale red light curtain suddenly appeared in front of Dan Tai's bloody, blocking all the attacks of the Tianming Demon Emperor. But the petals were too sharp, and Dan Tai ESR didn't fight seriously. Finally, a petal entered the light curtain and cut a small hole in its arm. Whoosh! The void in front of the Tianming Demon Emperor floated endless petals, all attacking Dan Tai's bloody body. Behind Dan Tai's blood sink, a wisp of red gas appeared, floating into the air, covering the discouraged area thousands of miles around. The breath on Dan Tai ESR began to soar rapidly. Holding the demon sword of destruction, she vigorously chopped at the Tianming Demon Emperor. The earth couldn't bear the power generated by the battle between Dan Tai Xueshan and Tianming Demon Emperor, and began to tremble constantly, and deep cracks began to spread. Dan Tai's blood sedimentation and Tianming Demon Emperor's expression showed a trace of anger. The strength used in the battle has become larger and larger, and fierce battle will be launched soon. Tianming Demon Emperor and Dan Tai sank in blood, flying high into the air, transferring the battlefield to the air, and the void began to break continuously. Some space debris fell from the void and reached the ground. Within 100 miles, all hard objects were split into pieces. In the hand of Tianming Demon Emperor, 10 petals pop up and come to Ning Xiaochuan, blocking the space within 10 meters around Ning Xiaochuan. This is a simple array arranged by the Tianming Demon Emperor in order to prevent Ning Xiaochuan from escaping in the process of fighting against Dan Tai's erythrocyte sedimentation rate. Even the 8th level warrior in the realm of creation is difficult to break, and it must be enough to trap Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan looked at the Dantai Esr and Tianming Demon Emperor who had already flown into the air, and did not take any rash action. Ning Xiaochuan knew that now was not the time to escape, and he could only escape when the battle between Dantai Esr and Tianming Demon Emperor was the most intense. Behind the Tianming Demon Emperor, a huge towering ancient tree emerged. On the ancient tree, countless 7-color begonia flowers bloom, and each begonia flower is attached with great energy, with bursts of intoxicating aroma. This towering ancient tree is the Numenon form of Tianming Demon Emperor, which is 10,000 feet high. Ning Xiaochuan and others are under it, just as small as ants, even Dantai Esr. However, if you only compete with height, it is not difficult for Dantai Esr. Behind Dantai Esr, there is also a virtual shadow, which turns out to be a woman. The woman's body was as high as 10,000 feet, as high as the towering ancient trees behind the Tianming Demon Emperor, but the woman's body was with a momentum of arrogance, just like everything in the world. For her, it was just like an ant, which didn't make much sense. It only needed a look to destroy everything. The Tianming Demon Emperor felt this feeling from the Wanzhong virtual shadow behind the Tantai blood sedimentation, and a shock inevitably came out of his heart. Who is this woman who teaches with Ning Xiaochuan? How could such a powerful ghost be summoned? Tianming Demon Emperor, as a strong sub-god of the Shinha civilization in Dian world, has a certain understanding of the everything in Dian world, but he has never heard of the any very powerful people in Dian world who can emit such a terrible atmosphere. You know, this is just a virtual shadow. If it's the real body, isn't it stronger? If Ning Xiaochuan and this mysterious woman are really the same religion, and this sect really exists, doesn't it mean that Ning Xiaochuan's background is also frightening? Ning Xiaochuan stood on the ground, looked at the ghost shadow behind Dantai Shueshan, and gently worshipped it. This woman, Ning Xiaochuan naturally knew, was the founder of the world-destroying Tao, the ancient supreme power that created the world-destroying Tao. Ning Xiaochuan looked at the Dantai Esr and Tianming Demon Emperor in the sky, and knew that the best time to escape had come. Ning Xiaochuan's eyebrow center came out, sending out a light, and the seal of heaven appeared. Facing the array arranged by the Tianming Demon Emperor in front of him, he shot a light column, and the array was instantly broken. Ning Xiaochuan immediately escaped from it and began to rush to Lingxiao Temple as quickly as possible. Now, for Ning Xiaochuan, the fastest and safest place to reach is Lingxiao Temple, not one of them. Ning Xiaochuan must rush to Lingxiao Temple before Tianming Demon Emperor and Dantai Esr react. However, when Ning Xiaochuan just broke the array arranged by the Tianming Demon Emperor, the Tianming Demon Emperor was aware of it, immediately stopped the battle with Dantai Shueshan and began to chase Ning Xiaochuan in the direction of escape. I can't escape. Dantai Shueshan also saw Ning Xiaochuan running away. The Jinghong ghost ship immediately appeared in his hands, threw it up, changed into a huge ship, and chased Ning Xiaochuan at a very fast speed. Ning Xiaochuan's speed is as fast as streamer, because the speed is so fast that even the surface of his body burns up, forming a huge fireball. From the ground, it looks like a fireball flying through the sky. In front of the existence of the secondary god level, Ning Xiaochuan did not dare to use the power of space shuttle at all. Once you open the door of space, you have to enter the chaotic space. If you are attacked in the chaotic space, you will be torn apart by the force of space and your spirit and form will be destroyed. When Ning Xiaochuan ran away, Qingchen, the son of the gods from the Azure world, also ran away immediately. After seeing the powerful power of Tianming Demon Emperor and Dantai blood sedimentation, Qingchen had already been frightened and didn't dare to stay here anymore. Younger martial brother, hand over the sword of destruction. Today, you can't escape. Dantai Shueshan was the first to catch up, with his hands on his back, standing in the bow of the Jinghong ghost ship. Her movements are very elegant. She stretches out a slender and gentle jade hand and points out a finger towards the void. Phew! A sword wave with a diameter of 1 meter flew out of her fingertips, broke through the void and hit Ning Xiaochuan. A seemingly random blow has the power to kill the ninth strongest person in the realm of creation. I can only fight. Ning Xiaochuan showed the supreme power of gods and demons, holding the world-destroying magic sword with both hands, and constantly injected the power in his body into the sword. Above his head, a black magic cloud condenses, an iron cable shuttle through the magic cloud, and white bones appear between heaven and earth. The whole space, like a hell of the world. A trace of the power of the Doomsday Sword was stimulated by Ning Xiaochuan, and a powerful force spread from the Doomsday Sword, forming a blood-red light column, connecting the sky and the earth. Wow! Ning Xiaochuan cut out with a sword, smashing the sword wave of Dan Tai's erythrocyte sedimentation right into wisps of smoke. Just this sword almost exhausted Ning Xiaochuan's natural power in his body. Dan Tai Shueshan was slightly surprised, and a smile appeared on his already extremely beautiful face. It's interesting, if you practice to the 9th level of the realm of creation, you should have the power to fight with me. Tianming Demon Emperor chased up from behind, stepping on petals, as if walking in the rain of flowers, looking at Ning Xiaochuan standing in the sky from a distance, and said to himself, this force seems to be somewhat similar to the breath of the legendary ferocious man. Are they the heirs of that ferocious man? What about the heirs of that monstrous man? Ning Xiaochuan plundered some of her spirits, and she had to take them back. Ning Xiaochuan, hand over the spirit of the Emperor, and the Emperor can spare your life. Tianming Demon Emperor's body emits a myriad of rays, and his skin is crystal clear, like a fairy girl walking towards Ning Xiaochuan. Her figure is slender and flawless, giving people an indescribable sense of beauty. Ning Xiaochuan laughed and said, "Will you spare my life?" Tianming Demon Emperor said, "As long as you hand over the spirit of the Emperor and then give the magic sword in your hand to the Emperor will not kill you, but will reuse you. You are an unworldly genius, and should not fall like this." Tianming Demon Emperor's body sent out a divine will, enveloping the whole heaven and earth, and suppressed Ning Xiaochuan and Dan Tai Shueshan at the same time. On the same day, when the magic will of the Dream Demon Emperor was close to the distance of 1,000 feet between the crystal red ghost ship and the world-destroying demon sword, the mighty magic will disintegrated by itself and disappeared without a trace, which could not shock Ning Xiaochuan and Dan Tai Shueshan at all. You know, the divine will of the secondary god is enough to frighten the 9th strong man who created the realm to kneel on the ground. Only the crystal red ghost ship and the world-destroying magic sword, the two holy things of the world-destroying way, can disperse the will of the gods by themselves. The long hair on Dan Tai's bloody head became longer and longer automatically without wind, like a very thin blade flying in the void. The cold voice said, "Tianming Demon Emperor, you dare to touch the holy thing of our world-destroying Tao. Believe it or not, I'll kill you today?" Dan Tai Shueshan and Tianming Demon Emperor compete against each other again. Their bodies are magnificent, like two towering mountains standing on the left and right sides of Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan's heart moved, took care of it, looked at Dan Tai Shueshan, and Lang Xing said, "Elder Martial Sister, there must be a war between us. It's not urgent for a moment. However, if outsiders want to attack our people who destroy the world, then that person must die." Tianming Demon Emperor used to be the secondary god of a deterrence era. Although her cultivation has not been restored, she has the body of the secondary god, which is not much weaker than the real secondary god. She was like a gorgeous and sacred goddess, hanging in the void, with a faint smile. There are all ants under the secondary god. Even if your cultivation has reached the 9th peak of the realm of creation, you can't be the opponent of the Emperor. In that case, there is nothing to say. I will let you know that the heirs of the way of destroying the world, although not God, can also behead God. The momentum of Dan Tai Shueshan's body kept rising, the long hair on his head turned red, and a red killing mark appeared in the middle of his eyebrows. Boom! Thousands of lightning shuttled around Dan Tai's bloody body, forming a scene of doomsday. Annihilation. Jinhuan Road. Dan Tai Shueshan stretched out a beautiful palm, 5 fingers were white and slender, and wisps of world-destroying gas converged towards her palm, condensing into a black city of death. As soon as her palm turned, the city of death immediately fell from her palm and suppressed it towards the Tianming demon emperor. The city of death became bigger and bigger. When it fell on the head of Tianming demon emperor, it had become a huge city thousands of miles away. A huge city piled up with white bones and corpses. Dead town soul. How powerful. The Tianming demon emperor's face slightly changed and extended a god's hand to the void. The hand of God soon became as huge as the clouds, holding the city of death on its head. Suppress the Tianming demon emperor under the city of death. Dan Tai's bloody eyes stared at Ning Xiaochuan again and said, "Junior brother, now you can fight with me?" It's too strong for her to succeed in cultivating Mishi Zenhundo. Mishi Zenhundo, but the top 100 avenue, is a little stronger than receiving Shindao. In an instant, countless thoughts flashed in Ning Xiaochuan's heart. Finally, he said calmly, "Elder martial sister, with your cultivation, even if you beat me now, or kill me, what's the meaning for you?" Dan Tai Shueshan said, "For me, you deserve to die. There is only one person between me and you who can live. The living person is the real 4th-generation successor of the world-destroying road, and can pursue the supreme road. The dead person is a pile of bones, a loser, just like your master." Ning Xiaochuan said, "In those days, your master didn't kill my master." It can be seen that the way of destroying the world is not a ruthless way, let alone a simple way of killing. Dan Tai Shueshan said, "Master didn't kill Sui Hanyu, because her way of killing the world has flaws, so she can't kill Sui Hanyu. But my way of killing the world is the most perfect way, without any flaws. So I can kill you without scruple." Dan Tai's bloody heart is firm. As she said, her way has no flaws. As long as she wants to kill someone, she can definitely kill him. Dan Tai Shueshan said, "I can feel that your way of killing the world is too complex, and you also contain the way of life and the way of sword meaning. You are not suitable to be the successor of the way of killing the world. After killing you, I will replace you and continue to make the way of killing the world to the extreme." There was no emotion in Dan Tai's bloody eyes, and he slowly raised an arm. With her arm raised, the whole world began to tremble, and a sea of blood-red clouds condensed above her head. A huge magic sword virtual shadow, suspended on her head, a sword toward Ning Xiaochuan, cut down. Ning Xiaochuan felt that the space around him was completely imprisoned. Suddenly, a purple glow flew out of the void and chopped the virtual shadow of the magic sword above the sky. Wow! A purple gas surged from the east, turning the whole sky into a purple ocean. A mighty force, emanating from the purple ocean, shook the crystal-red ghost ship under Dan Tai's blood sink and flew backward. The king of purple and gold walked in the purple ocean. With each step, he could cross thousands of miles, and his whole body exuded a powerful spirit. Dan Tai's blood eyes slightly sank and said, "Just a secondary god, dare to take care of the matter of destroying the world?" The purple gold emperor's lord had a sense of imperial authority on his body, and his eyes were quite vicissitudes, saying, "Is there a way to destroy the world? I have heard of it." Dan Tai Shueshan said, "Since you know the way of destroying the world, you should understand that some things are not your business." The Emperor of Purple Gold took another step and walked in front of Ning Xiaochuan. He smiled at Ning Xiaochuan and said, "If it's really just about your killing the world, I won't take care of it. However, Ning Xiaochuan is half of my disciple, so I must take care of it." Dan Tai Shueshan said, "In that case, it's up to you. Receive the divine way." In the whole space, countless divine powers converged towards Dan Tai Esr, and behind Dan Tai Esr, 2 divine shadows condensed. A divine shadow, like a golden-winged ROC, is 9,000 miles long, and each feather is as big as a mountain. Another divine shadow is the black gold demon python, whose divine power is not under the golden-winged Kuan-pung. Ning Xiaochuan's eyes narrowed slightly and said, she didn't borrow the power of her master, but the power of the other two gods. But how could her power be so strong? It seems that she is not much weaker than the Zijin Emperor. You know, you can certainly borrow more from your master's divine power. If you borrow the power of other gods, you should borrow less. Moreover, when using divine power, there is a certain limit. If it exceeds the limit of the body, the divine power will backfire. How can Dantai Esr withstand such terrible force? Jinghong Ghost Ship, it's Jinghong Ghost Ship. Ning Xiaochuan stared at Dantai Esr and found that the breath on Dantai Esr was completely integrated with the crystal red ghost ship. She not only borrowed the power of the two gods, but also borrowed the power of the crystal red ghost ship. Heaven and earth are chaotic, and the evil spirit is vast. The wisps of blood-red ghost gas in the crystal red ghost ship converged towards the Dantai Esr body. Dantai Shueshan pointed out, and a blood-red Tianhe fell from the sky and beheaded the purple and gold emperor. The emperor of purple and gold stretched out an arm, and the purple glow condensed from the palm, forming a boundary between heaven and earth, beating the blood-red Tianhe upside down. Annihilation palm print way. Dantai Shueshan slapped out with a backhand, forming a huge palm, which condensed the pattern of a world. The emperor of Zijin appeared unhurried, moving forward step by step, pointing out all the way, and puncturing the palm print of Dantai Esr. Wow! Zijin Emperor took the initiative to fly up, and in an instant, he flew to the top of the head of Dantai Shueshan, and a purple sword condensed in his hand. With a wave of purple sword, a sword cut out. The way of destroying the world. Dantai Shueshan hit a white bone mountain in front of him to resist the attack of the purple and gold emperor. Wow! Purple sword Qi cut off the white bone mountain, flew in front of Dantai Esr, and sent a wisp of Dantai Esr to cut off. What a powerful secondary god! I didn't expect a strong man like you to appear in Dian world. Dantai erythrocyte sedimentation rate road. Shwa. The purple gas flashed. The master of the purple gold emperor stood at the other end of the crystal red ghost ship and said with a smile, the way of destroying the world is really powerful. If you reach the secondary god state, I'm afraid that no one in the whole Dian world is your opponent. As the enemy of the way of destroying the world, there is death, but no life. Dantai Shueshan took out a blood-red magic sword, held it in his hand, stood horizontally with the sword pointing to the purple gold emperor. The magic sword in her hand is an imitation of the killing magic sword. Although it is far from being compared with the real killing magic sword, it is still more powerful than many artifact. Dantai Shueshan and the purple gold emperor fought on the crystal red ghost ship. The crystal red ghost ship kept shaking and flew to the sky. Before long, the Jinghong ghost ship disappeared, and I don't know how many miles away it flew. What a powerful preacher of the destruction of the world, he was able to fight with the Emperor Zijin. It seems that I have to work hard to practice. Ning Xiaochuan stared at the disappeared Jinghong ghost ship and planned to leave here immediately. The war just now was so noisy that many people were attracted to watch the war in the dark. Now, the news that Ning Xiaochuan is the messenger of the world-destroying Tao must have spread all over the heaven. His identity as a messenger of the world has been exposed, and Tianting can't go back. Zijin Emperor can accept his identity as a messenger of the world, can others accept it? Besides, he also has such a treasure as the world-destroying demon sword. Even the secondary god will definitely be moved by it. With the power of secondary god, it's easy to kill him. To destroy the world's successors, the whole world is enemy. Ning Xiaochuan sighed and finally gave up his plan to return to heaven. If you go back to heaven, it may be a sheep into a tiger's mouth. The world is so big that there is always a way for me. Shwa. In order to avoid being sensed by Dan Tai's erythrocyte sedimentation rate, Ning Xiaochuan sealed the world-destroying demon sword back to Xian Beast Jian. Then, he gathered his breath, broke open the space, opened a door of space, and flew in. Not long after Ning Xiaochuan left, the Tianming Demon Emperor tore up the City of Death and took off, emitting a mighty power. Ning Xiaochuan, you can't escape. Tianming Demon Huang pinched his fingers and quickly figured out the approximate location of Ning Xiaochuan. With a stroke of her finger in the void, she also opened a door of space and caught up. There was an error in the last chapter. Qing Chen was dead, but there was an error later. Lao Jiao had been revised. I've been too busy recently. I'll try not to make such mistakes again in the future. Tianming Demon Emperor really caught up. Ning Xiaochuan walked out of the void 20 million miles away and looked behind him. He felt a huge divine force surging in the dark and rushed to this direction. It's definitely Tianming Demon Emperor. Wow. Ning Xiaochuan opened the void again and escaped into it. Being chased and killed by a secondary god, any monk will despair for it. From heaven to earth, you can't escape at all. However, Ning Xiaochuan did not give up his desire to survive and wanted to find a chance of survival in the desperate situation. Yes. Go to Guishu. As long as you enter Guishu, Tianming Demon Emperor can't detect my breath. It's difficult to chase me. Ning Xiaochuan shuttled through the chaotic space and rushed to the direction of Tianshu continent. Guishu is an ancient secret place, full of evil spirits, which can block the divine thoughts of the secondary god. As long as Ning Xiaochuan enters Guishu, he has a chance to escape. Ning Xiaochuan, where are you going to escape? Tianming Demon Emperor made a palm print, smashed the void, crossed hundreds of thousands of miles, and hit Ning Xiaochuan above his head. Even standing on the ground, the power of the secondary god can knock down the stars in the sky. A powerful divine power, like a torrent of lightning, surged towards Ning Xiaochuan. If he is hit by that flash of lightning, Ning Xiaochuan will be seriously injured even if he does not die. The sword breaks through the air. Ning Xiaochuan stepped on the Sword of Doom under his feet, and with the power of the Sword of Doom, he shuttled through the chaotic space and made rapid progress. At the moment, Ning Xiaochuan's speed, even compared with Tianming Demon Emperor, is not much weaker. That magic sword is indeed a peerless treasure. Ning Xiaochuan borrowed its power, and its speed can be compared with that of the Emperor. With a chill in his eyes, Tianming Demon Emperor smiled and said, however, his speed is a little slower than me after all. It's only a matter of time to catch up with him. Wow! Suddenly, a jade-white brilliance flew out of the void, like a god chain, beheading the heavenly Dream Demon Emperor. Tianming Demon Emperor was slightly surprised, and his fingers turned to the void, breaking the jade-white brilliance. Who dares to stop the Emperor? The heavenly Demon Emperor stood in the void and looked in the direction of the jade-white brilliance. Boom! Chaotic space suddenly collapsed, and Tianming Demon Emperor returned to Dian World and stood on a blue sea. In the sea, there stood a huge blood-red camel. Even this deep sea cannot drown the camels. The camel's whole body has rotted, and white bones are exposed in many places, but the whole body has sent out a terrible smell. A woman in white, standing on the back of a blood-red camel, was as beautiful as an immortal, just like a goddess who fell into the mortal world from the ninth heaven. With an ancient scroll in one hand and a long pen in the other, she stared at the Tianming Demon Emperor and said, "Are you the Tianming Demon Emperor?" Tianming Demon Emperor stood on the sea and felt an unusual breath from the woman in white, saying, "Who are you? Why do you want to stop me from chasing Ning Xiaochuan?" The woman in white said, "I just want to ask you, do you want to participate in the battle of the gods?" The Tianming Demon Emperor looked at the woman in white and the blood-red camel carefully, and thought of an ancient legend, saying, "Are you the messenger of the gods?" "That's right." The woman in white nodded gently, holding the jade pen in her hand, and wrote the words Heavenly Dream Demon Emperor on the list of gods. 4 words flickered on the list of gods and disappeared on the list. Tianming Demon Emperor felt a strange force and entered the body, as if she had been fully integrated with Dian world. Tianming Demon Emperor said, if my name enters the list of gods, even if I am qualified to participate in the war of gods? When the receiving tower opens, the power of the list of gods will naturally call you. Try to improve your accomplishments. The stronger your accomplishments are, the more dominant you will be in the battle of gods. The woman in white said. With these words, the blood-red camel, carrying the woman in white, disappeared into the vast ocean. Ogawa, you have to go your own way. I can only help you so much. A pair of beautiful eyes of the woman in white stared at the void. Suddenly, she saw the western sky, raised a mighty evil spirit, turned into a blood-red light, and condensed into an iron chain-like form. The evil spirit of Guishu has become more intense, which seems to be about to break through the ancient seal, and the Dian world seems to be changing again. It's okay. Now the creatures of Dian world and Shinha civilization have fought for the number of gods, causing turbulence in the world, countless deaths and injuries, and great damage to their vitality. The riot of Guishu is a wake-up call for them. The woman in white rolled up the list of gods and sighed. Since then, there have been many things. At this moment, Ning Xiaochuan has entered the Tianshu continent. Walking out of the chaotic space, Ning Xiaochuan fell to the top of a towering mountain and looked behind him. Strange. What a familiar breath. Who stopped the Tianming Demon Emperor? Anyway, run away to the ruins first. Ning Xiaochuan captured part of the spirits of the Tianming Demon Emperor, and the Tianming Demon Emperor will certainly not let him go. The whole Dian world, in addition to the heavenly court, only return to the ruins, can create a certain deterrent to the Tianming Demon Emperor. You know, even the Zijin Emperor almost died in Guishu, which shows the danger of Guishu. As soon as Ning Xiaochuan entered Tianshu continent, he immediately felt an extraordinary evil spirit, which was very similar to Guishu. Now that evil spirit has eroded the whole north. Xinjiang. North. Hundreds of millions of miles of land in Xinjiang has turned into evil land, and evil changes have taken place in all animals, monsters, and humans. The soil turned blood red, the river became dark as ink, and the whole sky was always covered by dark clouds. Even if the moon is exposed, the moon is blood red. Ning Xiaochuan walks into the north. Xinjiang was immediately north. The changes in Xinjiang were startled. The evil force in the Guishu seeped out? According to the current trend, before long, the whole Tianshu continent will become an evil land and a land of evil. Ow! A demon wolf rushed out of the forest and stood opposite Ning Xiaochuan, revealing a pair of blood-red eyes and 2 sharp fangs. That demon wolf is only the second level of cultivation in heaven and man, but because of the absorption of evil qi, his constitution has changed, and his skin and flesh have become like gold and iron. Now, its combat power is comparable to the 7th heaviest monster in heaven and man. Poof! Ning Xiaochuan's arm waved, and the demon wolf instantly broke into 2 pieces. The farther north. The deeper Xinjiang went, the stronger the evil force was. Even Ning Xiaochuan obviously felt the evil force drilling into his body. Fortunately, his cultivation was strong, but he easily forced the evil force out of the body by running the blood gas in the body. On this day, Ning Xiaochuan entered the territory of Yulan Empire and came to a village. There are still many human beings in the village, but all of them grow fangs and claws, and their pupils turn blood red. Some of them grow a pair of white bone wings on their backs. You know, the people in the village were all ordinary people. But now, each of them has the combat power of refined realm. Those villagers with white bones and wings on their backs are even more martial artists, comparable to the land. Seeing Ning Xiaochuan entering the village, all the evil people in the village surrounded him, with very empty eyes, and surrounded Ning Xiaochuan in the center. That look was like trying to eat Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan asked, "Is there anyone who can talk?" "Eat him." A little girl of 7 or 8 years old, with 2 fangs exposed in her mouth, spit out her scarlet tongue. "His cultivation is strong and his blood is vigorous. If I eat his meat and drink his blood, I will certainly become stronger," a villager said. Ning Xiaochuan gently shook his head and put a palm on the heart of one of the villagers, exerting the spiritual power of the 7-hole demon heart, entering the villagers' bodies and directly capturing his memory. A similar picture of the coming of the end appeared in Ning Xiaochuan's mind. Originally, the villagers of this village were still working in the fields. Suddenly, a group of bone birds flew over the sky. Those bony birds, I don't know how many thousands, are like a black cloud laminated down. Then, a blood-red evil spirit came from the north. Where the blood-red evil gas flowed, the soil turned blood and the river turned black. The villagers were invaded by evil forces, screamed and rolled on the ground. When they wake up again, their consciousness has become confused. Ning Xiaochuan took back his hand and reopened his eyes. It seems that great changes have taken place in Guishu, and the whole north. Xinjiang has become an evil land. It is not certain that evil changes will take place in the whole Tianshu continent and the whole Dian world in the future. What secrets are hidden in Guishu? The vast majority of the fighters who had stayed in the Yulan Empire fled to Tianting. Even those who are unable to go to Tianting are brought to Tianting by the powerful of the Tiandi family with great magic power. Almost all the people who remain in Yulan Empire are ordinary people without power and ability. Ning Xiaochuan came to the imperial capital of Yulan Empire. This place has become a place where all evils converge, and there are 2 powerful evil spirits emanating from the imperial capital. Each breath is comparable to the Supreme Master of the Eternal Realm. Haha. Terran Friar, evil is not where you should come. A golden figure flew out of the imperial capital and fell to the top of the city wall. That figure, with a golden horn on his head, tusks in his mouth, and a pair of black wings on his back, exuded a torrential evil spirit. Then, a silver figure also flew out of the imperial capital and stood beside the golden figure. Ning Xiaochuan glanced at the golden horn demon emperor and the silver horn demon emperor standing on the wall and said, "2 old friends, even you have been invaded by evil?" The silver horn demon emperor sneered, "Human beings, give your blood, become the servant of the evil god of hell, and you will get eternal life." Both the golden horn demon emperor and the silver horn demon emperor are the 5th highest cultivation in the ancient world, but after the evil change, their breath is comparable to the 9th highest strength in the ancient world. Ning Xiaochuan asked, "Who is the evil god of hell?" The evil god of hell is the great true butcher, the supreme lord of Shinha civilization, who is in charge of the life and death of all creatures in the world. If he wants you to live, you can live. If he wants you to die, you can only go to the Yellow Spring. The golden horn demon emperor and the silver horn demon emperor laughed loudly. Ning Xiaochuan gently shook his head, turned into a streamer, and disappeared in situ. When he appeared again, he was already standing in the middle of the golden horn demon emperor and the silver horn demon emperor. He stretched out his hands and pressed them on the shoulders of the golden horn demon emperor and the silver horn demon emperor respectively, directly penetrating the spiritual power of the 7-hole god demon heart into their bodies to purify the evil spirit in their bodies. A moment later, both the golden horn demon emperor and the silver horn demon emperor woke up. How can this happen? Brother, how can you grow 2 tusks in your mouth and a pair of black wings on your back? The silver horn demon emperor stared at the golden horn demon emperor in horror. The golden horn demon emperor also stared at the silver horn demon emperor in surprise and said, "Second brother, you also have 2 fangs in your mouth and a pair of black wings on your back." Ning Xiaochuan came out from behind the 2 demon emperors and said, "You have been corroded by evil forces, and your flesh has changed. With my current ability, I can only use the power of the seven-hole demon heart to purify your mind and restore your sanity. If I want to completely remove the evil chi from you, I have to study it carefully and strive to refine a pill that can purify the evil chi. The Golden Horn Demon Emperor looked at Ning Xiaochuan and immediately showed his joy and said, Ning Xiaochuan, do you know how we were invaded by evil forces? Ning Xiaochuan said, I just returned to North/Xinjiang. I don't know what happened. I only know that this matter should have a lot to do with Guishu. Return to the ruins. The Golden Horn Demon Emperor and the Silver Horn Demon Emperor recalled carefully. Suddenly, the Silver Horn Demon Emperor exclaimed, I remember. I remember that I was bitten by a woman with red hair, and I became like this. The Golden Horn Demon Emperor patted his forehead and said, I also remember that there is this woman. After she bit us, she also asked us to build an evil temple in the imperial capital. The power of the evil temple can summon evil things within a radius of 100,000 miles, reward them with evil power, and let them obtain strong power and long life. Interesting. Ning Xiaochuan asked again, do you know who that woman is? The Golden Horn Demon Emperor thought hard and said, she seems to say what messenger she is? Hell Messenger. Silver Horn Demon Emperor rode. Yes, Hell Messenger. The Golden Horn Demon Emperor added, she also said that she was sitting in Dueling Mountain, leaving the ruins in advance to preach for the evil gods, so as to welcome the evil gods to return to Shinha civilization. Shit. I also remember. She took my purple, gold and red gourd. The Silver Horn Demon Emperor said angrily, that smelly woman is too hateful. We'll go to Dueling Mountain now, dry her to death and recapture the purple gold and red gourd. Ning Xiaochuan thoughtfully said, don't bother so much. We can wait for her in Daidu and let her come to us in person. Will she come to the capital in person? The Silver Horn Demon Emperor didn't believe it. Ning Xiaochuan laughed and said, take me to the evil god temple first. I have my own way to attract her. I want to see who is sacred. Entering the imperial capital, Zhang Ruochen felt both familiar and strange. Familiar streets, familiar Jiaonahofu, familiar Guanyu building, but things have changed. People walking on the street are not human beings, but evil things with fangs and blood pupils. A strange bird eroded by evil, with a body more than 10 meters long, found the human breath on Ning Xiaochuan, swooped down from the sky, and grabbed Ning Xiaochuan's back with one claw. Pa! The Golden Horn Demon Emperor slapped out, turned into a big handprint, and beat the strange bird into a blood mist. Shit, it's not an eye-opener. The Golden Horn Demon Emperor cursed. Two demons and one person continue to move forward. The evil temple, built in the former imperial palace, is located on the top of a stone platform 100 feet high. On top of the stone platform stands a huge statue. That statue, with a human body, has 12 black wings on its back, and there is a mark like lightning in the middle of its eyebrows. Even if it was just a statue, it still contained a strong momentum. Ning Xiaochuan walked under the statue and felt a strong pressure. Like a god, standing in front of him. Is this the statue of the evil god of hell? Ning Xiaochuan rode. The Golden Horn Demon Emperor said, this statue is carved by the Hell Messenger himself. It should be the body of the evil god of hell. At this moment, under the statue, countless evil things are kneeling down to worship and burn incense for sacrifice. Ning Xiaochuan nodded and said, if you want to bring that Hell Messenger to the imperial capital, you must first destroy the statue of the evil god. I'll come. The Silver Horn Demon Emperor volunteered, took off, made a mark on his hands, played a magic power, and bombarded the statue of the evil god. With the power of the Silver Horn Demon Emperor, it is easy to destroy an evil god statue, even an imperial capital. However, just when the Silver Horn Demon Emperor beat out the magic power, the change suddenly occurred. Boom! A torrential evil spirit surged out of the statue of the evil god and hit the silver horn demon emperor on the chest, knocking the silver horn demon emperor down to the ground and smashing a large pit with a diameter of tens of meters on the ground. A statue is so powerful? The silver horn demon emperor crawled out of the pit and stared at the evil god statue with some shock, feeling quite incredible. Let me have a try. The golden horn demon emperor was about to make a move, but was stopped by Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan said, "That statue of an evil god contains divine power. You can't destroy it. Let me do it." Ning Xiaochuan will take out the warhammer of the giant spirit and inject the force of nature into the warhammer continuously. The giant spirit warhammer is the supreme emperor's weapon. Driven by the force of nature, it erupted into a great power, and a torrential force emanated from the giant spirit warhammer. That horrible smell spread throughout the Jade Haze Empire. All the evil things in the territory of Yulan Empire were trembling and frightened by the power of the extreme imperial power. Boom! Ning Xiaochuan waved a hammer, breaking the divine power of the evil god statue and hitting the top of the evil god statue. With a bang, the statue of the evil god split into huge stones and fell to the ground. The statue of an evil god had just been broken, and a more terrifying breath appeared over the capital, condensing into a virtual shadow of an evil god. The human body has 6 pairs of black wings on its back. Although it is only a virtual shadow, it is more frightening than the evil god statue just now. Dong! Dong! Even the powerful golden horn demon emperor and silver horn demon emperor were suppressed by that oppressive force, lying on the ground, as if carrying a 5-finger mountain on their backs, and they couldn't stand up at all. Only Ning Xiaochuan, who could still stand, stared at the ghost with his eyes straight. That virtual shadow, his mouth issued an earth-shaking scream, "Bold human, how dare you destroy this statue of God? You are so blasphemous, you are not afraid to be killed by God?" In fact, Ning Xiaochuan didn't expect to lead out a trace of thoughts of evil gods, but he didn't panic and appeared calm, saying, "If I didn't guess wrong, you are still trapped in the ruins, right? If you want to kill me, you shouldn't be able to do it with your current strength." Just a human child, a powerful idea, enough to kill you. The hands of the evil spirit raised the sky, and in an instant, the whole sky was full of wind and clouds, and a blood-red demon moon appeared from the clouds. Wow! A blood-red column of light flew down from the clouds and bombarded Ning Xiaochuan's head. Annihilation palm print way. Ning Xiaochuan folded his hands, condensed the strength of the whole body, communicated with heaven and earth, and hit out a huge palm print. Boom! The world-destroying palm print path and the bloody light column in the sky were annihilated at the same time. The powerful impact almost flattened the entire imperial capital. How powerful! The Tianming Demon Emperor is a secondary god. The power of her secondary god idea is equivalent to the power of the warrior at the 9th peak of the eternal realm. But this evil god is also an idea, but the power burst out is stronger than a holy king. Is it true that this evil god has condensed his divine personality? Ning Xiaochuan just had this idea in his mind, and immediately shook his head. Dian world is very special. At most, it can only accommodate the next god. If the real god comes to Dian world, he will be immediately killed by the power of the world. The world power of Dian world will automatically exclude the existence of the true god level. For example, after the Emperor of Heaven condensed his divine personality and became a god, he immediately left the Dian world and went to the Shinha civilization. Of course, if the power of that evil god is stronger than the world power of Dian world, he may be able to stay in Dian world. Of course, this possibility is extremely small. Besides, if he is really an evil god at the level of true god, he will escape from the ruins. Who can stop him in the whole Dian world? It seems that there must be a great secret hidden in the Guishu. While Ning Xiaochuan was thinking about the origin of the evil god, the phantom of the evil god flew directly over Zhongruochen, pointed out with his fingers, and struck a thick lightning. Heaven's mark. Ning Xiaochuan's eyebrows flickered for a moment, showing a sign of command, emitting a bright white light. A white column of light shot from Ning Xiaochuan's eyebrows, smashing the lightning struck by the evil spirit's virtual shadow. Is it you? No, it's not you. Human boy, why can you cultivate the mark of heaven? The phantom of the evil god roared, as if he hated the person who had the mark of heaven. It should have known someone who had the mark of heaven. Ning Xiaochuan saw some clues. The ghost of the evil god seemed to be afraid of the mark of the heavenly god. In that case, it's easy to do. Ning Xiaochuan's back grew a pair of flame dragon wings, also took off, stood opposite the false shadow of the evil god, and said, "Evil god, who are you?" Haha. The evil spirit, Suing, gave a laugh, ignored Huaining Ogawa's problem, and directly attacked him. A black evil knife, cut off from the sky, with a divine force, seemed to kill Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan showed his dragon speed, turned into a dragon virtual shadow, escaped from the black evil knife, flew to the top of the head of the evil spirit virtual shadow, and shouted, "Pick up the divine way." Ning Xiaochuan decided to hijack the spirit of the evil god and use his spirit to help him practice and receive the divine way. You know, Ning Xiaochuan's current practice of receiving the divine way has only reached Xiaocheng. He can only borrow the divine power of Tianming Demon Emperor and Sui Hanyu. Boom! Ning Xiaochuan made 2 fingerprints at the same time, from the left and right directions, to imprison the false shadow of evil gods. Human boy, do you want to imprison the spirit of this seat? You also underestimate the power of the spirit. The evil ghost sent out a cold hum, his hands kept moving, and a huge vortex appeared in front of him, which involved Ning Xiaochuan in the vortex and wanted to devour Ning Xiaochuan completely. The monument of the god of destruction, calming the soul. Ning Xiaochuan raised his hands, called out the stone tablet of the god of destruction, and suppressed the false shadow of the evil god under the stone tablet. After seeing the stone tablet of the god of destruction, the virtual image of the evil god finally remembered something, and exclaimed, "The world of destruction, you are the world of destruction." Rob God. Ning Xiaochuan put his finger on the eyebrow of the evil spirit's virtual shadow, exerted the power of receiving the divine way, and soon absorbed the spirit contained in the evil spirit's virtual shadow into his body. When the shadow of the evil god was absorbed by Ning Xiaochuan, the vast evil spirit shrouded in the space between heaven and earth gradually dispersed. Ning Xiaochuan fell to the ground again, gently flicked the robe on his body, and said, "That ghost of an evil god is almost equivalent to the 8th heavy emperor of the realm of creation. Now, I have absorbed his spirit. If I borrow the divine power of the heavenly dream demon emperor and the evil god at the same time, I can compete with the 9th heavy emperor of the realm of creation even if I don't use the bottom card of the secondary artifact level." The golden horn demon emperor and the silver horn demon emperor got up from the ground and looked at Ning Xiaochuan. The silver horn demon emperor said with some worry, "That evil god is a little terrifying, just a thought is so terrifying. If this god takes action, I'm afraid it can make us disappear with just a breath." Ning Xiaochuan said, "If my guess is right, that evil god is still trapped in the depths of the ruins and can't escape for the time being. So we don't have to worry at all." The golden horn demon emperor nodded, and then said, "What about the evil spirit on us? Looking at this body now, I feel uncomfortable all over." Ning Xiaochuan said with a smile, "If you want to purify evil qi, you must go to the place where the evil qi is most abundant, and then it is possible to find an antidote." Go to Guishu? The voices of the golden horn demon emperor and the silver horn demon emperor were trembling. Ning Xiaochuan nodded and said, "When the hell messenger is solved, we will go to the ruins. The evil god statue is destroyed, and that hell messenger must feel something, and will come to the imperial capital to see it in person. We can wait for her in the imperial capital." "Yes. When she comes, you must help us recapture the purple gold and red gourd." The silver horn demon emperor clenched his fist tightly. Ning Xiaochuan asked the silver horn demon emperor and the gold horn demon emperor, "Do you know the whereabouts of the King Qing and the elder Liao?" The silver horn demon emperor and the gold horn demon emperor shook their heads and said, "We haven't seen them since the land left by the gods." Ning Xiaochuan just asked casually. "Since they don't know, it's okay." Next, Ning Xiaochuan continued to practice and was ready to practice another way of destroying the world, the way of destroying the world's bones. If you want to cultivate a way of destroying the world, you can't do it for a while. Ning Xiaochuan had just been practicing for half an hour, and he felt a strong breath, which was rapidly coming to the imperial capital of Yulan Empire. Coming. Ning Xiaochuan opened his eyes and looked out of the hall. The Golden Horn Demon Emperor and the Silver Horn Demon Emperor also woke up from their practice, immediately stood up, and their bodies were full of war. Obviously, they hate that hell messenger very much. Wow! A beautiful blood-red figure came out of a void crack and landed on the top of a broken vermilion hall. Her head has long blood-red hair, her skin is white, and her pupils emit a bleeding red glow. She looked at the broken image of evil gods, and snorted coldly, "Damn! Who dares to desecrate the great evil gods? Bullshit demon!" The Silver Horn Demon Emperor cursed, came out of the hall, held a battle axe, and shouted, "Hand over the purple gold and red gourd of the Emperor immediately, and the Emperor can spare you from death." The bloody woman glared at the Silver Horn Demon Emperor fiercely, and said, "You have not become a believer of the evil god. How can you wake up? Will you return the purple, gold and red gourd?" The Golden Horn Demon Emperor also showed anger. The blood-haired woman sneered, "What if you recover your sanity? With your cultivation, this messenger can kill you at the fingertips." The voice fell, and the woman with blood hair pulled out a long hair from her head and cut into the void. Wow! Space is torn in an instant. A blood-red sharp air wave emanated from the hair. The faces of the Golden Horn Demon Emperor and the Silver Horn Demon Emperor changed. At this moment, they found that the blood-haired woman was so powerful that they could not deal with it at all. Just when that long hair was cut in front of the Golden Horn Demon Emperor and the Silver Horn Demon Emperor. Broken. Ning Xiaochuan spits out a word in his mouth, sends out a sound wave, and sends the bloody long hair to the shock. Hearing that word, the blood-haired woman's body suddenly trembled and almost fell from the top of the hall. A startled look appeared on her face and said, "Who is it?" Ning Xiaochuan came out of the gate, looked at the bloody woman and said, "Are you the messenger of hell?" The bloody woman said, "That's right." Ning Xiaochuan felt a evil force from Guishu on the blood-haired woman. "Is there some kind of creature living in Guishu?" Ning Xiaochuan asked again, "Are you from Guishu?" This time, the bloody woman didn't answer Ning Xiaochuan and said coldly, "Why should I tell you?" "Well, in that case, I can only suppress you first, and then ask you slowly." Ning Xiaochuan rode. The cultivation of the blood-haired woman is comparable to the first master of the realm of creation. In the Dian world, she has been regarded as the top strength. Of course, in front of Ning Xiaochuan, her cultivation is far from enough. The bloody woman also knew that she was not Ning Xiaochuan's opponent, so she immediately opened the door of void and wanted to escape. In mid-air, there was a space crack more than 10 meters long. Seeing the bloody woman, she was about to escape into the space crack. Ning Xiaochuan stretched out an arm, and the vast force of nature immediately condensed a big hand thousands of meters long and 5 huge white fingers in the void to catch the blood-haired woman's body. Close. Ning Xiaochuan withdrew his palm. The bloody woman appeared in the palm of his hand. The Golden Horn Demon Emperor and the Silver Horn Demon Emperor widened their eyes, and saw that the blood-haired woman's body had become only the size of rice grains, and could not escape Ning Xiaochuan's palm at all. Is this the power of the existence of the realm of creation? It's incredible. If only I could have such power. The silver horn demon emperor was very envious. Naturally, they don't know that Ning Xiaochuan uses the power of space, and his palm can hold the nature of heaven and earth. Even a big mountain will become as big as a grain of dust in Ning Xiaochuan's hand. The bloody woman stood in Ning Xiaochuan's palm, terrified, knowing that she met a big man today. After all, she is the most powerful person in the realm of creation, and has also captured it. She can mobilize the world, and she is not completely without resistance. Wings of evil gods. A pair of black wings grow on the back of the blood-haired woman. I didn't know that the wings were transformed by the force of nature, but really grew out of her body. That pair of black wings, with an evil spirit, is very similar to the breath of the false shadow of evil gods, but it is much lighter. The bloody woman fanned her wings, and unexpectedly wanted to escape from Ning Xiaochuan's palm. Suppress it. Ning Xiaochuan's palm turned over and directly suppressed the bloody woman under the palm print. Boom! Ning Xiaochuan exerts the power of the Book of Heaven and Earth to communicate with the earth and mobilize the chi of the earth. With a gentle lift of his arm, a towering mountain immediately rose on the ground, suppressing the bloody woman at the foot of the mountain. I am the messenger of hell. If you dare to hurt me, the evil god will surely destroy you. The bloody woman roared, trying to escape from the shattered mountain. Her body emitted bleeding light, shaking the mountain on her back. The golden horn demon emperor laughed and said, "Your evil god has been suppressed by Brother Ning. Now, no one can save you in the sky and on the earth. Honestly, tell your origin and the origin of the evil god, otherwise the emperor will let you live and die." The blood-haired woman snorted coldly, and did not pay attention to the threat of the golden horn demon emperor at all. Just a fifth heaviest monster in the eternal realm, dare to threaten her? The creature who created the realm was quite determined, and it was never easy to ask something from her mouth. You can only use the power of the 7 orifices demon heart. Ning Xiaochuan stretched out one and touched the blood-haired woman's eyebrows. Using the power of the 7 orifices demon heart, he forcibly suppressed her mind. At first, the blood-haired woman was very resistant, but after Ning Xiaochuan defeated her mind defense line, she finally had a low and noble head. Her eyes gradually became confused, no longer resisted, and gradually calmed down. Ning Xiaochuan asked, "Who on earth are you?" "Under the 12 wings of Donghuang evil god, hell messenger, Rosies." The blood-haired woman's eyes were dull. Ning Xiaochuan said, "That evil god statue with 12 black wings on its back is the 12-winged Donghuang evil god?" "Yes." The bloody woman said. Ning Xiaochuan finally knew the name of the evil god, but he still had a lot of puzzles in his heart, and asked, "Are you a creature in the ruins?" "Yes." The bloody woman said. Ning Xiaochuan said, "How many hell messengers like you came out of the ruins?" The bloody woman struggled a little, and finally said, "I don't know how many hell messengers came out of the Guishu. I only know that our Donghuang department sent a total of 10 hell evil kings, and there are 10 hell messengers under each hell evil king. I'm the hell messengers under the heavenly book evil king." Ning Xiaochuan seemed to grasp something crucial and asked, "In the Guishu, is there any other department besides your Donghuang department?" "I don't know how many are there in the Guishu. I only know the 3 closest to the Donghuang department. Our ancestors of the Donghuang department are the 12-winged Donghuang evil gods," said the bloody woman. Both the golden horn demon emperor and the silver horn demon emperor were shocked. Who would have thought that these evil tribes still existed in the Guishu? The strength of only one Donghuang sect is a little stronger than that of the whole Dian world. Just a hell messenger, he has the cultivation of creating a realm. Moreover, the ministry of Donghuang sent 100 hell messengers at one time. If every hell messenger is as powerful as Rosies, it is 100 creatures in the realm of creation. Not to mention, there are 10 evil kings above the hell messenger. How powerful are those 10 evil kings? If we let all the evil people in the Guishu rush out, will the creatures of Dian have a chance to live? Ning Xiaochuan also felt very shocked and said, since the Donghuang department is so powerful, why not pour out and completely capture the Dian world? The bloody woman said, there is an ancient seal in the Guishu. All the parts that are banned in the Guishu are suppressed by the power of the seal and cannot go out of the Guishu. Ning Xiaochuan said, how did you escape from the Guishu? The bloody woman said, recently, I don't know why the seal in Guishu has become weak. Therefore, the secondary god in the ministry, using Donghuang artifacts, opened a gap in the seal, and let us go out of Guishu in advance to preach for the 12-winged Donghuang evil god, so that the 12-winged Donghuang evil god can wake up as soon as possible. As long as the 12-winged Donghuang evil god wakes up, we can lead our ministry back to the Xinhe civilization. Ning Xiaochuan more and more felt that this matter was unusual, and perhaps it would solve a great mystery in ancient times, so he asked more eagerly, do you know the origin of the 12-winged Donghuang evil gods? Why were you sealed in Guishu? Beads of sweat appeared on the forehead of the bloody woman, and her whole body was shaking. 12 wings. Donghuang. Evil. God. Ah. The bloody woman just opened her mouth, and suddenly, a divine punishment fell on the sky, splitting her into a blood mist. God and form are destroyed. Fortunately, Ning Xiaochuan felt early and caught the Golden Horn Demon Emperor and the Silver Horn Demon Emperor in time, breaking through the void and escaping thousands of miles away. Otherwise, the Golden Horn Demon Emperor and the Silver Horn Demon Emperor will die without doubt. Although Ning Xiaochuan's cultivation will not be punished by God, he will certainly be injured. I'm scared to death. The evil god is too fierce. Just saying a word about him, he made a taboo, attracted divine punishment, and hacked his descendants to death. The Silver Horn Demon Emperor was so frightened that his legs kept swinging. Ning Xiaochuan thoughtfully said, I'm afraid it's not simple. The Golden Horn Demon Emperor and the Silver Horn Demon Emperor also reacted, widened their eyes, and said, I have never heard that there is such a big hidden danger in Guishu before. Once the secret is spread, it will definitely shake the whole Dian world. Maybe even those maniacs of Xinhe civilization will be startled. Ning Xiaochuan said, the Guishu is boundless and vast, and no one has ever been able to go to the bottom of the Guishu. If there are no living creatures in such a place, it is strange. I feel that the world in the Guishu may be broader than the Dian world, and there must be some amazing secret hidden. The Golden Horn Demon Emperor nodded and said, even the secondary god has fallen in the Guishu, which is very evil. The Silver Horn Demon Emperor said, what shall we do now? Shall we send the news to the heaven? Ning Xiaochuan gently shook his head and said, we don't need to spread the news at all. The secondary gods in heaven must know more about Guishu than we do. Moreover, we guarantee that they must have known about North/Xinjiang. If my guess is right, the reason why North/Xinjiang has become an evil land must be because the people of Donghuang have broken a gap in the ancient seal, so that the evil spirit in Guishu has leaked out. The Golden Horn Demon Emperor widened his eyes and said, just a small amount of evil gas escapes, and the whole North/Xinjiang will become evil land. If the ancient seal is completely broken, will not the whole Dian world become evil land? Ning Xiaochuan's eyes sank. If the whole Dian world became evil, wouldn't all the creatures in Dian world also become evil? Shiner, Grandpa, Yusasai. How many can resist evil? We must go to Guishu. Ning Xiaochuan's eyes became more and more firm, and his will became stronger and stronger. In any case, he will never allow his relatives and friends to become evil things and monsters. You're crazy. The Guishu is so dangerous that even the secondary god may fall. It's up to us to stop those evil people from escaping from the Guishu? The Silver Horn Demon Emperor shook his head hard. The Golden Horn Demon Emperor stared at Ning Xiaochuan and said, Brother Ning, in the face of the general situation, even the secondary gods have nothing to do. We can't manage the things in the Guishu, even those secondary gods who are high in the heaven. Why should we die? Ning Xiaochuan said, of course, I know how many kilograms I have, and I don't want to stop them from breaking the seal of Guishu. I just want to enter Guishu and find a drug to restrain the evil spirit. It's not just for healing you. If my relatives and friends around me are eroded by the evil spirit and become evil things in the future, I can also heal them at that time. The Golden Horn Demon Emperor and the Silver Horn Demon Emperor looked at their appearance, and their hearts were also very worried, because Ning Xiaochuan only temporarily protected their minds, and did not clear the evil spirit in their bodies. If the evil spirit counterattacks, they will become confused evil things again. Good. We will go to Guishu together, and we must find the medicine to relieve the evil spirit, said the Golden Horn Demon Emperor. Ning Xiaochuan laughed and said, to go to the ruins, we must catch another hell messenger. If we can catch a evil king, it's best. The Silver Horn Demon Emperor was puzzled and said, what's the use of catching it? Ning Xiaochuan's eyes shrunk and said, we only know some places outside the Guishu, and we don't know anything about the depths of the Guishu. If we can learn more about the Guishu from the mouth of those hell messengers, it will naturally help us more. If we can get a map of the depths of the Guishu, it's best. Ning Xiaochuan thought about it, but he still felt that he should capture a evil king. A evil king must know more than a hell messenger. Ning Xiaochuan, Golden Horn Demon Emperor and Silver Horn Demon Emperor returned to the previous place of divine punishment. The divine punishment just now left a huge pit on the ground. That hell messenger was naturally beaten to ashes by God. The Golden Horn Demon Emperor found the purple gold and red gourd at the bottom of the pit, and immediately cried with joy and laughed up to the sky. The Silver Horn Demon Emperor found a bone whip under a boulder. The femoral whip is full of strong divine power, which is as heavy as a mountain. Every bone is like a divine jade, glittering and translucent, and the divine light is burning. Obviously, this bone whip is the soldier of that hell messenger. Although the hell messenger was punished by God, the soldiers remained. This is a divine whip refined from the backbone of a whole sub-god. My God! This is going to be sent. With the divine whip in hand, who can't fight with the emperor? The Silver Horn Demon Emperor burst out of confidence and laughed loudly. Ning Xiaochuan stood at the edge of the pit and looked at the Golden Horn Demon Emperor and the Silver Horn Demon Emperor standing at the bottom of the pit with their hands akimbo and laughing up to the sky. He sighed, it's worthy of being a brother, and even the posture of laughing is the same. Ning Xiaochuan threw away a layer of soil and picked up a blood-red bead. This bead, which looks only the size of a fist, weighs 1,000 jin. Ning Xiaochuan injected the force of nature into the blood bead, and the surface of the blood bead immediately appeared dense words, which turned out to be a cultivation skill. Donghuang Jing. The Donghuang Sutra is the nerve of the 12-winged Donghuang evil gods to cultivate, and it is also the most powerful sutra in the department of Donghuang. Only evil people who have reached the 9th level of the eternal realm are qualified to cultivate. According to the introduction above the blood bead, as long as the first layer of the Donghuang Sutra is successfully cultivated, a pair of evil wings will grow on the back, and the cultivation will directly reach the first priority of the realm of creation. If you successfully cultivate the second layer of the Donghuang Sutra, you can grow a second pair of evil wings and achieve the 7th level of the realm of creation. If you cultivate the Donghuang Sutra to the 3rd level, you can grow a third pair of evil wings, and the cultivation directly reaches the secondary god realm. It is said that the 12-winged Donghuang evil gods have cultivated the Donghuang Sutra to the 6th floor, growing 6 pairs of wings, a total of 12 wings. On the blood beads, only the first 3 layers of cultivation methods of the Donghuang Sutra are recorded. Ning Xiaochuan can feel the breadth and profundity of the Donghuang Sutra, which is even much more powerful than the Zixia Sutra created by the Emperor Zijin. Although Ning Xiaochuan is now practicing the Sutra of Destruction of the World and the Sutra of Heaven and Earth, this does not prevent him from understanding the Donghuang Sutra. Those old people who become secondary gods, which one is not reading widely, understanding various martial classics, seizing the essence of martial classics, and finally become secondary gods. Relatively speaking, Ning Xiaochuan has read too few martial classics now, and his understanding of martial arts is far less than those who have lived for thousands of years. When Ning Xiaochuan understood the Donghuang Sutra, suddenly, the blood bead trembled. The virtual shadow of a man with bloody hair emerged from the blood beads, suspended in the void, and said, 10 hell envoys listen to the order, and immediately rushed to Zhangmingxi to see Ben Jun before dark. With these words, the virtual shadow of the bloody man disappeared. Ning Xiaochuan stared at the blood bead, with a smile on his face. It turns out that the blood bead is not only a record of the Donghuang Sutra, but also a contact tool between the evil king of the Book of Heaven and 10 hell envoys. So good, just go to meet the evil king of the Book of Heaven for a while, and see how high his ability is? Ning Xiaochuan collected the blood beads and called the Golden Horn Demon Emperor and the Silver Horn Demon Emperor, saying, Go. Go to Kangminghai with me. Zhangmingxi is not really a sea, but a huge inland lake, located in the hinterland of North Xinjiang. The area of the lake is quite vast, dozens of times larger than the territory of the Yulan Empire. It's not too much to call it the sea. Zhangmingxi area is quite famous among the Terrans in North/Xinjiang, because the master of Zhangmingxi area was once one of the sacred lands of the Terrans in North/Xinjiang, a ghost-raising family. Of course, after the Tianming Demon Emperor woke up, he almost killed the human civilization in the territory of the ghost family, and the descendants of the ghost family can only flee to the Middle Earth world. Later, the Middle Earth world was conquered by the demon world. The residual forces of the ghost world can only escape to heaven. Now I don't know how many people are still alive. A holy land has completely declined. When Ning Xiaochuan came to Zhangmingxi area and looked at the ruins of human civilization, he could only sigh, things are right and people are wrong, and the sea changes. How powerful were the great holy lands in northern/Xinjiang. Tiandi Mountain, Guangming Holy Land, Ghost-Raising Family, Jiutian Pavilion. There were a large number of geniuses and heroes everywhere. Now, how many people are alive? At this moment, Ning Xiaochuan couldn't help thinking of Tang Shuyao, Bao Zhudizong, the goddess of light, the son of light, and Niao Lanqin and Niao Lanji. Are they still alive? Suddenly, Ning Xiaochuan's eyes coagulated and looked at the sea. In the middle of the vast sea area, there stood a huge statue of God. That statue of God has a human body, with electric lines engraved on the eyebrows and 12 evil wings on its back. The idol of the 12-winged Donghuang evil god. This statue of God is taller than that of Yulan Empire. It is like a stone mountain standing in the sea, overlooking the world, giving people a proud and unparalleled momentum. A faint power emanated from the statue and affected the surrounding space. Above the statue of God, clouds converge to form a dark sky, and there are no stars and moons at all. This statue of God is terrible. I feel that the power emanating from the statue is invisibly suppressing my power. Brother Ning, why don't we go to see the evil king of the Book of Heaven? The silver-horned demon emperor stared at the statue, and his heart kept shaking. Ning Xiaochuan thought for a moment and said, the cultivation of your two brothers is indeed too weak compared with those hell messengers. In that case, you will stay here and I will kill them alone. The Golden Horn Demon Emperor and the Silver Horn Demon Emperor were also very knowledgeable. Knowing that their cultivation was too weak, they did not participate. When he came to Zhangmingxi area, Ning Xiaochuan sensed several powerful smells, which must be the evil king of the Book of Heaven and those hell messengers. There are 10 hell messengers under the seat of the evil king of the Book of Heaven. Roses was killed by God, and there are still 9. I don't know whether the 9 hell messengers have arrived. Ning Xiaochuan was thinking in his heart when suddenly, a huge breath flew towards him rapidly. 1 moment ago, he was still thousands of miles away. The next moment, Ning Xiaochuan saw a black cloud surrounding him from all directions. In the clouds, there were harsh bird calls. Ning Xiaochuan looked intently and saw thousands of bone birds flying out of the black clouds. Some bone birds are only about the size of a palm, and some bone birds are hundreds of meters long. Every bone bird has blood-red eyes, sharp claws, and sharp mouths. Tens of thousands of bone birds surrounded Ning Xiaochuan, instantly drowning Ning Xiaochuan's body. Wow! Among the dark bony birds, a red fire light was emitted, which shattered tens of thousands of bony birds into powder and turned into wisps of smoke under the burning of the fire. Ning Xiaochuan flew out of the bone bird, propped up a spherical protective cover, hung in the void, and pointed in a certain direction in the void. Wow! A sword chi flew out of Ning Xiaochuan's fingertips, shaking the void, forcing an old man in black out of the clouds. The old man was covered with black robes, bent, standing on the back of a bone bird, holding a dead wood crutch in his hand. On his back, there are a pair of black evil wings. Cough. Human boy, I didn't expect your cultivation to be so powerful. How far has it reached? The voice of the old man in black is very hoarse, with a gloomy breath. Ning Xiaochuan stood in the sea of bone birds, looking very calm, and said, "Are you the messenger of hell under the evil king of the Book of Heaven?" "I am the third messenger of hell under the evil king of the Book of Heaven, poor Wulia." The old man in black slightly raised his head, narrowed his eyes, stared at Ning Xiaochuan deeply, and said hoarsely, "I smell roses on you. Has she been killed by you?" Ning Xiaochuan said, "She was killed by the divine punishment of the 12-winged Donghuang evil gods." Even the name of the evil god lord was revealed by her. It's really worthy of death. The old man in black, poor Wulia, said coldly. A strong chill emanated from his body. Ning Xiaochuan can clearly feel that the cultivation of this hell messenger called a poor Wulia is obviously much higher than Rosie's, and should have reached the third level of the realm of creation. You have to die. A poor Wulia's breath became more fierce, and thick black fog rushed out of his body, surging towards Ning Xiaochuan. In the black fog, there was a huge blue skull, which was ferocious and evil. The blue skull is more than 100 meters tall, and each tooth is much larger than Ning Xiaochuan's body. It opened a big mouth and swallowed Ning Xiaochuan and the protective cover into its stomach. The old man in black showed a smile on his face and was about to call back the blue skull. Boom! The blue skull was broken from the inside out, and a magical sword gas was cut out of the skull and split towards the old man in black. The black-robed old man's face changed greatly. He immediately propped up the dead wood crutch in his hand and turned it into a dead tree all over the sky. Thousands of branches as hard as iron grew up, protecting him behind. Ning Xiaochuan's sword was so sharp that with the momentum of destroying the withered and decaying, he easily chopped the withered trees held up by the old man in black into pieces of sawdust. Poof! The black-robed old man's hands burst into two blood mists. Even his body was almost torn apart. Fortunately, there seemed to be some kind of secret treasure on his body, which forced the broken body to condense again. How awesome! The black-robed old man stared at Ning Xiaochuan with frightened eyes and shouted, "This son's cultivation has at least reached the level of monarch. If you don't show up immediately, join hands with me to pull him down." The voice of the old man in black fell, and a moment later, 4 other figures flew from the depths of the sea, surrounding Ning Xiaochuan in the center. All the 4 figures have long blood-red hair and a pair of black wings on their backs, and their accomplishments have reached the realm of creation. Among the 4 figures, there is a thin old man, who looks only 1.2 meters tall and thin all over, but his cultivation is the highest, reaching the 5th level of the realm of creation. He is the first messenger of hell under the evil king of the Book of Heaven, Long Yuexi. Long Yuexi said, "The thing that Lord Xiejun dug up is at the critical moment of sacrifice and cannot be disturbed. We must try our best to get rid of this human." 5 hell messengers stood in 5 directions of Ning Xiaochuan and directly attacked Ning Xiaochuan. Apor Wulia's arms grew again, raised his hands to the sky, and read, "Bone God is coming." The tens of thousands of bone birds flying in the sky all flew above the head of Apor Wulia, condensed into a white bone giant thousands of meters tall. Roar! The white bone giant roared, slapped his hand on the sea, and immediately splashed the sea hundreds of meters high, turning into a huge wave, rushing towards Ning Xiaochuan. Its power can be compared with the 5th strongest in the realm of creation. Ning Xiaochuan didn't pay attention to the white bone giant. When his body moved, it immediately turned into a fiery red light shuttle, avoiding the attack of the white bone giant and flying over the head of the 7th hell messenger. The 7th hell messenger was a young woman. Seeing Ning Xiaochuan suddenly appearing above her head, her face changed and she immediately played a magic power. That magical power condensed an evil claw, trying to drive Ning Xiaochuan back. Ning Xiaochuan's mouth hooked, dived down, instantly tore up the magic power of the 7th hell messenger, and slapped her on the top of her head. Poof! The bones and blood vessels of the 7th hell messenger were all shattered, upgraded and cut off, and fell into the Zhangming Sea. A strong man in the realm of fortune fell, causing great movement, and the sea water around the whole Zhangming Sea area turned blood red. Boom! Ning Xiaochuan made a world-destroying handprint, forming a huge handprint, which fell from the clouds and tore apart the white bone giant several kilometers high. When the white bone giant broke, Apor Wulia vomited a mouthful of blood from his mouth, and his body was shaky. At this time, Ning Xiaochuan appeared in front of Apor Wulia, and gave instructions, penetrating Apor Wulia's eyebrows. Don't die. Apor Wulia's body gushed out a terrifying evil spirit, and the eyebrows pierced by Ning Xiaochuan healed slowly. Self-healing ability is so strong. Ning Xiaochuan directly displayed the way of destroying the world, playing the way of destroying the world nebula, and instantly crushed Apor Wulia. Because the power of the gas of annihilation was too terrible, Apor Wulia's vitality completely disappeared in an instant and became a dead body. It has to be said that every creature who created the realm has extremely strong vitality. Even if their bodies are split in two, they may not die. But if Ning Xiaochuan uses the way of destroying the world, even the creatures in the realm of creation will undoubtedly die. The way of destroying the world is the way of killing life. Life is really fragile in front of the way of destroying the world. A moment later, Ning Xiaochuan killed 2 evil people in a row. With his current cultivation, no one is his enemy under the Holy Emperor. Now, only the 1st hell messenger Long Juexi is left. Human boy, your evil nature is stronger than our hell emissary. If you don't take refuge in our Donghuang department and believe in the 12-winged Donghuang evil god, I can promise you that I'll let bygones be bygones for what you did before. Long Yueshi's eyes kept flashing. He could see that Ning Xiaochuan's strength was quite strong. If Ning Xiaochuan could be brought into the camp of the Donghuang department, it would certainly be of great benefit for the Donghuang department to enter the Dian world. Ning Xiaochuan laughed, yes. As long as you tell me where your Donghuang department is at Guishu, and then pass the complete Donghuang Sutra to me, I can still consider joining the Donghuang department. Long Yueshi's face sank and said, human boy, don't be shameless. I really think I can't deal with you? Ning Xiaochuan's eyes were also heavy, with the spiritual power of the 7 orifices demon heart, and he drank coldly, what is the origin of your Donghuang department? Ning Xiaochuan's mind was so strong that it was like a lightning strike on Long Juexi. Long Yueshi's body trembled, and her eyes were slightly confused. However, it was only a momentary daze that woke up in an instant, stared at Ning Xiaochuan with a greatly changed face, and said, boy, why are you? Why is your mental power so strong? Ning Xiaochuan sighed gently, but it was still a little bit worse after all. The creatures who create the realm have too strong willpower. Shua. Ning Xiaochuan took a step, walked directly through the space, and came to Long Jiuxi's body. When Long Jiuxi hadn't reacted, he pointed at Long Jiuxi's eyebrows. Ning Xiaochuan wants to use the power of his mind to forcibly seize the memory of Long Jiuxi. Gradually, in the memory of Long Jiuxi, there appeared a huge blood mountain, a black ink sea, and huge cities floating on the sea. In the center of one of the cities, there stands a statue of the 12-winged Donghuang evil gods. Ning Xiaochuan has just explored here, and Long Jiuxi's body began to crack, just like ceramics, with cracks. In order to keep the secret of the Donghuang department, he unexpectedly forced himself to explode. Ning Xiaochuan's back grew a pair of flame dragon wings, flying thousands of miles away at the fastest speed. The destructive power of a creature with the 5th highest level of creation is unimaginable. Even with Ning Xiaochuan's current cultivation, he will definitely be seriously injured. Boom! As soon as Ning Xiaochuan flew out, Long Jiuxi's body exploded into a shower of blood. At the moment when the west of the moon burst, the evil king of Tianshu immediately noticed it in the depths of Songming Sea area. All 5 hell messengers are dead. Who is it? The evil king of Tianshu was a middle-aged man with blood hair. He was quite handsome and dignified. A hell messenger standing beside the evil king of Tianshu said, "If you can kill 5 evil kings, you are definitely the strongest in Dian world." Such a person actually came to North/Xinjiang, and the situation is a little bad. The evil king of Tianshu stared at the corpse in the blood pool, showing a trace of disdain and said, "Unless the secondary gods of Dian world come in person, otherwise, whoever comes will be dead." At the foot of the evil king of Tianshu is the ancestral tomb of the ghost-raising family. The corpse in the blood pool is not an ordinary skeleton, but a divine corpse. The bones of the undead, the ancestor of the ghost world. The second god of the dead has died for thousands of years, but the bones were dug out by the evil king of the Book of Heaven and put into the blood pool, as if to be used for sacrifice and refining. The breath of the divine corpse is very strong. Besides, ordinary warriors, let alone digging the divine corpse, can't do it even if they want to get close to the divine corpse. Only people of the level of Tianshu evil king can dig out the divine corpse and put it into the blood pool for refining. The evil king of the Book of Heaven stared at the god corpse in the blood pool, his eyes flashing with excitement, and said, "It will take some time for me to refine the evil god war corpse. You forego to hold that person, and you can hold it for as long as you can." Yes. 4 hell messengers stood in the void, all dressed in black robes, and bowed slightly to the evil king of Tianshu. Wait a minute. The evil king of the Book of Heaven was still a little worried, so he took a piece of red talisman from his sleeve and handed it to the messenger of the second hell, saying, "Glenn, take the talisman of invitation, use the talisman of invitation when necessary, stick it on the statue of the 12-winged Donghuang evil god adult, and ask the evil god to kill the man himself." Glenn respectfully received the magic talisman, and then he flew away with 3 other hell messengers. In addition to being smashed by Ning Xiaochuan into the first hell messenger of blood rain, the remains of the other 4 hell messengers were all floating on the sea, emitting 4 powerful smells. For ordinary martial artists, Songming Sea area has become a taboo sea. Martial artists under the realm of human beings who entered Songming Sea area are bound to be killed by the blood of creatures in the realm of creation. With a move of Ning Xiaochuan's arm, he collected all the blood gas in the corpses of 4 creatures in the realm of creation, entered the heart-nourishing tripod, and refined them into 4 blood pills of creation. The 4 lucky blood pills all carry a huge evil spirit. The blood gas is quite domineering, and ordinary warriors can't take them at all. Ning Xiaochuan plans to save the 4 lucky blood pills and take them back to the Golden Horn Demon Emperor and the Silver Horn Demon Emperor. Their bodies have been evil, and they can refine 4 creation blood pills to improve their cultivation. For the creatures in the eternal realm, the blood pill of creation is absolutely the supreme treasure, which is 10 or 100 times more precious than the eternal holy medicine. In addition to 4 blood pills, Ning Xiaochuan also collected 5 blood beads and 5 supreme imperial vessels, all of which are treasures used by 5 hell messengers. Again? Ning Xiaochuan put away the 4 lucky blood pills and looked at the end of the sea level, only to see a water wave hundreds of meters high, surging forward. 4 hell messengers in black stood at the top of the waves and quickly approached Ning Xiaochuan. Human beings, you can't rush here. Get back quickly, and maybe you can save your life. Glen rode. Ning Xiaochuan said, "You are not my opponent. Please invite your heavenly book evil king to fight with me." Glen said, "The evil king of the book of heaven will fight with you, but it's not now." Ning Xiaochuan's eyes narrowed, and he heard some clues from Glen's words. It seemed that the evil king of Tianshu was busy with something else. That's right. If it weren't for something important, why would the evil king of Tianshu suddenly call the top 10 hell envoys to Tsangming Sea area? What on earth is that evil king of the Book of Heaven doing? Ning Xiaochuan said, "The evil king of Tianshu sent you to hold me? Buy time for him?" The 4 hell messengers were silent. Ning Xiaochuan was more sure of the current speculation and said with a smile, "The evil king of Tianshu didn't send you to hold me down, but sent you to die." Shua. Ning Xiaochuan disappeared in situ. Suddenly, he appeared above the head of a hell messenger, holding a magic sword, and cut down with a sword. Poof. The sword light flashed, and the head of the hell messenger flew out and became a headless corpse. If you use other swords to create the powerful vitality of the incarnated creatures, you can completely grow heads again. However, the magic sword has the power to destroy the world. Even the creatures in the realm of fortune will die if their heads are cut off by the magic sword. As soon as Glen's face changed, he didn't expect Ning Xiaochuan's cultivation to be so terrible that he killed a creature in the realm of nature with a simple move. He is absolutely a sage. Glen hurriedly told the other 2 hell messengers, "Stop him first, and I'll ask the evil god to do it." Holding the magic talisman, Glen flew to the huge statue of an evil god in the sea. He bit his finger and sprinkled blood on the talisman. Wow! With a wave of his arm, he asked the talisman to stick it on the eyebrow of the statue of the evil god. The surface of the talisman, emitting dazzling light, completely wrapped the whole statue. Gailong knelt on the sea and said piously, "The great 12-winged Donghuang evil god, please show your supreme power, help your descendants, and kill the enemy in front of you." Groan's voice is very penetrating, resounding through the world, thousands of miles around, echoing his voice for a long time. Poof. Poof. Ning Xiaochuan, with the fastest speed, killed the 2 hell messengers and chased them up, saying, "Even if you ask the evil god, it's useless. Today, you'll die." Seeing Ning Xiaochuan catching up, Glen's face became a little pale, and his eyes were fixed on the statue of the evil god in the distance. At this moment, the statue of the evil god changed, and a mighty power erupted from the body of the statue, and the sea area of hundreds of thousands of miles was completely boiling. Crackling. A series of strong lightning appeared in the sky, like a knife in the sky, connecting the sky and the earth, setting off the divine image extremely evil. It was originally a stone statue. Suddenly, his eyes opened. The 2 stone eyes seemed to have divinity, emitting 2 light pillars thousands of miles long. Haha! Evil spirits are coming, and the world is invincible. Human beings, you are dead. Gailong knelt on the sea and constantly worshipped the idols of the 12-winged Donghuang evil gods, with crazy laughter in his mouth. Ning Xiaochuan can clearly feel the divine power contained in that statue, which is dozens of times stronger than the ghost of the evil god of Yulan Empire. To release the divine power and exert the divine power, we must borrow the power of the divine soul. In other words, the statue of an evil god contains a strong spirit of the 12-winged Donghuang evil god. The power of that spirit is at least equivalent to the 9th weight of a creator. The spirit contained in the ghost of the evil god that Ning Xiaochuan met in the Yulan Empire is only equivalent to a seventh heaviest creature in the realm of creation. There is no comparison between the ninth-level evil spirits in the realm of creation and the seventh-level evil spirits in the realm of creation. Ning Xiaochuan's expression also became serious. The ninth-level evil spirit in the realm of creation was not the ninth-level creature in the realm of creation. The supernatural power mobilized by the ninth-level evil spirits in the realm of creation can easily kill the ninth-level creatures in the realm of creation. Human beings, you have great courage to suppress a spirit of this house. Each of your heirs of the world-destroying way is so overbearing. The huge statue spoke. Ning Xiaochuan's expression moved and said, "Do you know the heirs of our world-destroying way?" The idol of the evil god said, "She once had a face-to-face relationship with the third generation of descendants of Mi Shidao. She once killed into Shang Wixu and sealed another descendant of Mi Shidao at the end of Shang Wixu." Ning Xiaochuan said, "Shanggui ruins? Go up to the ruins and go down to the Yellow Spring. At the end of the ruins, the gate of hell." The image of the evil god read. "What do you mean? Who are you? Why are you sealed in Guishu?" Ning Xiaochuan wrote. "Human beings, I saw that you are the messenger of the world-destroying Tao, so I said 2 more words to you. What kind of person in this house, how can you answer the question of an ordinary person?" The idol of the evil god finally began to bother, saying, "Hand over the ghost of this seat, and this seat can spare your life in the face of the third generation of the world-destroying Tao." Ning Xiaochuan said, "What if I don't return that spirit to you? Then you are provoking the gods, and you will die." On the statue of the evil god, a powerful divine power broke out, turned into a black lead cloud, and suppressed it towards Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan is absolutely impossible to return the spirit of the 12-winged Donghuang evil god. It's not a person who is afraid of things. Even in the face of gods, he can fight calmly. Ning Xiaochuan waved his sleeve, and the magic sword flew out of his sleeve, turning into a startling cloud, and beheaded at the statue of the evil god. "Since you intend to die, this seat will help you." The statue of the evil god came to life completely, made a huge handprint, and beat the magic sword upside down. The power of the handprint is very terrible, and with a force of space, it is clearly only a stone palm hundreds of meters long. When it falls on the top of Ning Xiaochuan's head, it immediately becomes tens of thousands of miles so huge. It's like smashing the whole north and Xinjiang. Receive the divine way. Ning Xiaochuan showed his way to connect gods. Between heaven and earth, wisps of divine power converged towards Ning Xiaochuan and condensed 2 figures behind him. One is the ghost shadow of the Tianming demon emperor, and the other is the ghost shadow of the 12-winged Donghuang evil gods. Catching the power of the 2 gods, Ning Xiaochuan's strength expanded rapidly, and the breath he showed was no weaker than the general 9th-level creatures who had just entered the realm of creation. Human beings, even if you borrow the power of the seat, it is still a dead end. The 12-winged Donghuang evil god roared. "Tiandi blade!" Ning Xiaochuan held the Tiandi blade in his hand and stood in the air, injecting the borrowed divine power into the Tiandi blade continuously. Tiandi blade is already a secondary artifact. Only divine power can activate the secondary artifact and exert some of its power. Under the urging of divine power, the breath emitted by Tiandi blade became stronger and stronger, and the blade became extremely bright. Countless knife shadows condensed in the space of the whole Songming Sea area, all flying around Tiandi blade. If I can absorb the spirit of the evil god in the idol, then my divine way will become more powerful. Ning Xiaochuan's eyes flickered, which turned out to be the attention of evil spirits. Groundbreaking. Ning Xiaochuan waved his arm and chopped it out with a knife. A knife light flew out, splitting the space, and with a mighty power, it rushed straight into the sky. Boom! The palm of the evil god was shattered by the knife, and turned into pieces of gravel. The sea of blood begets waves. The light in the eyes of the evil god became stronger and turned into a column of blood gas, forming a sea of blood in the void. Ning Xiaochuan was wrapped in a sea of blood. Every wisp of blood seemed to weigh 10 million kilograms, all wrapped around his body. This is a divine skill exerted by the gods. Its power is extraordinary. Ow! In the sea of blood, surging waves surged towards Ning Xiaochuan. In an instant, Ning Xiaochuan's body was suppressed in the waves, and his whole body could not move. Wow! Ning Xiaochuan forcibly waved the Tiandi blade, opening a gap in the sea of blood, trying to rush out of the gap. Unfortunately, the power of the sea of blood is far more powerful than he imagined. That crack soon closed again, once again suppressing Ning Xiaochuan in the blood. In the blood gas, a huge evil force was emitted, which entered Ning Xiaochuan's body and began to corrode Ning Xiaochuan's body. Is the power of the gods really unstoppable? Ning Xiaochuan doesn't believe it. Wow! Ning Xiaochuan called the demon sword out of the Xian beast's mirror and pinched it in his hand. The demon sword of destruction was born. Those who had been suppressing Ning Xiaochuan retreated one after another and dared not approach Ning Xiaochuan. Take it! Ning Xiaochuan held the demon sword above his head. The blood between heaven and earth was completely out of the control of evil gods, and all rushed towards the demon sword of destruction. Not only blood, but also the magic power contained in the evil god statue was absorbed by the world-destroying demon sword. How could this happen? The idol of the evil god was a little shocked. Wow! Ning Xiaochuan soared up, took the demon sword of destruction in his hand, and cut down with a sword. Boom! Huge statues smashed. Ning Xiaochuan pinched a false shadow of an evil god and said, "Rob God." The spirit contained in the shadow of that evil god is comparable to the ninth heaviest creature in the realm of creation, but under the suppression of the world-destroying demon sword, it has no power to resist. Soon, Ning Xiaochuan absorbed the spirit and broke it into the receiving spirit. Receive the divine way. Ning Xiaochuan once again showed his way of receiving gods, and immediately condensed the virtual shadow of an evil god with 12 wings behind him. Now, this virtual shadow has become more solid. Borrowing the magical power of the 12-winged Donghuang evil gods, Ning Xiaochuan's breath is comparable to the creatures in the late 9th stage of the realm of creation. If only we could absorb more divine power from the 12-winged Donghuang evil gods. Ning Xiaochuan's eyes stared at Glenn, and a powerful divine power shot out of Ning Xiaochuan's eyes. Poof! Glenn's brain exploded, turned into a blood corpse, and suspended on the sea. Ning Xiaochuan put away the Shinto, looked at the world-destroying magic sword in his hand, and sighed. I used the world-destroying magic sword again, and Dan Tai Shueshan must have sensed my position. She has the crystal red ghost ship, and should come soon. Ning Xiaochuan's use of the world-destroying magic sword is also helpless. In the situation just now, if he didn't use the demon sword, he would be killed by the evil god. Ning Xiaochuan sealed the world-destroying demon sword to the Xian beast Jian again, and once again refined the blood gas of the 4 creatures on the sea into 4 creation blood pills. Then he flew in the direction of the evil king of the Book of Heaven. I want to see what the evil king of the Book of Heaven is doing. Ning Xiaochuan decided to capture the evil king of Tianshu alive and seize the memory of the evil king of Tianshu in order to understand the secret about Guishu. Of course, we must make a quick decision. Dan Tai Shueshan really sensed the breath of the world-destroying demon sword, but now she is entangled by the purple and gold emperor, and she can't separate to Fu Ning Xiaochuan at all. Instead, it was the Tianming demon emperor who first noticed Ning Xiaochuan's breath. Ning Xiaochuan, you actually used the divine power of the emperor again. It seems that you are really unscrupulous. Tianming demon emperor's mouth showed a beautiful smile. Looking at the direction of north/Xinjiang, with a wave of his jade arm, he cut out a door of space and rushed to Tsangming Sea area. The ancestral land of the ghost family is located in a unique space in Songming Sea area. Above that sea area, there is a deserted island. Around the island, there is a secondary god array, which ordinary people can't break in at all. Now, the remnant array of secondary gods has been completely broken, and the former North/Xinjiang forbidden area is now gone. In the center of the island is a blood pool, in which lies a dead god. That divine corpse is very rotten and dead, but it exudes a vast divine power. Monks below the eternal realm will be killed by the divine power in an instant if they want to get close to the divine corpse. The evil king of the Book of Heaven stood by the bank of the blood pool, with 2 pairs of black wings on his back and an emperor's golden crown on his head, giving people a momentum of not being angry and self-threatening. He stared at the god corpse in the blood pool, showing a trace of smile, and said, "Finally, it is almost successful." As long as the evil god and the corpse are refined successfully, even if the secondary god comes to North/Xinjiang, Ben Jun can fight with him. The evil king of Tianshu was very happy, because this evil god war corpse would become his war servant. Drive the war corpse of the secondary god level. At that time, he is invincible under the secondary god. If he can dig up more gods in North/Xinjiang, he can refine more evil gods and war corpses. At this time, the evil king of Tianshu suddenly became alert, suddenly turned around and looked at the horizon, and saw a fiery red light and shadow flying from the sea level. He came so fast that 9 hell dead couldn't stop him. The face of the evil king of Tianshu was gloomy, and the strength of creation in his body kept surging. His body, which was only 2 meters high, suddenly expanded 100 times, reaching 200 meters high, turning into a giant, standing on the desert island, proudly staring at Ning Xiaochuan. "Human, are you here to die?" The heavenly book evil king's mouth spits out rosy gas, and the voice spreads thousands of miles, and the sea water of the whole Songming Sea area is rolling with it. Looking from a distance, I only saw a giant standing on a desert island, giving people a sense of dignity and hegemony. Ning Xiaochuan stopped hundreds of miles away from the evil king of Tianshu and looked at the desert island. I saw a blood-red light column filled in the blood pool in the middle of the desert island, and a divine power was brewing in the pool, emitting a breath of fear. Ning Xiaochuan said, "I still admire your courage to dig out the corpse of the second god, the ancestor of the ghost-raising family, from your ancestral tomb and dare to attack the second god. Although the secondary god died, the divine power and soul still exist between heaven and earth. Whoever dares to move the corpse of the secondary god will be punished by God. Even if the cultivation of the evil king of the Book of Heaven is profound, it must take a lot of risks to lay hands on the bones of the secondary god." Ning Xiaochuan thought to himself, he must have great treasures on his body, which can resist the divine punishment. The evil king of Tianshu must be refining the god and corpse when he dug out the corpse of the undead secondary god. If he can successfully refine it, no one will be his opponent unless the secondary god comes in person. Ning Xiaochuan immediately took action, and he must dare to suppress the evil king of Tianshu before he refined the god war corpse. Receive the divine way. Ning Xiaochuan used the power of the 12-winged Donghuang evil gods to gather a false shadow of the evil gods behind him. His own strength was integrated with the divine power of the 12-winged Donghuang evil gods, and his momentum continued to rise, reaching the level of the 9th late stage of the realm of creation. Ning Xiaochuan made a world-destroying palm print, and the world-destroying qi and divine power between heaven and earth were wrapped in the palm print, and rushed towards the evil king of the Book of Heaven. The fire of Donghuang. The heavenly book evil king's hands held the blue flame, and the flame slowly rose from the palm, as if holding a scorching sun. The temperature in the surrounding space rose rapidly, and the stones on the desert island were baked. The fire of Donghuang turned into a huge fireball and fought towards Ning Xiaochuan. Boom! The two forces collided, and the fire of Donghuang was instantly crushed by the annihilation palm print and turned into a fire rain. The evil king of Tianshu is only the 8th cultivation in the realm of creation. How can he be the opponent of Ning Xiaochuan? Just a fight, he suffered a lot of injuries. It's so awesome. No wonder 9 hell messengers were killed by him. The evil king of Tianshu was a little surprised. He didn't expect a young human man to be so strong. Ning Xiaochuan walked out of the void and hit out the evil fire path. A hot demon flame rushed towards the evil king of the Book of Heaven. The eyes of the evil king of the Book of Heaven sank, his arms spread out, and red divine lines flew out of his body. Yes, that's divine pattern. The grain carved by the second god himself. Those divine patterns intertwined, and soon formed a sub-god array, covering thousands of miles of space, spinning rapidly. Under the divine power of the secondary god array, the magic fire in all directions was soon scattered and disappeared into the air. Ning Xiaochuan was also surprised, and immediately retreated backward, pushing all the way out of the second god array. In the past, every holy land in North/Xinjiang also had a large array left by the secondary god to protect the holy land. However, those holy lands don't even have a supreme being in the eternal realm, and they simply can't exert the real power of the secondary god array. Only the creatures who create the realm can truly exert the power of the secondary god array. Although the evil king of the Book of Heaven is only the 8th cultivation of the realm of creation, his combat power is enough to challenge the strong man at the 9th peak of the realm of creation by taking advantage of the great array of secondary gods. Haha. Human boy, I have a great array of secondary gods in my hand. Even if the 9th strongest person in the realm of creation comes, he can only escape. The evil king of the Book of Heaven stood in the center of the secondary god array, and the mysterious chi between heaven and earth poured towards him continuously. Around the evil king of the Book of Heaven, there were wisps of spirit, rushing purple rays, to connect the sky. Ning Xiaochuan said, "Do you think you can defeat me by mastering the secondary god array? Can you break the second god array?" The evil king of the Book of Heaven smiled coldly. "You have a secondary god array, but I have a secondary artifact." Ning Xiaochuan called out the blade of the Emperor of Heaven, held it in his hand, and poured the borrowed divine power into the knife body continuously, awakening the power of the secondary artifact. The power of the secondary god array is indeed very strong, but it may not be able to stop the secondary artifact. The face of the evil king of Tianshu changed, and he felt the vast evil spirit from the emperor's blade, so he immediately attacked the past, and never gave Ning Xiaochuan the chance to use the emperor's blade. Boom! The great array of secondary gods moved rapidly, like a huge millstone, rolling towards Ning Xiaochuan. Pa. Driven by the power of the sub-god array, thousands of lightning gathered into a torrent and rushed towards Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan raised the Tiandi blade, like raising a knife-shaped mountain, and suddenly cut down. Wow! The strike of the second artifact was so terrifying that it broke the lightning torrent in an instant. The powerful force split a gap in the secondary god array, and the knife light flew over the evil king of Tianshu. At the next moment, the secondary god array stopped working. The evil king of the Book of Heaven stood rigidly on the desert island, his vitality completely disappeared, and with a bang, it turned into a blood mist. With just one knife, a wicked king will drink hatred here. Hey! It's too heavy. Ning Xiaochuan originally intended to capture the evil king of Tianshu alive, seize his memory, and prepare for entering Guishu. But he didn't expect that the evil king of the Book of Heaven actually had a secondary god array. As a last resort, he had to use secondary gods. The power of the secondary artifact is indeed very powerful. Ning Xiaochuan used to be able to mobilize very little divine power, and he simply could not play the real power of the secondary artifact. After absorbing the spirits of the 12-winged Donghuang evil gods twice, Ning Xiaochuan's divine power has been comparable to the creatures in the late 9th stage of the creation of the realm. Use the secondary artifact again, and the power will naturally be different. Therefore, accidentally, Ning Xiaochuan laid too heavy a hand, and just one knife killed the evil king of Tianshu. Now that you're dead, you're dead. Ning Xiaochuan put the Tiandi blade away, lifted his arm and waved his hand gently downward, and all the divine patterns of the sub-god array fell into the palm of his hand. There are 180,000 red divine patterns, each of which weighs 10,000 jin. Only when the cultivation reaches the level of Ning Xiaochuan can the divine patterns be easily collected. The array pattern of the secondary god array is really a good thing. If you let 4 monks who created the realm urge the secondary god array at the same time, it will be enough to resist a saint. Ning Xiaochuan nodded gently. For Ning Xiaochuan, the second god formation can also be regarded as a sharp weapon for life and death. Once the sub-god array is fully activated, unless the other party holds the sub-god instrument, he can't break the array. Later, Ning Xiaochuan picked up a blood bead, a jade book, and a bronze iron roll from the place where the evil king of Tianshu died. This blood bead is somewhat different from the blood beads of other hell messengers. It is darker and more evil. Apart from recording the Donghuang Sutra and sending messages to each other, what role does the blood beads play? Ning Xiaochuan frowned slightly, and always felt that the blood bead was a treasure, because the blow of the second artifact could not destroy it. Unable to think of the result, Ning Xiaochuan collected the blood beads. So far, he has collected 11 blood beads. Ning Xiaochuan looked at the jade book again and opened it. There was not a word in it. Is it a wordless heavenly book? Ning Xiaochuan frowned slightly. At this time, the divine patterns of the second god array, which had been held by Ning Xiaochuan, all flew up, turned into red patterns, and fell on the jade book. Ning Xiaochuan laughed, interesting. It seems that this wordless heavenly book is the divine pattern used to carry the secondary god array. Ning Xiaochuan closed the jade book, put it away, took out the last thing and held it in his hand. A bronze iron roll. He didn't open the bronze iron roll easily, because Ning Xiaochuan felt the breath of the 12-winged Donghuang evil gods on the bronze iron roll. Ning Xiaochuan thought for a moment, separated a mental body, and let the mental body open the bronze iron roll. That thought body is equivalent to Ning Xiaochuan's part. It has 1/10 of Ning Xiaochuan's strength, and its combat power is above the realm of creation. As soon as the bronze iron roll was opened, it sent out a terrible power, which directly suppressed the idea body into pieces and turned into wisps of smoke. The mind body died. Ning Xiaochuan made a muffled sound in his mouth, his body shook slightly, and suffered some injuries. What? Ning Xiaochuan secretly rejoiced that he had a long heart and let the mind body open the bronze iron roll. Otherwise, Ning Xiaochuan's original statue must have been killed by bronze iron coils now. The power of the bronze iron roll is not lasting, and the light emitted gradually weakens. Ning Xiaochuan slowly flew over, stood 10 miles away, hit the demon fire with his left hand and the dragon fire with his right hand, and began to refine the bronze iron roll. About an hour later, Ning Xiaochuan finally refined the bronze iron roll, walked over and picked it up. War Corpse Record. Ning Xiaochuan read. The bronze iron roll records the refining method and control method of evil gods and war corpses. This is a good thing. Ning Xiaochuan's heart was a little excited. If he could control an evil god war corpse, how powerful would his strength become? The evil king of the Book of Heaven dug out the ancestors of the ghost family, and refined them into evil gods and war corpses, but they made wedding clothes for nothing, which made me cheap. Ning Xiaochuan shook his head with a smile. The bronze iron scroll indeed contains the divine power of the 12-winged Donghuang evil gods. If Ning Xiaochuan didn't guess wrong, the evil king of Tianshu used bronze iron rolls to resist the divine punishment of the undead secondary god. Although the undead secondary god is very strong, it is no stronger than the 12-winged Donghuang evil god. Under the suppression of the 12-winged Donghuang evil gods, the divine power of the undead secondary gods could not be brought into play. Ning Xiaochuan glanced at the blood pool. The evil god war corpse was originally rotten, but now it has grown flesh and blood. The divine power between heaven and earth is constantly converging to it. First cultivate the war corpse record successfully. Ning Xiaochuan sat by the blood pool, put the bronze iron roll on the ground, and began to understand. Half an hour later, a space gap appeared on the sea surface, not far from the blood pool. Tianming Demon Emperor came out of the gap in the space and stood on the sea, with slim posture and long hair floating. Thousands of petals flew around her body and turned into a sea of flowers. When Tianming Demon Emperor appeared, Ning Xiaochuan opened his eyes. Tianming Demon Emperor, you are too slow. Ning Xiaochuan rode. Do you think I'm too slow? Tianming Demon Emperor said faintly, it seems that you are sure to defeat me? Tianming Demon Emperor is the body of the secondary god. Every inch of skin is crystal clear, emitting wisps of begonia fragrance, beautiful fairy face and perfect body, which is like a real goddess. Ning Xiaochuan stood up and said, if your cultivation is restored, I will definitely turn around and run away. But since your cultivation is still restored, why can't I fight? Tianming Demon Emperor's red lips slightly hooked, two jade fingers gently pinched together, and said with a smile, with the god war corpse behind you? When he came here, the Tianming Demon Emperor saw the evil gods and corpses in the blood pool. But she was not afraid at all. Although it has not completely recovered to the realm of the secondary god is the secondary god, which is not imaginable by the ninth-level creatures in the realm of creation. Ning Xiaochuan, you actually hope that a dead sub-god will defeat a living sub-god. This is the biggest mistake you have made. A bright red stamen appeared in the middle of the Tianming Demon Emperor's eyebrows, and a divine force emanated from her body, setting her off more beautifully. The mighty power, emanating from her body, turned into invisible hands and suppressed it towards Ning Xiaochuan. Wow! Ning Xiaochuan summoned the demon sword of destruction, held the handle of the sword with both hands, and suddenly inserted it on the ground. The divine power emanating from the Tianming Demon Emperor immediately backed back like a tide when he met the world-destroying demon sword, and he didn't dare to touch Ning Xiaochuan at all. Ning Xiaochuan's body stood straight, and Lang said, if the god war corpse holds the world-destroying magic sword, Tianming Demon Emperor, can you stop it? The Tianming Demon Emperor naturally knows the power of the extermination magic sword. If the secondary god is split by the extermination magic sword, he is estimated to be dead. However, the Tianming Demon Emperor was very confident in his cultivation, and there was no fear on his face. With bright eyes and white teeth, he smiled and said, Ning Xiaochuan, you actually have the courage to fight with the second god, and the emperor has to admire your courage. Since you are so confident, the emperor will let you see the real power of God next time. The fingertips of Tianming Demon Emperor condensed a wisp of divine power. Wait a minute. Before we fight, can you answer me a question? Ning Xiaochuan rode. Tianming Demon Emperor said, what's the problem? Ning Xiaochuan said, go up to the ruins and go down to the yellow spring, at the end of the ruins, the gate of hell. What exactly does this sentence mean? The Tianming Demon Emperor raised his eyebrows, revealing a trace of dignity, and immediately said, the emperor doesn't know the meaning of that sentence. Ning Xiaochuan said, you once planted your body in Guishu, and you must know very well about Guishu. How can you not know the meaning of that sentence? Tianming Demon Emperor pondered for a moment, as if thinking about something, and said, I don't need to answer you. Today, I need to behead you and recapture the spirit. She stretched out a jade arm, 5 slender fingers spread out, and a white imperial sword flew out of her palm. The emperor's sword sent out a hot wave, pierced the void, and stabbed straight at Ning Xiaochuan. Even if the secondary god just hits at random, he also has the power to destroy the sky and the earth, which should not be underestimated. Ning Xiaochuan immediately opened the jade book, and 18,000 divine patterns flew out of the jade book, forming a sub-god array, wrapping Ning Xiaochuan in the center of the array. Receive the divine way. Ning Xiaochuan borrowed the magical power of the 12-winged Donghuang evil gods, and a huge evil ghost immediately appeared behind him, which made Ning Xiaochuan's cultivation level rise to the level of the 9th late stage of the realm of creation. Under the urging of divine power, the sub-god array quickly moved. Ning Xiaochuan uses divine power to urge the secondary god array, so the power of the secondary god array is much stronger than that of the heavenly book evil king. The secondary god array can't stop the real secondary god. Break it. The arm of the Tianming demon emperor was pressed, and the white imperial sword tore a gap in the secondary god array, and slowly stabbed at Ning Xiaochuan. Shit. The second god array can't stop her. Although the cultivation of Tianming demon emperor has not yet recovered to the secondary god state, it is infinitely close to the secondary god. If she were to be the 9th heaviest creature in the other realm of creation, she could kill it with only one hair. Ning Xiaochuan pinched the index finger and middle finger of his right hand together and used the force of nature to condense a 3-meter-high bell above his head. Ding ding. Under the control of Ning Xiaochuan, the bell rang. The evil god and corpse lying in the blood pool immediately opened their eyes, and 2 dead gases shot out of a pair of withered eyes. A mighty momentum spread around thousands of miles. It was like a god waking up. No, it was a god waking up. Ding ding. The bell continues to shake. The body of the undead sub-god turned over, which immediately triggered a major earthquake, and the whole Songming Sea area shook with it. Ow! The mouth of the undead sub-god sent out a long roar, which was extremely amazing, causing earth-shattering visions. The Golden Horn Demon Emperor and the Silver Horn Demon Emperor stood on the seashore of Songming Sea hundreds of thousands of miles. Looking at the rolling sea water, they felt strong waves coming from the depths of Songming Sea. It's terrible. This kind of war will only break out in the era of apotheosis. At ordinary times, in North/Xinjiang, real person-level battles are rare. Silver Horn Demon Emperor rode. The Golden Horn Demon Emperor said, every time the era of apotheosis comes, the Dian world will be destroyed once, and more than 90% of the creatures will die. I'm afraid this time is no exception. The Silver Horn Demon Emperor nodded deeply. At this time a deafening roar came from the depths of Songming Sea area. Hundreds of thousands of miles of sea were completely boiling, the mountains around the sea collapsed, the mountains and rivers were broken, and the ground cracked into huge canyons. Poof! That roar shook the Golden Horn Demon Emperor and the Silver Horn Demon Emperor to vomit blood, and threw their bodies back and flew out. The mysterious chi between heaven and earth became extremely chaotic. Is the secondary god screaming? The 2 demon emperors were pale with fear. In front of the secondary god, with their 5th level of cultivation, they can only be regarded as mole ants. The roar of the secondary god was enough to shock the lives of millions of miles around. At this moment, in the center of Songming Sea area, the undead sub-god flew out of the blood pool and attacked the Tianming demon emperor under the control of Ning Xiaochuan. One is a secondary god who came back from the dead, and the other is a secondary god who was refined into an evil god and a corpse. Although they can't compare with the real secondary god, they can burst out the power second only to the secondary god. This level of power is called virtual god power. You know, there is a huge gap between the 9th level of the realm of creation and the real secondary god, so someone put forward the idea of the realm of virtual god. The realm of virtual god, located above the 9th great perfection of the realm of creation, has touched the edge of God, but it has not reached the level of secondary God. Such powerful creatures, the power they exert, are called the power of the virtual god. The power of the Tianming demon emperor and the undead secondary god is the power of the virtual god, but the Tianming Demon Emperor goes further and has stronger strength in the virtual god realm, and can reach the secondary god realm only by a line. The undead secondary god was slightly weaker, and was forced to retreat by the Tianming Demon Emperor, and even the secondary god's body was also injured. It seems that we must borrow the demon sword to destroy the world. Ning Xiaochuan picked up the demon sword of destruction, stood in the formation of the secondary god, and slowly walked towards the battlefield between the Tianming Demon Emperor and the undead secondary god, trying to give the demon sword of destruction to the undead secondary god. Ning Xiaochuan can use the magical power of the 12-winged Donghuang evil gods to burst out the power of the 9th late stage of the realm of creation. But after all, true cultivation is the 6th level of the realm of incarnation. Only by relying on the secondary god array can we protect ourselves in front of the creatures in the realm of virtual gods. Take the sword. Ning Xiaochuan gave the demon sword to the undead sub-god. The spirit of the undead held the demon sword of the world, and put the power of the virtual god into the sword body, which immediately made the demon sword of the world burst into a very terrible atmosphere. Tianming Demon Emperor felt that breath, his face suddenly changed, and immediately played his strongest magic. Heaven kills 6 meanings. 6 kinds of mind-killing magic were played out by her at the same time, gathered together, and attacked the undead sub-god in the past. Ning Xiaochuan shook the bell. Ding ding. The spirit of the undead lifted the demon sword slowly, and countless lightning fell from the sky, condensing the spirit of destruction in the sword. The world-destroying demon sword, cut out with one sword, and instantly defeat the 6 killing spirit skills. Poof. Tianming Demon Emperor was wounded by the sword gas and shed divine blood. Her face changed, she retreated rapidly, retreated thousands of miles away, and stared at the demon sword of destruction in shock. She found that she still underestimated the power of the demon sword. In front of the world-destroying demon sword, any magic weapon, are completely unstoppable, and will be broken in an instant. Tianming Demon Emperor felt that the divine power in his body was losing rapidly. If the sword just cut deeper, she might fall here. Ning Xiaochuan, I didn't expect you to have grown so strong that the Emperor underestimated you. The Emperor will definitely come back to you when he recovers to the realm of secondary gods. Tianming Demon Emperor broke through the void and disappeared into the sky. Ning Xiaochuan did not control the undead sub-god to catch up. If the Tianming Demon Emperor wanted to escape, he could not keep her anyway. With the strength of Tianming Demon Emperor, she will soon recover to the secondary god state. At that time it will not be easy to beat her back. Ning Xiaochuan has a strong sense of urgency in his heart, and he must improve his cultivation as soon as possible. Only when cultivation is really strong can we cope with the next danger. Ning Xiaochuan took back the world-destroying demon sword in the hands of the undead and bound it into the Shen Beast mirror. Then he took the undead sub-god and flew to the horizon. Before long, Ning Xiaochuan found the Golden Horn Demon Emperor and the Silver Horn Demon Emperor. Brother Ning, are you still alive? The Silver Horn Demon Emperor looked incredible and said, We heard the scream of the secondary god before, and we thought you had. Ning Xiaochuan laughed and said, Do you think I died in the hands of the secondary god? The Golden Horn Demon Emperor asked curiously, How did you escape? Ning Xiaochuan said, Why should I escape? Can't it be the secondary god who escapes? Both the Silver Horn Demon Emperor and the Gold Horn Demon Emperor laughed, thinking Ning Xiaochuan was joking. The secondary god is a god-level existence, surpassing all sentient beings. No matter how powerful a monk who created the realm is, he cannot defeat the secondary god. The Silver Horn Demon Emperor saw the undead secondary god behind Ning Xiaochuan, so he immediately walked over and looked at the undead secondary god carefully, and found that the undead secondary god was stiff and motionless. So he pinched his hand on the body of the undead sub-god and asked, Ning Xiaochuan, where did you receive the attendant? I feel that the breath on his body seems to be very fierce, which makes people feel a kind of inexplicable fear. The undead sub-god wears a shroud, and the spirit's breath is completely suppressed in the shroud, looking like an ordinary person. The Golden Horn Demon Emperor and the Silver Horn Demon Emperor naturally did not feel the spirit of the undead secondary god, but felt a vague oppression from him, which made the two demon emperors a little afraid. The Golden Horn Demon Emperor narrowed his eyes and said, "That shouldn't be a living person." "What? Not living?" The Silver Horn Demon Emperor was slightly surprised. Ning Xiaochuan nodded and said, "It's really not a living person, but a god corpse." "God? God corpse?" The Silver Horn Demon Emperor suddenly stepped back and said, "Brother Ning, don't scare me. Whoever dares to touch the bones of the gods will be punished by the gods." Ning Xiaochuan had the world-destroying demon sword on his body, and he was not afraid of divine punishment at all. He laughed and said, "It is really a god corpse. The god's howling you heard earlier is its howling." Seeing that Ning Xiaochuan really didn't look like a joke, the Golden Horn Demon Emperor and the Silver Horn Demon Emperor finally believed. The Golden Horn Demon Emperor's heart moved and said, "The former owner of Songming Sea area is a ghost family. The ancestor of the ghost family is a secondary god. Is this divine corpse the legendary undead secondary god?" Ning Xiaochuan nodded. The Silver Horn Demon Emperor was excited and said, "Brother Ning, you refined the undead sub-god into the god of war corpse." "That's right. But to be exact, the undead secondary god was refined into a god war corpse by the evil king of Tianshu. After I killed the evil king of Tianshu, I naturally became the master of the god war corpse." Ning Xiaochuan rode. The Golden Horn Demon Emperor and the Silver Horn Demon Emperor are envious. It's too windy to control a god war corpse. The world is so big, where can't we go? Of course, they also know that their cultivation is too weak. Even if they get a god war corpse, they can't control it. Practicing hard is the key. I remember there are several bone burial forbidden areas of secondary gods in North/Xinjiang. Why don't we dig some more gods and refine them into gods and war corpses? Silver Horn Demon Emperor rode. Ning Xiaochuan's heart also moved slightly, but immediately shook his head and said, "I have a very powerful old enemy chasing me. Just now I used the world-destroying magic sword. She must have felt my breath, and said that she might not come soon. Now we must go to Guishu. As long as we enter Guishu, the power of Guishu will naturally cover up our breath." The Golden Horn Demon Emperor nodded and said, "Now we have a god war corpse. Even if we enter the Guishu, at least we have the power to protect ourselves. Besides, there are many ancient secondary gods buried in the Guishu, and maybe we can dig up a few god corpses." Ning Xiaochuan took out the 8 creation blood pills and gave them to the Golden Horn Demon Emperor and the Silver Horn Demon Emperor respectively, saying, "These are the creation blood pills refined from the blood of the 8 evil people in the creation environment, each of which contains huge power. Your body has undergone evil changes, and you can take them just to improve your cultivation. The blood gas of creatures in the realm of creation, the refined blood pill." Both the Golden Horn Demon Emperor and the Silver Horn Demon Emperor were excited and ecstatic. Even if it's just a lucky blood pill, it's also priceless. Ning Xiaochuan reminded, "You are now the 5th highest cultivation in the eternal realm. When refining the first creation blood pill, you can't swallow it directly. If you swallow it directly, even a creation blood pill refined with the blood gas of the first evil person in the creation realm will explode their bodies." The Silver Horn Demon Emperor was already ready to take the 4 creation blood pills at the same time. Hearing Ning Xiaochuan's words, his face changed. He immediately put the 4 creation blood pills back in his hands and asked, "How do we refine the creation blood pills?" Ning Xiaochuan said, "Take out the one with the weakest breath, put it in your mouth, and don't swallow it, so as to absorb the power of the blood pill." When your cultivation reaches the ninth weight of the eternal realm, you can almost bear the power of the blood pill, and you can take the blood pill directly. According to Ning Xiaochuan's instructions, the Golden Horn Demon Emperor and the Silver Horn Demon Emperor selected a creation blood pill with the weakest breath, put it in their mouth, and began to absorb and refine. Finally, Ning Xiaochuan took out 2 more blood beads and handed them to the Golden Horn Demon Emperor and the Silver Horn Demon Emperor respectively, saying, "The first 3 layers of the cultivation formula of the Donghuang Sutra are recorded on the blood beads. You can try to cultivate." Half a day later, Ning Xiaochuan, the Golden Horn Demon Emperor and the Silver Horn Demon Emperor came outside the Guishu and once again entered this extremely dangerous ancient forbidden area. Compared with the last time, this time I came to Guishu, the evil spirit in Guishu became stronger, giving people a kind of anxiety from the unknown. Ning Xiaochuan looked at the boundless land and the depths of Guishu, and planned to see the winter rain first. With his current cultivation, he may be able to help Sui Hanyu break the seal. Entering Guishu, it was only half a day before Ning Xiaochuan, the Golden Horn Demon Emperor and the Silver Horn Demon Emperor encountered 3 waves of attacks. There are not only some dead creatures living in the ground, but also evil people similar to the Eastern Huangbu. At this moment, they were attacked by the 4th wave. Under the ground, 17 stone beasts rushed out, each of which was huge and powerful. One of the most powerful stone beasts can even explode the 9th power of the eternal realm. An old man in a blue robe stood on the top of the stone beast, overlooking Ning Xiaochuan, the Golden Horn Demon Emperor and the Silver Horn Demon Emperor below, and said, "Are you the creatures of Dian world? Old man, are you the evil man of Donghuang department?" The Silver Horn Demon Emperor pointed at the old man and asked, "You actually know Donghuang department? It seems that you are well prepared." The old man in green robe showed a different color in his eyes and said, "The secrets in the Guishu can't be revealed by you. Since you enter the Guishu, you can stay completely. Kill them." "Oh." 17 stone beasts attacked Ning Xiaochuan, the Golden Horn Demon Emperor and the Silver Horn Demon Emperor at the same time. The Silver Horn Demon Emperor took out a divine whip refined from the backbone of the secondary god, and just a whip was pulled out, breaking a stone beast dozens of meters high into stone powder. The Golden Horn Demon Emperor took out the purple gold and red gourd and smashed it against the void. In an instant, all 3 stone beasts were smashed and turned into pieces of gravel. Ning Xiaochuan didn't make a move, but stared at the old man in green robes. He felt that the breath of the old man in green robe was different from that of the evil king in the Book of Heaven and others. At least, he did not practice the Donghuang Sutra. Are they evil people from other tribes? Shua. Ning Xiaochuan's body moved, disappeared in place, directly appeared in front of the old man in green robe, and gave a hint. The old man in green robe didn't expect Ning Xiaochuan's speed to be so fast. His face changed greatly and he immediately retreated backward. However, he found that his body could not move at all, and the space seemed to be fixed. His cultivation is only the 9th peak of the eternal realm, and he doesn't even have the ability to resist in front of Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan pointed at the center of his eyebrows and forcibly plundered the memory of the old man in green robe with the spiritual power of the 7 orifices demon heart. The flood of memory information poured into Ning Xiaochuan's mind and turned into his own memory and knowledge. When Ning Xiaochuan withdrew his fingers, the old man in green robe completely became dull, his body was soft, and he sat on the ground. Qingdi department. Ning Xiaochuan muttered to himself. According to the memory of the old man in green robe, Ning Xiaochuan learned a lot of information. The name of the old man in green robe is Han Jin. He comes from the ministry of the Qing Emperor and believes in the Qing Emperor. As for the origin of Emperor Qing Tian, Han Jin didn't know at all. He only knew that Emperor Qing Tian was his ancestor, the eternal ruler from ancient times, and fell into a permanent sleep. They must open the ancient seal of Guishu, and then the Qing Emperor will wake up and lead the Qing Emperor to rule the Dian world and march into the Xinhe civilization. The Golden Horn Demon Emperor and the Silver Horn Demon Emperor put on the Divine Supreme Armor, and jointly broke the 9th heaviest stone beast in the Eternal Realm, flying towards Ning Xiaochuan. The Golden Horn Demon Emperor looked at the green-robed old man sitting on the ground and asked Ning Xiaochuan, "Brother Ning, have you asked anything? What's the origin of this old man?" "He is a 10,000 general commander of the Qing Emperor's department. His name is Han Jin." Ning Xiaochuan's face was dignified. The Golden Horn Demon Emperor asked again, "Qing Di department? How many evil people tribes are there in Guishu?" Ning Xiaochuan shook his head and said, "Han Jin is only a small role in the Qingdi department, and he doesn't know much. In his memory, the territory of the Qingdi department is very vast. He hasn't left the Qingdi department in his life, and he hasn't even heard of places outside the Qingdi department. Commander-in-chief or a small player? I feel that my Demon Emperor's name sounds more domineering than mine." The Silver Horn Demon Emperor laughed. Ning Xiaochuan said, "Commander-in-chief of 10,000 generals is already very powerful in the Qing Emperor's department. However, above Commander-in-chief of 10,000 generals, there are also God of Creation, Lord of Creation, Emperor of Creation, and even the secondary God. Therefore, Commander-in-chief of 10,000 generals has become a small role, and can only manage clan friars around 10,000 miles. Moreover, according to Han Jin's memory, the Qing Emperor department does not seem to be returning to the ruins. It is in a dark world on the side. In that world, there is evil and death, and there is no light. Han Jin has lived in that dark world since he was a child." The Silver Horn Demon Emperor was very shocked and said, "Is that the legendary hell?" Ning Xiaochuan gently shook his head, because Han Jin didn't know where it was, only knew the names of some cities of the Qing Emperor department. The evil spirit in Guishu seems to have escaped from that world, making Guishu a forbidden area of death. Although the world was dark, and full of evil and death, Ning Xiaochuan wanted to go to that world very much. In that world, everything is based on strength and full of killing and destruction, which is a good place to cultivate the way of destroying the world. The Golden Horn Demon Emperor asked in some doubt, "Since it is a dark world independent of Dian world, how did Han Jin and those evil people of Donghuang come to Guishu from that world?" Ning Xiaochuan said, "A secondary god of the Qing Emperor department used ancient artifacts and opened up a road to Guishu in the dark world. The creatures of the Qing Emperor department are constantly coming to Guishu from that road. They are killing xenobiotics in Guishu and want to open up the territory of the Qing Emperor department in Guishu." The Golden Horn Demon Emperor and the Silver Horn Demon Emperor were stunned. They didn't expect that such a shocking secret was hidden in the Guishu. The strength of that dark world is absolutely quite terrifying. If it is destroyed on a large scale, the creatures of Dian world can't compete with them at all. Those Tianjiao of Xinhe civilization probably didn't expect such a thing to happen, which is also a disaster for them. "What shall we do now?" the Silver Horn Demon Emperor asked. Ning Xiaochuan's eyes looked at the direction deep in the Guishu, and said, "Go to the ministry of the Qing Emperor, the Demon Stiff City." After the evil people of the Qing Emperor department came to the Guishu from the dark world, they delimited a territory in the Guishu and named it Wenqing Emperor Department. Mojiang City is the first city established by the evil people of the Qing Emperor Department in the Qing Emperor Department, which is not far away from the place where Ning Xiaochuan is located. The Golden Horn Demon Emperor said, "Both Silver Horn and I have been eroded by evil spirits, and the evil people of the Qing Emperor Department can't see through our identity. However, there is no evil spirit on you, and they will easily see through you. I have my own way." Ning Xiaochuan's palm pressed on the chest of Han Jin, an old man in green robes. The force of nature worked and sent out a huge suction. A blue bead flew out of Han Jin's chest and fell into Ning Xiaochuan's hands. This blue bead is about the same size as the blood bead Ning Xiaochuan got from the evil king of Tianshu and 10 hell messengers, and contains a similar breath. Ning Xiaochuan put the force of nature into the blue beads, and words appeared on the surface of the beads, which turned out to be a piece of scripture, Qing Di Jing. The Qing Di Jing on the green beads is not complete, only the first 3 levels of cultivation methods are recorded. However, Ning Xiaochuan can see that the Qing Di Jing is also a very powerful cultivation scripture, no less than the Donghuang Jing. Han Jing Kai has just begun to practice the Qing Di Jing, and even the first level of the Qing Di Jing has not been successfully practiced. Once the first level of the Qing Di Jing is successfully cultivated, he can break through to the first level of creation. Ning Xiaochuan pinched the blue beads, smiled on his face, and swallowed the blue beads directly into his mouth. Gradually, Ning Xiaochuan's body exuded a powerful evil spirit, and even his body and appearance changed. He gradually became old, his face grew wrinkles, his skin became brown and yellow, and his body became thin. Both the Golden Horn Demon Emperor and the Silver Horn Demon Emperor were startled and suddenly retreated, because at the moment, Ning Xiaochuan actually looked like Han Jin who had died. Are you Brother Ning? Silver Horn Demon Emperor rode. Ning Xiaochuan nodded with a smile, his eyes narrowed gently, and made a hoarse voice, saying, "Blue beads are the original internal alchemy of evil people. As long as you take blue beads, you can change your appearance and obtain part of the cultivation of evil people. Of course, if the creatures of Dian world take the original internal alchemy, they will immediately become evil things with confusion. Then why are you okay?" Silver Horn Demon Emperor rode. Ning Xiaochuan's voice was old and said, "Because my mind is strong, I can protect my own heart. Just a 9th level evil person's original internal alchemy in the eternal realm can't break through my mind defense." Ning Xiaochuan took off Han Jin's robe and put it on him. Then he completely destroyed Han Jin's body without leaving any trace. Let's go to the magic frozen city now. Maybe we can find more secrets about the Qing Emperor department and the Donghuang department. Moreover, we may also find drugs to purify evil qi. Ning Xiaochuan became like Han Jin. He looked like a man in his 60s. He was thin and dressed in a blue robe. He took the Golden Horn Demon Emperor and the Silver Horn Demon Emperor and flew to the direction of the enchanted city. 3 days later, Ning Xiaochuan, the Golden Horn Demon Emperor, and the Silver Horn Demon Emperor came to the outside of Mojiang City. This is a vast city, only the city wall is like a black mountain, giving people a magnificent momentum. Every brick and stone used to build the city wall is refined from a mountain, weighing 100 million kilograms. Moreover, the real body of a secondary god of the Qing Emperor personally presided over the demon-frozen city, used the secondary god array to strengthen the city, and the whole wall was indestructible. Even if the 9th heaviest creature in the realm of creation attacked the city with all his strength, it could not destroy a penny of the city. There was a huge round black cloud floating above the magic stiff city. In the black cloud, there were flashes of lightning shuttling back and forth, converging into an array. That won't be the second god array? The Silver Horn Demon Emperor was shocked. Ning Xiaochuan said, "It's really a great array of secondary gods, which envelopes the whole magic city. Once we enter the magic city, our cultivation will be seriously suppressed." Under the leadership of Ning Xiaochuan, the 2 demons and 1 person walked towards the city of magic rigidity. When they came to the gate of the city, they had already felt strong pressure. The guards of the city gate are evil men, all wearing armor, and there are 20 people, all of whom are the 9th highest cultivation in the realm of human beings. After seeing Ning Xiaochuan, they immediately opened the gate and bowed in front of him, met Commander Han Jin. Ning Xiaochuan nodded and took the Golden Horn Demon Emperor and the Silver Horn Demon Emperor into the city gate. According to Han Jin's memory, Ning Xiaochuan walked to the mansion in the enchanted city. "Meet the commander." The bodyguard guarding the mansion immediately knelt down to salute after seeing Ning Xiaochuan. "Get up." Ning Xiaochuan glanced at the 4 guards and nodded gently. Although these 4 bodyguards are not as good as those soldiers guarding the city gate, they are all the 3rd level of cultivation in the real world. Han Jin's position in the Qing Emperor's department is still quite high. He actually has a separate mansion, and there are bodyguards and servants. The Golden Horn Demon Emperor laughed. Ning Xiaochuan laughed and said, "Han Jin is a commander-in-chief of 10,000 generals, and his position in the Qing Emperor's department is not high or low. Later, I will go out to inquire about the situation of Majiang City and look for drugs to cure evil spirits. You can stay in the mansion and practice, and it's best not to walk around." Both the Golden Horn Demon Emperor and the Silver Horn Demon Emperor nodded and decided to stay in the mansion and refine the blood pill of creation, striving to reach the 9th weight of the Eternal Realm as soon as possible. Ning Xiaochuan left Han Jin's 10,000 generals mansion and rushed to the medicine hall in the demon, frozen city. Walking on the street, you can see evil people riding evil beasts at any time, including Commander-in-Chief of thousands of generals, Commander-in-Chief of thousands of generals, and even the Creator Warlord driving a huge chariot. Some evil people entered the Guishu with troops and went to attack the native creatures in the Guishu. Some evil people took a large number of spoils back to the City of Magic and galloped towards the center of the City of Magic. In just a quarter of an hour, Ning Xiaochuan saw the carriage of the 3 Masters of Fortune driving past, and the powerful evil spirit emanated from the carriage. Everyone who saw the frame of the Creator stopped and stepped aside, showing their awe of the Creator. It's just that there are so many strong people in the demon stiff city. The inside story of the Qing Emperor's department is really unimaginable. Ning Xiaochuan's heart became more worried, and he had unconsciously walked outside the medicine hall. The drugs stored in the medicine hall are very special, completely different from the drugs of Dian World. Ning Xiaochuan doesn't even know many drugs. Some of these drugs were brought out of the Dark World by the Qing Emperor. Because of Han Jin's memory, Ning Xiaochuan quickly locked in 7 of the eternal holy drugs. However, Ning Xiaochuan is not sure that he can prepare drugs to relieve evil qi. He must plan to take back the 7 ancient holy drugs and study them slowly, so as to study the pharmacology thoroughly. Try while refining medicine. The people guarding the medicine hall are all female monks, dressed very sexy, and all are exceptionally beautiful, with long blue hair, blue pupils, and skin as white as snow. It has to be said that ugly evil women are rarely seen. A very young and beautiful evil girl with green hair came towards Ning Xiaochuan. She was like a person in charge of the medicine hall. Like other female monks, her blue clothes were very sexy, revealing 2 snow-white jade/legs, and said, "Han Jin, do you want to buy these 7 kinds of eternal holy drugs?" She seems to know Han Jin. Ning Xiaochuan searched his memory and soon knew the identity of the woman. She is a vice lord of the medicine hall, whose name is Alice. Seeing that Ning Xiaochuan didn't speak, Alice stood proudly with a snow-white chest and said with a smile, "If you want to buy these 7 kinds of eternal holy drugs, you must hunt at least 7 enemies who created the realm for the tribe and accumulate 700 points of war achievement points. If I remember correctly, your war achievement points are not even 100 points." Speaking of it, the relationship between Alice and Han Jin is not shallow. She has known each other since childhood, and she can even be said to be a childhood sweetheart. It's a pity that Han Jin's cultivation talent is far inferior to Alice's, and can't keep up with Alice's cultivation pace. Finally, they become people of 2 worlds. Alice's cultivation entered the realm of nature and became the vice lord of the medicine hall. Han Jin is just an ordinary commander-in-chief. He heard that Alice came to Guishu, so he also joined the expedition team, came to Mojiang City, and became a member of the expedition army of the Qing Emperor. A perpetual elixir requires 100 points of victory points. 7 eternal elixirs require 700 points of victory points. It's hard to earn the score of the war achievements of the Qing Emperor Department. Killing an enemy who is the most important in history only has a little score of war achievements. Killing a 9th heaviest enemy in the Eternal Realm only has 9 points of victory. Only by killing an enemy who is the most important in the realm of creation can you get 100 points of victory points. With Han Jin's 9th cultivation in Wangjing, how can he kill the enemy who created Huajing? Therefore, his score is very low, only 23 points, and he can't even exchange half of the eternal medicine. With Ning Xiaochuan's cultivation, it is natural to kill all the evil women in the medicine hall, and then take away 7 ancient holy drugs. However, it was absolutely impossible for him to escape from the demon stiff city, because there was a secondary god sitting in the demon stiff city. Ning Xiaochuan put back the 7 ancient holy drugs, stared at Alice, learned Han Jin's tone, and said in an old voice, "In 3 days, I will accumulate enough 700 points of victory points, and then I will come back to the medicine hall to exchange these 7 ancient holy drugs." With these words, Ning Xiaochuan walked out, looking very indifferent. Alice stared at the back of Han Jin, and could clearly feel that Han Jin seemed to become a little different, and she became very indifferent to her, which made her very uncomfortable. Moreover, although he is still very old, he gives people an indescribable spirit. Ning Xiaochuan had not yet walked out of the medicine hall. A man who looked like he was in his 30s stopped him. He exuded a strong momentum, stared at Ning Xiaochuan contemptuously and said, "Han Jin, why do you come to the medicine hall again and don't give up on Alice?" Ning Xiaochuan searched the memory in his mind and knew the identity of the man in an instant. Hansen Singh, the eldest son of the Lord of the Medicine Hall, has achieved the 2nd level of cultivation in the realm of nature, and has always been pursuing Alice. Moreover, Alice also seems to have feelings for Han Jin. Therefore, Hansen Singh is quite hostile to Han Jin and even wants to get rid of Han Jin. Ning Xiaochuan didn't expect to encounter this kind of thing, and sighed in his heart, as long as there are creatures with 7 emotions and 6 desires, there must be gratitude and resentment. What trouble? Facing Hansen Singh, Ning Xiaochuan didn't have any fear. He raised his head and said in a hoarse voice, "Old man is here to buy eternal holy medicine." He and Alice have long been strangers. Ning Xiaochuan didn't want to cause trouble. After saying this, he planned to leave. But Hansen Singh didn't seem to want to let him go. He stretched out an arm and blocked his way. He said coldly, "You are just a commander-in-chief. Don't you kneel down and salute when you see this seat?" Ning Xiaochuan's eyes sank and said, "If I don't kneel down and salute?" Hansen Singh seemed to be waiting for him to say this, sneering, "According to tribal laws, if the subordinate dares to disrespect the superior can use force to kill the subordinate. If you want to die here, you don't kneel." Hansen Singh glanced at Alice with a proud smile. Today, he will let Alice see clearly who is the real strong, and who is the cowardly waste. "Hansen, that's enough. Let him go," Alice said with some displeasure. Hansen Singh showed a smile and said sarcastically, "Since Alice gives you a request, I will spare you a dog's life today. Next time you won't have such good luck. Get out." A waste who can only be sheltered by women. Alice glanced at Han Jin and sighed with disappointment. She could understand Han Jin. After all, Han Jin was far inferior to Hansen Singh in terms of cultivation and status. She could only live by swallowing her anger. She knew she couldn't help Han Jin too much, otherwise, Hansen Singh would only be more hostile to him. For Han Jin, there are only disadvantages, not benefits. "Who are you talking about, punk?" Ning Xiaochuan didn't leave, a little angry, and his body sent out a chill. Hansen Singh was slightly surprised. He didn't expect that Han Jin dared to answer back. He had never seen such courage before. Hansen Singh did not get angry, but his heart was overjoyed. He was not afraid of Han Jin's resistance. He was afraid that Han Jin would endure it all the time, so that he could not find a chance to attack Han Jin. Han Jin, you dare to be disrespectful to this seat. Today, I'll let you have a taste of this seat. As you can see, he offended this seat first. Hansen Singh gathered the strength of nature, and the surrounding space was slightly distorted. His hands were wrapped in flames, and he punched Han Jin on the chest. Although there was the suppression of the secondary god array in the demon stiff city, the power of Hansen Singh's explosion was still very strong. The flames above his fists made floating flames appear in the surrounding air. It is absolutely easy for a monk with the second level of creation to kill a monk with the ninth level of eternity. With just one move, Hansen Singh is confident of killing Han Jin. Ning Xiaochuan secretly transformed the natural force in his body into evil force, and was preparing to fight. A slim figure flew by him, with a faint fragrance, stretched out a jade-white palm, and steadily blocked Hansen Singh's attack. Ning Xiaochuan looked at it carefully, and it was that very beautiful evil girl, Alice. Alice is also the second most important cultivation in the realm of nature, which is comparable to Hansen Singh. Alice, I know you still like this old devil. What do you think of his practice of taboo skills? How can you help him? Hansen Singh was completely angry, and his body continued to expand, becoming 3 meters high. His skin was like a red rock, completely covered by flames. This is a divine skill practiced by Hansen Singh. If it weren't for the suppression of the secondary divine array, his body could expand to more than 100 meters high and become a rock flame giant. Your cultivation has reached the third level of nature. Alice's face changed slightly, turned her head to Han Jin, and said eagerly, "Run away." Han Jin did not escape, but stood still. Today, no one can escape. Hansen Singh punched out and knocked Alice away. Her sexy body fell more than 10 feet away and was seriously injured. Then, Hansen Singh laughed wildly and punched Han Jin in the chest. It is conceivable that if this punch falls, Han Jin will surely die out. No. Alice uttered a bleak cry, trying to save Han Jin, but it was too late. Hansen Singh's fist had already hit Han Jin on the chest. To everyone's surprise, Han Jin was not beaten to death by Hansen Singh, but stood firmly in place. Alice didn't know what had happened because she was behind Han Jin. She could only see a frightened look in Hansen Singh's eyes. Ning Xiaochuan mobilized the power of nature and condensed a vortex in front of him. Just now, Hansen Singh's punch was hit in the whirlpool. Get back. Ning Xiaochuan's expressionless way. A powerful force broke out from the vortex, smashed Hansen Singh's arm into a blood mist, and threw it back out. When Hansen Singh fell to the ground again, the whole arm was gone, half of his body became white bones, and drops of blood kept rolling down from his body. In the medicine hall, all the evil women were stunned. Unexpectedly, Han Jin turned out to be so powerful. Just standing still, Hansen Singh was seriously injured. You should know that Han Jin's qualification is very poor. After practicing a skill that consumes longevity yuan, he barely reached the 9th level of the eternal realm, so he looks so old. It can be said that if there was no great chance, he could not practice to the realm of creation all his life. You have reached the realm of creation? Hansen Singh said. Ning Xiaochuan gently tidied up his robe and said faintly, "If you don't get out of the way again, believe it or not, I'll kill you now." Hansen Singh noticed for the first time that the eyes of Han Jin were so terrible that it was like a god of fortune standing in front of him, pressing him to surrender. Under strong pressure, Hansen Singh stepped aside 2 steps to make way for Han Jin. Ning Xiaochuan walked out of the medicine hall without looking back. "Wait a minute." A very pleasant voice came from the medicine hall. Alice rushed out of the medicine hall, her eyes full of crystal tears, her voice a little sobbed, and said, "Your cultivation has reached the realm of creation, why don't you tell me?" Ning Xiaochuan got Han Jin's memory and naturally understood his feelings with Alice, but he was too lazy to pay attention to such feelings, because it was none of his business at all. Ning Xiaochuan didn't turn back. The tone of scholar Han Jin said, "It's just an accidental chance that I can reach the realm of creation. In the future, we'll never know each other. You're still the Vice Lord of the Medicine Hall, and I'm still Han Jin. Do you still hate me? Don't you know that the reason why I promised the Lord to be the Deputy Lord of the Medicine Hall is to protect you? I don't want you to be hurt." Alice walked towards Ning Xiaochuan step by step, and said affectionately, "Now that you have reached the realm of creation and have the ability to protect yourself, I cannot be the Vice Lord of the Medicine Hall now, and I can leave with you now." A very wonderful feeling. Ning Xiaochuan's heart actually gave birth to a touch. It is estimated that the reason for getting Han Jin's memory has been affected. Ning Xiaochuan used the force of nature to cut off the touch just now. Never have too much cause and effect with the evil family. No, we'll go our own way in the future. Ning Xiaochuan said coldly, and then he walked forward with old steps. "Please don't leave me." Alice caught up, hugged Han Jin tightly from behind, and begged in a low voice. Hansen Singh came out of the medicine hall and saw Irene and Han Jin hugging each other in the distance. A strong killing intention flashed in his eyes. Alice, I will make you regret." With these words, Hansen Singh left the medicine hall and went to a magnificent mansion in the center of Morjiang City. This mansion is where Hansen Singh's father, the Lord of the Medicine Hall, lives. "Father, that's how it happened." Hansen Singh sat down and said respectfully, "Han Jin's cultivation talent is very poor. He can only cultivate to the 9th level of the Eternal Realm by consuming shouyuan. I suspect that he got a great opportunity in the return market, so his cultivation will advance by leaps and bounds to reach the current realm." Above, sitting a white-bearded old man, his whole body exudes a strange smell, and there is a strange pattern in the center of his eyebrows. His skin is blue, but his eyes are blood red, giving a very ferocious feeling. The head of the medicine hall laughed Jia and said, "According to your description, Han Jin's cultivation has reached at least the 5th level of the realm of creation. It must be that he found an ancient secret in the Guishu, so his cultivation will advance by leaps and bounds." "Yes, I think so." Hansen Singh added, "There are so many treasures in Guishu. It is normal for Han Jin to find an ancient secret in Guishu. Moreover, with his own strength, he can't digest the treasures in that ancient secret at all. If his father can get the treasures in that ancient secret, maybe his cultivation will be better." The head of the medicine hall moved slightly, and was also very moved by the ancient secret collection. He nodded gently and said, "If Han Jin really found an ancient secret collection, he will definitely go back. Keep a close watch on Han Jin's every move, and if he leaves the magic frozen city, report to me immediately." Hansen Singh was so happy that he quickly stood up and said with a smile, "Your father will be able to catch you personally." At the moment, Ning Xiaochuan was very distressed, because Irene had to follow him and couldn't get rid of it. Ning Xiaochuan stopped, she stopped. Ning Xiaochuan continued to move forward, and so did she. I have to say, this evil woman is really infatuated. Finally, Ning Xiaochuan was lucky to let her follow. As long as she didn't find Ning Xiaochuan's identity, Ning Xiaochuan was too lazy to kill her. After all, for such an infatuated evil girl, Ning Xiaochuan really can't do it. Who said that the evil clan must be all bad guys? There are no absolute bad people in the world, but their respective interests are different. Seeing Ning Xiaochuan coming back, the Golden Horn Demon Emperor immediately greeted him and was about to ask about Ning Xiaochuan's harvest, but he saw a sexy and beautiful evil woman behind Ning Xiaochuan. The Golden Horn Demon Emperor swallowed the words he was about to ask back to his throat and asked in a low voice, Ning. Han Tongshui, who is this? Ning Xiaochuan glanced at Alice and said faintly, don't worry about her. She has to follow. The silver-horned demon emperor looked at Alice carefully, and the corners of his mouth kept drooling. He said with great joy, wonderful. The women of the Qing Emperor department not only have a peerless face, but also are so open, and they even take the initiative to go home with you. Otherwise, I'll also walk around the street, and maybe a large group of beautiful women of the Qing Emperor department will come back with me. I suddenly feel that the Qing Emperor department is really a wonderful place. Alice's eyes were cold, stared at the silver-horned demon emperor, and said, you are not a monk of the Qing Emperor department? The silver-horned demon emperor immediately covered his mouth, knowing that he had just leaked his mouth. His eyes stared at Ning Xiaochuan and asked him if he wanted to kill him. Prevent divulgence of one's secrets? Ning Xiaochuan glanced at Alice and gently shook his head at the silver-horned demon emperor. With inquiring eyes, Alice stared at Ning Xiaochuan and said, Han Jin, what exactly are their origins? It seems that they are different from the breath of our Qingdi monks. Ning Xiaochuan's voice was old and hoarse, and said, Alice, they are two friends I met in Guishu, from the department of Donghuang, who believe in the 12-winged Donghuang evil gods. Are they monks of the Donghuang sect? Alice was slightly dumbfounded and looked carefully at the silver-horned demon emperor and the gold-horned demon emperor. Ning Xiaochuan's heart moved, stared at Alice and said, have you heard of the Donghuang department? Alice is the strong man in the realm of fortune and the deputy lord of the Hall of Medicine. She has a lot of knowledge than Han Jingguang. She nodded gently and said, in a secret book of fortune, I have seen the records of daring to Donghuang department. It is said that Donghuang department is adjacent to our Qing Emperor department, and it is also a strong department. Both the silver-horned demon emperor and the golden-horned demon emperor were intelligent people. Seeing that Ning Xiaochuan didn't want to kill Alice, he straightened his chest and said in unison, that's right. Our brother is from the department of Donghuang. Ning Xiaochuan was afraid that the silver-horned demon emperor and the gold-horned demon emperor would leak again, so he said, Alice, in the future, I don't want to see you again. I hope you can also treat me as a stranger and don't come to me again. You'd better continue to return to the medicine hall as the deputy hall lord. After saying this, Ning Xiaochuan ordered the silver-horned demon emperor and the gold-horned demon emperor, your two brothers will work hard in the mansion. I will go out of the city to kill the enemy and make contributions, accumulate war fruits, and strive to exchange 7 ancient holy drugs as soon as possible to heal your injuries. Hearing Ning Xiaochuan talking about the eternal holy medicine, the golden-horned demon emperor and the silver-horned demon emperor were delighted to know that Ning Xiaochuan must have found a medicine to purify evil qi. However, to exchange for those drugs, we must accumulate victory points. Ning Xiaochuan had just walked out of the magic city, and Alice continued to catch up. Why haven't you returned to the medicine hall? Ning Xiaochuan finally lost patience, and his tone became severe, with a bit of reprimand in his voice. Ning Xiaochuan had to drive Alice away, but he was actually saving her. Now, Ning Xiaochuan won't kill her, but when she finds out Ning Xiaochuan's secret, Ning Xiaochuan will definitely kill her. Because the person she likes is Han Jin, not Ning Xiaochuan. Instead, Ning Xiaochuan killed Han Jin. It can be said that Ning Xiaochuan is her enemy. Alice shook her head, squeezed out a coquettish smile, and said, Han Jin, I know you don't want me to leave in your heart, but you're just angry with me. I won't be angry with you. From now on, I'll always follow you. Really? It depends on whether you can keep up with me. Ning Xiaochuan waved his wooden stick, tore open a space crack, turned into a streamer, and flew into the space crack. Wow! The space crack is closed again. Ning Xiaochuan has crossed the space thousands of miles away. Alice didn't expect that Han Jin would brutally leave her, with a trace of fear in her eyes. She was very afraid that Han Jin had really regarded her as a stranger. A trace of firmness appeared in her eyes, and she resolutely tore open the space crack, catching up with Han Jin. Hansen Singh stood at the top of the wall of Morjiang City and looked at Ning Xiaochuan and Alice, who had entered the space crack successively. He snorted coldly and said, "Do you think you can escape tracking by entering the space crack? I'll report to my father now." Hansen Singh rushed to the inner city of the Enchanted City and told the Lord of the Medicine Hall the news that Ning Xiaochuan and Alice had left the Enchanted City at the first time. Cross the space and leave? Qua. They are still too young. The Medicine Hall stood in the center of the mansion, emitting a powerful natural force, stretched out an arm, probed into the void, took out a cyan scroll and pinched it in his hand. The Lord of the Medicine Hall opened the scroll, and a piece of white light shot out from the scroll. Looking carefully, there was a vast world on the scroll. The phantom of a woman with long hair emerged from the scroll and was suspended in the air. She is the spirit of this scroll. The virtual shadow of the long-haired woman became more and more solid, and finally turned into a real woman, falling down from above and standing next to the scroll. "Father, is she one of the 13 Guishu map that the second god ancestor rubbed out with Shenbu artifact?" Hansen Singh stared at the woman with long hair and whispered. "The Guishu is vast, and even with the power of the secondary god, it is impossible to draw a map of Guishu. Only by borrowing the power of Shenbu artifact can the Guishu world be rubbed on the scroll with great magic power." In the Qing Emperor's department, a total of 13 Guishu maps were rubbings, each of which was a treasure of the Supreme Emperor level. Of course, the precious degree of Guishu map is still above the Supreme Imperial ware. Yao Dian glared at Hansen Singh and motioned him to shut up. Then, the Lord of the Medicine Hall bowed to the woman and said, "Your Highness Qingji, please help me find 2 people. Although Qingji is only the spirit of a scroll, this scroll is a rubbing of Shenbu artifact. In the world of artifact spirits, Qingji is the daughter of Shenbu artifact. Even the secondary gods of the Qing Emperor department should salute respectfully when they see Shenbu artifacts." When the owner of the Medicine Hall saw the daughter of the Shenbu artifact, he naturally also saluted to show his respect for the Shenbu artifact. Qingji said faintly, "Tell me the appearance and breath of those 2 people." The Lord of the Medicine Hall motioned to Hansen Singh. Hansen Singh bows to Qingji, and then simulates the appearance and breath of Han Jin and Alice. Qingji gently nodded, waved her palm on the scroll, and 2 light spots appeared on the scroll. "Yes, they are in these 2 positions." Qingji rode. "Thank you, Your Highness Qingji." The Lord of the Medicine Hall worshipped again. Qingji nodded, turned into a white light, and flew into the picture. The Lord of the Medicine Hall put away the scroll, with a cold face, and said to Hansen Singh, "Go. Let's start now." An hour later, Ning Xiaochuan had come 2 million miles away, came out of the void, looked in the direction behind him, didn't feel the breath of Alice, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. "With my cultivation, she couldn't catch up with me, and finally got rid of her." The spatial structure of Guishu is very stable. Even with Ning Xiaochuan's current cultivation, it can only pass through the space for a short time. Only the existence of secondary gods can open up the ancient road of time and space in the ruins. The area of the magic frozen city is 80 million miles, all of which belong to the ministry of the Qing Emperor. I can hunt and kill 7 alien creatures that create the realm at will. After taking them back, I can exchange 7 ancient holy drugs. Ning Xiaochuan thought. At present, the evil people of the Qing Emperor department cannot leave the Guishu on a large scale, so they must first clean up the dangerous alien creatures in the Guishu and build the Qing Emperor department into an absolutely safe fortress. Ning Xiaochuan released his mind and soon found a special life wave 300 away. That wave of life is very powerful, and it is definitely an alien creature in the realm of creation. Alien creatures that create the realm are also rare in Guishu. Generally speaking, places with alien creatures that create the realm have great treasures. Maybe this time, there will be unexpected gains. Ning Xiaochuan's face showed a happy face and flew in the direction of the fluctuation of life. For Ning Xiaochuan, the distance of 300 miles is only an instant. There was a desolate ruins in front of us. On the ground, we could see the old fragments of soldiers. Most of the fragments of those soldiers have been rusted, which is no different from scrap iron. In the center of the ruins, there stands a huge stone temple. The temple, in fact, has long collapsed, leaving only dozens of 100-meter-high boulders standing there, forming a circular temple foundation. The ground is full of rubble and weeds, as if no one had been here for thousands of years. That powerful breath of life came from the bottom of the temple. Ning Xiaochuan, it's very strange here. It seems that divine power remains. The voice of Emperor Blade sounded. Without the reminder of Tiandarin, Ning Xiaochuan felt the ancient divine power when he came to the waist. If it had been before, Ning Xiaochuan naturally did not dare to break into such a strange place. But now it's different. With his current cultivation, unless the secondary god comes in person, nothing threatens him. Go in and have a look. Ning Xiaochuan is not arrogant. Since there is divine power in the temple, he naturally needs to be careful. Call out the blade of the Emperor of Heaven, hold it in your hand, and walk towards the temple step by step. The Tiandi blade is a secondary artifact. Only its spirit exerts its power, which is comparable to the seventh emperor who created the realm. Such secondary artifacts, pinched by Ning Xiaochuan, will naturally become more powerful. Entering the stone temple, I saw a stone statue standing in the center of the stone temple. It was an old man with a long beard, holding a cane in his hand, with a smile on his face and a triangular mark in the middle of his eyebrows. Although it's just a statue of God, it doesn't have a sense of stillness. Instead, it emits a strong breath, as if it will live at any time. It is completely different from the gods Ning Xiaochuan saw before. Just now, the divine power that Ning Xiaochuan sensed came from the idol. Ning Xiaochuan stretched out a finger and gently touched the idol. Boom! A powerful divine power came from the statue and hit Ning Xiaochuan's body through his fingers. Ning Xiaochuan's face changed. His body flew backwards more than 10 meters out of control, and blood cracks appeared on his fingers, almost missing his whole hand. What a powerful statue, it can't even be touched. The power just now is enough to kill the creatures below the 4th level of the realm. Ning Xiaochuan operated the force of nature, and the blood seams on his fingers healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. For the creatures in the eternal realm, this temple can be called a forbidden area. Once you break in, you will die. How can I feel that it's not like a statue of God, but more like the body of a secondary god sitting here? Do you think it's a fossil of a god? Tiandi Blade Road. The remains of gods turned into stone statues? Ning Xiaochuan's heart moved and looked at the statue again. Suddenly, I also felt that the statue of God was very strange, not carved from stone, but like flesh and blood. Tiandiren exclaimed and said, I remember. This statue of God is exactly the same as the portrait of the ancestors of the Tang nationality in North/Xinjiang. It is said that Tang Xiantian, the ancestor of the Tang nationality, entered the Guishu alone in his old age in order to find the opportunity to break through the true God. But it never came back. Everyone said that he had died in the Guishu. As soon as the voice of Emperor Ren fell, a distant sigh rang out in the temple. Phew! The eyebrow center of the statue in the center of the stone temple sent out a faint golden light, and a human-shaped virtual shadow came out of the eyebrow center of the statue. The phantom of that human figure looked exactly like the statue of God. He sighed, I didn't expect that millions of years have passed, and there are still people who remember my taboo. Ning Xiaochuan and Tiandi Blade were extremely shocked. They didn't expect that the stone statue was really Tang Xiantian, the prestigious ancient secondary god of North/Xinjiang, who once dominated the strong of an era, is now standing in front of them alive. This is a character that can only appear in history books. Ning Xiaochuan immediately bowed and said, "Younger Ning Xiaochuan, I've seen Elder Tang. Don't salute. My gods have decayed, and now there is only one spirit." With a smile on his face, Tang Xiantian looked at Ning Xiaochuan carefully and said, "Young man, are you also a descendant of the Terran in North/Xinjiang?" Ning Xiaochuan was surprised and said, "Elder, can you see my noumenon?" Tang Tian laughed and said, "Although I have been dead for many years, I still have a pair of divine eyes. Is it difficult to see through your noumenon? Have you been to hell?" Ning Xiaochuan said, "Why did you say that?" Tang Xiantian said, "If you haven't been to hell, why do you have the smell of hell?" Ning Xiaochuan understood that Tang Xiantian was referring to the evil spirit on him. Now his whole body is covered with evil qi, and he is incarnated as Han Jin. Naturally, Tang Xiantian thinks he has been to the region. It seems that the dark world where the Qing Emperor Department and the Donghuang Department are located is indeed a legendary hell. Ning Xiaochuan said, "It's not that the younger generation has been to the region, but that the door of hell has been opened, and the evil forces in hell have come to Guishu. The next step is to devour the Dian world. The door of the region is open." Tang Xiantian was obviously a little surprised, but he didn't show much emotional fluctuation. For the secondary gods, nothing can affect their minds. What's more, Tang Xiantian has been dead for many years, and now he is just a ghost, so there won't be too many emotional fluctuations. Tang Xiantian said, "Young man, tell me, is the Northern/Xinjiang Tang nationality still there?" Ning Xiaochuan hesitated for a moment and said, "The Northern/Xinjiang Tang clan has been exterminated, but there are still many Tang clan members who have escaped, and the incense is still burning." Tang Xiantian said, "My soul will soon disappear into the world. I have something to ask you. If you promise to help me do this, I will be rewarded." Ning Xiaochuan had some origins with the Tang nationality, and naturally would not refuse, so he said, "It doesn't matter, elder, but it doesn't matter. Younger generations must do their best to be fulfilled by the elder." Tang Xiantian nodded and said, "Before sitting down, I injected my lifelong divine power into the divine fire, and let the divine fire condense into a pseudo-divine lattice. Now, this fake godhead is stored on the 3rd floor under the temple. I hope you can take this fake godhead out of the ruins, find a descendant of the Tang clan's lineal blood, and give it to him. The cultivation of creatures reaches the 9th great perfection of the realm of creation, and then upward is the realm of emptiness. Only the creatures who ignite the divine fire in the virtual realm can become secondary gods." There is another chapter. After the secondary god sits down, the divine fire will also be annihilated. If the secondary god injects all his divine power into the divine fire and condenses into a false divine lattice before he dies, give the pseudo-godhead to later generations. After refining the pseudo-godhead, later generations can directly become a new secondary god. However, not every secondary god can condense a pseudo-godhead. It must be a very strong secondary god to condense a pseudo-godhead. Secondly, not every secondary god can sacrifice his life for righteousness. After all, after injecting all his divine power into the false god, even if this secondary god completely disappears in the world, nothing will be left. There will not be his divine power and soul between heaven and earth, and even his own divine body cannot survive forever. Therefore, the number of pseudo-gods is quite small, and the number of pseudo-gods that can be preserved is pitifully small. Ning Xiaochuan smiled and said, "For monks, there is no treasure more precious than the pseudo-god. Aren't you afraid, elder? I will refine the pseudo-god myself?" Tang Xiantian said with a smile, "Of course not. Because I left divine blood in the pseudo-divine lattice, only my immediate descendants can refine that pseudo-divine lattice. Besides, in my opinion, your talent is extraordinary. Even without the help of the pseudo-divine lattice, you can ignite your own divine fire and reach the secondary divine realm in a very short time. Ning Xiaochuan said, well, the younger generation must send the pseudo-deity to the hands of a direct descendant of the elder generation. Tang Xiantian nodded and said, if you help me send a false spirit, I will not treat you badly. His finger pointed to the stone statue and said, do you know what this stone statue is? Ning Xiaochuan stared at the stone statue and said, it's extraordinary. At first, the younger generation thought it was the divine body left by the elder after sitting down. However, since the elder injected all the divine power into the pseudo-divine personality before sitting down, I'm afraid the elder's divine body can't be preserved. Tang Tian said with a smile, it's really not my divine body, but it's more powerful than my divine body. My divine soul can be preserved until now, thanks to it. Its name is Divine Shell. In those days, I went to hell and took this treasure from Donghuang Department. For it, I killed 2 secondary gods in Donghuang Department. I originally wanted to use it to help me impact the realm of true gods, but I failed. What is the Divine Shell? Ning Xiaochuan said curiously. Tang Xiantian said, the divine shell is a layer of skin that falls off when the secondary god changes to the true god. No one knows how to cultivate to the true god state, but the divine shell has experienced the process of the secondary god changing to the true god. If your understanding is high enough, you may be able to understand the true meaning of becoming a god from the divine shell. Tiandaran exclaimed, it's a divine shell. This is a good thing. Ning Xiaochuan, take it quickly. With this divine shell, even if the secondary god wants to kill you, it's not easy. Ning Xiaochuan asked, when the Emperor of Heaven became a god, he must have taken off his divine shell. Where is that divine shell? The Emperor Blade said, the divine shell of the Emperor of Heaven has been refined into White Cloud Cave Heaven. 1 day outside, 1 year inside the divine shell. Ning Xiaochuan suddenly realized that Baiyun Cave was actually refined from the divine shell of the Emperor of Heaven. No wonder the time ratio between Baiyun Cave and the outside world is so exaggerated. It's just a layer of skin, but what separates us is the difference between mortal and divine worlds. Tang Xiantian nodded and said, according to the secondary god of Donghuang Department, this divine shell is the skin taken off when the 12-winged Donghuang evil god became a god. 1 year in the divine shell, the outside world has only passed. For Ning Xiaochuan, this divine shell made him more excited than the pseudo-divine lattice, laughing, in that case, the younger generation will accept the divine shell. Boom! Before Ning Xiaochuan finished speaking, a violent vibration came from the ground, and the whole temple shook. Tang Xiantian's face sank and said, no. A heterogeneous creature in the Guishu broke into the 3rd floor of the ground and was going to forcibly seize the false god. Young man, my spirit is not enough to kill that heterogeneous creature, and then it's up to you. As he spoke, Tang Xiantian's body became more and more illusory, and his spirit was rapidly losing, as if it would be annihilated at any time. Seeing that a human sub-god was about to die out completely, Ning Xiaochuan's heart became very uncomfortable, and his voice was heavy. Don't worry, elder, since the younger generation has received the divine shell given by the elder, he will be fulfilled by the elder. So, I feel at ease. Tang Xiantian's face was smiling, and his body completely dissipated. This is the real secondary god. I can talk and laugh in the face of death. If my life comes to an end, I can't be as natural and easy as him. Although Ning Xiaochuan only met Tang Xiantian once and talked with him for a few words, he admired this human sub-god. If he was born in the same era, Ning Xiaochuan would definitely make friends with him. He bowed to the void again. After the heavenly spirit of Tang dynasty dissipated, the statue in the center of the stone temple also lost its luster. However, it did not become the appearance of the 12-winged Donghuang evil god, and it was still the appearance of Tang Xiantian. It was obvious that Tang Xiantian had refined this divine shell. Ning Xiaochuan put the god's shell away, and his eyes became cold. If you dare to seize the false god, pass me first. Standing in the center of the boulder temple, Ning Xiaochuan suddenly stepped on the ground, and the ground immediately opened a huge gap, straight to the bottom of the ground. Ning Xiaochuan, carrying the blade of the Emperor of Heaven, thinking of flying to the ground. The underground of the stone temple is divided into 3 layers. In the space on the first floor, there are some soldiers and 10,000-year-old ancient medicines collected by Tang Xiantian. However, millions of years have passed, and the soldiers have decayed, and thousands of years of ancient medicine have been turned into debris. In the space on the second floor, some ferocious alien creatures in Guishu were once imprisoned. Those xenobiotics also died millions of years ago, and even white bones rotted to powder. In the space on the third floor, there are pseudo-gods, guarded by a large array of secondary gods. At this moment, a 5-headed Jiao Huang with green radiance all over his body is attacking the secondary god array, which has broken through most of it. Seeing Ning Xiaochuan flying down from above, 5 Jiao emperors turned into human beings. One of the Jiao heads opened his mouth and gave a warning, "Human boy, the emperor urges you to leave here immediately and not touch that fake god." The 5-headed Jiao Huang was wearing green armor. His body was 4 meters higher, and his cultivation reached the 9th level of the realm of creation. Its mouth spits out highly toxic gas waves, rushing towards Ning Xiaochuan, trying to force Ning Xiaochuan back. It is at the critical moment of breaking the formation and doesn't want to be disturbed by others. Otherwise, it will definitely get rid of Ning Xiaochuan at the first time. Ning Xiaochuan hung above the secondary god array and said, "I have promised the secondary god of our Terran to send that false god to his descendants. Therefore, I am bound to get that false god." At a glance, the 5-headed Jiao Huang saw that Ning Xiaochuan was the 6th cultivation in the realm of creation. Therefore, he did not pay attention to Ning Xiaochuan and continued to attack the secondary god array. As long as you break through the secondary god array, you can get the false god lattice, and becoming a god is just around the corner. Ning Xiaochuan didn't say much anymore, but directly exerted his magic power and attacked the 5-headed Jiao Huang. Exterminating demon fire way. A world-destroying fire poured out of Ning Xiaochuan's palm, like a river formed by fire, wrapping the body of the 5 Jiao Huang. The 5-headed Jiao Huang's body was blackened by the fire of annihilation, and his 5 big mouths gave a shriek at the same time, forcing him to withdraw from the secondary god array. "Human boy, you dare to damage the Emperor's great event. The Emperor wants you to die without a place to bury." The 5-headed Jiao Huang's body emitted stinging green light, and his body swelled into a huge Jiao Huang snake more than 300 meters long, rushing towards Ning Xiaochuan. The cultivation of the 5-headed Jiao Huang reached the middle of the 9th level of the realm of creation, and his strength was quite strong. If Ning Xiaochuan did not use the way of receiving gods, he would definitely not be his opponent. Ning Xiaochuan didn't want to use the divine way this time, but took out the divine shell. He wanted to try how powerful the divine shell could play. Ning Xiaochuan put the divine shell on his body, and immediately felt a majestic divine force surging into his body. Gradually, the divine shell integrated into Ning Xiaochuan's skin and completely integrated with Ning Xiaochuan's skin. A breath even more terrifying than the secondary god, emanating from Ning Xiaochuan, made the whole space vibrate violently. It's not that Ning Xiaochuan is stronger than the secondary god after putting on the divine shell. It's just that the breath is stronger than the general secondary god. Ning Xiaochuan raised his arm and injected his divine power into the Tiandi blade. This artifact, under the urging of divine power, slowly activated. The 5-headed Jiao Huang saw the shining knife light in Ning Xiaochuan's hand, felt the spirit-like momentum, and his face changed greatly. Secondary artifact. Although it reached the middle of the 9th level of the realm of creation, and it was also a hegemon in the Guishu, it had no secondary artifact. A creature without a secondary artifact cannot stop a creature with a secondary artifact at all. The five-headed Jiao Huang turned and ran away, feeling very afraid. Groundbreaking. Ning Xiaochuan cut down with a knife, and the light of the knife tore the earth apart. The five-headed Jiao Huang shot out 1 Supreme Imperial Instrument and 11 Supreme Imperial Instruments in a row, trying to block the light of the knife. Bang bang. With the power of destroying the withered and decaying, the knife light cut the 11 Supreme King's weapons to pieces, and even beat all the Supreme King's weapons out. Pooh! The body of the five-headed Jiao Huang was directly split in two by the knife light, and the blood stained the soil red. Close. The five-headed Jiao Huang's head sent out 5 green lights, rushed out 5 light pillars, and reconnected the split body. The wound healed, but the breath fell by more than half. Ning Xiaochuan looked at the top of the five-headed Jiao Huang. The top of each head was inlaid with a green pearl, the size of a human head. Just now, the light emitted by the 5 green pearls helped the five-headed Jiao Huang recover from his injury in a short time. Interesting. Ning Xiaochuan showed his dragon speed, caught up with the 5 Jiao Huang, fell on the top of the 5 Jiao Huang, and with a wave of his arm, directly cut off the 5 Jiao Huang heads at the same time. Ning Xiaochuan stretched out an arm, condensed a big hand, and pinched the 5 Jiaodou. Bang bang. 5 Jiaodou broke at the same time and turned into 5 blood fog, leaving only 5 green pearls in Ning Xiaochuan's hands. Jiao Wangzhu, yes, it's a good thing. If you refine it, it's enough to improve my cultivation. Ning Xiaochuan directly took all 5 Jiao Huang beads into his mouth and began to refine them. Half an hour later, the 5 Jiao Huang beads were completely refined and transformed into Ning Xiaochuan's own natural power. Cultivation turned out to be only promoted to the late stage of the 6th level of the realm of creation. Ning Xiaochuan was a little dissatisfied. That's the Jiao Huang pearl condensed from the Jiao Huang in the middle of the 9th level of the realm of creation. Other monks in the 6th level of the realm of creation, even if they only refine one, can break through to the 7th level of the realm of creation. Ning Xiaochuan refined 5, but did not break through the realm, and it seems to be far from the 7th level of the realm of creation. It seems that in order to break through the 7th level of creation, we must understand the 3,000 ways of destroying the world. It is difficult to make further progress by taking blood pills and precious drugs. Ning Xiaochuan looked at the huge Jiao Huang corpse and said to himself, if this Jiao Huang corpse, the 9th heaviest in the realm of creation, is brought back to Mojiang City, it will certainly be able to exchange more than 100,000 victory points. After thinking carefully, Ning Xiaochuan still felt that it was not cost-effective. So he put the body of the 9th weight Jiao Huang in the realm of creation into the heart-nourishing tripod and refined it into 10 top-grade blood pills of creation. Ning Xiaochuan doesn't plan to take these 10 natural blood pills. Even if he takes them, it's a waste. He plans to take it back and give it to Ning Shiner, the old Marquis, Zihanyan, and Ucc. For them, a blood pill of fortune is enough to raise their cultivation to a very high level. Ning Xiaochuan was under the ground again and found the Supreme Imperial Instrument that had previously flown out. This is a very delicate green ancient sword with a faint divine power. It is obviously forged by the secondary god. Xiner should like this sword very much. Ning Xiaochuan smiled at the corners of his mouth and put the green ancient sword away. In fact, Ning Xiaochuan has collected more than 10 supreme imperial weapons, each of which is extremely powerful. But he felt that the sword just now was the most suitable for Ning Shiner. Next time he met, he must give her the sword. Ning Xiaochuan, take the false gods first. Tiandi Blade Road. Ning Xiaochuan nodded, holding the blade of the emperor with both hands, and said, help me break the great array of secondary gods. Wow! Ning Xiaochuan's body burned with flames, carrying the emperor's blade, rushed towards the secondary god array. This great array of secondary gods had long been activated by Tang Xiantian, which opened the array pattern of attack and defense, and could not be collected at all. Once outsiders break into the array will take the initiative to attack. Boom! Ning Xiaochuan's entry into the array is like entering another world. Huge fireballs kept falling on the sky. The dark water of hell poured out from the ground, trying to corrode Ning Xiaochuan's body. Break it! With a knife waved out, Ning Xiaochuan tore a corner of the array open and strode forward. Just when Ning Xiaochuan broke the battle, the Lord of the Medicine Hall and Hansen Singh found the Boulder Temple under the guidance of the Return to Ruins map. Hansen Singh tied up Alice with a lightning iron rope, holding a long whip with flowing flame lines in his hand, and a whip was severely whipped on Alice, causing her to scream constantly. Bitch, now you know the pain? You actually choose Han Jin as a waist instead of this seat. This is the end. Hansen Singh showed a ferocious smile and said, after getting rid of Han Jin, I will slowly clean you up and teach you to be a woman/slave. It's really a pleasure to have a woman/slave at the level of creator. Here it is. The Lord of the Medicine Hall has felt the breath of Han Jin, which is under the ground. Moreover, there is a powerful divine power under the ground, which seems to be really an ancient secret. The Lord of the Medicine Hall and Hansen Singh are excited. For them, this will be a great opportunity. The Lord of the Medicine Hall and Hansen Singh found the crack in the ground and flew towards the ground. Before long, they saw the formation of underground secondary gods. At the center of the secondary god array, there is a bright ball of light as hot as the sun, and a divine fire is burning in the center of the ball of light, and the divine chains escape from the ball of light, like a river of light suspended in the void. Pseudo-godhead. Seeing the pseudo-deity in the center of the secondary god array, the main body of the medicine hall trembled, and he was so excited that he was crazy. The Lord of the Medicine Hall has been more than 80,000 years old. Although his cultivation has reached the peak of the 8th level of the realm of creation, his blood gas has begun to decline in his twilight years. If he cannot break through the 9th level of the realm of creation, he will die of old age within 1,000 years. With his talent, he has no hope to reach the 9th level of the realm of creation, let alone the realm of virtual God and the realm of secondary God. When he saw the false god, the Lord of the Medicine Hall knew that his opportunity had come. As long as he can get that fake deity, he will have the opportunity to reach the realm of secondary deity and become a supreme deity within 100 years. God helps me. The Lord of the Demon Hall was full of excitement, and there was only a false god in his eyes, but he didn't pay attention to Han Jin at all. If he can be rational, he should understand that since Han Jin can break into the sub-god array, his cultivation is naturally extraordinary. Hansen Singh was also very excited. If his father could become a sub-god, he would be the son of the sub-god in the future. In the Qing Emperor department, who dares to oppose him? Those evil women who created the realm did not compete to please him, and took the initiative to sacrifice their bodies to him. Han Jin, immediately present the false god to my father, or I will kill Alice now. Hansen Singh said loudly. Pa. Hansen Singh's arm waved, a whip was whipped on Alice, and a deep blood mark was drawn on Alice. The flame whip is very special. It will not only hurt the body of the warrior, but also whip the soul of the warrior. Therefore, even if Alice is the creator, she has been convulsed with pain under the beating of Hansen Singh, and her mouth sent out a low scream. It's him again. How did he find here? Ning Xiaochuan is breaking through the secondary god array, and he didn't expect Hansen Singh to find here at all. Moreover, Hansen Singh also caught Alice. Ning Xiaochuan's eyes did not stay on Hansen Singh for long, but looked at the old man standing next to Hansen Singh. That old man looks quite similar to Hansen Singh. He seems to be Hansen Singh's elder. His cultivation has reached the 8th peak of the realm of creation. He is a god of creation and is definitely a big man in the Qing Emperor department. Looking at Han Jin standing in the secondary god array, Alice said with tears in her eyes, Han Jin, don't worry about me. You're not the opponent of the Lord of the Medicine Hall now. Once you give them the false god, they will kill you. After you take away the false god, leave immediately, and come back to avenge me when you become a secondary god. Ah. Pa. Hansen Singh pulled out another whip and beat Alice screamed, "Bitch, dare you talk too much." Pa. Hansen Singh whipped out more than 10 lashes in a row, beat Alice to the death, and sneered, "Han Jin, if you don't obey me, I will really kill Alice." Although Hansen Singh likes Alice, what he likes is her beauty and perfect body, and he just wants to possess her. If you can become the son of the second god, even if you kill Alice, what will happen? There will be a lack of women in the future? You can't live without doing evil. Ning Xiaochuan really couldn't stand it. He flew out of the secondary god array, made a big handprint, and took a picture of Hansen Singh. Ning Xiaochuan didn't use the way of receiving gods, but just a palm print casually. In the void, a big hand more than 200 meters long was condensed, and fingerprints were clearly visible, just like the fingerprints of gods, suppressed towards Hansen Singh. The breath from the fingerprints is terrifying, giving people a feeling of collapse. Hansen's face changed dramatically. A strong pressure was approaching, and his eyes trembled, and he felt the threat of death. Hansen Singh thought that when he was in the medicine hall, Han Jin had already exerted his strongest strength. Until now, he found that he was wrong. Han Jin is as powerful as his father. Don't hurt my son. Demon Temple was slightly surprised, his mouth sent out a cold hum, but also made a big blue handprint. Boom! The two fingerprints collided violently in the void. Two powerful forces collided, forming a hedge energy wave, tearing the earth within 100 miles. With one strike, the two retreated at the same time. It's worthy of being the 8th peak of fortune. It's not easy for me to defeat him without using any cards. Ning Xiaochuan's heart was secretly shocked. There is a huge gap between the 6th and 8th level of the realm of creation. Even with Ning Xiaochuan's strong physique, it is difficult to defeat his opponent. After all, who can cultivate to the 8th level of nature, whose constitution will be weak? The reason why Ning Xiaochuan was able to kill the creatures in the late 9th stage of the realm of creation was that he had the cards against the sky, such as secondary artifact, receiving the divine way, destroying the world demon sword, and white bone beads. If you don't use these treacherous cards, Ning Xiaochuan's combat power is actually equivalent to the 8th heaviest creature in the realm of creation. Ning Xiaochuan did not know that the Lord of the Medicine Hall was even more frightened. What chance did Han Jin get against the sky? Unexpectedly, his cultivation has grown to the point where he can compete with me. The arms of the Lord of the Medicine Hall shook slightly, and his eyes became fierce. Ning Xiaochuan doesn't plan to use the secondary artifact and receive the divine way, but wants to fight with the Lord of the Medicine Hall to sharpen himself. His cultivation has reached a bottleneck, which must be constantly honed before he can break through to the 7th level of the realm of creation. Ning Xiaochuan summoned the magic sword, held it in his hand, spread the dragon quickly, moved 300 meters away, and cut the sword towards the Lord of the Medicine Hall. This magic sword is the sword bred by Ning Xiaochuan himself, and it is not the holy thing of the world-destroying Tao. Waving the magic sword, 108 sword chi fell like a waterfall, suppressing the Lord of the Medicine Hall under the sword waterfall. Young generation, dare to fight with the Lord of this temple, enough courage. The body of the Lord of the Medicine Hall sent out a dazzling green light, and hit a fist with the power of thunder and fire, breaking 108 sword chi at the same time. The Lord of the Medicine Hall stood at the bottom of the ground, his long hair flying, and a blue flame appeared in the palms of his hands, turned into 2 fire clouds, and appeared on his head. This is the divine skill of burning the sky and green fire, which can be performed only after the Qing Di Jing is cultivated to the 3rd level. Wow! 2 blue fire pillars, thick and thin in buckets, came out of the hands of the Lord of the Medicine Hall, like two towering roaring fire dragons, rushing towards Ning Xiaochuan. The burning of the sky and the green fire came from the Qing Di Jing, which was powerful. The lord of the medicine hall seemed to be able to see the picture of Ning Xiaochuan being burned into fly ash. A smile appeared on his old face, and every wrinkle unfolded. Ning Xiaochuan flew forward and hit both palms at the same time. One palm hit the world-killing magic fire, and the other palm hit the god-extinguishing dragon fire, which turned into two rivers of fire. Boom! The sky-burning green fire, the world-destroying demon fire, and the god-extinguishing dragon fire collided together, emitting a gorgeous light, and the blazing flame baked the earth to melt. Under the high-temperature refining, the stone layer and soil turn into drops of reddish magma. The lord of the medicine hall was forced to keep retreating. The flame displayed by Han Jin was too terrifying, which was even worse than the destruction of his burning sky and green fire, making him feel irresistible. God extinguishes the dragon fire. Han Jin, how can you display the god extinguishes the dragon fire? Have you got the inheritance of the ancient dragon? The lord of the medicine hall was surprised. Ning Xiaochuan stepped forward and said, "The lord of the medicine hall, right? You are old, and your blood gas begins to decline. You can't be my opponent." Boom! Ning Xiaochuan's hands folded, condensed the demon fire into a fire lotus, hit the chest of the demon hall lord, burned a huge hole in the chest of the medicine hall lord, and his body was burned through. Cough. The lord of the medicine hall turned pale and sweating. Looking at the hole in his chest, he was shocked and wanted to use the force of nature to recover from the injury. However, he found that the injury on his chest could not be healed, but was still spreading, as if to devour all his vitality. No. No. How could this be? What power did you use? The creator power on the main body of the medicine hall is constantly losing, and the flesh body is like a punctured balloon. 3,000 ways to destroy the world, each of which is a way to kill creatures. Once you are hit by the Tao of destruction, no matter how strong your vitality is, it is difficult to recover from the injury. Hansen Singh stood in the distance, staring at the existence fight defeated by the two gods of fortune. He didn't expect that Han Jin could defeat his father, and his heart was full of fear. If my father was defeated, wouldn't I be an opponent of Han Jin? Han Jin, if you dare to do it again, believe it or not, I'll kill Alice first, and you'll regret it all your life. Hansen Singh threatened. He wants to use Alice to contain Han Jin and create opportunities for his father. Ning Xiaochuan turned his head and looked at Hansen Singh. A cold light flashed through his eyes, separated a thought body, appeared behind Hansen Singh, and slapped Hansen Singh on the top of his head. Although it is just a mental body, it is more than enough to deal with a Hansen Singh with 1/10 of the cultivation of Ning Ogawa. Pa! The mind-body just slapped, and then aroused the vitality of heaven and earth, hit Hansen Singh's head into his stomach, and easily saved Alice. The mind-body untied the chain of lightning, released Alice, stared at her, and said, "Leave here immediately. In the future, we will never meet again." Alice stared at the thought body of Han Jin, standing in front of her. Her tears rolled in her eyes, and she said bitterly, "Do you really don't love me anymore? Or do you think your cultivation has become stronger and you can't see me anymore?" The thought body was very determined. "You guessed right, I am now the god of creation, and there is a false god, and it won't be long before I can become a secondary god." "How can a secondary god see you?" "Alice, don't dream anymore. This is the last time I save you, and there will be no next time." With every word Han Jin said, Alice cried more bitterly, her eyes full of despair, sadness, and pain, and she felt that her heart had been mercilessly crushed. Okay. I see. I shouldn't be wishful thinking, sorry. With this, Alice left very lonely, leaving only a desolate and lonely figure. Ning Xiaochuan's heart was also quite uncomfortable, and he sighed. For her, maybe this is the best ending. Anyway, it will be hard for her to see Han Jin again in the future. Chi. Hansen Singh, who had no head at all, grew a head again on his neck. His eyes were gloomy, and he said ferociously, Han Jin, this seed is going to kill you. The mind-body withdrew its eyes and looked at Hansen Singh, who was attacking. A flame condensed in the palm of his hand. A fiery snake flew out of the flames, flew around the palm of the mind, and turned into a flame vortex, wrapping Hansen Singer in the vortex. Chi. Moments later, Hansen Singh was reduced to ashes by the flames. The Lord of the Medicine Hall looked at his most outstanding son being tempered to death by a thought of Han Jin. His anger peaked, and his eyes were full of blood. Son. My father must have killed Han Jin and avenged you. Han Jin, I fought with you. The Lord of the Medicine Hall took out a black box from his arms and poured out a pill the size of a longan. That pill was red all over, just like a red sun, with a strong breath of blood and heat. Standing dozens of miles away, Ning Xiaochuan can also clearly feel the heat wave coming to his face. Saint product human level, Dan? That pill is at least a saint level pill, or even a prefecture level pill. Of course, only Shen can refine a prefecture level pill with the power to bring the dead back to life. Every prefecture level pill is a treasure that even the secondary gods will be fascinated by. Therefore, the possibility that the pill in the hands of the Lord of the Medicine Hall is a prefecture level pill is very low. Ning Xiaochuan's heart judged so. The pill in the hands of the Lord of the Medicine Hall is indeed not a prefecture level pill, but a wholly human level pill, called Burning Blood and Dredging God pill. Once the blood burning and God unblocking pill is taken, the Lord of the Medicine Hall has the 9th major and complete combat power in the realm of creation for an hour. If the 9th level creature in the realm of creation takes a blood burning and God dredging pill, it can get the combat power of the realm of empty gods for an hour. Of course, taking the burning blood and dredging God pill will not only exchange for strong combat power, but also cause huge side effects. Because burning blood and dredging God pill originally burns its own blood in exchange for short-term strength. Once the medicine is exhausted, the blood gas in the living creature will be reduced by 80% and become quite weak. In the state of being injured, the Lord of the Medicine Hall forcibly took the blood-burning and God unblocking pill, which was even in danger of falling. The Lord of the Medicine Hall can't manage so much. Now he has only one belief, that is to kill Ning Xiaochuan at all costs and avenge his son. Kill Ning Xiaochuan, and then seize the false god. As long as I obey the false god, I can not only save my life, but even make me a secondary god. The head of the medicine hall thought so. It's definitely worth fighting. Boom. After taking the burning blood and dredging god pill, the Lord of the Medicine Hall burst out with magnificent power, with a red face and long hair flying. Around his body, there are many rules of creation flowing, converging into a long river of creation. At this moment, he has reached the extreme of the realm of creation, the 9th major perfection of the realm of creation. The 9th level of the realm of creation is divided into 5 small realms. The initial stage, the middle stage, the late stage, the peak and the great perfection. The gap between each small realm is comparable to the gap from the 8th to the 9th of the realm of creation. In other words, the middle of the 9th level of the realm of creation can be called the 10th level of the realm of creation. The later stage of the 9th level of the realm of creation can be called the 11th level of the realm of creation. The 9th peak of the realm of creation can be called the 12th peak of the realm of creation. The 9th level of great perfection of the realm of creation can be called the 13th level of the realm of creation. Because the more you go to the back, the harder it will be to improve. However, once a breakthrough is made, even if it is only a small increase, the strength will also advance by leaps and bounds. The evil tribes of Qing Di and Dong Huang all divided the realm of creation into 13 heavens, which is different from the division of 9 heavens of the realm of creation by humans in Dian world. After taking the blood-burning pill, the strength of the Lord of the Medicine Hall reached the 13th level of the realm of creation, which was 7 levels higher than that of Ning Xiaochuan. Young generation, do you still dare to fight with me now? The main body of the medicine hall was towering, exhaled like a dragon, and his body emitted extremely dazzling light, which made Ning Xiaochuan's eyes a little unable to open. Even if Ning Xiaochuan uses the way of receiving gods and borrows the divine power of the 12-winged Donghuang evil gods, he can only burst out the power of the 9th late stage of the realm of creation, that is, the 11th level of the realm of creation. If the divine power of the divine shell is added, it is possible to compete with the 12th heaviest creature that created the realm. There is still a big gap with the 13th most important creature in the realm of creation. After all, Ning Xiaochuan's cultivation is only the 6th level of the realm of creation. The power of connecting the divine way and the divine shell will coincide with each other, and it is impossible to stack up all the time. It is already very good for creatures who can compete with the 12th level of the realm of creation. Take an example, receiving the divine way is like a sword, and the divine shell is like a knife. Ning Xiaochuan carries a sword, which can double his combat power. Ning Xiaochuan, carrying a knife, can also double his combat power. However, with a sword in his left hand and a knife in his right hand, can Ning Xiaochuan increase his combat power by 4 times? Obviously not. Ning Xiaochuan didn't think about using evil gods to fight corpses. It's best not to use evil gods to fight corpses when he didn't meet the strong in the realm of virtual gods. That's one of his strongest cards. Lord of the Medicine Hall, since you have to die, I'll take you on the road. Ning Xiaochuan put the god's shell on his body, and a powerful breath like a god emanated from Ning Xiaochuan's body, like the coming of a secondary god, which startled the Lord of the Medicine Hall a little back. The Lord of the Medicine Hall stared at Ning Xiaochuan in shock and said, "Divine shell. It's great that you actually have a divine shell. Today, I can not only get a fake divine lattice, but also reach a divine shell. From now on, who dares to be the enemy of me in the Qing Emperor department? Haha. Don't be too complacent. You must be the one who died today." Ning Xiaochuan is full of confidence in himself and cuts gold and iron. Ning Xiaochuan, let me help you. Tiandi Blade Road. Good. Ning Xiaochuan called out the Tiandi blade and put it in his hand. The divine power in his body constantly surged towards the Tiandi blade, activating the power of this artifact. The secondary artifact revived, emitting a secondary level of warlike atmosphere, and was completely integrated with Ning Xiaochuan. At the moment, Ning Xiaochuan, just like a real secondary god, completely suppressed the momentum of the Lord of the Medicine Hall. Secondary artifact? The face of the Lord of the Medicine Hall changed again. What secret did Han Jing get? There are not only pseudo-gods, but also divine shells and secondary artifacts. Any one of these treasures is a treasure that all the strong in the realm of creation are crazy about. Even the secondary god will be very moved. The Lord of the Medicine Hall secretly rejoiced that it was lucky that Han Jing made the 6th level of the realm of creation. If he broke through to the 7th level of the realm of creation, I'm afraid he can't deal with him even if he took the blood-burning and god-dredging pill. As long as I kill him, I can become a secondary god of the Qing Emperor department and a god worshipped by hundreds of millions of creatures. War. The head of the medicine hall spits out a burning fire, which turns into a sea of fire, trapping Ning Xiaochuan completely in the sea of fire. After having the 13th heaviest combat power of the realm of creation, the burning fire displayed by the Lord of the Medicine Hall is dozens of times stronger than before, and can instantly burn the creatures below the 10th heaviest of the realm of creation into fly ash. Fen Tianqinghua stopped automatically 10 meters away from Ning Xiaochuan, and was blocked by the power of the divine shell, so he couldn't get close to Ning Xiaochuan's body at all. The Lord of the Medicine Hall knew the magic of the divine shell, so he called out his strongest soldier, a phoenix meteor at the level of the Supreme Emperor, and fully activated this Supreme Emperor instrument, which was 1,840 meters long and as thick as a mountain pillar, and cleaved towards Ning Xiaochuan. Although the Fang meteor boring of the Lord of the Medicine Hall is only a Supreme Imperial instrument, it is much more powerful than the general Supreme Imperial instrument. Fang meteor boring has been quenched by him for tens of thousands of years, reaching the level of second-class Supreme Imperial wear, and even comparable to the power of first-class Supreme Imperial wear. The Supreme Imperial wear is divided into 4 levels: third class, second class, first class, and divine class. Ning Xiaochuan's magic sword is only a third-class Supreme Imperial weapon. The Supreme Imperial vessels refined by the secondary god are all divine Supreme Imperial vessels, which are not comparable to ordinary Supreme Imperial vessels at all. Because the divine Supreme Emperor has the opportunity to be promoted to a secondary artifact. General Supreme Imperial wear can be tempered to the level of first-class Supreme Imperial wear at most, and it is impossible to grow into a secondary artifact at all. Of course, the grade of the refining resources in Dian world is too low, and there are too few divine materials. Therefore, only the secondary gods can refine the Supreme Imperial wear. However, in the Shinha civilization, there are rich resources and many divine materials. Even creatures in the realm of creation have the opportunity to refine the Supreme Imperial wear. Therefore, the number of Supreme Imperial artifacts in Dian world is very small, but almost every one is a divine Supreme Imperial artifact, with the opportunity to upgrade to a secondary artifact. The Fang meteor boring in the hands of the Lord of the Medicine Hall was refined by himself. After tens of thousands of years of refining, it is about to reach the level of first-class Supreme Imperial wear. If he reaches the secondary divine realm, he can refine it into a divine Supreme Imperial instrument, or even a secondary divine instrument. Just when the Lord of the Medicine Hall waved the phoenix feather meteor boring and cleaved down. Wow! Ning Xiaochuan opened a heavenly book, and divine patterns flew out of it, forming a large array of secondary gods. Under the full urging of Ning Xiaochuan's divine power, the secondary god array ran rapidly, and the main shock of the flying medicine hall flew out. Secondary god array. The Lord of the Medicine Hall was about to be angry. Han Jin unexpectedly took out another treasure that people envy and envy. How many cards does he have? The secondary god array covers 1,000 miles of regional space, forming a circular array. Driven by Ning Xiaochuan's divine power, the power of the sub-god array became extraordinarily strong, sending out bursts of wind and thunder, like turning 1,000 miles into an independent array world. The Lord of the Medicine Hall snorted coldly, took the phoenix feather meteor boring, entered the secondary god array, struck it down, and tore a hole in the secondary god array. Ning Xiaochuan stood in the center of the array, and with a slight lift of his palm, he flew up mountains in the secondary god array, and at the same time hit the Lord of the Medicine Hall. Those mountains, wrapped by the divine power of the secondary god array, turned into huge fireballs, like meteorites, hitting the Lord of the Medicine Hall. Boom! With a wave of the arm of the Lord of the Medicine Hall, a vigorous wind flew out of his sleeve and took 81 flaming mountains into his sleeve. Then, with a swing of his arm, 81 flaming mountains flew away in the opposite direction, to Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan appeared unhurried, mobilized the power of the secondary god array, formed a barrier in front of him, and broke all 81 flaming mountains. It seems that just relying on the secondary god array can't suppress him. Receive the divine way. The supernatural powers in all directions continuously converged towards Ning Xiaochuan, and condensed into a virtual shadow of a 12-winged Donghuang evil god behind Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan's divine power became stronger, which was like the arrival of the 12-winged Donghuang evil gods, causing great pressure on the Lord of the Medicine Hall. Did he take refuge in the 12-winged Donghuang evil gods? The Lord of the Medicine Hall was a little frightened when he saw the huge virtual shadow, but the attack in his hand did not stop and became more fierce. Ning Xiaochuan, while running the secondary God array, injected divine power into the Tiandi blade to awaken the power of the secondary artifact. Cut. The Tiandi blade flew out of Ning Xiaochuan's hand, and exploded with a powerful force like a secondary god. With a knife, it split the Lord of the Medicine Hall out. The Lord of the Medicine Hall stabilized his body and made a big hole in the void. The meteor boring into the big hole, directly passed through the void and hit Ning Xiaochuan's head. Shua shua. Ning Xiaochuan's body flew out 5 supreme imperial instruments in a row, including the magic sword and the giant spirit warhammer, which steadily blocked the phoenix meteor. Cut. Ning Xiaochuan shouted again. The Emperor's blade cleaved down again, breaking the natural force on the Lord of the Medicine Hall, leaving a long blood mark. Han Jin, I want to behead you and drink your blood. The Lord of the Medicine Hall roared, raised his hands, and pointed to the sky. The mysterious chi between heaven and earth kept rolling, and countless electric snakes shuttled through the void, making a sound of thunder. Heaven-shaking skill. This is a kind of magic. The divine power was attracted by the Lord of the Medicine Hall, all turned into the power of shaking the sky, and fought towards Ning Xiaochuan. Boom! Under the impact of magic, the secondary god array rolled violently like water waves. A powerful impact hit Ning Xiaochuan's chest and shook Ning Xiaochuan hundreds of miles away. Ning Xiaochuan's viscera were in pain, as if they had been torn apart. Not dead? The Lord of the Medicine Hall thought it was incredible. What a powerful divine skill! Zentianshu failed to kill Han Jin. The Lord of the Medicine Hall carried Fingyu meteor boring, and entered the secondary god array, getting closer and closer to Ning Xiaochuan, 500 meters, 400 meters, 300 meters, 200 meters, 100 meters. Shua. Meteor boring suddenly stabbed down, pulled out a meteor-like tail, and stabbed Ning Xiaochuan's head in an instant. Ning Xiaochuan folded his hands, and a bright mark of heaven appeared in the center of his eyebrows. With a white light column flew out of the center of his eyebrows and hit the meteor boring. Boom! White energy ripples scattered, shaking the Lord of the Medicine Hall and Ning Xiaochuan out at the same time. Ning Xiaochuan's empty hand split, mobilize divine power, and communicate with the Emperor Blade. The Sky Emperor Blade hanging above suddenly chopped down and crossed the head of the Lord of the Medicine Hall. Poof! Under the powerful power of the Emperor's blade, the body of the Lord of the Medicine Hall was torn into 2 halves and turned into 2 corpses hanging in the void. The 2 corpses did not have the slightest breath of death. Under the influence of a strong vitality, they flew away from each other and wanted to reunite. Would Ning Xiaochuan give it a chance? Give it to me. Ning Xiaochuan simultaneously beat out the god-extinguished dragon fire and the world-destroying demon fire, and forcibly refined 2 remnant corpses. After a while, the 2 corpses turned into fly ash, and the breath of the Lord of the Medicine Hall completely disappeared. In the void, there was only a cyan bead, a phoenix, meteor boring, and a cyan scroll. Ning Xiaochuan first collected Fengyu meteor boring and cyan beads, and then pinched the cyan scroll, a little curious, and said, "What is this?" Ning Xiaochuan opened the cyan scroll, and a vast picture appeared in front of him. In the picture, white light was emitted, just like a world on the picture. This is the map of Guishu. Ning Xiaochuan was overjoyed. There is no place to look for in broken iron shoes, and it takes no time to get it. This picture is exactly what Ning Xiaochuan has been looking for. When Ning Xiaochuan was studying the Guishu map carefully, suddenly, a blue sword light flew out of the picture and stabbed Ning Xiaochuan's heart. Bang! Ning Xiaochuan's 2 fingers clipped, smashed the blue sword light, and his face was solemn. "Come out for me." He stretched out an arm, poked out the picture world, and captured a woman dressed in blue. Qingji was pinched by Ning Xiaochuan. She looked only 10 centimeters tall, with anger on her face, and said, Han Jin, I am the daughter of Jinbu Artifact of Qingdi Department. If you dare to disrespect me, Jinbu Artifact will definitely kill you. Ning Xiaochuan was slightly stunned and said with a smile, Tiandi Blade, can the spirit of the instrument still have children? The Emperor of Heaven said, there is spirituality in every plant and tree in the world. Once spirituality grows to a certain level, it can condense the body of bleeding flesh. Just like Shiji Demon, she has the idea of ancient god stone and can condense the body of bleeding flesh. Our artifact spirit clan is quite special. Only when we reach the level of artifact can we condense the bleeding flesh. Of course, the children of artifact can also condense the bleeding flesh. If my guess is right, the Jinbu artifact of the Qing Emperor Department should be a real artifact, not a secondary artifact. The picture of the ruins in front of me is a part of the Jinbu artifact that fell off from that Jinbu artifact. Naturally, it is even the children of Jinbu artifact. Qingji was a little surprised, staring at the Tiandi blade, and said, are you a secondary artifact? Hey. Yes, Lao Tzu is a secondary artifact. In the future, he will be promoted to become an artifact. The Emperor Blade laughed. What can I be proud of? If I meet a god-level master in the future and refine the whole Guishu into a painting scroll, then I can also grow into an artifact. Qingji added, since you know I'm the daughter of Jinbu artifact, you can't hurt me, or my mother will kill you. The Emperor Blade whispered to Ning Xiaochuan and said, Ning Xiaochuan, the spirit of the artifact is at least the 7th fighting power of the secondary god, which is still the fighting power when no one controls it. If a secondary god has mastered an artifact, that secondary god is enough to deal with a group of secondary gods. If we can avoid provoking artifact spirits, we'd better not. Since she thinks you're Han Jin of the Qing Emperor Department, take this opportunity to subdue her. Ning Xiaochuan nodded, stared at Qingji and said, what's your name? Qingji. Qingji rode. Ning Xiaochuan said, are you willing to recognize me as the master? Qingji looked at Ning Xiaochuan carefully and said, you can kill the Lord of the Medicine Hall, and your cultivation is still good. But the Lord of Magic Freeze asked me to follow the Lord of the Medicine Hall. If you want to be my master, you must get the approval of the Lord of Magic Freeze. Demon Stiff Lord. Ning Xiaochuan's eyes coagulated, and the Lord of Demon Stiff was a secondary god. If he met him, he would definitely see through his identity. No, you can't go to see the Lord of Demon Freeze. Ning Xiaochuan stared at Qingji again and said with a smile, you're not the daughter of Jinbu artifact. Can't you decide who you should recognize as the Lord? Who says I can't decide? Qingji's voice weakened and whispered, just before I came to the Guishu, my mother told me to obey the order of the Lord of Demon Stiff. I can't refuse to obey her divine order. Ning Xiaochuan sighed, the daughter of Jinbu artifact is just like this. If she can't even decide her own fate, it's just a tool. Who said that? I'll give priority to you now. Qingji rode. Ning Xiaochuan's eyes lit up and he laughed in his heart. Qingji was still too young. If she was an old Yuzi like Tiandi Blade, she would definitely not be stimulated by such a method. Good. It's worthy of being the daughter of Jinbu artifact. I admire it. The Emperor Blade laughed. Qingji said proudly, Han Jin, you drop a drop of your blood on the map of returning to the ruins. After my flesh and blood absorb your blood, I will always recognize you as my master, unless you are killed by others. Ning Xiaochuan is not ambiguous, cutting a small hole in his finger and dripping a drop of blood into the Return to Ruins map. That drop of blood turned into a cloud of blood and wrapped Qingji's flesh and blood. Wisps of blood gas penetrated into Qingji's body. Suddenly, Qingji's face changed slightly, staring at Ning Xiaochuan in shock, and said, who are you? How can your blood be different from the people of Qingdi Department? Of course, I'm not an evil person of the Qing Emperor department. I'm a Terran of Dian world. Ning Xiaochuan stretched out a palm and pressed it over Qingji's head, saying, "Let me help you refine your blood gas." Villain! You dare to lie to me. I'm the daughter of Zhenbu artifact. I want to communicate with my mother with my divine mind, so that she can fall into the next divine projection and suppress you. Qingji roared. You have no chance. Ning Xiaochuan dragged Qingji into the divine shell and used the divine shell to isolate her contact with the outside world. Gradually, Ning Xiaochuan's drop of blood completely integrated into Qingji's body. Now, Ning Xiaochuan becomes Qingji's master, and he can kill her with just one idea. Only one consciousness is needed to suppress her. Unless Ning Xiaochuan is killed, otherwise, she will always be controlled by Ning Xiaochuan. Damn, you are a liar. Qingji stares at Ning Xiaochuan fiercely, feeling hurt and cheated. Ning Xiaochuan said, liars always live longer than fools. Qingji, don't be reconciled. I promise you, if I become a god in the future, I will sacrifice and refine the whole ruins to help you reach the artifact level. Really? Qingji's eyes lit up. You know, there are many pictures in the Return to the Ruins, each of which is a divine supreme imperial instrument, with the ability to turn it into a secondary artifact, or even an artifact. The only way to transform the painting of Returning to the Ruins into an artifact is to refine the whole Returning to the Ruins into a noumenon. Ning Xiaochuan nodded and said, as long as you work for me wholeheartedly, I will not treat you badly. Ning Xiaochuan collected the Return to Ruins and the blade of the Emperor of Heaven. Then, he broke into the secondary god array and collected the pseudo-god. After leaving the ground, Ning Xiaochuan, under the guidance of Qingji, easily hunted and killed 10 alien creatures in the realm of creation, of which 5 were the first, 3 were the second, and 2 were the third. Ning Xiaochuan exchanged 3,000 points of war achievement points with the bones of these 10 strange creatures in the realm of creation. Go to the medicine hall again. All the evil women in the medicine hall are respectful to Ning Ogawa and dare not be slighted. Give me 3 portions of each of these 7 eternal holy drugs. Later, Ning Xiaochuan saw another 3 kinds of immortals on the counter and bought them together. Half an hour later, Ning Xiaochuan converted 3,000 points of war fruit points into 30 ancient holy drugs. In the medicine hall, Ning Xiaochuan asked those evil women and learned that Alice did not return to the medicine hall. Besides, Ning Xiaochuan didn't ask any more questions. There is no banquet that never ends, and there is no lover who will be together forever. It is inevitable that life and death are separated. Besides, Ning Xiaochuan and Alice are not the same people, and they may never see each other again in the future. Returning to Han Jin's residence, Ning Xiaochuan began to study refining medicine and wanted to study the elixir for purifying evil qi as soon as possible. Divine shell is a good thing, not only the skin of gods, but also a treasure of time. A year in the shell of God, but a day outside. Moreover, the space inside the divine shell can become as vast as a world, or as small as sand. It is not only Ning Xiaochuan who studies the elixir in the divine shell, but also the Golden Horn Demon Emperor and the Silver Horn Demon Emperor refined the blood elixir in the divine shell. Outside, 3 months have passed. 90 years have passed in the divine shell. Over the past 90 years, the Golden Horn Demon Emperor and the Silver Horn Demon Emperor, with the help of the blood pill of creation, have made rapid progress in their cultivation and reached the 3rd level of creation at the same time. They successfully cultivated the 1st layer of the Donghuang Sutra, and a pair of black wings grew on their backs. Ning Xiaochuan spent 90 years to reach the level of saint-level heart-nourishing master, but he still failed to study the elixir to purify evil qi. Over the past 90 years, Ning Xiaochuan has made many experiments on the Golden Horn Demon Emperor and the Silver Horn Demon Emperor, but all of them ended in failure. Of course, the elixir refined by Ning Xiaochuan also has a certain resistance to evil qi, but it can't completely purify evil qi. Just studying pills and writing experiences have accumulated into more than 100 thick books. Ning Xiaochuan flipped through the experience written by himself in the book, and his heart was very heavy. He said to himself, why is it difficult to purify these evil gases? 12-winged Donghuang evil gods, Qing Tian Emperor, what exactly do they exist? The more he studies evil qi, the more he can feel the horror of evil qi. It is estimated that only Shenong can develop a pill to purify evil qi. Shenong. The ugly mother-in-law was not brought to Guishu by Feng Jiwexi. Maybe her mother-in-law can develop a pill to purify evil qi. Ning Xiaochuan was so happy that he immediately took out the Return to the Ruins map. He asked Qingji to immediately find the location of ugly mother-in-law and Feng Jiwexi in the Return to the Ruins. Ning Xiaochuan used the power of nature to simulate the appearance of the ugly mother-in-law and the wind and moon, and presented it in front of Qingji. Qingji, help me find these two people. Ning Xiaochuan rode. Qingji closed her eyes and lifted her hand slightly. Wisps of smoke appeared in the painting of Returning to the Ruins. After a while, Qingji raised her head, shook her head at Ning Xiaochuan and said, Master, I didn't find the two people you said in the Guishu. How could this happen? Ning Xiaochuan pondered for a moment, and suddenly, her heart moved. Did they also take the original internal alchemy of evil people and become the appearance of those evil people? Ning Xiaochuan thought more and more that it was possible, so he condensed the form of the 10,000 dragon medicine god tripod and said, help me find the location of this medicine god tripod. The 10,000 dragon medicine tripod is a secondary artifact of the ugly mother-in-law. People's appearance can be changed, but the shape of the medicine tripod will never change. A moment later, a light spot appeared on the Guishu map. Qingji said happily, Master, that medicine tripod is located at the spot of light, 120 million miles away from us. Good. Ning Xiaochuan said, now take me to the location of the light spot. Ning Xiaochuan put away the Guishu map, then woke up the Golden Horn Demon Emperor and the Silver Horn Demon Emperor and said, go, we should start. The Golden Horn Demon Emperor's eyes lit up and said, go hunt the evil people of the Qing Emperor department and continue to refine more creation blood pills? Hearing the words of the Golden Horn Demon Emperor, the Silver Horn Demon Emperor was also excited and said, okay. Go now. In just 90 years, it has reached the third level of the realm of creation, which was something they simply couldn't imagine before. They tasted the sweetness of the natural blood pill, and naturally wanted to hunt more evil people and quickly improve their cultivation. Ning Xiaochuan said, although taking Xiaohua blood pill can quickly improve your cultivation, taking more Xiaohua blood pills can't make you reach the secondary divine realm. Practicing hard is the king. Our brothers are also working hard. Now we all begin to understand the second layer of the Donghuang Sutra. The Silver Horn Demon Emperor smiled. Ning Xiaochuan said, the more you refine the blood pill, the stronger the evil qi in your body will be, and the more difficult it will be to purify in the future. For you, refining the blood pill is both beneficial and harmful. This time I will take you to find a Shenong. Maybe only she can help you clear the evil qi in your body. Out of the divine shell, Ning Xiaochuan, the Golden Horn Demon Emperor, and the Silver Horn Demon Emperor immediately left the magic rigid city, and rushed towards the direction of the 10,000 dragon medicine divine tripod under the leadership of Qingji. After leaving the magic frozen city, Ning Xiaochuan plans to open the door of the void, directly cross the space and go to the location of the 10,000 dragon medicine god tripod. Brother Ning, let me come. I'm the master of the realm of creation now. Crossing the void is just an easy thing for me. The Silver Horn Demon Emperor volunteered and slapped the void, tearing the void into a gap. Ning Xiaochuan smiled and withdrew his hand and walked into the door of void. A moment later, a mass of white light appeared over a wasteland 80,000 miles away from the magic frozen city. The door of the void opened in the white light, and the silver horn demon emperor flew out of the door of the void. He was so tired that he was panting, and the strength of creation in his body was almost exhausted. I'm the third master of the realm of creation. How can I cross the void of 80,000 miles and become so tired? The silver horn demon emperor was still in high spirits and wanted to help Ning Xiaochuan open the way, but when he really crossed the void, he felt the difficulty. Ning Xiaochuan laughed and said, "The spatial structure in the Guishu is much more stable than the outside world. With your cultivation in the outside world, even crossing 8 million miles is easy. But in the Guishu, you can only cross 80,000 miles at most. Let me take you on the road." Ning Xiaochuan's finger touched, mobilized the mysterious qi of heaven and earth, opened a door of space in front of him, and walked in first. Led by Ning Xiaochuan, they can cross a distance of 5 million miles at one time. After more than 20 space jumps, it finally gets closer and closer to the Wanlong medicine god Ding. Master, the 10,000 dragon medicine tripod is in a huge city, which is no smaller than the magic frozen city, and there are a large number of monks stationed in the city. Qingji Road. Ning Xiaochuan asked, "Is there a secondary god sitting in that city?" "That's right." Qingji Road. Ning Xiaochuan said, "It seems that it is a stronghold established by some evil department again. Why is the ugly mother-in-law in the stronghold of the evil department?" Just when Ning Xiaochuan was still confused, a group of evil friars flew to the horizon, with more than 100 evil people, and each evil person stepped on a flying corpse. Boom! On the ground, a large amount of smoke and dust rolled up. In the smoke, there were hundreds of thousands of ghost corpses of Yin soldiers. These dead bodies have been buried underground for thousands of years. Those evil people used evil methods to summon them from the ground. Some dead bodies have rotted into white bones, some are riding war beasts, and 2 dead bodies with golden light are carrying a sedan chair. The bodies of the 2 golden dead bodies exuded extremely powerful divine power, and behind them appeared 2 huge golden god rings, which were almost like 2 gods. The golden horn demon emperor and the silver horn demon emperor were originally strong in self-cultivation, but in front of the 2 golden corpses, they kept retreating, and their legs trembled, as if they were going to kneel on the ground. 2 evil gods fighting corpses. Ning Xiaochuan's heart was shocked. Unexpectedly, 2 evil gods and corpses were allowed to carry the sedan chair. How did the people in the sedan chair exist? Shwa shwa. Among the evil people flying in the sky, a man and a woman rushed out, flew down from the sky, and stood on the left and right of the sedan chair. Their accomplishments have surpassed the 13th level of the realm of creation and reached the realm of emptiness. The man standing on the left looked about 30 years old, half white hair, half black hair, pale face, hoarse voice, and said, "Young Master Ning, my grandfather ordered us to pick you up." Ning Xiaochuan vigilantly said, "Who is your ancestor? Go to the Heart Demon City, you will naturally know." The woman standing on the right said, coldly. She looks about 20 years old, with beautiful face and snowy skin. Wearing a blue Taoist robe, she gives people a cold feeling. Demon City. Ning Xiaochuan read a sentence secretly, and then said, "What if I don't want to go to Shinma City?" The man standing on the right laughed and said, "We are ordered to invite Mr. Ning, so we will definitely invite Mr. Ning to the Heart Demon City. I believe Mr. Ning will not embarrass us." 2 evil people in the virtual god realm, 2 evil gods and war corpses, and hundreds of thousands of Yin soldiers. The more than 100 evil people flying above are all creatures above the realm of creation. Obviously, the other party is prepared. If Ning Xiaochuan doesn't go to the Heart Demon City with them, they can also catch Ning Xiaochuan to the Heart Demon City. Who is the ancestor in their mouth? Why do you know I'm here? Ning Xiaochuan's heart is full of curiosity, but also very worried about the ugly mother-in-law and the wind and moon. Ning Xiaochuan sneered and said, "Your ancestor really thinks highly of me. He sent such a large team to invite me. Is it too humiliating for me? The woman in a blue Taoist robe said, my grandfather said that young Master Ning is his distinguished guest and wants us to invite you with the most solemn specifications. Okay. In that case, I'll go to the Heart Demon City with you and meet that ancestor. Ning Xiaochuan walked to the front of the sedan chair with his hands on his back, suddenly stopped, looked at the Golden Horn Demon Emperor and the Silver Horn Demon Emperor, and said, you two don't need to go with me. I don't know whether it's a blessing or a curse when I go to Shima City. Ning Xiaochuan doesn't want the two of them to take risks with themselves. The man said, since you are a friend of Master Ning, naturally you want to go to the Heart Demon City together. Yoni and Yun Er will invite the two friends to the Heart Demon City together. Above the sky, two gods of fortune flew down, and without asking whether the Golden Horn Demon Emperor and the Silver Horn Demon Emperor were willing or not, they flew directly to the horizon with them. Is this please? It's like catching. Ning Xiaochuan's eyes were cold. He wanted to see who the ancestor was? He went into the sedan chair and sat in it. Two evil gods and war corpses lifted the sedan chair and turned it into a sacred wind. They hurried on their way. A moment later, they came to a towering huge city. The sedan chair stopped. Before Ning Xiaochuan walked out of the sedan chair, an old laugh remembered, Ning Xiaochuan, two secondary gods carry the sedan chair for you, how does it taste? Ning Xiaochuan came out of the sedan chair, stood upright, looked up, and saw a white-haired old man sitting on a huge chair, exuding a powerful divine power, looking down at him. Ning Xiaochuan's eyes first had a trace of doubt. Then, it seemed that he thought of something and said, are you a demon? Bold, in front of you is the Heart Demon Holy God, don't you kneel down? The woman in a blue Taoist robe shouted coldly. The demon stared at the woman, and said very unhappily, Ming Lu, how can you talk to young Master Ning like this? Don't you know that young Master Ning is our benefactor? If it weren't for young Master Ning at the beginning, we might still be trapped at the top of the Demon Mountain in the Yulan Empire. Don't apologize to young Master Ning immediately. Speaking of the last time, the voice of the demon was a little cold. Please forgive me. Ming Lu was so scared that she knelt on the ground. Then she went to Ning Xiaochuan and knelt on one knee and said, young Master Ning, I beg your pardon for the offense that Ming Lu had just made to you. Ning Xiaochuan looked at all this coldly, and did not look at Ming Lu, who knelt on one knee, but stared at the demons, and said, demons, what are you going to do with bringing me to the demon city? No one knows better than Ning Xiaochuan that demons are not good. Moreover, he and Ning Xiaochuan are by no means friends. He is so polite to Ning Xiaochuan, which must have his purpose. Shima smiled, Ning Xiaochuan, don't be defensive to me. I invite you to Shima City. I just want to catch up with you and thank you at the same time. Ning Xiaochuan said, how did you know I came outside the demon city? The demon said, you don't know my identity yet? I'm the ancestor of the demon department and the holy god of the demon. In those years, I forcibly broke the seal in hell and fell to the Jade Haze Empire, together with the demon palace that suppressed me. Now, my cultivation has gradually recovered and reached the realm of the secondary god. With the power of the secondary god, I can't know if you come outside the demon city? Ning Xiaochuan said, what happened to the ugly mother-in-law? The demon's eyes narrowed slightly, his face became a little cold, and said, how did you know she was in the demon city? I naturally have my way. Ning Xiaochuan said, demon, I know you have a deep grudge with the ugly mother-in-law. You let her go now. The demon took a cup of sub-god blood from the desk, drank it in one gulp, and said, Ning Xiaochuan, are you ordering this seat? Invisibly, a powerful divine power emanated from the demon. In the hall, except Ning Xiaochuan, all the creatures knelt on the ground and trembled with fear. Ning Xiaochuan's heavenly mark in the middle of his eyebrows emerged, resisted the divine power of the demon, and said, what conditions do you have? Just mention it. The devil's mouth hooked and said with a smile, "That's right. Ning Xiaochuan, in fact, we can cooperate and even be the best ally. I know that you are the successor of Mi Shidao, and I know that you also have an old enemy. Otherwise, we can cooperate and help you get rid of that old enemy, so that you can become the real fourth-generation successor of Mi Shidao." Ning Xiaochuan sneered, "What do you want?" "I don't want to get anything. I just want to help you. Of course, I will not only help you, but also worship you as a teacher and learn the way of destroying the world from you. What do you think?" Ning Xiaochuan laughed and said, "Originally, you want me to teach you the way to destroy the world." The demon said, "It's a great good thing for you and me. After all, with your cultivation, you can't kill that old enemy. If you let the disciple fight for you, she will be able to destroy her spirit and form. If you promise, I'll call you master now." "I won't promise." Ning Xiaochuan rode. The demon's eyes sank and said, "Why?" Ning Xiaochuan said, "First of all, my old enemy, I will naturally deal with her in person, without the help of your power. Secondly, I will not be threatened by anyone. Finally, if I pass the way of destroying the world to you, when you learn the way of destroying the world, the first person to kill is me. Right?" The demon's eyes were cloudy and sunny, and he sighed, "Ning Xiaochuan, you misunderstood me. If I worship you as a teacher and it's too late to respect you, how can I kill you? Well, let's have a drink without mentioning the matter of worship today." Ming Lu, dry halberd, "It's not quick to give seats to the three distinguished guests." Demonic way. Ning Xiaochuan, the golden horn demon emperor and the silver horn demon emperor were sitting next to a table. Ning Xiaochuan was okay and showed great composure, but the golden horn demon emperor and the silver horn demon emperor were extremely frightened. You know, sitting above is an ancestor of the evil department, a evil man who has lived for many years. How can he not make people afraid? With a wave of his sleeve, 3 cups of divine blood fell in front of Ning Xiaochuan, the golden horn demon emperor and the silver horn demon emperor. The demon looked down and said with a smile, 2 months ago, I caught a secondary god from the Buddha world of Shinha civilization and imprisoned him in the demon city. I put a few cups of divine blood on him every day. Although the taste of drinking is not as good as that of the real gods, it is already delicious in Dian world. The golden horn demon emperor and the silver horn demon emperor stared at the bronze cup on the table, and their hearts were startled. These were actually 2 cups of fresh divine blood? They licked their lips, very excited. If you drink this cup of divine blood, I don't know how much cultivation can be improved. When they saw that Ning Xiaochuan didn't drink, they also tried to restrain themselves and didn't drink. 3 cups of divine blood, the color of which is like amber, are constantly flowing in the cup, and the powerful vitality contained in it can be felt from afar. Even the blood of martial artists in the refined environment can drop blood into tigers and practice into pills. The medicine contained in the blood of the second god-level master is more than hundreds of millions of times stronger than the blood of a martial artist in the secular world, which shows the strength of the medicine contained in these 3 cups of blood. In order to keep the divinity in the god's blood from losing this time, the 3 cups taken out by the demon at the moment are even top-grade supreme tools. A drop of blood of the secondary god is almost equivalent to a secondary god separation, and only 3 top-grade supreme instruments can carry the blood of the secondary god. Ning Xiaochuan looked unchanged, stared at the 3 cups of secondary god blood in front of him, and then looked at the demon. Of course, he knew that whether it was the sedan chair of the secondary god at the beginning or the 3 cups of secondary god blood at the moment, it was just the demon showing off to himself. Of course, in addition to showing off, the demon also wants to use this method to convince Ning Xiaochuan. It's really easy to be convinced by the supreme strength who takes the secondary god as a sedan bearer and can casually drink the blood of the enemy secondary god as wine. But this move has no effect on Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan, who is stronger and more domineering than the heart demon, has seen it, so he will not be shaken by the small hand of the heart demon. Thank you so much. Ning Xiaochuan glanced at the demon in his heart, picked up the glass in front of him, and drank the blood of the secondary god in the glass. This is the blood of the secondary god, which is no different from a panacea for the martial arts under the secondary god. Since the demon is now willing to take out these blood of the secondary god to entertain himself, Ning Xiaochuan will not be at all polite. After all, there are not many opportunities to drink the blood of the secondary god as wine. After drinking this cup of sub-god blood, Ning Xiaochuan immediately felt his throat swollen, as if he had entered a fiery snake. This fiery snake penetrated into his body and raged everywhere in his body. This was the divinity contained in the sub-god blood that was making trouble. Before drinking this cup of secondary god blood, Ning Xiaochuan had long expected this situation, so he immediately mobilized the power in his body to suppress the fire snake. With Ning Xiaochuan's cultivation at the moment, it was almost impossible to digest the divinity contained in this cup of secondary god blood like a heart demon, but he could suppress it, store it in his body, and refine it slowly. As long as Ning Xiaochuan finally refines the divinity contained in this cup of sub-god blood, it will definitely be of great benefit to him. This is also the reason why Ning Xiaochuan swallowed this cup of sub-god blood without hesitation just now. However, Ning Xiaochuan obviously underestimates the power of the secondary god. Even if it is just a cup of blood of the secondary god, it also contains part of the power of the secondary god. It is said that the real gods have integrated their souls into every inch of flesh and blood. Even if the flesh collapses, they will not die. They can be reborn against the sky by relying on any drop of blood. Although the power of the secondary god is not as powerful as the real god, it also contains some characteristics of the god. So at this moment, this cup of secondary god blood contains not only part of the power of secondary god, but also part of the soul fragments of secondary god. Ning Xiaochuan just suppressed the power of the secondary god contained in the secondary god's blood, and the soul fragments of the secondary god contained in this cup of secondary god's blood immediately burst out. These sub-god soul fragments turned into a spiritual force, eroding towards Ning Xiaochuan's mind, trying to suppress Ning Xiaochuan's mind and seize Ning Xiaochuan. I understand that the demon of the heart kindly asked us to take the sub-god blood. Originally, he wanted to suppress the sub-god soul fragments contained in the sub-god blood, and then had to be willing to ask him for help. In this way, no matter what he asked, I'm afraid I have to comply with him. However, the demon of the heart also underestimated me. At this moment, Ning Xiaochuan has fully understood the intention of the demon. But the mind demon obviously underestimated Ning Xiaochuan's strength. With the 7 orifices demon heart palace, his mind power was even stronger than the general secondary god. Let alone now it was just the power of the secondary god, contained in a cup of secondary god's blood. Even if the secondary god of the Buddha made his own move, I'm afraid he couldn't win Ning Xiaochuan. Break it. Ning Xiaochuan only slightly mobilized the power of the mind and spirit, and broke through the power of the mind and spirit of the second god contained in this cup of blood of the second god. Immediately, Ning Xiaochuan turned to look at the golden horn demon emperor and silver horn demon emperor behind him. Just now, Ning Xiaochuan suppressed the power of this cup of secondary god blood, and it took almost a moment. Seeing that Ning Xiaochuan drank this cup of secondary god blood, the golden horn demon emperor and the silver horn demon emperor had long been unable to resist the temptation of secondary god blood, and took the secondary god blood in front of him and looked carefully. At this moment, when Ning Xiaochuan looked at them, the two of them had put their lips in front of the wine cup, and were about to drink this cup of sub-god blood. Ning Xiaochuan suddenly stretched out his hand and grabbed the 2 cups of secondary god blood, and then banged it back on the table in front of him. If you don't want to become a puppet, don't drink it. Ning Xiaochuan's cold drink immediately made the golden horn demon emperor and the silver horn demon emperor wake up from their greed just now. Just now, Brother Ning must have felt something from this cup of sub-god blood, so he stopped us from drinking this thing. The Golden Horn Demon Emperor and the Silver Horn Demon Emperor trusted Ning Xiaochuan very much. After being stopped by Ning Xiaochuan, they immediately looked frightened, as if avoiding the plague god, avoiding the 2 cups of secondary god blood in front of them. At this moment, no matter how tempting these 2 cups of secondary god blood are, they dare not drink it. The demon of the heart didn't care about this. His goal was originally Ning Xiaochuan. As for the Golden Horn Demon Emperor and the Silver Horn Demon Emperor, they were just 2 mole ants for the demon of the heart. If it weren't for Ning Xiaochuan, he wouldn't even bother to look at them at all. At the moment, the demon in his heart has been looking at Ning Xiaochuan carefully, and he doesn't seem to believe that Ning Xiaochuan can digest the power in the blood of this cup of secondary god so easily. Staring at Ning Xiaochuan for a moment, the demon suddenly laughed. Ning Xiaochuan, this time God's blood is also a rare thing. Since your 2 friends are not blessed to enjoy it, then you can drink it for them. Okay. Ning Xiaochuan simply nodded, opened his mouth, and sucked the blood of the secondary god contained in the 2 bronze cups into his mouth. With the experience of the last time, this time Ning Xiaochuan suppressed the power in the blood of the second god, which was even simpler. It took almost only a few blinks of an eye, and he looked at the demon as if nothing had happened again. The demon stared at Ning Xiaochuan, and couldn't help but tut in his heart. Such a cup of secondary god blood is difficult for even those who are in the 9th level of the realm of creation to dissolve, but Ning Xiaochuan only made the 6th level of the realm of creation, and was able to take 3 cups of secondary god blood in succession. The descendant of the path of destroying the world is really extraordinary. Now his cultivation of creating the realm of incarnation is so strong that if he is promoted to the realm of secondary gods, I'm afraid even I can't suppress him. Looking at Ning Xiaochuan, the demon in his heart became more and more enthusiastic about the way to destroy the world. However, Ning Xiaochuan's attitude just now let the demons know that he could never easily learn the world-destroying Taoism. So for a time, the demon also pondered secretly, trying to figure out a new way to deal with Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan suddenly stood up at the moment and said, "Demon, if you want to learn to destroy the world, let me see the ugly mother-in-law first." The demon's eyes flickered for a few times, and he didn't know what he was thinking. Finally, he nodded and said, "Of course, it's no problem. After all, the ugly mother-in-law is also a Shenong, and I didn't suffer any hardship here. Ming Lu, you take Ning Xiaochuan to see the ugly mother-in-law." The demon waved his hand, and Ming Lu, who stood next to him, immediately came out, taking Ning Xiaochuan and the 3 of them out. Watching Ming Lu go out with Ning Xiaochuan, Ganji's face standing beside the demon suddenly showed a somewhat unwilling look. "Lao Zhu, Ning Xiaochuan has fallen into our hands. Why are you so polite to him?" Ganji's cultivation has reached the realm of emptiness, so he is very dismissive of Ning Xiaochuan, who is only 6 levels of the realm of creation. "When is it your turn to talk too much about my business?" The demon casually glanced at the dry halberd beside him, and immediately made the dry halberd cold, plopping down on the ground and pleading for mercy. "I just casually said that I didn't dare to intervene in the decision of my grandfather." At the moment, the demon in his heart didn't even bother to look at Ganji again. He let Ganji kneel on the ground, but his eyes seemed to have passed through everything in front of him and fell directly on Ning Xiaochuan in the distance. "Haha, Ning Xiaochuan has fallen into my hands. Am I afraid he will run away? I have plenty of time to play with him slowly." Staring at Ning Xiaochuan in the distance, a cold smile appeared on the demon's face. His title is the Devil of the Heart. As the name suggests, what he is best at and likes most is playing with people. At the moment, Ning Xiaochuan and Ming Lu have flown to a cage, with dense lines everywhere. The cage itself seems to be a supreme weapon, and the faint light released by the cage can be seen from the outside. Walking out along the door of the cage, a crazy roar immediately appeared in the ears of Ning Xiaochuan, the Silver Horn Demon Emperor, and the Gold Horn Demon Emperor. Ming Le took Ning Xiaochuan and the two demon emperors and introduced them as they walked. Young Master Ning, this cage of demons naturally has the sound of tortured demons. If you stay here for a long time, you will become bloodthirsty and manic because of the influence of the sound of demons. Ming Li's introduction made Ning Xiaochuan's face suddenly ugly. That ugly mother-in-law, she. Ning Xiaochuan's eyes were cold. Young Master Ning, don't worry. The ugly mother-in-law is a guest of my ancestors. Naturally, my ancestors won't deal with her with the sound of demons. Ming Lu glanced at Ning Xiaochuan and calmly explained. At the moment, the Golden Horn Demon Emperor and the Silver Horn Demon Emperor, who followed Ning Xiaochuan, stared at a prison in front of them, and even couldn't help but stop. Is this a secondary god? Staring at the cage in front, the Golden Horn Demon Emperor and the Silver Horn Demon Emperor even couldn't help trembling. The existence that can make two lawless demon emperors tremble, naturally only the existence of the secondary god level. Ning Xiaochuan has also noticed the cage in front of him at the moment. This cage is obviously different from what they saw just now. In this cage, a fat monk sat cross-legged on the ground. His hands and feet seemed to be penetrated by several crystal transparent chains and firmly locked together. Although the breath emanating from him was weak, the divine breath always showed that his identity was a demigod. However, these are not the most eye-catching. At the moment, what the monk cares most is his face. His face was separated from the middle. One side was kind-hearted, and the other was ferocious. The two expressions seemed to divide the monk's face into two halves. Looking at the monk, Ning Xiaochuan's mind suddenly burst out what the demon had just said, and he couldn't help but exclaim in his heart. The secondary god of Xinhe civilization Buddha. A secondary god of Xinhe civilization was actually locked here by a demon as food and drank blood every day. Although Ning Xiaochuan didn't doubt the words of the demon, he couldn't help but marvel at the sight of the secondary god of the Xinhe civilization at the moment. At this moment, the secondary god state of the Xinhe civilization is obviously not quite right. It should be that the demon moved something on him. Otherwise, such a cage may not be able to hold the Buddha secondary god of the Xinhe civilization at all. Ming Le seemed to be used to the secondary god of Xinhe civilization. After glancing at the secondary god, he said calmly, Young Master Ning, let's go. The ugly mother-in-law is in front. Ning Xiaochuan's eyes stopped for a moment on the Buddha sub-god of Xinhe civilization, and he continued to walk forward with Ming Lu. At this moment, the demigod of the Buddha world has brought Ning Xiaochuan a great impact. A powerful secondary god, at the moment, was locked up here, raised like a pig, bled and drank every day. This end is simply too sad. The ugly mother-in-law was also imprisoned in such a cage, but her situation was indeed much better than the previous demigod. At least the ugly mother-in-law was not moved by the demons. In the cage, next door to the ugly mother-in-law, the figure of Feng Jiwexi is impressively here. However, her condition seems to be much worse than that of the ugly mother-in-law. Not only is her breath weak, but at the moment, she seems to be even a little addicted to consciousness. Ning Xiaochuan leaned close to Feng Yueshi and shouted a few times, but Feng Yueshi didn't respond. His face was livid, and he could only return to the cage where the ugly mother-in-law was. Why are you here? Seeing Ning Xiaochuan, the ugly mother-in-law's face suddenly showed some anxiety. She obviously thought Ning Xiaochuan was also caught by the demon. Ugly mother-in-law, Young Master Ning is the guest invited by my grandfather. You can talk casually here. I'll go out first. Ming Le casually opened the confinement of the cage, seemingly deliberately avoiding Ning Xiaochuan and the ugly mother-in-law. She turned and walked out of the cage. The guest invited by the demon, little doll, what's going on? Although she knew that Ning Xiaochuan was stronger than herself at the moment, the ugly mother-in-law was anxious and still called out what she called Ning Xiaochuan at the beginning. Ning Xiaochuan shook his head and didn't want to say anything about himself and the demon at all, because he knew that even if he said these things at the moment, it was useless, but it was in vain to make the ugly mother-in-law and others worry. We'll talk about this later. Pulling the golden horn demon emperor and the silver horn demon emperor in front of him, Ning Xiaochuan urgently asked, "Ugly mother-in-law, please help me see if you can get rid of the evil spirit on them." Ugly mother-in-law is already a Shinnon level mental health teacher. If she can't help it, Ning Xiaochuan will have no way to eliminate this evil spirit. The ugly mother-in-law glanced at the golden horn demon emperor and the silver horn demon emperor, and immediately nodded. Evil gas enters the body. This evil gas should be the gas of evil gods in hell. Seeing the ugly mother-in-law saw the source of this evil spirit at a glance, Ning Xiaochuan immediately said with great joy, "Yes, they both became crazy and evil because they were contaminated with the smell leaked from hell. Later, I protected their hearts with the power of the 7 orifices demon heart, and they returned to normal. Later, I developed an elixir to eliminate evil qi, which weakened the evil qi in their bodies, but I have never been able to completely eliminate these evil qi. As long as they still have this evil qi in their bodies, I am afraid that sooner or later, these evil qi will erupt again in their bodies." Staring at the ugly mother-in-law in front of him, Ning Xiaochuan said his guess. Indeed, although the evil spirit in the golden horn demon emperor and the silver horn demon emperor was only a trace, it was almost too weak to feel. However, as long as there is a trace of evil spirit, this trace of evil spirit will become the seed of evil spirit in the future, and become stronger again, so that the golden horn demon emperor and the silver horn demon emperor will be lost. I've seen this evil spirit before. If I could do it myself, I might be able to get rid of it, but now I'm afraid I can't do anything. The ugly mother-in-law shook her head and laughed bitterly. Ning Xiaochuan looked stunned, and his eyes immediately fell on the chain on the hands and feet of the ugly mother-in-law. He almost forgot that the ugly mother-in-law's condition is not as good as it seems. At the moment, the ugly mother-in-law's hands and feet are not only locked with those 2 top-level Supreme King-level chains. Moreover, the ugly mother-in-law was captured by the heart demon. As a person with the heart demon, it would be abnormal if she didn't do anything on the ugly mother-in-law. It seems that we can only try to save the ugly mother-in-law and Elder Fang first. Ning Xiaochuan frowned and glanced back. Although the demon is not around at the moment, Ning Xiaochuan can feel that the demon is absolutely paying attention to his every move at the moment. After a moment of meditation, Ning Xiaochuan silently nodded to the ugly mother-in-law and said, "Wait here for a few days, and I will come back to save you." After telling the ugly mother-in-law, Ning Xiaochuan walked out of the prison with the golden horn demon emperor and the silver horn demon emperor. Outside the cage, Ming Li's exquisite figure is still waiting outside. Ning Xiaochuan walked to Ming Lu and said calmly, "Take me to the heart demon and Holy Spirit." The demon saint seemed to have known that Ning Xiaochuan would come back. At the moment, he was still sitting on the huge chair. Seeing Ning Xiaochuan's figure, the corner of his mouth slightly showed a radiance. "Ning Xiaochuan, you've met the ugly mother-in-law. It's time for us to talk about the things passed on to me to destroy the world." The roaring voice of the demon ancestor came into Ning Xiaochuan's ears, and there was even a trace of charm in this voice. Just now, he has been obedient to Ning Xiaochuan, and even sent 3 cups of secondary god blood to Ning Xiaochuan, in order to kill the world on Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan looked calm and stared at the demon. "I can pass the Tao of Destruction to you, but in addition to the conditions you put forward before, I want you to help me complete 2 more requirements." Hearing Ning Xiaochuan's words, almost all the faces around showed some surprise at the same time. Before, Ning Xiaochuan didn't want to pass the way of destroying the world to the demons, but now his attitude seems to have been greatly reversed. "Brother Ning, aren't you evil?" The golden horn demon emperor and the silver horn demon emperor approached Ning Xiaochuan anxiously and wanted to remind Ning Xiaochuan. However, as soon as the two people opened their mouths and said something, the demon's huge voice interrupted their words. Even, their faces turned a little pale, because of this. It was obvious that the demon was deliberately teaching them a lesson. You are willing to pass on the way of destroying the world to me. If so, you can ask for it, and I will meet you as long as I can do it. Ning Xiaochuan's attitude change made the demon quite excited, and his real body even stood up directly and took a few steps towards Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan looked calm at the moment, nodded and said, "My two requirements. The first is that you must get rid of all the prohibitions on the ugly mother-in-law and elder Fang, including the supreme king-level chain on the hands and feet of the ugly mother-in-law. The second requirement is that after they recover, you must let them leave." "Ask me to let them go." The demon in his heart stared at Ning Xiaochuan, and his face was cloudy and sunny. "Ning Xiaochuan, do you know how much energy I wasted when I caught them? One of them is Phoenix, and the other is Shenong. The value of the two is not much smaller than your destruction. So you won't let the ugly women go? If so, we don't need to continue the negotiation." Ning Xiaochuan's tone was firm. It seemed that as long as the demon didn't agree to his conditions, he was too lazy to talk with the demon again. Ning Xiaochuan's attitude even made the demon feel a little pressure. He really wanted to get the world-destroying Taoism from Ning Xiaochuan. Staring at Ning Xiaochuan for a moment, the demon suddenly nodded and said, "Well, I'll let them leave. Not only that, but also to untie the prohibitions on them." Ning Xiaochuan nodded and added, "No problem." The demon stared at Ning Xiaochuan and laughed. Although he smiled gently, he had made a decision in his heart. As long as the ugly mother-in-law and them left the demon city, he immediately secretly recaptured them. Not to mention the value of Feng Yueshi and the ugly mother-in-law, the demon still needs to use them to threaten Ning Xiaochuan. If Ning Xiaochuan disobeys his promise and refuses to give him the world-destroying Taoism at that time, he can use the two people to threaten Ning Xiaochuan. With such a useful chess piece, the demon will never give up. Ning Xiaochuan didn't seem to see the idea of the demon at all. At this moment, a smile also appeared on his face. "Very good, elder demon, I can trust your credibility. As for the previous apprentice, don't mention it again. Now we're just doing a deal, and this deal is beneficial to both of us." "That's right. First of all, I wish us a smooth transaction." At the moment, the demon couldn't help laughing. Previously, he proposed to worship Ning Xiaochuan, just to obtain an expedient measure to destroy the world. As a demon saint, how could he sincerely worship Ning Xiaochuan as a teacher? He is an expedient. Is Ning Xiaochuan not an expedient? The chain of the king-level supreme weapon on the ugly mother-in-law is made from the hair of the gods, which contains the rules of the gods. It is much stronger than the general king-level supreme weapon. Even if the secondary god wants to break this chain, it is not easy. But this chain is in the hands of the demon, but it is more fragile than the real hair. The ugly mother-in-law was brought to the demon, and the demon just waved and broke the two chains. Looking at Ning Xiaochuan's surprised look, the demon suddenly smiled proudly. "It's just the hair of two gods." For martial artists below the god level, they don't understand the rules of gods, so naturally they can't do anything about these two hairs. But for the real gods, hair is just hair. Although my strength has not fully recovered, only the cultivation of the secondary god. But I know more about the rules of the gods than the secondary god. Ning Xiaochuan, do you have to spend a lot of effort to pinch two of your hair? After showing off in front of Ning Xiaochuan, the demon immediately brought Feng Yueshi up again and waved to unlock the prohibitions in Feng Yueshi's body. Like the ugly mother-in-law at the beginning, when she suddenly saw Ning Xiaochuan, Feng Yueshi was also stunned, thinking that Ning Xiaochuan was also caught by the demon. Ning Xiaochuan stood up from his seat, walked to Feng Yuexi and ugly mother-in-law, and told the two people, "Master Feng, ugly mother-in-law, you will leave first later." Now the ugly mother-in-law has no chain restriction, you can find a way to return to heaven first. Now there are many secondary gods sitting in heaven, and there should be no problem with safety. Feng Yueshi was very eager to ask about her confusion, but because the demon was present, she didn't ask anything at last. She just stared at Ning Xiaochuan deeply, then nodded and said, "Okay, I'll take the ugly mother-in-law to Tianting. Be careful here. Rest assured." Ning Xiaochuan nodded, but then looked at the golden horn demon emperor and the silver horn demon emperor. Both of them are now masters of the realm of creation. In the original Dian world, they are also overlords. But at this time, their strength is not enough. I'm afraid that any Tianjiao of Shinhe civilization can defeat them. Staring at the golden horn demon emperor and the silver horn demon emperor, Ning Xiaochuan nodded and said, "You two also follow the ugly mother-in-law and lead with them. There is still residual evil spirit on you. Just on the way, let the ugly mother-in-law study it carefully and try to drive out the evil spirit on you. Brother Ning, we'd better follow you." The golden horn demon emperor and the silver horn demon emperor shook their heads directly, and they were still a little worried about Ning Xiaochuan. "Don't worry about me. I'm just talking about a deal with Master Xinma. When the deal is completed, I can naturally leave here. And in the realm of Master Xinma, maybe I can get great benefits from him." Ning Xiaochuan calmly persuaded the golden horn demon emperor and the silver horn demon emperor. The demon sitting not far behind Ning Xiaochuan suddenly laughed at this moment. "That's right. As long as I learn the Taoism of extermination, I won't treat you badly." Hearing the words of the demon, the golden horn demon emperor and the silver horn demon emperor immediately couldn't help glancing at the demon. Of course, they know that the demon is speaking frankly now, but after he learned the way of killing the world from Ning Xiaochuan, I'm afraid the first one to kill is Ning Xiaochuan. However, the two people had heard Ning Xiaochuan's meaning from Ning Xiaochuan's words, and knew that Ning Xiaochuan must have other tricks to deal with the demons, so they no longer insisted. After telling Ning Xiaochuan a few words, they turned and walked to Feng Yueshi and the ugly mother-in-law. "You must be careful along the way. Now the Guishu is very different from the past. Even in Dian world, I'm afraid most of the place is occupied by experts of Shinhe civilization. If you want to return to heaven, you must be careful." Looking at the four ugly mothers-in-law, Ning Xiaochuan told them again. Nowadays, there is simply no place in Dian world that is absolutely safe, and even Ning Xiaochuan is not sure how much effect this advice can have. The four of them quickly left the Heart Demon City. Less than a day passed after the four left, and the demon began to impatiently find Ning Xiaochuan and began to ask about the way to destroy the world. Staring at Ning Xiaochuan, who was sitting in a hall to practice at the moment, the heart demon color said eagerly, "Ning Xiaochuan, now people have been let go, should you start to spread my doomsday way?" According to the agreement between Xinma and Ning Xiaochuan at that time, as long as Xinma meets the two requirements put forward by Ning Xiaochuan will pass the world-destroying Tao to Xinma. Now, the ugly mother-in-law and her husband have left safely. In the eyes of the demon, the two agreements have naturally been completed. Hearing that the demon asked about the matter of the way of destroying the world, Ning Xiaochuan calmly opened his eyes and stared at the demon with a sneer. "Elder demon, don't forget that I said to add 2 conditions at the beginning. You helped me complete these 2 conditions, but we talked about the conditions at the beginning, and you didn't complete anything." Ning Xiaochuan's words made the demon suddenly stunned, and his face was gloomy and pondered for a moment, before he opened his mouth again and said, "What you said is to let me help you destroy your old enemy, another heirloom of the world?" "Of course." Ning Xiaochuan nodded. "But you have rejected my proposal at the beginning. You said you could deal with her by yourself." At this moment, the demon's expression returned to calm, staring at Ning Xiaochuan coldly, and the murderous intent emanating from his body seemed to freeze all around. Even Ning Xiaochuan could not help shivering when he felt the murderous intention emanating from the demon, as if he would be killed by the demon the next moment. But Ning Xiaochuan knew in his heart that the demon would never attack him before he got the way to destroy the world. Therefore, he shook his head with a smile on the corner of his mouth and said, "This moment is another moment. At that time, I didn't want to give you the world-destroying Taoism at all, so naturally I didn't hesitate to reject your proposal. But now it's different. Since I'm ready to pass on the world-destroying Tao to you, I naturally want to maximize the benefits of the world-destroying Tao. How does the world-destroying Tao exist? It's only used to exchange the safety of ugly mothers-in-law and them. It seems that I'm a little too at a loss." The killing intention on the demon suddenly dissipated at the moment. He seemed to be moved by Ning Xiaochuan's words. After pondering for a moment, his gloomy face turned out to be sunny after the rain, also with a smile. "You're right. If it were me, I would do the same. However, I'd like to agree with you in advance. If you have other conditions, you'd better put them forward immediately. Otherwise, when I help you destroy your old enemy, I won't promise any more conditions." Before the demon's voice fell, Ning Xiaochuan directly shook his head and said, "Don't worry, Master Demon, this is my last condition, but I want to remind Master Demon in advance, you don't underestimate my old enemy. If Master Demon restores his peak cultivation, it's not difficult to kill her. But for now, Master Demon had better be careful. Just a junior, not qualified to be taken to heart by me." The demon was very dismissive of Ning Xiaochuan's words, and immediately disappeared in front of Ning Xiaochuan. At the same time, the demon's words once again came to Ning Xiaochuan's ears. "A few days later, I will go to find another preacher of the path of destruction with you. In these days, if you need anything, you can go to mingle." Xinma's words are equivalent to giving Ning Xiaochuan privilege. Originally, in addition to the heart demon, the next highest positions in the heart demon city are Ming Lu and Gan Ji, but now, Ning Xiaochuan's position is above them. Dry Halberd had been a little indifferent to Ning Xiaochuan, and now he was a little angry with Ning Xiaochuan. However, under the pressure of demons, Gan Ji did not dare to have a positive conflict with Ning Xiaochuan. Every time he saw Ning Xiaochuan, he would at most stare at Ning Xiaochuan with hatred on his face. Ning Xiaochuan can certainly feel the hatred of Gan Ji. However, he was just stared at by others. Ning Xiaochuan didn't care at all. These days in the Heart Demon City, he got a lot of real benefits. With the tacit consent of Xinma, Ning Xiaochuan can take all the resources of Xinma City at will, and even the blood of the second god of the Buddha world. Ning Xiaochuan got 2 cups again. With these resources and sub-god blood, Ning Xiaochuan naturally immediately hid in the divine shell and made full use of these resources to practice. Ning Xiaochuan has recently fallen into the situation of being the enemy of the whole world, and the appearance of the spirit of the demon also makes Ning Xiaochuan feel great pressure, so he urgently wants to improve his strength. However, he has already had 6 levels of cultivation in the realm of creation. How difficult it is to go further. Even with the support of these massive resources and elixirs, Ning Xiaochuan's cultivation finally failed to break through to the 7th level of the realm of creation. Ning Xiaochuan hid in the shell of God to practice, and it has been a year since the outside world could use the shell of God one day. Outside the past 3 days, Ning Xiaochuan is equivalent to 3 years. After 3 years, Ning Xiaochuan's cultivation has reached the 6th peak of the realm of creation, and he is only a little short of breaking through. But it is this that has trapped Ning Xiaochuan. Practice is like this. Sometimes it may advance by leaps and bounds in a day, but sometimes it may be stuck for thousands of years, because of a certain level. Many old Dong level figures are not necessarily stronger than those Tianjiao in the world today, except that their physique is not as strong as these Tianjiao. The more important reason is that their practice has been stuck. If they don't get a big chance, they can't go further for thousands of years, or even forever. Ning Xiaochuan got out of the divine shell and was preparing to go to meet the demon and discuss with the demon to deal with the matter of Tantai Esr. At this time, the figure of the demon suddenly appeared in front of Ning Xiaochuan. "Stay here first, don't move. An old friend of mine is coming. If he finds out your existence, your end will be very miserable." The figure of the demon suddenly appeared. After telling Ning Xiaochuan, it immediately dissipated. Ning Xiaochuan can certainly see that the demon in front of him at the moment is just an idea of the demon. This is the heart demon city. I'm afraid that the soul can come to Ning Xiaochuan with any idea. But in this case, the demon even separated a thought body to see Ning Xiaochuan. It can be seen that with the power of the demons, they seem to be worrying about something at the moment. Is the old friend in the demon's mouth also a god, and this god is now stronger than the demon, so the demon is so scrupulous? Ning Xiaochuan thought for a moment, and then made a surprise guess in his heart. The real gods have long disappeared in Dian world, and Ning Xiaochuan has not seen the real gods so far. Of course, the heart demon is barely won, but the strength of the heart demon has not been restored. Now the heart demon is just stronger than the general secondary god. Only when the demon recovers completely can he be regarded as a real god. But now, Ning Xiaochuan felt that the presence of the demon who came to see him this time seemed to be a real god. Shall I find a way to go over and see what the god is? Just when Ning Xiaochuan secretly guessed, a feeling that made him tremble suddenly appeared in his heart. Then, a huge and incomparable pressure fell from the sky and directly oppressed him to almost lie on the ground. Ning Xiaochuan barely held on and didn't fall down, looking up at the sky with astonishment on his face. I saw a figure on the sky at the moment, which was almost covered in white light, making people unable to see its appearance clearly. However, Ning Xiaochuan's thrilling feeling and the huge pressure he was under were undoubtedly released by this white figure. Moreover, the pressure released by this white figure is obviously not only for Ning Xiaochuan, but for the whole heart demon city. Almost all the evil spirits living in such a big heart demon city are forced to lie on the ground by this pressure at the moment. Even the Ming music and dry halberd that achieve the virtual god state are the same. At the moment, the two men looked up in horror at the figure above their heads. Obviously, they didn't know the origin of this figure. "Hey, demon, there is a very good successor in your descendants." This white figure fell from the sky, and before it fell to the heart demon city, it suddenly gave a cry of surprise. At this time, Ning Xiaochuan immediately felt that the white shadow's eyes swept over him. A powerful pressure thousands of times more terrible than before directly oppressed Ning Xiaochuan. This pressure does not come from the body, but from the bottom of the heart. For a moment, Ning Xiaochuan felt as if he had become a rock standing alone in the sea. The pressure from the white shadow was like endless sea water, surging towards him. "Hold on. Hold on." Almost instantly, Ning Xiaochuan was a little confused by this strong consciousness. However, at this time, the power of his seven-whole demon heart suddenly burst out, protecting Ning Xiaochuan's mind. Otherwise, the impact just now can immediately break Ning Xiaochuan's mind and become a slave to the white shadow above his head. This man is too malicious. Staring at the light and shadow overhead, Ning Xiaochuan's face showed some anger. Even if the other party was a real god-level master, Ning Xiaochuan could not help being hostile to him at the moment. Seeing that Ning Xiaochuan resisted the impact of his mind, the white shadow on his head suddenly gave a cry of surprise, and he couldn't help but want to come closer and take a closer look at Ning Xiaochuan. However, at this time, the voice of the demon appeared mighty. "Baya old monster, you are a guest here. You'd better be polite, otherwise, don't blame me for sweeping you out." The demon's voice was cold at the moment, and he seemed to be very angry. Hearing the voice of the demon, the white shadow on his head immediately stopped, glanced at Ning Xiaochuan curiously, and then turned around and flew to the place where the demon was. When the white shadow, which was called Baya old monster by the demon in his heart, disappeared, Ning Xiaochuan's forehead suddenly burst into a cold sweat. Ning Xiaochuan, the powerful enemy, has met enough, but like this in front of him, he has almost no feeling of fighting back, but Ning Xiaochuan is the first time he has met. This time, thanks to Ning Xiaochuan's 7 orifices demon heart, otherwise, I'm afraid even the first wave of mental shock of the white cliff-old monster can't be stopped, and he will immediately become a mental slave of the white cliff-old monster. I'm a demon now. This white cliff-old monster even shot at me without scruple. It seems that his relationship with the demon is not very good. Taking a deep breath, Ning Xiaochuan secretly planned in his heart. Today, he knows too little about the dark world under Guishu. Before, Ning Xiaochuan would never have thought that there would be so many evil gods under Guishu. So far alone, Ning Xiaochuan knows several gods, and their common feature is that they are all located in the hell under Guishu. If these gods in hell leave hell and enter Dian world, their strength is probably enough to compete with the masters of Shinhe civilization. 2 full days passed again before Ning Xiaochuan felt the departure of the old Baya monster. It seems that the white cliff-old monster came to the heart demon city this time to show his strength, so he released the strong pressure of the person almost every moment. These evil spirits living in the heart demon city have really suffered in the past 2 days, and it is almost difficult to walk at ordinary times. As soon as the ancestor of Baya left, the figure of the demon immediately appeared in front of Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan, now we will go to hunt your old enemy immediately. At the moment, the demon's face was livid. It was obvious that there was no advantage in meeting the old Baya monster this time. My old enemy fought with the purple and gold emperor before, and now there is no trace. I'm afraid it's quite difficult to find her. Ning Xiaochuan stared at the demon and shook his head constantly. If the strength of the battle between the secondary gods is equal, I'm afraid it will last forever. However, Ning Xiaochuan knew that the goal of Dan Tai Esr was himself, not the lord of the purple and gold emperors, so the two should not fight for too long. Even if there is no winner, I'm afraid the two have stopped fighting at the moment. However, if Ning Xiaochuan wants to attract Dan Tai Esr, it is actually very simple. As long as he uses the magic sword and lets the magic sword release the breath of destroying the world. But in front of the demon, Ning Xiaochuan didn't want to expose the magic sword. Moreover, he also wanted to use the opportunity to find Dan Tai Esr, to delay time in front of the demon. I have no patience to wait any longer. Even if it is difficult to find her, I will take you to find her. Since you are old enemies, as long as you show up, she will appear immediately. The demon's face was gloomy at the moment, and he seemed to be very upset. In the past, the demon in his heart was always scheming, and his appearance of happiness and anger was almost never his original intention. But at the moment, Ning Xiaochuan can see that the anxiety in the heart of the demon at the moment is indeed true. I don't know what the white cliff-old monster came to discuss with the heart demon, which made the heart demon so impatient, but it's just like this. With the state of the heart demon at the moment, it must not be able to give full play to its full strength. Ning Xiaochuan glanced at the demon, and immediately muttered in his heart. At the same time, Ning Xiaochuan nodded to the demon and said, well, then we'll set out to find Dan Tai Esr. We can even set up a trap nearby to attract Dan Tai Esr. Ning Xiaochuan knew that the demon could not go to Dian world at the moment. If he came to Dian world in real life, he would be greatly suppressed. However, to Ning Xiaochuan's surprise, as soon as his voice fell, the demon in his heart hummed coldly, there is no need. I will take you to Dian world immediately. With a wave of the demon's arm, a grey breath wrapped him and Ning Xiaochuan, and then the grey breath disappeared in the demon city. When Ning Xiaochuan and Xin Ma appeared from the grey atmosphere, their figures had come to the periphery of Guishu. How is it possible? How can you come to the periphery of Guishu so easily? You are not affected by the seal? Looking at the demon in front of him, Ning Xiaochuan couldn't help but be stunned. At the moment, the demon obviously didn't want to entangle more on this issue. He snorted coldly, I've already escaped the seal, and naturally, I'm no longer affected by the seal. It seemed that in order to verify his words, the demon figure flew up again, rushed out of the guishu with Ning Xiaochuan, and officially entered the Dian world. Ning Xiaochuan obediently followed the demon at the moment, but his eyes had taken a bit of strange light. From the action of the demon at the moment, Ning Xiaochuan has guessed a terrible idea. That is, I'm afraid the access restrictions before Guishu and Dian world have weakened to the extreme at the moment. Those powerful gods in hell are afraid that they will soon be able to enter Dian world. Now occupying 99% of the Dian world, he is a master of Shinha civilization. If the powerful masters in hell rush out of hell, I'm afraid they will be the first to face these masters of Shinha civilization. This is a divine war. Ning Xiaochuan seemed to see the scene of countless powerful figures fighting each other in Dian world. The war between gods is much crueler than the war of gods. Ning Xiaochuan has seen the battle between the secondary gods. If the two secondary gods try their best, the scene is almost like the collapse of the earth. And this is just a battle between secondary gods. What will the battle between gods look like? Ning Xiaochuan can already imagine at this moment. However, as soon as the idea came into my mind, Ning Xiaochuan rejected it. No, with the strength of Shinha civilization, it is impossible not to feel the existence of these gods in hell. Since we know the existence of these gods, the secondary gods of Shinha civilization still continue to enter the Dian world, which shows that they do not care too much about the gods in hell. This alone can prove that there must be something that is restraining the strength of many gods in hell. Ning Xiaochuan followed the demon behind, and with a few breaths of kung fu, he had left the ruins and appeared over a dilapidated continent. To Ning Xiaochuan's dismay, the continent under their feet at the moment has become fragmented, and the turbulent sea water has poured into the continent, causing the death of countless lives. Under this huge natural disaster, several empires on this continent have long disintegrated, and almost all the lives living on this continent have died. Secondary gods. Only the battle between secondary gods can cause this kind of damage. Ning Xiaochuan frowned and glanced at the continent below. At this time, it has been almost 4 months since Ning Xiaochuan entered Guishu. Ning Xiaochuan doesn't know what happened to Dian world in this 4-month period. However, relying on the tragedy of the continent in front of him, Ning Xiaochuan can guess that Dian world must have had a tragic sub-god war. At the thought of the war between the secondary gods, Ning Xiaochuan immediately thought of the gambling fight between the secondary gods of Dian world and the 7 secondary gods of Shinha civilization when he was in heaven. At the beginning, the 7 secondary gods of Dian world and the 7 secondary gods of Shinha civilization made a bet on the heart of the earth, and there were 14 gambling fights, 7 of which were secondary god wars, and the other 7 were battles between Yun Tianjiao. Ning Xiaochuan was originally in the ranks of the 7 Yun Tianjiao who went to war, but then his identity as the successor of the path of destruction was exposed, and Ning Xiaochuan had to avoid the ruins. Therefore, Ning Xiaochuan was completely unaware of the outcome of this gambling fight between Dian world and Shinha civilization. What is the result of the gambling fight? Ning Xiaochuan, who was at a loss, looked up in the direction of Tianting. The demon stood beside Ning Xiaochuan and seemed to have guessed what Ning Xiaochuan was thinking at the moment. With a sneer on the corner of his mouth, he said, "There was a battle between the 7 secondary gods of Dian world and the 7 secondary gods of Shinha civilization, but the battle was not over yet, and the 5th door of man and God was opened. Shinha civilization had new secondary gods to help, and this battle was so inconclusive. It was at this time that I grabbed the secondary god of the Buddha world. In this case, the fight ended unharmed, and there was no result at all." Ning Xiaochuan shook his head. Such a result was really beyond his expectation. However, when you think about it carefully, such a result is the most likely to happen, because those secondary gods of Shinha civilization who have newly entered Dian world do not know what gambling fight is. If they are bent on making trouble, it will be strange if this gambling fight can continue. Without summoning the magic sword, Ning Xiaochuan was not sure whether Dan Tai Esr could feel his presence. However, he was not anxious, so he followed the demon and wandered around the Dian world. Xinma is now equivalent to a super bodyguard of him. Even if he meets some strong people of Xinhe civilization, Ning Xiaochuan doesn't need to fight at all. 3 or 2 times of Xinma is enough to grasp these strong people of Xinhe civilization into a ball of meat and mud. After wandering around Dian world for more than a day, Ning Xiaochuan couldn't help but be surprised. He was surprised by the patience of the demon. When he came out of the guishu, the demon was already a little anxious, but now, the demon gradually calmed down and wandered around the Dian world so casually, as if he was not in a hurry to find Dan Tai Shueshan at all. Does the demon have any other plans? A long time passed, and Ning Xiaochuan couldn't help muttering in his heart. While Ning Xiaochuan was thinking, a crisp sound of knocking wooden fish suddenly appeared in his ear. Dong. A very clear voice sounded directly in Ning Xiaochuan's ear. As if with a kind of strange magic, after hearing the wooden fish tapping sound, Ning Xiaochuan suddenly felt that his heart was hollow, as if he was divorced from the secular world. Bald ass, get out of here. Standing beside Ning Xiaochuan, the demon suddenly sneered. His sneering voice was like a sharp blade, which directly stabbed into Ning Xiaochuan's heart, and let Ning Xiaochuan escape from the vague feeling just now. Awesome. The one who can have such a powerful mind-bewitching ability is definitely a secondary god, and a secondary god who practices Buddhism. Ning Xiaochuan secretly exclaimed, turned his head and looked into the distance. At this moment, on the sea far away from him, a monk dressed in a simple monk's clothes and holding wooden fish came step by step from the water. The monk's pace is not fast, but his speed of progress is amazing. After a few steps in a row, the monk had come to Ning Xiaochuan and the demon in his heart. At this moment, Ning Xiaochuan could see clearly the monk's appearance. He was very young and looked quite handsome. Except for the red dots like palace sand between the eyebrows, he did not wear any valuable magic tools. But such a simple coarse cloth monk's clothes, plus a simple wooden fish in his hand, made the monk look like a Taoist monk. Solemn and respectful. Originally, the young monk closed his eyes. Now he walked to Ning Xiaochuan and Xinma, and his eyes slowly opened. Demon, hand over my younger martial brother, otherwise we will completely suppress you today. Cold eyes shot out from the monk's eyes, as if to shoot through people's hearts. Although the monk was threatening others severely at the moment, his words naturally had a charm in people's ears, which made people subconsciously feel that what he said was right, even if it was threatening people. However, this natural charm has no effect on the demons. The demon stared at the monk and grinned, your younger martial brother is now my captive meat. If you want to drink the blood of the second god, I can give you 2 cups. Dong. The handsome eyebrows and eyes of the young monk slightly showed a bit of anger. He didn't say anything, but hit the wooden fish in his hand heavily. Boom. The sound of wooden fish came into Ning Xiaochuan's ears, but it seemed like a fuse, detonating all the flesh and blood in Ning Xiaochuan's body. When Ning Xiaochuan's whole body was almost completely burst, the power of the 7 orifices demon heart in Ning Xiaochuan's body suddenly erupted, suppressing his impulse to burst flesh and blood. The young monk obviously regarded Ning Xiaochuan as a demon, so he even attacked Ning Xiaochuan just now. The wooden fish attack of the young monk is a great threat to Ning Xiaochuan, but it obviously has no effect on the heart demon. Ning Xiaochuan, hide away first, and wait until I catch this bald donkey back. With a wave of his hand, the demon directly pushed Ning Xiaochuan thousands of miles away. Although thousands of miles away, Ning Xiaochuan still saw that a huge Buddha shadow appeared on the sea in the distance, and then there was a violent impact. Obviously, at this moment, the demon has already fought with this sub-god level young monk. Feeling the aftermath of the battle in the distance, Ning Xiaochuan was a little speechless. When he decided to start trading with the demon that day, he had already planned to use Dan Tai Esr to hold the demon in the future, and then run away by himself. But he didn't expect that the demon would leave him here with such confidence now. However, Ning Xiaochuan is decisive. Since he has such a good opportunity to escape now, he will not miss it. Glancing back at the place where the demon and the young monk fought, Ning Xiaochuan turned directly and rushed towards the Guishu site. Now Ning Xiaochuan has nowhere to go. If he returns to the heaven as the successor of the way of destroying the world, he will be besieged by everyone. Returning to Guishu, however, is equivalent to returning to the old nest of the demons, who can never get out of their control. Therefore, now Ning Xiaochuan has only one place to go, that is to find a way to enter the hell under Guishu through Guishu. With Ning Xiaochuan's current understanding of hell, he has been able to determine that there must be many real gods in hell. With these gods, the demons cannot be unscrupulous. And more importantly, the demon escaped from hell, and he will not easily return to hell. Entering hell, this is Ning Xiaochuan's retreat when he began to make a deal with the demons. Of course, now Ning Xiaochuan has only this way out. His figure passed several continents in succession, and Ning Xiaochuan didn't care to look at Dian world at the moment. Although the young monk at the level of God held the demon, it should not be difficult to deal with this monk at the level of God with the strength of the demon. After all, the demon had captured a sub-god level master of the Buddha world before. At the entrance of Guishu, Ning Xiaochuan appeared here. However, Ning Xiaochuan is not the only one who appears at the entrance of Guishu at the moment. Ning Xiaochuan, you betrayed Lao Zu. I'll take you down and hand you over to Lao Zu for punishment. Ming Lu and Ganji, the two giants of Xinma City, stood in front of Ning Xiaochuan and intercepted Ning Xiaochuan. At the moment, Ganji was talking. Glancing at Ming Lu and Ganji, Ning Xiaochuan snorted coldly, "My grandfather is now fighting with a secondary god of the Buddha world. He told me to return to Guishu first. How dare you stop me? Don't you want to live?" Hearing Ning Xiaochuan's cold drinking voice, Ming Li's face suddenly showed some hesitation. In the past few days in the Heart Demon City, Ning Xiaochuan has basically understood that although Ming Lu and Ganji have a high status in the Heart Demon City, they are just two slaves in front of the Heart Demon. With the character of a demon in his heart, if there is something, he will certainly not say anything more with the two slaves. Therefore, after seeing Ming Lu and Dry Halberd, Ning Xiaochuan didn't care about drinking directly, and wanted to drink them back with the help of the name of the demon ancestor. After a cold drink at the moment, seeing the change in Ming Li's expression, Ning Xiaochuan immediately determined that his guess was right. Ning Xiaochuan's cold drink made Ming Lu look hesitant, and finally couldn't help but turn around and say to Ganji, "The order of the old ancestor can't be violated, Ganji, we'd better get out of the way." Seeing that Ning Xiaochuan was so righteous at the moment, Ganji was also a little nervous. If he really annoyed the demon could kill him at any time. Demon, take me to see my younger martial brother quickly." Just when Gon Halberd hesitated, a loud Buddhist horn appeared in their ears. Is it another secondary god in the Buddha realm? Hearing the Buddha's horn, Ning Xiaochuan immediately reacted. No longer bothered to say more to Ming Lu and Ganji, Ning Xiaochuan's figure rushed directly towards Guishu. However, at the entrance of Guishu at the moment, a fat monk with a fat belly, good eyebrows and eyes, and earlobes hanging on his shoulders has blocked the entrance of Guishu at the moment. Run away, this monk is the secondary god of the Buddha world. At the moment, Mingle and Dry Halberd had ignored Huining Ogawa and felt the divine oppression from the fat monk. Mingle and Dry Halberd were stunned and immediately ran away in two directions. Although their accomplishments have reached the realm of virtual gods, they still have to flee in front of a real secondary god. Evil spirits, damn it. Although the fat monk was kind-hearted, he made a cold sound in his mouth. At the same time, his monk's clothes rolled up, and his hands turned golden, and he grabbed at the escaping Mingle and Dry Halberd. The golden palm almost rose with the wind, and finally, like two hills, pressed towards Ming Lu and Qian Halberd. At the moment, Ming Lu and Qian Ji were as if they were really pressed by two mountains. Even if they wanted to move, it was difficult, let alone escape. There was some panic on their faces, but at this time they both knew that there was no way for them to escape, and they had to fight hard. Woo! Dry Halberd's mouth suddenly issued a sharp cry, and Ming Lu also held a dark dagger in his hand at the moment. Bang! Bang! Two golden war corpses suddenly appeared, bouncing against the fat monk's two palms. Although these two evil gods and war corpses may not be as powerful as this fat monk, it is not difficult to stop the monk's random blow. Evil! The fat monk gave a cold drink again, and a Buddha wheel suddenly appeared in his hand at this moment. He threw out the Buddha wheel in his hand, and a startling scene appeared. The Buddha wheel suddenly split in the air and became 6 small Buddha wheels, and the 6 small Buddha wheels changed again after circling. A small Buddha wheel turned into a figure with golden light all over, and a small Buddha wheel turned into a huge iron-toothed beast. 6 small Buddha wheels, at the moment, all turned into living creatures. These 6 Buddha wheels became living creatures, 4 of which jumped on Minil and the halberd and the 2 evil gods and war corpses they summoned. The 2 remaining Buddha chakra creatures, however, came to Ning Xiaochuan one by one at the moment. Ning Xiaochuan has been on alert since just now. This fat monk is also the secondary god of Xinhe civilization. Ning Xiaochuan doesn't realize that he will be merciful to himself. War Corpse Record. A bronze iron scroll appeared in Ning Xiaochuan's hand, and he threw it out. The undead sub-god immediately jumped out of the bronze iron scroll, which was the body of the sub-god of the ghost-raising family that Ning Xiaochuan had refined before. Ning Xiaochuan has just quietly observed that although the strength of these strange creatures summoned by the monk is strong, it is not so simple to kill an expert in the virtual realm. Therefore, it is best to let the undead sub-god help him block a strange creature now. The undead sub-god appeared, roared and rushed towards the strange creature in front of him. Ning Xiaochuan also took out the Tiandi blade at this moment, and fought with the last strange creature in the front. With the help of the power of the undead secondary god, Ning Xiaochuan reluctantly deadlocked with these 2 Buddha chakra creatures. While fighting with this Buddha wheel creature, Ning Xiaochuan observed the movement of the fat monk. These Buddha chakra creatures are just a few strange creatures summoned by the fat monk. At present, their biggest threat is the master of the Buddha world of sub-god cultivation. At this time, the fat monk could easily win Ning Xiaochuan as long as he directly shot. But to Ning Xiaochuan's surprise, the fat monk didn't rush to fight at the moment, but directly sat cross-legged in the air, staring at Ning Xiaochuan and others, as if sitting aside watching the excitement. Seeing that these Buddha chakra creatures were difficult to take down Ning Xiaochuan and others, the fat monk frowned slightly, announced a Buddha name in his mouth, put a Buddha seal in one hand, and read a large section of scriptures from his mouth. Like the wooden fish voice of the young monk before, at this moment, the sound of the fat monk chanting scriptures reached Ning Xiaochuan's ears, which immediately made Ning Xiaochuan feel sluggish and almost hit by the Buddha wheel creature in front of him. What worries Ning Xiaochuan more is that the fat monk's chanting voice is becoming louder and louder, and the impact on him is becoming more and more obvious. Fight, undead sub-god, cut these strange things with a magic sword for me. Just in the past, Ning Xiaochuan was annoyed by the fat monk's chanting voice, and the number of times of distress was increasing. Under the irritability of the heart, Ning Xiaochuan finally broke out. The demon sword of destruction was summoned by him and handed over to the undead sub-god. With the world-destroying demon sword in hand, the power of the undead sub-god almost recovered to its peak. With 2 swords in hand, the Buddha wheel creature in front of him was cut into pieces. After the bodies of these 2 Buddha chakra creatures were cut into pieces, they became 2 Buddha chakras again, but at this moment, the 2 Buddha chakras have clearly left broken marks on them. Artifact. The fat monk, who was originally sitting in the air, stood up with a look of shock. Although the demon sword of destruction has been recovered by Ning Xiaochuan at the moment, the monk has seen the powerful power of the demon sword of destruction just now. Artifact, only artifact has such power, and this is definitely not an ordinary artifact. The fat monk didn't seem to know the way of destroying the world very well, so he didn't distinguish the origin of the demon sword of destroying the world at this moment. There's no time to pester you. Get out of the way. Ning Xiaochuan was already anxious at the moment, controlling the undead sub-god, and immediately rushed towards the fat monk. Now Ning Xiaochuan has decided to give up the dead sub-god, and then took the opportunity to enter the Guishu. Just now he had summoned the demon sword of destruction, and Dan Tai Shueshan must have felt the breath of the demon sword. Demon, give the artifact. You can't have this kind of treasure. The fat monk slapped the undead at once, and he would continue to block Ning Xiaochuan. At this time a crystal boat appeared in the void. Dan Tai Esr appeared. Ning Xiaochuan summoned the demon sword of destruction for only a moment, and it had attracted Dan Tai's erythrocyte sedimentation rate. Younger martial brother, our battle is a fateful one. You can't escape. Standing on the crystal red ghost ship, the smell of Dan Tai's erythrocyte sedimentation rate seemed to be a little stronger than before. Ning Xiaochuan stopped at the moment, looked back at Dan Tai Shueshan, and said, "Now elder martial sister, you appear, of course, I don't have to run anymore." Dan Tai's bloody face showed a little light joy and said, "Are you finally willing to fight with me?" "Of course not. With my current strength, I'm afraid I'm not the opponent of elder martial sister." Ning Xiaochuan shook his head and continued with a sneer on his face, "I found a powerful helper this time. If elder martial sister wants to kill me, she must pass him first. It's another helper, junior brother. You're insulting the reputation of our heirs." Dan Tai's bloody face showed some disdain. After a cold snort, he said, "Is your helper still the purple gold emperor? Even if he helps you today, you will definitely die." "Wrong, how can you work for the elder all the time?" Ning Xiaochuan shook his head and suddenly drank coldly in the distance. "Master Xinma, it's your turn." With Ning Xiaochuan's cold drink, the figure of the demon suddenly appeared in the distance and stood in front of Ning Xiaochuan almost instantly. At the moment, his appearance is very relaxed, and it doesn't look like the scene of just fighting with his opponent. And not long after the demon appeared, the young monk who had fought with the demon now quietly appeared and stood with the fat monk. "Is she your old enemy, another evangelist?" The demon looked up and down at Dan Tai's Esr, and his face showed a happy look. He spent so much energy to force Dan Tai Esr out. At this time, the young monk suddenly spoke calmly to the demon, "Demon, we have forced the person you are looking for out according to the agreement with you. It's time for you to release our junior brother." These two monks have long been in collusion with the demons. Ning Xiaochuan frowned at the two monks, and immediately guessed all the intentions of the demon. Now he finally understood why the demon was not anxious to find Dan Taiyuekan before. It turned out that everything was under his control. The spirit of demons is worthy of being called the spirit of demons. Ning Xiaochuan stared at the demon in his heart, and his heart suddenly gave birth to a deep fear. In the future, he must be very careful. These two monks, one handsome and the other fat, are also sub-god cultivation. Now they look at the demons together. Just now, they had reached some agreement with the demon secretly, so now they will ask the demon to fulfill the agreement together. Agreement? The demon stepped over to Ning Xiaochuan, and looked at the two monks with a sneer at the corners of his mouth. "Wumu, Ludao, I don't remember what agreement I had for you." The two monks, the young monk's dharma name is Wumu, and the fat monk's dharma name is Ludao. The Buddhist sub-god who was caught by the demon of the heart is named Seven Hearts. After the door of the fifth man god was opened, the secondary gods who came to Dayan world from the Buddha world were the three of them. At this moment, hearing the words of the demon, the six angry instantly became angry. Demon, you agreed with us before that if we help you force this boy to a desperate situation, then you will put our junior brother back. What? Do you want to repent now? Wu Mu's handsome face was also covered with ice at the moment. After announcing a Buddha's name in a low voice, Wu Mu slowly looked up and stared at the demon in his heart and said, "Younger martial brother, get ready to fight." It seems that the demon is always just a demon. Only by using the magic power of subduing demons, can you save the younger martial brother. Haha, you monks, I think those who practice Buddhism have become fools. You have called me evil from the beginning. As a result, you even believe the words of evil. It's ridiculous. The demon stretched out his hand and pointed at Wu Mu and Lu Dao, and laughed. It's really the ghost that the demon in the heart smashed behind. Ning Xiaochuan stared at the demon at the moment, and his heart was deeply afraid of the demon. Now, of course, he can see that the demon clearly guessed that he had a way to attract Dantai Esr, so he deceived the two monks in front of him. With the help of the hands of the two monks, he successfully led Dantai Esr out. It has to be said that the blood demon in front of him is really powerful in manipulating people's hearts. No matter who is, as long as there are flaws in the soul, they will immediately be used by the demons. This is even the same with the two masters in the Buddhist world who have reached the realm of secondary gods. They care about their younger martial brothers, and they even lose their heads and choose to cooperate with the demons. At this moment, the demon mocked Wu Mu and Lu Dao, but his eyes immediately shifted to Dantai Xueshan. Staring at Dantai Xueshan with great interest, the demon laughed again. You came to kill Ning Xiaochuan, didn't you? As long as you pass the way of destroying the world to me, I'll kill him for you immediately. Almost without any scruples, Ning Xiaochuan was around, and the demon actually talked about the transaction directly with Dantai Xueshan. Brush. Ning Xiaochuan's figure flashed away from the demon directly. The demon coldly glanced at Ning Xiaochuan, did not catch up, but quietly waited for Dantai's reply. Gloomy and cold. Cunning. At the moment, the demon in his heart is like a master who controls the overall situation. He is seeking benefits for himself every word and deed. However, the demon obviously miscalculated the character of Dantai Esr. Although there are only 9 levels of cultivation in the realm of creation, as a descendant of the world, Dantai Xueshan's pride has simply reached his bones. It's damned to want to seek immortality. The expression was cold and spit out such a sentence. The crystal red ghost ship at the foot of Dantai Esr had begun to release a faint light. With this light, 2 ghost shadows appeared again, behind Dantai Esr. The way of receiving gods has been displayed by Dantai Esr. Although she was arrogant, Dantai Xueshan was not arrogant. From the demon in her heart, she had felt infinite pressure. Moreover, while locking the heart demon, Dantai Xueshan's eyes have paid more attention to Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan's energy to hide his breath is too strong. Even Dantai's erythrocyte sedimentation rate now understands that if Ning Xiaochuan doesn't take the initiative to use the sword of destruction, she can't find the hidden Ning Xiaochuan at all. So this time, Dantai Esr will never let Ning Xiaochuan escape again. The way of destroying the world. Wu Mu looked at Dantai's blood sink at the moment, and his face was a little stunned at first, and then his eyebrows frowned tightly. Wu Mu is also a supreme sage among Buddhists, so even if the younger martial brother is captured by the demon, he always keeps calm. But at this moment, first I met a demon, and now there is a descendant of the way to destroy the world, which makes Wu Mu's heart a little flustered. A demon, Wu Mu is not sure to win. That's why he was willing to be used by the heart demon before, in order to try whether he had a chance to save 7 hearts. Although the result is not very good, at least it has been determined by Wu Mu. If he wants to save his younger martial brother, he must kill the demon. Unexpectedly, it's the successor of the world-destroying Taoism. Elder martial brother, we are one by one. At this moment, Lu Dao stared at Dan Taishuishan fiercely, and his eyes were full of fear. As long as he is a master of Xinhe civilization, he is almost afraid of the 3 words exterminating the world. No, let's join hands with the benefactor to kill the demon first and save our younger martial brother. Regardless of Liu Dao's roar, Wu Mu calmly shook his head. The secondary gods of the Buddha world who invaded Dian world this time were obviously led by Wu Mu, so at this moment, although the heart was unwilling, Lu Dao immediately transferred the target to the heart demon. Dan Taishin, Wu Mu, and Lu Dao, these 3 masters, with the strength of the secondary god, besieged the demons together. For this bad situation, the demon seemed to be completely indifferent. He laughed, and the demon rushed to Wu Mu in a flash. Bald donkey, I just had a bad fight with you. Now let's continue. Before the demon figure rushed to him, the wooden fish in Wu Mu's hand had disappeared directly and was replaced by a golden Zen stick with a thick bowl. This Zen stick shook slightly in Wu Mu's hand, and all kinds of crisp exhortations immediately came out. As if countless pearls and jade collided together to make a clear sound, the sound made by this Zen stick unexpectedly also carries a kind of magic to wash the soul. Is there only this kind of ability to bewitch people in your Buddhist world? Wu Mu, this Buddha is known as the heart demon. On the ability to bewitch people, even your ancestor can't compare with me. The demon in his heart was quite dismissive of the Zen stick in Wu Mu's hand. With a cold hum, a horn-like horn appeared in his hand. Put the horn to his mouth, and a burst of bleak horn voice immediately came out. Like the demon sound of hell, as soon as the horn sounded, Wu Mu and Lu Dao both turned pale at the same time, and were forced to step back by the horn. After retreating several steps in succession, Wu Mu and Lu Dao suddenly stood together. A golden haze rose from the 2 people at the same time, which was like smoke clouds, rising behind their heads and slowly condensed into a golden Buddha. With this golden Buddha sitting, Wu Mu and Lu Dao's faces gradually improved. Wu Mu raised his Zen stick again, and the Buddha wheel he had thrown out appeared in Liu Dao's hand. The Buddha wheel hovered in Liu Dao's hand, spreading the sound of Wu Mu's Zen stick in circles. The sound of Buddha and magic are intertwined, which makes people almost spit blood. Ning Xiaochuan frowned and suppressed this uncomfortable feeling with the power of the 7-hole demon heart. On the other side, Ming Lu and Gon Halberd, who were hiding in the distance, had long been shocked by this exciting sound, spitting blood in their mouths, and fell from the sky. Dan Taishuishan had already locked the demon, but at the moment, seeing the demon and Wu Mu stick to it, her eyes immediately stared at Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan, I will kill you first, take the sword of destruction, and then kill those who want to destroy the world. The crystal red ghost boat flickered and appeared in front of Ning Xiaochuan. Receive the divine way. Ning Xiaochuan commanded the undead sub-god to stop in front of Dan Taishuishan, and at the same time, he had used the way of receiving gods. The virtual shadow of the 12-winged Donghuang Great Evil God appeared behind Ning Xiaochuan. Boom! At this moment, the crystal red ghost ship has rushed in front of the undead sub-god. It doesn't care about the undead sub-god in front of it at all. Dan Taishuishan directly urged the crystal red ghost ship to rush over. The undead sub-god stretched out a pair of ghost claws and wanted to grasp the crystal red ghost ship, but his hands just touched the crystal red ghost ship, and he was directly bounced back like an electric shock. Ning Xiaochuan didn't pay attention to the undead sub-god who was hit by the crystal red ghost ship. At the moment, behind him stood the virtual shadow of the 12-winged Donghuang Great Evil God, and in his hand, at the moment, he had grasped the world-destroying demon sword again. The demon was unexpectedly entangled by Wu Mu and Lu Dao, which was greatly beyond Ning Xiaochuan's expectation. Under such unexpected circumstances, even Ning Xiaochuan himself had to work hard with Dan Tai Esr. No, this is also the calculation of the demon. When Ning Xiaochuan waved the sword of destruction in his hand, his heart suddenly exploded, and an idea appeared in his heart. You rewrite. This is definitely the calculation of the demons. Everything at present is the situation that the demons can arrange. Everyone here, including me and Dan Taishueshan, are all the pieces of the demons. This idea suddenly came out of Ning Xiaochuan's heart at the moment. Ning Xiaochuan had already felt the strength of the mind demon before, so at this moment, even in the desperate situation, Ning Xiaochuan is still thinking about the mind demon. At the moment, the demon seemed to be in a stalemate with Wu Mu and Lu Dao, but it was obvious that the demon did not exert all his strength. And similarly, in order to destroy the world, the demon will never really let Dan Taishueshan kill Ning Xiaochuan. Taken together, it is enough for Ning Xiaochuan to conclude that the blood demon is still playing some tricks at the moment. He now let me fight against Dan Tai Esr. What good can he do by doing so? Just when Ning Xiaochuan was planning rapidly in his heart, Dan Tai's erythrocyte sedimentation rate opposite him had rushed to Ning Xiaochuan. Annihilation palm print way. Dan Tai's blood was heavy and his face was cold. He patted Ning Xiaochuan with one hand. Her palm was delicate and slender, but at the moment, it was like the sky falling down and directly pressing on Ning Xiaochuan. I see. Ning Xiaochuan screamed when he felt the way of killing the world, which was constantly oppressed by himself. Facing the fatal blow of Dan Tai's ESR, Ning Xiaochuan suddenly withdrew the world-destroying magic sword at the moment, and even the virtual shadow of the great evil god of Donghuang disappeared at once. With an indifferent smile on his face, Ning Xiaochuan directly greeted Dan Taishueshan's palm. Just bet on this one. Ning Xiaochuan is relaxed on the surface, but he is already very nervous at the bottom of his heart. Ning Xiaochuan, are you looking for death? Just when Dan Tai's bloody shin move was about to hit Ning Xiaochuan, the roar of the demon suddenly appeared. At the same time, the figure of the heart demon has abandoned Wu Mu and Lu Dao, and directly appeared in front of Dan Tai Esr. With his thin hand, he grabbed Ning Xiaochuan out of the palm of Dan Tai Esr. Dan Tai's blood sedimentation failed. I don't know whether it was out of confusion or fear. He didn't do it again. Instead, he stepped back a few feet. My guess is indeed right. Looking at the demon holding his heart, Ning Xiaochuan showed a bright smile on his face. Just now, the demon was so anxious to save people, which made Ning Xiaochuan immediately determine that his guess was indeed correct. Staring at the demon, Ning Xiaochuan smiled and said, Elder Demon, it seems that I misunderstood you just now. I thought you didn't want to learn the way of destroying the world. The demon's face was gloomy at the moment. After staring at Ning Xiaochuan for several times, his face turned better. Of course, I have to learn what I said before, just kidding you. Our deal continues, and I will help you kill the woman in front of you. Ning Xiaochuan nodded and said, Thank you, Master Xinma. With a little money, Ning Xiaochuan broke away from the demon and stood beside the demon again. Master Xinma, I've been hurt before, and I haven't recovered yet. I didn't expect that I almost died in the hands of the elder martial sister, just now. Next, I'm afraid I can't help Master Xinma, so I'll wait for a moment. Ning Xiaochuan stared at the demon, smiling as he spoke, flying to one side. Looking at Ning Xiaochuan, who was gradually away, the demon's face was gloomy again. This boy even gambled with me with his own life. Ning Xiaochuan's plan at the moment, the demon has certainly seen through. But the problem is, even if he understands all Ning Xiaochuan's thoughts, as long as he doesn't want Ning Xiaochuan to die like this, he has to obey Ning Xiaochuan's command for the time being. This kind of feeling makes the demons feel extremely oppressed. He has always played with people's hearts. Has he ever been played with like this? Although he couldn't wait to tear Ning Xiaochuan to pieces immediately, at the thought of the power of the world-destroying Tao, the demon still suppressed his anger and glanced at the people in front of him with a cold face. Dan Tai erythrocyte sedimentation rate and Wu Mu and Lu Dao forced from one side. It seems that the situation has recovered to the initial situation, and it is still Dan Tai ESR, 3 people besieging the demons. It seems that in order to prevent the situation just now from happening again, just when the demon was facing the 3 people of Dan Tai's erythrocyte sedimentation, he had flown to Ning Xiaochuan in the distance. At this moment, he suddenly laughed and shouted, "Elder Martial Sister, this demon master just learned a lot of tricks while we were fighting. Elder Martial Sister, you might as well try the demon master's skill of killing the world." Ning Xiaochuan's words spread into Dan Tai Xueshen's ears, and immediately made Dan Tai blood look cold. Just now she felt that Ning Xiaochuan was a little strange. Now hearing Ning Xiaochuan say so, her eyes immediately stared at the demon. Annihilation palm print way. It was still a move to destroy the world, the palm print road. Behind the blood sink of Dan Tai stood 2 virtual shadows of gods, and the person who stepped on the crystal red ghost ship under his feet directly killed the demons in his heart. With a smile, the demon waved the same arm and made a killing palm print that was exactly the same as Dan Tai's erythrocyte sedimentation rate. However, there are some differences between the two. The death palm print road made by Dan Tai Xueshen is magnificent, and between his palms, it is like carrying a virtual shadow of the world, which is mighty and oppressed towards the heart demon. And the murderous palm print of the heart demon, although it looks like Dan Tai's blood, is gloomy between his palms, and his palms are a little unreal. Bang! The palms of the heart demon and the palms of Dan Tai's blood sedimentation hit each other, as if the scorching sun had touched ice and snow. The virtual shadow of the heart demon's palms quickly disappeared, and even the heart demon was forced to step back. The demon was not discouraged and grinned. "It seems that the way of killing the world I learned is still much worse, and I can't compare it with the real way of killing the world. Damn it." Dan Tai was bloodied and looked cold. At the moment, the killing intention had all condensed into the demon. Just now, she just showed Ning Xiaochuan a move to kill the world, and the demon secretly learned so much. Although there is no inheritance of the world, the demon can never control the real world, but in Dan Tai's heart, this behavior of the demon is already an insult to the existence of the world. Those who regard the way of destroying the world as everything will certainly not tolerate the existence of guys who blaspheme the way of destroying the world. Therefore, at this moment, the murderous intention of Dan Tai's blood sedimentation has all gathered on the heart demon. As for Ning Xiaochuan, Dan Tai ESR's attention to him has weakened a lot. That boy guessed that I was secretly learning the way of killing the world. It seems that if I want to really learn the way of killing the world, I have to find another way. At the moment, the demon looked relaxed. While flashing around Dan Tai Xueshen, his eyes quietly glanced at Ning Xiaochuan on one side. With the devil's mind, how can you not guess that Ning Xiaochuan's promise to trade with him is simply delaying time? However, the demon pretended to be ignorant, and just began to arrange his various means in the dark. At first, he wanted to win over Dan Tai ESR. If he could learn the way of destroying the world from Dan Tai ESR, the demon would directly kill Ning Xiaochuan. Of course, his first step failed. And then, there was the second step plan of the demon. What he wanted was Ning Xiaochuan and Dan Tai Xueshen to fight head-on. The two descendants of Mi Shidao fought together, which would naturally be the unique skill of Mi Shidao. With the help of Ning Xiaochuan and Dan Tai Xueshen, the demon will secretly observe and learn everything about the way of destroying the world. Of course, the demon also knew that it was impossible for him to learn the essence of the way of destroying the world, so he also prepared the third step. According to the third step of the demon's preparation, no matter who wins or loses Ning Xiaochuan and Dan Tai ESR, as long as one of the two people falls into a weak state, the demon will take advantage of the weakness and use divine secrets to occupy this person's mind. In this way, the demon can finally learn the way of destroying the world. But now, his plan was seen through by Ning Xiaochuan only after the second step. Naturally, the subsequent third step could not be carried out at all. And what's more serious is that with the strength of the demon at the moment, if you want to use the magic to control Ning Xiaochuan, you must take advantage of the fact that Ning Xiaochuan is completely unprepared for him. Now Ning Xiaochuan guessed the plan of the demon, and his heart must have been extremely afraid of the demon. In this case, even if the demon uses divine secrets, it is impossible to successfully control Ning Xiaochuan. Seeing that his plan failed, the demon's heart became more and more angry. Boom! The demon's fist was smashed out, and it even hit Dan Tai's erythrocyte sedimentation rate and flew out. I don't know how many thousands of miles it flew out at once. However, on the other side, Wumu holding a Zen stick, Six holding a Buddha wheel, one after another, at the same time hit the demon. At the same time that Wumu and Lu Dao joined hands to fight against the enemy's demons, the figure of Dan Tai's blood sedimentation unexpectedly reappeared. She guessed that the crystal red ghost ship under her feet was a few minutes faster than Wumu and Lu Dao. She came later and came first, holding the fake world-destroying demon sword in her hand, and cleaved to the demons. At this moment, the three sub-gods finally joined hands to deal with the demons. Too strong. Indeed, it is worthy of being a god-level master. Even if its strength has not recovered, it is not something that ordinary secondary gods can deal with. Ning Xiaochuan stood by and watched the three of Dan Tai Shueshan fight with the demons in his heart, which was very shocking. The three secondary gods joined hands, but they still couldn't help the demons. The strength of the demons was absolutely impressive. After just watching the battle for a moment, Ning Xiaochuan turned directly and swaggered towards the Guishu. At the moment, Xin Ma and Dan Tai Shueshan all noticed Ning Xiaochuan's whereabouts, but anyway, at the moment, they have fought to the most critical moment, and no one has spare strength to pursue Ning Xiaochuan. Boom! Glancing back at the scene of the stabbing battle behind, Ning Xiaochuan directly drilled into the Guishu in front of him. Entering Guishu, Ning Xiaochuan speed soared at once. Even after reaching these evil god strongholds, Ning Xiaochuan did not stop for a moment, but flew straight to the depths of Guishu. Go to see the master first, and then consider whether to enter the hell under Guishu. Ning Xiaochuan was on his way, thinking secretly in his heart. Hell is only Ning Xiaochuan's last choice. If it's not necessary, Ning Xiaochuan doesn't really want to enter that kind of inhuman place. Go up to the ruins, go down to the yellow spring, go to the end of the ruins, the gate of hell. The last time Ning Xiaochuan came to see Sui Yuhan, he didn't see the gate of hell at all. This time, Ning Xiaochuan was on his way while observing everything around him. After only a cursory glance, Ning Xiaochuan has found the abnormality in this Guishu. At this moment, even the depths of the Guishu have become full of evil spirit. Obviously, there is a breath constantly transforming the environment in the Guishu. And there is no doubt that the only thing that can do this is hell under the ruins. The passage between hell and Guishu is opening? Is it the gods in hell who are trying to break through the boundary between the two? Ning Xiaochuan suddenly stopped at a place in Guishu, and then looked down at his feet. At the moment, under his feet, the dark earth was cracked, as if a complete piece of paper had cracked, and a steady stream of evil gas seeped out of these cracked holes. Boom! In front of Ning Xiaochuan's eyes, a dark crack suddenly exploded. A dark, bottomless cave appeared in front of Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan stared at the cave below, and immediately found that something seemed to be rushing up below. Those evil people. A moment later, Ning Xiaochuan suddenly felt a shock, and finally understood what those things rushed out below. A large group of evil people rushed out of the ground. Is this cave connected to hell? Ning Xiaochuan was shocked. Originally, Ning Xiaochuan thought that only when he reached the end of Guishu can he find the gate of hell and enter hell. But now the scene in front of him greatly surprised Ning Xiaochuan. These evil people actually tore the earth directly, and then drilled out of the ground. Under the gaze of Ning Xiaochuan, at least hundreds of evil people came out of the ground, but their cultivation was not high. The strongest evil person was a medium-sized evil person with thin limbs, and his cultivation was only human. Based on Ning Xiaochuan's understanding of hell, evil people at this level are absolutely just minions in hell. Haha, my skeleton dragon unexpectedly came out of hell. This breath is really wonderful, little ones, rush out of this ghost place with me. After drilling out of hell, the evil man with real life stayed among these evil people immediately laughed. Those minions who followed him naturally complimented him one by one at the moment. A group of evil people seemed to be excited because they had just left hell. Ning Xiaochuan did not directly attack these people, but hid aside and silently looked at them. These evil people are similar to people in Dian world in appearance, but they always exude an evil spirit. Under the cover of this evil spirit, they all look extremely evil, and even their eyes seem to be flashing evil light. Come with me, little ones. After feeling the different breath from hell, the evil man who called himself Skeleton Dragon waved his hand and left. At this time, Ning Xiaochuan made a direct move. With a wave of his palm, a stream of rain like sword gas directly penetrated the hundreds of evil people. In the face of such a group of low-level evil people, Ning Xiaochuan didn't even need to kill the world. Seeing the breath of the companions around him disappear one by one, and fall from the air, the dragon with human cultivation looks at Ning Xiaochuan with fear on his face. Spare your life, my lord. I am willing to be a slave to my lord. Seeing Ning Xiaochuan's deep breath, which was far from his ability to compare, Skeleton Dragon immediately knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. However, when the dragon's head dropped to Ning Xiaochuan's feet, a bit of tyranny suddenly flashed in his eyes. Go to hell. A bone spear was shot out of the dragon's hand. At the moment, the dragon's eyes are full of madness. He had identified that Ning Xiaochuan was not a hell life at all, so he didn't expect Ning Xiaochuan to really let him go. Knowing that he would die, the dragon forced himself to release all his potential. First, by constantly begging for mercy, to confuse Ning Xiaochuan, and then desperately issued a sneak attack on Ning Xiaochuan. It has to be said that with all his strength, the power of this move of the skeleton dragon at this moment is almost comparable to that of an expert who has just entered the eternal realm. Pa! Such a move, of course, did not pose a threat to Ning Xiaochuan, who waved and stopped it. The next moment, Ning Xiaochuan put his foot on the skeleton dragon and kicked it out directly. With the help of Ning Xiaochuan kicking his foot, the skeleton dragon shook his hand and shot the bone spear at Ning Xiaochuan, but the figure directly turned around and ran away. Ning Xiaochuan's figure flashed, grabbed the bone spear in his hand, and then intercepted it in front of the dragon, reaching out and directly grabbed his head. No! A little panic flashed on the dragon's face, and then his eyes glazed down. At this moment, Ning Xiaochuan has controlled the mental power of the seven orifices demon heart to invade the skull dragon's mind. After several breaths, Ning Xiaochuan withdrew his palm with satisfaction. From the dragon's consciousness, Ning Xiaochuan has got everything he wants. With a move, a blood-red bead jumped out of the dragon's chest and fell on Ning Xiaochuan. At this moment, the skeleton dragon had no breath, and fell directly from the air. Before it fell to the ground, his body was smashed. Ning Xiaochuan held the beads extracted from the skeleton dragon and swallowed them in one gulp. Then, Ning Xiaochuan's appearance, shape and even breath immediately turned into a skeleton dragon. Hell, I'm coming. With a proud smile, Ning Xiaochuan immediately rushed into the cave below. Just after Ning Xiaochuan's figure disappeared in the cave, the dim figure of the demon suddenly appeared here. Staring at the cave below, I glanced at it for a few times, and the gloomy face of the demon became more and more ugly. Unexpectedly, I entered hell. Now the seal of hell has not been completely broken, and I can't enter hell at all. However, Ning Xiaochuan, my demon is not so easy to calculate. With a cold hum, the demon figure slowly disappeared. The dark cave was almost unfathomable. At the speed of Ning Xiaochuan, it flew for a whole day without reaching the end. However, when Ning Xiaochuan suddenly felt as if he had broken through something like a film, his figure fell into a dark world. Everything here is extremely dark, there is no light, and you can't see anything with your eyes. Only by relying on perception, Ning Xiaochuan can barely figure out that there are several huge mountains under his feet at the moment. Because there is no sunshine, these mountains are bare and desolate. This should be the Alchemy Mountain. Ning Xiaochuan plundered the memory of the dragon, and he didn't know nothing about hell. According to the memory of the skeleton dragon, they were originally a group of evil people living near Lianjing Mountain. It was only by chance that they inadvertently entered the cave linking Guishu. Ning Xiaochuan's figure fell from the air and began to fall towards the Alchemy Mountain. Close to the ground, Ning Xiaochuan actually felt a tyrannical atmosphere released from the earth. Although the power of the seven orifices demon heart can make Ning Xiaochuan easily resist this tyrannical atmosphere, Ning Xiaochuan is still stunned. This place deserves to be called hell. Even the earth has such an evil smell. Now Ning Xiaochuan understands why those evil people are extremely evil. Living in such a place, even a normal person may become crazy and evil after a long time. However, the 3,000 ways of destroying the world in the Book of Destroying the World include everything. Whether it is evil or others, it can be regarded as a part of the way of destroying the world. In this extreme place, it is of great benefit to me to cultivate the way of destroying the world. Ning Xiaochuan stepped on the Alchemy Mountain and immediately felt the evil smell and began to rush towards him. Exterminating evil demon family. Just stepping on the ground of hell, Ning Xiaochuan's mind immediately came up with a little understanding of the Sutra of Destruction. The new way of destroying the world was realized by Ning Xiaochuan. The latest one is the evil demon family. The way of exterminating the world is known as extermination, and evil spirits exist in the world to exterminate the world, so there are many similarities between the two. The way of exterminating the world is to let Ning Xiaochuan destroy the sky and the world with the help of evil spirits. Ning Xiaochuan just felt it for a moment, and then immediately realized that the evil demon way of destroying the world and the way of receiving gods are similar. However, the difference is that to receive the divine way, you must have a part of the breath of the gods before you can borrow the power of the gods. However, the evil way of destroying the world is different. The power of evil is used everywhere. When Ning Xiaochuan is cultivating the way of destroying the world, he can completely collect these evil forces and burst out at one time when necessary. As long as the power of evil spirits collected is enough, this move to destroy the evil demon family is even stronger than receiving the divine family. Of course, today's Ning Xiaochuan has just realized that it is impossible for the evil family to really use this move. Only after he practices hard can he thoroughly master this move. After Ning Xiaochuan mastered the evil family of extermination, his cultivation will definitely improve again. To Ning Xiaochuan's current state, to understand the new way of destroying the world has been more useful than any practice. Ning Xiaochuan was quite satisfied with such a huge harvest as soon as he entered hell. However, Ning Xiaochuan also knows that the power of the way of destroying the world is far more powerful than the power of those demons. The demon's destruction of the world is just an instinct, but the way of destroying the world is for cultivation. Even evil spirits are also part of the destruction of the world-destroying Tao. When Ning Xiaochuan reaches a higher level of cultivation, he will certainly understand the heaven way to destroy these demons. Flying over the Alchemy Mountain, Ning Xiaochuan successively climbed over several mountains and finally stayed in a depression. In this mountain depression, there are some simple daily necessities. This is where Skeleton Dragon and others live in the Alchemy Mountain. The living environment in hell is different from that in Dian world, where life can be passed on to future generations. But in hell, the environment is bad, and not everyone can have offspring. According to the rules of hell, only those evil people with strong cultivation are qualified to have descendants. Like a skeleton dragon, only when he breaks through the eternal realm can he be qualified to live in the nearest city. After the dragon cultivation breaks through the realm of creation, he is qualified to contact women and give birth to offspring. Only the children born to masters of the realm of creation can be strong at birth and survive in the harsh environment of hell. This is also the main reason why at the beginning, there was clearly a relationship between Han Jin and Alice in Mojiang City, but Han Jin, who had only 9 layers of the eternal realm, still did not accept Alice. In the whole hell, only in the city can a newborn be born. Once these newborns reach the limit of age, they will be driven out of the city and live in other bad places in hell. Skeleton Dragon and the evil people under him are all like this. It's really a cruel law of survival, but it is precisely because of this law and such a bad environment that these evil people in hell are so powerful. Ning Xiaochuan secretly exclaimed and stepped into the depression. Next, he will stay here to practice. Ning Xiaochuan still doesn't adapt to the completely dark environment after all. Therefore, after entering the depression, Ning Xiaochuan immediately took out a shining crystal ball, which he wanted to use as a temporary light source. However, what Ning Xiaochuan didn't expect was that after taking out the crystal ball, the light on the crystal ball suddenly began to disappear, and finally completely annihilated, and the surrounding area returned to a dark scene again. It is the earth that absorbs these lights. Ning Xiaochuan stepped on the ground with some astonishment. The ground of hell is stronger than Dian world. I don't know how many times. Ning Xiaochuan didn't take this place seriously at first, but now he found that the ground seemed to be an array, and the array was still running slowly. Is the whole hell artificially created, and such a world is obviously a huge cage? Looking up and looking around, Ning Xiaochuan had a startling idea in his mind. How powerful is the man who can make such a huge cage as hell? You know, even gods like Heart Demon can only be imprisoned in hell. After pondering for a moment, Ning Xiaochuan ruled out all the thoughts in his mind. With his current strength, he was simply unable to take care of the direct things of the gods. Originally, Ning Xiaochuan was going to take out the divine shell and use it to practice, but now, with the lessons of this crystal ball, Ning Xiaochuan immediately became more cautious. First, he took out a low-level pill, and Ning Xiaochuan frowned and observed. As Ning Xiaochuan guessed, the medicine on this low-level pill began to pass quickly. Soon, the elixir in Ning Xiaochuan's hand turned into a pile of waste residue. Later, Ning Xiaochuan took out another item full of spirituality. Like the previous pill, the spirituality on this item also disappeared quickly. At this moment, Ning Xiaochuan's face began to show helplessness. He understood that the environment of hell was even worse than he imagined. The people who created this world seem not to be prepared to let the life in hell practice at all, so anything that is helpful to practice will quickly disappear here. This strange force made Ning Xiaochuan completely speechless. Although the divine shell is the shell that the gods have faded off, I'm afraid that as long as Ning Xiaochuan takes out the divine shell, the divine power in the divine shell will be directly absorbed. No, this divine shell itself is left by the 12-winged Donghuang, great evil god, in hell. If the divine shell can't exist in hell at all, how can this divine shell be handed down? Moreover, it seems that the evil city has existed for many years. Why don't all the evil people in hell move to Guishu? Standing in place, Ning Xiaochuan suddenly had a new confusion in his mind. All signs show that the situation in this hell is definitely not as simple as Ning Xiaochuan knows. After pondering for a long time, Ning Xiaochuan finally didn't take out the divine shell. In the current environment, Ning Xiaochuan doesn't want to take risks at all. Sitting cross-legged, Ning Xiaochuan began to practice like this. Now he has initially realized the existence of the world-destroying evil family, so his practice naturally flies, and countless evil smells rush into Ning Xiaochuan's body from all around, and finally stay in a place in Ning Xiaochuan's body. This place is called Magic Pill by Ning Xiaochuan. The existence of Magic Pill is to store the evil spirit. If Ning Xiaochuan wants to cultivate the world-destroying evil demon family, he must first refine the magic pill, and then he can start to store the evil spirit. Fortunately, this is hell, and the most important thing is the evil spirit. Ning Xiaochuan immediately began to absorb the evil spirit around him. With Ning Xiaochuan's deepening understanding of the evil family of extermination, the magic pill in his body also began to become stronger. Later, the magic pill almost turned into a whirlpool, frantically absorbing the evil smell around. Moreover, the scope of magic pill absorbing evil spirit is becoming larger and larger, and the whole alchemy mountain is included in it. At this moment, on the top of another mountain of the alchemy mountain, a large group of evil people, at this moment, unexpectedly holding several bloody human legs, devouring them. Brother, with these meat supplements, we don't have to worry about blood gas loss in recent years. Among this large group of evil people, the first is three thin, extremely tall men. These three evil people are similar in shape, even their thin looks are very similar, obviously they are three brothers. Or the second is smart. He even knows to sneak into the vicinity of the city and directly catch and eat those little guys who have just left the city. The smell of blood and flesh on these little guys has not lost much, and they naturally taste delicious. Brother, according to the ban, we can't move those new kids out of the city, so this time we have violated the ban. In the future, we should try to do as little as possible. What are you afraid of? It's just catching a few little guys. Anyway, these little guys will die after they leave the city. It's better to be eaten by us. Three thin men, while chewing human flesh in their mouths, cursed bitterly. As for those evil people around them, they can only look at the three leaders at the moment. The weird energy in hell actually absorbs not only those spiritual objects that are useful for cultivation, but also the blood and gas of the human body, which will continue to be devoured in hell. This is why almost all creatures in hell look thin. Ning Xiaochuan's time into hell is too short, and his blood is strong, so he doesn't feel this at all. But these evil people in front of him are different. They live in hell all year round, and their blood gas is constantly losing. In this case, let alone cultivation, it is difficult for them to keep their current cultivation. Therefore, these three evil people will take risks to sneak into the edge of the city, catch those people with strong blood gas and swallow them raw, so as to supplement the blood gas lost in the body. With the supplement of human flesh and blood now, these three evil people no longer have to worry about the loss of blood gas in their bodies for at least a few years, so they can practice at ease. In an instant, the three evil people swallowed the human blood and flesh in their hands, and the three people looked nostalgic with the residual blood on their hands, a look of endless aftertaste. At this moment, a stream of air blew gently by them. At least these three evil people are also the strong ones in the real world, and naturally, they immediately felt the breeze. No, brother, this is hell. When will there be wind? The three evil men immediately stood up with alert faces. There is no climate phenomenon in hell at all, so naturally, there is no wind. But at the moment, the breeze blew on their faces, making them stunned one by one. The breeze came from the mountain of the dragon. Did the dragon get any treasure? The three thin men felt the source of the breeze slightly, and their faces immediately showed a sneer. Although there are several evil forces on the alchemy mountain, their three brothers are the strongest of all forces. Therefore, at this moment, they felt the breeze coming from the mountain next door, and their hearts were immediately excited. No matter what baby, as long as it falls into the alchemy mountain, it is all their three brothers' property. Little guys, come over with me and have a look. If the dragon guy doesn't open his eyes, we'll catch his men and give them to you. The three brothers shouted, and then they took this group of evil people and flew to the mountain next door. Because their blood gas has been lost, even if they eat, they can't replenish much blood gas. However, a little food is better than nothing. These evil people under the three brothers can't eat vigorous flesh and blood, and they can only eat some dry flesh and blood. Someone is coming. Ning Xiaochuan sat cross-legged in the depression. He had just practiced for less than 2 days, and he stood up abruptly. Because at the moment, he had felt the 3 evil brothers coming from the next hill. Haha, it's really the skeleton dragon. With a loud laugh, Ning Xiaochuan began to have evil people falling around him. In an instant, a group of evil people surrounded Ning Xiaochuan in the middle. The 3 skinny evil brothers, who looked like skeletons, walked towards Ning Xiaochuan with a sneer. "Dragon, what were you doing just now? Show us again. Hey, where are those men of the dragon? Why is none of them missing?" Who knows, but the skeleton dragon came back alone. "I really haven't eaten the flesh and blood of the real-world master." The 3 brothers stared at Ning Xiaochuan with a sneer, as if they saw delicious food, and stretched out their tongue and lips. Ning Xiaochuan looked calm and stood in place. "The magic pill in my body has just been cultivated, and I'm lack of enough evil spirit. I didn't expect so many evil people to come to my door. In that case, I'll use them to experiment with my new understanding of the evil way of destroying the world." Ning Xiaochuan snorted coldly in his heart. He was too lazy to talk nonsense with the 3 evil people in front of him, so he appeared directly in front of the 3 people and stretched out his hand to grasp them. "Skeleton dragon, you have become bolder. You dare to fight with us." The 3 evil brothers despised Ning Xiaochuan at all, sneered and waved a punch at Ning Xiaochuan. However, before their fists hit Ning Xiaochuan, a fierce suction directly came out of Ning Xiaochuan's body. Feeling this terrible attraction, the 3 brothers of evil people suddenly showed a frightened look on their faces. Immediately, their vitality quickly passed away. Seeing this scene, those evil people around were stunned for a moment, and then turned around to escape. But their accomplishments are not even in the real world. Naturally, they can't escape Ning Xiaochuan's pursuit. In just a moment, Ning Xiaochuan's eyes fell to the ground. This evil spirit is a little different from what I imagined. Ning Xiaochuan stood in the middle of these bodies, muttering helplessly. Evil spirit represents extreme evil and tyranny. Only places like hell can produce such a breath. If Ning Xiaochuan didn't happen to come to hell, I'm afraid he would have difficulty understanding the essence of the evil demon family in his life. At this moment, Ning Xiaochuan beheaded dozens of evil people, and immediately had a new understanding of the evil demon family of extermination. Originally, Ning Xiaochuan thought that the evil spirit refers to this peculiar smell in hell, which is a unique energy. But at this moment, after fighting with these evil people, Ning Xiaochuan found that the evil spirit condensed by the evil demon family was far more than just a kind of energy. The evil spirit condensed from the evil demon family seems to be the origin of some evil. For these evil people who are evil by nature, they are born with the function of suppression. Ning Xiaochuan glanced around and thought secretly. Ning Xiaochuan understood the evil demon family by chance. Now he needs more understanding if he wants to cultivate the evil demon family to a great level. It seems that I don't need to stay in the Alchemy Mountain anymore. For hell, Alchemy Mountain can only be regarded as a remote corner. Only when I reach those cities in hell, can I reach the real hell. After pondering for a moment, Ning Xiaochuan left the Alchemy Mountain directly. He wants to go to the nearest city. The city in hell is not only the most prosperous place in hell, but also the gathering place of masters in hell. Almost 90% of masters and cultivation resources in the whole hell are concentrated in the city. Ning Xiaochuan is going to the nearby cities at the moment to find a way to save things like divine shells in hell from these cities. If there are divine shells, Ning Xiaochuan's cultivation speed will be much faster than now. Moreover, Ning Xiaochuan also needs to go to the cities of hell to find a way to leave hell. In a place like hell, Ning Xiaochuan doesn't want to stay here forever. Leaving the Alchemy Mountain, Ning Xiaochuan immediately chose a direction and flew over there. He had absorbed the memory of the dragon before, and was naturally familiar with the location of the nearby city. Like the skeleton dragon, the lowest existence in hell, his daily dream is to enter the hell city and live. However, to enter the city, you must at least have the cultivation of the eternal realm, and low-level evil people such as skeleton dragons can hardly break through the eternal realm in such a bad cultivation environment as hell. After flying in the dark for 2 days, Ning Xiaochuan immediately saw a magnificent city in front of him. The reason why it is magnificent is that this hell city is actually emitting a cold and faint white light. The whole city looks like the accumulation of phosphorus fire from countless bones. When Ning Xiaochuan saw the city, he couldn't help but be surprised. But then he became excited. This dim light kept on the city all the time, which showed that there was indeed a way to keep spiritual power from being swallowed by the ground in hell. Ning Xiaochuan flew to the city, paused slightly, and then flew towards the entrance of the city. The huge entrance of the city looked like the open mouth of an ancient beast. Ning Xiaochuan looked around in amazement, and then slowly walked to the entrance. Just as he was about to enter the city, 2 bone spears staggered in front of Ning Xiaochuan. "Stop, are you qualified to enter the city?" Ning Xiaochuan looked up and saw that at the moment, 2 guards with long-lasting cultivation were holding bone spears in front of him. Even ordinary guards are masters of Wangjing. Ning Xiaochuan couldn't help but exclaim and shook his head casually, "No, but my cultivation has reached Wangjing. This time I came here to get the city entry certificate." Ning Xiaochuan also understands the rules of entering the city. As long as the cultivation reaches the eternal realm, you can come to the entrance of the city to get the certificate, and then you can enter and leave the city freely. Cultivation reaches the eternal realm. The 2 guards brightened their eyes and scanned Ning Xiaochuan several times. One of them suddenly stabbed Ning Xiaochuan with a bone spear. "Let me test your strength." Before this bone spear stabbed in front of him, Ning Xiaochuan directly took the hand and pinched the spear tip in his hand. These 2 guards' highest accomplishments are only the first in the eternal realm, and they are certainly vulnerable to attack in front of Ning Xiaochuan. Unexpectedly, I pinched my bone spear with my hand. This strength is much more powerful than ordinary masters in the eternal realm. Looking at Ning Xiaochuan, the eyes of the 2 guards also looked a little strange at the moment. The rule in hell is to respect strength. As long as you have strength, you can do whatever you want. Although the 2 of them are the guards of the city, if Ning Xiaochuan kills them, no one will revenge them. "What's your name?" "I want to report it to the superior." The 2 guards looked at each other, put away their bone spears, and were polite to Ning Xiaochuan. "I don't know how many times." "Skeleton dragon." Ning Xiaochuan casually said a name. The 2 guards nodded and said, "Adults, wait a moment. It will take some time to get the city entry certificate." Ning Xiaochuan didn't mind this time, so he stood aside and waited silently. Just as he was waiting, a large group of people appeared in front of him. These people came out of the city, and their faces were frightened, as if something terrible bad luck was about to happen to them. Ning Xiaochuan glanced at these people, and immediately found that most of them were very young, and their accomplishments were not high. If such a group of people leave the protection of the city and enter the harsh environment of hell, I'm afraid they can't adapt at all. Sure enough, as Ning Xiaochuan expected, a short young man among these people had just stepped out of the city, and the charm power that existed at all times in hell immediately eroded him. The young man's eyes twinkled with a red light, and then he turned frantically and killed the people behind him. "Ah, I want to kill. Kill everyone." The shrill roar came from the young population. However, before he rushed to the young people, an old man who had been standing beside them suddenly shot. The old man's cultivation was of the level of creating a world. He beat the crazy young man into meat sauce with one move, and then took all these blood and meat back with a palm-sized bottle. "Hurry up, you are 18 years old this year, but your accomplishments have not even reached the 9th level of the human realm. You can only go outside to survive and perish. Let's go now." If you don't go, you can directly refine it into meat mud. The old man collected the blood and flesh on the ground with a bottle and shouted at the rest of the young people. Driven away by the old man, these young people were frightened, but they still clenched their teeth and walked out of the city. Immediately, several of these young people went crazy and were finally beaten into meat paste. Most of the young people who resisted the charm of hell now showed some surprise on their faces, and then, like toddlers, they helped each other step by step towards the darkness in the distance. Evil people in hell were born in the city at the beginning. However, once they reached the age of 18, these evil people had to leave the city and go to other places in hell to survive. Unless the cultivation reaches the 9th level of the human realm before the age of 18, otherwise, all evil people have to experience the experience of being driven out of the city in front of them. Ning Xiaochuan is no stranger to this, because all the people he met before, such as Skeleton Dragon, have experienced this process. Although he had known this for a long time, Ning Xiaochuan couldn't help but exclaim in his heart at the moment. The law of survival in hell is a little too cold-blooded and cruel. However, with the abominable environment of hell, if these evil people in hell do not adopt this cruel law, they simply cannot be inherited from generation to generation. Mr. Skeleton Dragon, I have reported your situation. Now the commander wants to see you in person. If you are strong enough, you can even become a soldier of the commander. After the young people who were driven out of the city disappeared, Ning Xiaochuan immediately heard the voices of the previous 2 guards. The commander is only the most basic commander in hell. Above the commander, there are thousands of commanders and thousands of commanders. Like Han Jin, who was killed by Ning Xiaochuan at the beginning, is a commander-in-chief of 10,000 generals. No problem, take me to the commander. Ning Xiaochuan nodded and followed a soldier into the city. All the information about hell in Ning Xiaochuan's mind was learned from Han Jin and Skeleton Dragon's memory. Although Han Jin's cultivation is good, as the commander of 10,000 generals, he knows a lot about the information in the city. However, this is not the Qingdi department where Han Jin lives, so the little information Han Jin knows is not applicable here at all. As for Skeleton Dragon, with his cultivation, he is not qualified to understand the information in the city. Therefore, after Ning Xiaochuan entered the city, he urgently needed to find a person who had a certain position and understood the information of the city. At present, the commander who took the initiative to find Ning Xiaochuan is undoubtedly the best goal. After entering the city, Ning Xiaochuan immediately found that the strange feeling that haunted him all the time had completely disappeared at the moment. It seems that the weird power in hell has been completely blocked here. No wonder these evil people dream of entering the city to practice. To practice in such a place is really much better than the external environment. Ning Xiaochuan secretly calculated a few words in his heart, and even with this soldier, he entered a place in the city. There are only some simple buildings here, which can be regarded as a barracks surrounded by the city. Commander, the person you want is coming. With the announcement of the guard, dozens of figures immediately appeared from the surrounding simple barracks. Dozens of figures, everyone with the breath of the eternal realm. Almost all the masters in hell are concentrated in the city of hell, and those who can live in the city, except those newly born evil people, are all masters above the eternal realm. The 9th peak of cultivation in the eternal realm can become the commander of 10,000 generals. The 8th reconstruction of the eternal realm is that it can become the commander of thousands of generals. And the most basic commander must have at least the 6th level of cultivation in the eternal realm. Almost all of the dozens of masters in the ancient world now exist above the 4th level of the ancient world, and one of them has reached the 7th level of the ancient world, which is regarded as the first master here. Our Yan Quan department is about to start a war with the enemy. Now all the fellow clans above the eternal realm are going to fight. You will be my subordinates in the future. Follow me to gather other fellow clans. Seeing Ning Xiaochuan, the 7th heaviest master in the eternal realm, he immediately stood up. He was tall, full of qi and blood, and strong, and he was not as thin as an ordinary evil man. As he spoke, he had punched Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan can see that this punch is basically testing his strength at the moment. If Ning Xiaochuan is willing, he can beat the evil man in front of him into meat with a casual punch. However, now entering the city, Ning Xiaochuan still converged a lot, and only broke out the fourth strength of the ordinary eternal realm, blocking the punch in front of him. Well, the fourth weight of the eternal realm, you'll be fine with me in the future. Testing out Ning Xiaochuan's fourth strength in the eternal realm, the commander suddenly showed a smile on his face. A fourth-level evil man in the eternal realm is obviously a capable general for this commander. In the envious eyes of the previous guard, Ning Xiaochuan was arranged to live nearby, and he became the direct relative of the commander from then on. Ning Xiaochuan has no objection to this. Now he has just entered the city, and everything is too strange. At this moment, he can take the opportunity to get familiar with the environment. After entering the city for half a day, Ning Xiaochuan's figure shot out of the humble residence and rushed to the place where the commander was located. Other Vangyujing saw Ning Xiaochuan's figure, but they didn't take it seriously. After all, at this moment, Ning Xiaochuan's strength is only the fourth weight of the eternal realm, and it is nothing at all in front of the seventh weight of the commander of the eternal realm. Ning Xiaochuan entered the commander's residence and glanced around. He couldn't help sighing in his heart. The leader in hell is also a person with some power, but this residence is not as good as the residence of an ordinary people in Dian world. Of course, compared with other places in hell, the place where the commander lives is already excellent. Who? Entering the commander's residence, Ning Xiaochuan deliberately released a little breath, and the commander who was practicing immediately shouted angrily. It's me, Commander. I have something to report to you. Ning Xiaochuan's voice was calm. The next moment, the tall commander appeared in front of Ning Xiaochuan. Looking cold, he glanced up and down at Ning Xiaochuan, and then he snorted coldly, "What's the matter? Say it quickly. If there's nothing important, I'll kill you." With the power of this commander, if he kills an evil man in the ordinary eternal realm, it is really common. However, before he finished speaking, his face immediately showed panic. Because at this moment, Ning Xiaochuan has appeared directly beside him at a speed he didn't feel. Immediately, Ning Xiaochuan easily caught the commander in his hand. An evil man with only 7 levels of eternal territory is no better than an ant in his hands. The power of the demon heart of the 7 orifices began to invade the commander. Almost a moment later, the commander looked at Ning Xiaochuan with a bit of enthusiasm. From then on, the evil leader was Ning Xiaochuan's spiritual slave. Ning Xiaochuan stared at the commander and asked in a flat tone, "What's your name?" "Master, my name is Quan He." The evil people of Yan Quan department all take Yan Hechuan as their surname. The leader of the evil man Quan, he respectfully said. At this moment, he has completely surrendered to Ning Xiaochuan, so even his compatriots are called evil people. Don't resist, let me explore your memory. Ning Xiaochuan gave an order to Chuanhe, and then gently touched his forehead. After a few breaths, Ning Xiaochuan loosened his fingers. You will still be your commander in the future. Don't bother me if it's not necessary. With a warning from Chuanhe, Ning Xiaochuan's figure suddenly rushed out. Returning to his residence again, Ning Xiaochuan took out the divine shell directly after waving his hand to arrange the next defense. He had just learned from the memory of Chuanhe that the aura of all objects in the city would not be absorbed. Entering the divine shell, Ning Xiaochuan sighed. With the help of divine shell, his cultivation speed in hell will also be extremely fast. For 3 days in a row, Ning Xiaochuan stayed in the divine shell and did not appear once. Originally, other Wangyujing masters under Quan He were still suspicious of this, but under the cover of Quan He, no one dared to provoke Ning Xiaochuan, the red man in front of the commander, soon. In this way, Ning Xiaochuan quietly practiced in the city of hell. One day outside, 1 year in God's shell. In the 21st year of Ning Xiaochuan's cultivation in the divine shell, Ning Xiaochuan sat cross-legged, his eyes suddenly opened. Immediately, a powerful breath burst out of him. The 7th level of the realm of creation, after understanding the evil demon family of the world-destroying family, my cultivation has been able to break through. Now I have been practicing hard in the divine shell for 21 years, and finally I broke through the realm in front of me with the help of various miraculous drugs. Ning Xiaochuan stood up directly and felt the breath on his body. His eyebrows immediately frowned. Although Ning Xiaochuan has broken through the 7th level of the realm of creation at the moment, his breath is very unstable at the moment. In this case, Ning Xiaochuan's combat power will not be much better than before. This is because I didn't completely cultivate the world-destroying evil demon family successfully, so my realm is very unstable. After I successfully cultivate the world-destroying evil demon family, my realm will definitely steadily enter the 7th level of the realm of creation, and may even break through the 7th level of the realm of creation. Thinking like this, Ning Xiaochuan's face suddenly showed a helpless look. He has almost understood the evil demon family of exterminating the world. As long as the conditions are sufficient, he can cultivate it to a great level. However, the problem is that cultivating the evil spirit of the world-destroying evil family requires Ning Xiaochuan to accumulate slowly, which is not something that can be completed in a hurry at all. Waving his hand to put away the divine shell, Ning Xiaochuan went out directly from his residence. Seeing Ning Xiaochuan appear, the faces of those masters in the eternal realm around him suddenly showed a look of disdain and fear. These Tianquan cranes did their best to protect Ning Xiaochuan. Due to the existence of spring cranes, these evil people who created the realm did not dare to do anything to Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan doesn't care about this. He is only thinking about how to stabilize the current state. There is no doubt that if you want to save enough evil spirit faster, the simplest way is to kill more evil people, and the more high-level evil people, the stronger the evil spirit contained in them. If Ning Xiaochuan could kill a sub-god level evil man at the moment, he would immediately have enough evil spirit to cultivate the evil spirit needed to destroy the evil demon family. However, feigning Ogawa didn't even think about it at all. The sub-god level strong man is not what he can deal with at the moment. And at the moment, Ning Xiaochuan is pretending to be a dragon. If he completely explodes his strength, he is bound to reveal his true identity. This result is not what Ning Xiaochuan wants to see. Since it is impossible to hunt the secondary god, Ning Xiaochuan's target is on those evil people below the secondary god level. As long as it is an evil person whose cultivation is less than the secondary god level, Ning Xiaochuan is confident to take it down. Master, the city master is calling us all over. Wait, master, be careful. The city master has advanced cultivation, and I'm afraid he will find out the true identity of the master. Suddenly, the figure of Spring Crane appeared on one side. His expression was still cold, but he was secretly communicating with Ning Xiaochuan. Those evil people around the eternal realm can't see the secret between Ning Xiaochuan and Chuanhe at all. Come with me to the lord of the city, who is calling us. With the roar of Chuanhe, all evil people in the natural environment, including Ning Xiaochuan, rushed towards a place in the city. Flying is forbidden in the city of hell. Only those strong people above the realm of creation have the right to fly in the city. At the moment, the city where Ning Xiaochuan is located is only the most remote and smallest city in Yanquan Department. Such a city usually rarely sees the strong man who created the realm. However, Ning Xiaochuan estimated that the city's Lord Shiyu was a strong man who created the realm. The city lord's mansion is the most luxurious city built in this city, but in Dian World, this luxurious city lord's mansion is probably not even as good as the residence of an ordinary rich family. Quan He and Ning Xiaochuan stopped abruptly in front of the city lord's mansion, and then a group of people stood solemnly waiting for the arrival of the city lord. While Ning Xiaochuan and others were waiting, a steady stream of masters of the realm of creation rushed over from one side. In this remote city, the number of masters in the realm of creation alone exceeded thousands. At this moment, although the evil people gathered here are not all the evil people in the city, they almost include all the masters in the city. Later, Ning Xiaochuan even saw a commander-in-chief with the 9th highest level of cultivation in the eternal realm appear in the front. After waiting for a long time, several figures suddenly flew out of the city master's house in front of him. Flying in front of him, he was a gloomy old man whose cultivation had reached the realm of creation. And behind the old man, there are 4 9th strongest people in the eternal realm. 1 strong man in the realm of creation, 5 9th strong men in the realm of all ages, plus thousands of ordinary strong men in the realm of all ages, are all the forces in this remote city of Yanchuanbu. After the appearance of the city master who created the realm, his eyes scanned below, and finally fell on Ning Xiaochuan. In an instant, Ning Xiaochuan felt himself shrouded in a strange force. As soon as the city master of the realm of creation appeared, he immediately locked Ning Xiaochuan, which made Ning Xiaochuan quite depressed. Originally, Ning Xiaochuan thought that his disguise could hide everything, but now it seems that he can't even hide the existence of a creator. Shua. Before the city master of the realm of creation could make a move, Ning Xiaochuan made a move in advance. He wants to catch the city master and find out how he found himself. This is hell. If Ning Xiaochuan's method of pretending his identity fails, his situation will immediately become extremely bad. There are enemies. After finding Ning Xiaochuan's abnormality, the city master of the creation of the realm only had time to say 2 words, and was directly pinched by Ning Xiaochuan before he finished a complete sentence. His cultivation also created a double realm, which was simply vulnerable in the hands of Ning Xiaochuan. Seizing the city master, Ning Xiaochuan immediately began to use the power of the 7-whole demon heart to control the city master. His cultivation has only 2 aspects of nature, and Ning Xiaochuan is still likely to control it. However, to Ning Xiaochuan's surprise, his 7 orifices demon heart had just been injected into the main body of the city, and a strange force suddenly poured out of the main body of the city, resisting the power of the 7 orifices demon heart. Moreover, this strange force was poured directly into the city lord, which made the cultivation of the city lord seem to soar by countless realms, and even directly got rid of Ning Xiaochuan's control. You are a spy who sneaked in from that tribe. You even want to attack me in the city. You simply don't know the greatness of heaven and earth. The lord of the realm of fortune broke away from Ning Xiaochuan's control and stopped a few feet away in front of Ning Xiaochuan, staring at Ning Xiaochuan with pity and threatening. His name is Yan Ke, which is completely in line with the naming style of the evil people of Yanquan tribe. At this moment, an explosive force came from Yan Ke, which made his self-confidence swell to the extreme. However, everyone can feel that this power is not Yan Ke's own, but the power he borrowed from elsewhere. Looking up at the figures of Ning Xiaochuan and Yan Ke, Quan He and other evil people who only have the cultivation of the eternal realm have long been frightened, hiding below one by one, afraid to show up. Even those who have reached the 9th level of the cultivation of the eternal realm, the commander of the 10,000 generals, is the same. The 2 strong men in the realm of creation are enough to sweep the city, not to mention that Ning Xiaochuan and Yan Ke are obviously not ordinary strong men in the realm of creation at the moment. You can borrow the power of this city. Ning Xiaochuan soon found the clue. At this moment, Yan Ke's strength seemed to be connected with the whole city. The strange power that had previously resisted Ning Xiaochuan's 7-whole demon heart was released from this city. Ning Xiaochuan was surprised that a city could also have this strange power. In the end, you are the spy of that tribe. You don't even know that the city owner of each city can borrow the power of the skeleton beast. Are you not the life of hell at all? Staring at Ning Xiaochuan, Yan Ke's face showed suspicion. Originally, he just thought that Ning Xiaochuan was the gap between other tribes coming to Yanquan department, but now, he began to doubt Ning Xiaochuan's real identity. If it is life in hell, it is impossible not to know the particularity of cities in hell. In fact, every city in hell is actually built with the bones of a hell-native creature called skeleton beast. Because skeleton beasts are naturally able to resist the unique absorption power of hell, the city made of skeleton beast bones can protect people in the city from the smell of hell. Moreover, in addition to this unique role, the city owner of each city can refine these bones. If necessary, he can extract the strength of skeleton animals from these bones. Now Yanke is like this. All the power of the skeleton animals that make up this city is concentrated on him, so he looks extremely powerful. Rather than respond to Yanke's query, Ning Xiaochuan rushed directly at him. Even if Yanke is powerful, Ning Xiaochuan will have to fight against him. What's more, at the moment, his strength just seems to be strong. With the power of skeleton animals, Yanke's breath has indeed climbed to the peak of the realm of creation, but his own cultivation is only the double of the realm of creation. Even if he suddenly has the strength of the peak of the realm of creation, he can't give full play to it. You are looking for death. Seeing Ning Xiaochuan rushing towards him, Yan burst out a roar. With his roar, the whole city around seemed to make a creaking sound. At this moment, Yanke is the city, and the city is Yanke, so Yanke acts, and the city also responds. Boom! Yanke punched Ning Xiaochuan with enough strength to turn a six-fold master of ordinary nature into meat. However, Ning Xiaochuan is much stronger than the general strong man with 6 levels of fortune. Ning Xiaochuan's power to destroy the evil demon family gushed out, and he positively resisted Yanke's fist. In order not to reveal his identity, Ning Xiaochuan did not use other tricks, but used the power of the evil demon family to deal with Yanke. But now the evil spirit accumulated on Ning Xiaochuan is not strong, but the characteristic of restraining evil spirits contained in the world-destroying evil demon family makes Ning Xiaochuan easily block Yanke. Ning Xiaochuan's strength surprised Yanke. He glanced at Ning Xiaochuan with some fear, and Yanquan's expression suddenly took a bit of ice. Bones. Yanquan spit out a word. Suddenly, half the city at his feet suddenly trembled. Countless cold bones stabbed out of the ground, puncturing all the evil people in this half-city. Without waiting for those surviving evil people to escape, these bones will squeeze together like millstones. At the moment, all the evil people in half the city have turned into meat and mud. The meat mud was stained on the bone debris and was immediately absorbed by the bone debris. Half the bones of the city flew into the air, and then gathered around Yanke, burying Yanke's figure. Soon, a ferocious bone monster appeared in front of Ning Xiaochuan. This giant beast is completely composed of cold bones and looks ferocious. This is a puppet composed of bones and bones. As long as anyone is caught by the puppet, he will be sucked out of his strength and flesh. Yanke's voice came from the mouth of the bone beast. Then, the bone beast appeared beside Ning Xiaochuan in a flash. What a fast speed! Ning Xiaochuan didn't have time to react, so he was wrapped in the middle by countless bone fragments on this bone monster. Immediately, a powerful suction enveloped Ning Xiaochuan's whole body. To Ning Xiaochuan's surprise, this suction actually wanted to absorb the evil force that finally survived in Ning Xiaochuan's body. Ning Xiaochuan naturally will not allow the evil force in his body to be absorbed. Driven by the magic pill in his body, there is also a suction coming from Ning Xiaochuan. He wants to absorb the power of this skeleton beast in turn. A steady stream of demon power came from the skeleton beast, and was finally absorbed into the body by Ning Xiaochuan. After Ning Xiaochuan used the evil demon family to exterminate the world, his attraction to the power of the evil demon was much stronger than that of the skeleton beast. It's impossible. Yanke's voice came from the skeleton beast, and his voice was full of panic. Skeleton beasts have a special position in hell, and skeletons have a restraining effect on all evil people, but now, Ning Xiaochuan has turned around to restrain skeletons. This kind of situation made Yan Ke extremely panic. He had never encountered this kind of situation before. Feeling the continuous loss of power on his body, Yan Ke's roaring voice appeared again. Explode it for me, and everything will be transformed into my strength. With Yan Ke's roar, the remaining half of the city burst open at the moment, and all the evil people and bodies in it burst into a blood mist. You know, these evil people who survive now are all masters, especially those evil people who are concentrated in front of the city lord's mansion, all of which are above the eternal realm. Such a group of people all burst into a blood mist, and then were absorbed by the bones, which made Yan Ke have the power almost comparable to the secondary god. Boom! Ning Xiaochuan's figure was directly forced out of the skeleton beast by Yan Ke. Standing in the air at a distance, Ning Xiaochuan's face was not a bit flustered at the moment, but with a somewhat surprised look. These bones actually contain pure evil spirit, and it turned out that there are really items storing evil spirit in hell. Just now, Ning Xiaochuan was wrapped in the skeleton beast, and only slightly absorbed the evil spirit of the skeleton beast. Ning Xiaochuan felt that the evil demon family in his body had made great progress. This situation simply made Ning Xiaochuan a little happy. Even he did not expect that the evil spirit he had been worried about was now contained in these bones. Staring at the skeleton beast in front of him, Ning Xiaochuan even had a bit of greed in his eyes. With the evil spirit on the skeleton beast in front of him, Ning Xiaochuan can definitely thoroughly cultivate the evil way of destroying the world to the level of Deshang. Magic pill, suck it for me. There was still a distance from the skeleton beast, and Ning Xiaochuan had controlled the magic pill and began to absorb the evil spirit above. The evil spirit contained in this skeleton beast is too strong, so Ning Xiaochuan can absorb it quickly at the moment, and a huge suction force has even formed between him and the skeleton beast. You are a skeleton beast, which is impossible. Yan Ke's frightened voice came from the skeleton beast. Immediately, he didn't even have the courage to continue fighting with Ning Xiaochuan, and he controlled the skeleton beast to escape. Of course, Ning Xiaochuan couldn't miss the big meal in front of him. With a flash of his figure, he chased Yan Ke in the direction of escape. After the two disappeared, the place where the city was originally located has now returned to darkness and become an ordinary place in hell. Yan Ke ran away in front, and Ning Xiaochuan followed. Ning Xiaochuan, while tracking, also used magic pills to absorb the evil power of Yan Ke. Driven by the huge attraction on the magic pill, the skeleton monster controlled by Yan Ke will drop a bone from time to time and fly towards Ning Xiaochuan. However, before this bone flies to Ning Xiaochuan, the evil spirit on this bone will be absorbed by Ning Xiaochuan. Without the evil spirit, this bone will immediately become broken and disappear. Pieces of bones fell from the skeleton beast controlled by Yan Wei, and then became crushed. Having absorbed so much evil spirit, Ning Xiaochuan was almost happy at the moment. In this way, Ning Xiaochuan's speed is getting faster and faster, and he will catch up with Yan Ke almost immediately. Seeing that he had no chance to escape, Yan Ke's figure suddenly stopped, and the skeleton beast separated from him. Yan Ke's body appeared. At this moment, his face was full of panic and despair. Skeleton beast. You are skeleton beast. Yan Ke stretched his finger to Ning Xiaochuan. After a few hoarse cries, the desperate Yan Ke's body exploded with a bang. Yan Ke was so afraid of Ning Xiaochuan at this moment that he didn't even dare to fight with Ning Xiaochuan, so he blew himself up directly. Ning Xiaochuan originally wanted to control Yan Ke and hunt data from Yan Ke's memory. But now, Ning Xiaochuan can only start to collect those scattered bones with a depressed face. These bones are almost the supreme panacea for Ning Xiaochuan. After carefully collecting all the bones, Ning Xiaochuan turned and flew away with satisfaction. With these bones, Ning Xiaochuan can find a place to cultivate the evil demon family to Desheng first. As for finding a way to leave hell, I'm not in a hurry. Infernal. Yanquan Department, Yanquan City. This is a large-scale city. Ordinary hell cities are all composed of the bones of a skeleton beast, but Yanquan City is composed of countless skeleton monster bones. In the middle of the city, countless skeletons and giant beasts simply piled up into a hill. Boom! A figure flew out directly from the skeleton mountain in the center of the city. His powerful breath swept the whole city, and immediately made countless evil people in the city kneel to the ground. Among these kneeling evil people, there were even the strong ones who created the peak of the realm. Who is it? Dare to kill my brother. The angry breath emanated from this figure, and immediately made those evil people kneeling on the ground tremble one by one. Yan Shui, the ancestor of Yan Quan, is about to wake up. All our secondary gods should meet him in person and give you 3 days. After 3 days, he will return to Yan Quan City immediately. A mighty voice came into the ears of the angry figure, but the evil people kneeling on the ground did not hear at all. I see, great sacrifice. This sub-god level master named Yan Shui disappeared in Yangquanqing with a flash of his figure. After Yan Shui left, those evil people kneeling on the ground got up one after another and got busy again. What these evil people are doing now is impressively moving huge bones from outside the city to Yanquan City, and finally stacking them on the skeleton hill in the center of Yanquan City. At the moment, outside Yanquan City, there are still countless evil people of Yanquan Department, who are rushing to Yanquan City from a distance with skeletons. The skeleton mountain in Yanquan City has become larger and larger. However, these evil people could not see that in the center of the skeleton hill, a crystal coffin was shining, and the ethereal figure sleeping in the crystal coffin seemed to be absorbing the power of the skeleton hill at the moment, and his blood and flesh were releasing a vitality. Deep in hell. Ning Xiaochuan didn't even know where he had flown after flying for a long time. However, Ning Xiaochuan didn't care about it. He found a place casually, and Ning Xiaochuan directly landed down. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, Ning Xiaochuan began to have a palm-sized bone in his hand. These bones are all those collected by Ning Xiaochuan before. Holding such a bone in his hand, Ning Xiaochuan immediately felt as if he had entered the city, completely exempted from the strange force in hell. However, just a moment later, the bone in Ning Xiaochuan's hand suddenly became broken. Obviously, the power in this bone in his hand has disappeared, so it will become shattered. No wonder no one in hell will rely on this method to exempt the devouring power in hell, but to get these skeletons together and build a city pool. It seems that only a large number of skeletons together can resist this unique power in hell. Ning Xiaochuan threw out the powder in his hand and began to take out bigger bones. One of these bones is almost as big as Ning Xiaochuan. After taking out several such huge bones in succession, Ning Xiaochuan took advantage of these bones and built a simple shed around him. Sitting in this bone shed, the unique power in hell was exempted again. Ning Xiaochuan is very satisfied with this. What he wants is this effect. Although this seems a little too wasteful, at this moment, Ning Xiaochuan can't care so much. Waving his hand to take out the divine shell, Ning Xiaochuan directly entered the divine shell. With the shelter of this bone shed, Ning Xiaochuan is not worried that the divine shell will be absorbed by the devouring power in hell. However, Ning Xiaochuan also knows that this bone shed can't last for a long time. It can only last for 2 or 3 days at most. In 2 or 3 days, the time in the divine shell is 2 or 3 years. For Ning Xiaochuan at the moment, this time is enough. After entering the divine shell, Ning Xiaochuan immediately threw out most of the bones in his hands, scattered. Large and small bones walked around Ning Xiaochuan, feeling the power emanating from these bones, and Ning Xiaochuan suddenly showed a wry smile on his face. I understand that it was these bones who felt the evil spirit in me at the beginning, so my whereabouts leaked. It was not the city lord Yan Wei who found my abnormality. Ning Xiaochuan was a little depressed and grabbed a bone in his hand. Now he found that the smell emanating from these bones was indeed almost the same as the evil spirit in his body. That is to say, if Ning Xiaochuan wants to enter the city in hell in the future, Shiyu will still leak out. No matter, first stabilize your realm. With more bones summoned to his side, Ning Xiaochuan immediately began to practice. A steady stream of evil spirit poured into Ning Xiaochuan's body, and Ning Xiaochuan's cultivation was completely stable in the 7th level of the realm of creation. A year later, Ning Xiaochuan's cultivation even began to break through towards the middle of the 7th level of the realm of creation. And now in the hell, a giant beast like a hill is staggering forward in the hell. This is the only creature in hell. The appearance of the skeleton beast is not fixed, and almost any shape of the skeleton beast has. However, no matter what the skeleton animals look like, they all have one characteristic, that is, they don't have their own wisdom. Every skeleton beast is completely moving by instinct. Their instinct is to devour anything interesting in front of him. The rocks in hell, the minerals in hell, the soil in hell, and even other skeleton animals. These are the targets that skeleton animals devour. Of course, the favorite of skeleton beasts is the blood and flesh of evil people in hell. Now, this huge skeleton beast, like a mouse, is staggering forward. Soon, a small pile of shining things in front attracted the attention of the skeleton beast. The skeleton beast actually has no eyes, but it can feel everything. Staggering close to the pile of glowing things, the skeleton beast was excited to grow up its mouth and began to devour the things in front of it. A huge suction appeared, and the skeleton beast sucked almost everything around into its mouth. However, in the middle of this attraction, Ning Xiaochuan's figure rushed out. What is this? Rushing aside, Ning Xiaochuan looked at the huge mouse in front of him in astonishment. Just now he was practicing in the divine shell, and suddenly felt this thing appear, so he had to rush out of the divine shell in advance. If he hadn't appeared in time, I'm afraid even the divine shell would be absorbed by this big mouse at the moment. Among the memories of several evil people absorbed by Ning Xiaochuan, there is no skeleton beast, because only those demigods in hell are qualified to deal with skeleton beasts. So at the moment, Ning Xiaochuan couldn't tell what the thing in front of him was at the moment. He thought it was some kind of beast in the silk hell. Hello, who are you? After hesitating for a moment, Ning Xiaochuan began to speak to the skeleton beast in front of him. He felt a strong pressure from this big mouse. In Dian world, monsters with this strength are all kings of monsters. So Ning Xiaochuan instinctively took the big mouse in front of him as something similar. The skeleton beast has no wisdom, so he naturally has no reply to Ning Xiaochuan's voice transmission. After feeling that he didn't eat what he wanted to eat, the big mouse immediately shifted its goal to Ning Xiaochuan. He felt a breath of the same kind from Ning Xiaochuan, but in the eyes of the skeleton beast, there was no word of the same kind. If it wanted to, it would devour even the same kind. What the hell is this monster? Ning Xiaochuan spoke to the big mouse several times in succession, but he didn't get any reply at all. At the moment, Ning Xiaochuan didn't notice that dozens of evil people were trembling with fear on a mountain several miles away from here. Who the hell is that big brother? He's not even afraid of skeleton animals. Feeling Ning Xiaochuan calm in front of the skeleton beast, these evil people simply admire Ning Xiaochuan's courage to the extreme. When the skeleton beast meets these evil people, he will never be polite. While they were trembling, these evil people suddenly saw a shining figure flying over their heads. In hell, the only ones who can fly with light on their bodies are the strong ones of the sub-god level. A secondary god has come to a place like ours. Is it for the hunter's head? These evil people were all extremely surprised. Skeleton beasts and secondary gods are rare in hell, but now they all appear here. After the appearance of this secondary god, Ning Xiaochuan immediately found his existence. In the dark hell, such a figure with light all over is really very conspicuous. However, in the hell, even the light should be absorbed. The figure in front of him was actually full of light. This alone can see how powerful his strength is. The secondary god in hell. Ning Xiaochuan immediately recognized the strength of this figure and glanced back at the secondary god. Ning Xiaochuan's face was full of fear. Even though his cultivation has been raised to the 7th level of the realm of creation, Ning Xiaochuan knows that he is still not an opponent of a secondary god. Only after Ning Xiaochuan's cultivation is upgraded to the 9th level of the realm of creation and he understands more ways of destroying the world can he compete with the secondary god. Staring at the god in the distance, Ning Xiaochuan didn't do anything. He didn't know the purpose of this secondary god at all, so at this moment, naturally, he could only wait and see what this secondary god wanted to do. If the other party just passed by here, of course, it would be best. However, Ning Xiaochuan's idea is obviously too optimistic. The figure of the second god crossed the sky, and then stopped in the sky dozens of feet above Ning Xiaochuan. The secondary god that appears now is Yan Shui, who left Yanquan City before. In order to avenge his brother, Yan Shui didn't hesitate to rush here to personally search for the enemy who killed his brother. Relying on a unique tracking secret, Yan Shui tracked all the way and finally found Ning Xiaochuan. However, staring at the figure who killed his brother below at the moment, Yan Shui's face was stunned. The reason why he was so stunned was very simple, because there was a skeleton beast crouching behind the murderer who killed his brother below. Skeleton beasts are natural enemies for everything in hell. Even if Yan Shui, the secondary god, met a skeleton beast, he was quite afraid. It's not that Yan Shui is not the opponent of this skeleton beast, but because the skeleton beast is a little too difficult. First of all, these skeleton beasts have strong defense, so strong that it is difficult for the secondary god to hurt them. Secondly, these skeleton beasts have strong resilience. Even if half of their bodies are cut off, they can recover quickly. In the face of such a monster that can't move and die, everyone naturally has a headache. Fortunately, the attack of these skeleton beasts is not too strong. Their unique skill is only one, that is, eat whatever you catch, and even the skeleton beasts can eat the unique skill issued by the secondary god. At this moment, Yan Shui looked at Ning Xiaochuan. He was just curious about what disease the skeleton beast had committed, and he didn't swallow Ning Xiaochuan in one bite. You know, these skeleton beasts usually like to eat evil people in hell. Who? When Ning Xiaochuan and Yan Shui looked at each other, the skeleton beast standing behind Ning Xiaochuan had rushed over Ning Xiaochuan and rushed towards Yan Shui. Yan Xiaochuan is a sub-god, and his qi and blood are too strong, so he naturally became the primary target of the skeleton beast. Evil beast. Facing the skeleton beast rushing towards him, Yan Shui made a cold sound in his mouth. Immediately, a figure appeared on his body, and his body began to entangle with the skeleton beast, but the split mind and body had rushed towards Ning Xiaochuan. This sub-god is coming for me. Seeing this scene, Ning Xiaochuan couldn't see that Yan Shui came for himself. Dare to kill my brother, damn you. Yan Shui's separation swept Ning Xiaochuan coldly, and then waved at Ning Xiaochuan. Although the sub-god's body is not as powerful as the sub-god's body, it is also a bit more powerful than the strong man who created the peak of the realm. Exterminating evil demon family. In the face of the attack of the second god, Ning Xiaochuan's face changed greatly. While retreating rapidly, he was playing a spirit of evil. Facing the secondary god, Ning Xiaochuan didn't dare to reserve at all. Fortunately, in the recent year, Ning Xiaochuan has cultivated the world-destroying evil demon family to a state of great success in the divine shell, and the evil spirit accumulated in his body has also been strong enough to compete with the present secondary god. However, the evil family of exterminating the world broke out and became powerful, but this move did not last long. After Ning Xiaochuan's evil spirit was exhausted, he had to disclose other means. First, use the evil demon family to exterminate the world. If not, then use other means. For a moment, Ning Xiaochuan made a judgment in his heart. In this environment of hell, Ning Xiaochuan still tries not to use other means, because using other means means the exposure of his identity. A powerful evil spirit erupted from Ning Xiaochuan's hands. These evil spirits left Ning Xiaochuan's body and immediately rushed towards the sub-god in front like thousands of troops. Ning Xiaochuan was stunned by the scene, and this sub-god separation was crushed directly by the evil spirit played by Ning Xiaochuan without resistance. Impossible. Yan Shui, who was still dealing with the skeleton beast in the distance, turned pale at the moment. The loss of a mind and body has also had an impact on the strength of his noumenon. However, what really surprised him was the means Ning Xiaochuan showed at the moment. A pure evil spirit broke out, and even destroyed all his parts. What does this mean? Is there any special skill in this boy's hand? Yan Shui was shocked, but his eyes to Ning Xiaochuan were a little greedy. As a secondary god in hell, Yan Shui certainly has a certain understanding of the origin of hell. He is very clear that places like hell are fundamentally a cage. And the person who created the cage didn't want the people in the cage to continue to practice at all, so the environment in hell was so bad that there was no aura for people to practice, only pure demon aura. This kind of evil spirit breath, even his sub-god level evil man, did not dare to practice. If this kind of evil spirit breath entered the body, his sub-god would also become crazy because of the charm ability contained in the evil spirit breath. But now, Yan Shui felt this pure evil smell from Ning Xiaochuan. If he can control this evil breath, doesn't it mean that he has found a way to cultivate by using the breath in hell? Yan Shui looked at Ning Xiaochuan and his eyes were extremely hot. Such cultivation means are much more precious than his brother's life. Yan Shui didn't know that Ning Xiaochuan's ability to master the evil spirit was entirely due to the relationship between cultivating and destroying the world. However, thinking in another direction, Ning Xiaochuan's cultivation of the way to destroy the world can really make people continue to cultivate in such a bad environment as hell. The way of destroying the world is to cultivate the way of destroying everything, and hell is also within the scope of the elimination of the way of destroying the world. Staring at Ning Xiaochuan, Yan Shui began to show his real strength at this moment. A long knife, like a bone, appeared in Yan Shui's hand. Wow! This bone-long knife, dragging a brilliant fan-shaped light, directly cut through the middle of the skeleton beast. Then, the fan-shaped brilliance rushed towards Ning Xiaochuan with unparalleled momentum. At the moment, what attacked was Yan Shui's body. This move was 10 times and 100 times stronger than the move that Yan Shui had just fought separately. It's hard. Ning Xiaochuan bit his teeth and immediately mobilized all the evil spirit in his body. The evil spirit he had accumulated for so long, including the evil spirit absorbed from those bones in the past year, was now driven by Ning Xiaochuan. The huge evil spirit almost condensed into a skeleton-shaped virtual shadow in front of Ning Xiaochuan. After Yan Shui's figure appeared in front of Ning Xiaochuan, the skull-shaped virtual shadow rushed at Yan Shui. Yan Shui held the bone knife and the skeleton virtual shadow for a moment, and his face suddenly changed. The power of these evil spirits was much more powerful than Yan Shui imagined. Vaguely, Yan Shui even felt a sense of oppression from it. The exterminating evil demon family has the attribute of suppressing all evil demons. Even if Yan Shui is a sub-god level master, he will also be suppressed. Bang! Yan Shui's figure was beaten out by the skeleton virtual shadow, and the bone knife in his hand was now broken into 2 pieces. However, looking at Yan Shui's figure flying backward, Ning Xiaochuan's face was not happy. He used up all the evil spirit on his body to play this move. Admittedly, this move made him a little surprised, but this move only broke Yan Shui's bone knife in his hand, and Yan Shui itself was not damaged. Next, Ning Xiaochuan can no longer have any tricks to compete with Yan Shui's secondary god. Even if Ning Xiaochuan uses the way of receiving gods or other means, he cannot be the opponent of Yan Shui's secondary god. Just hesitated for a moment, Ning Xiaochuan suddenly rushed out. He didn't escape, because he knew that at the speed of the secondary god, even if he escaped, he couldn't escape. At the moment, Ning Xiaochuan rushed in the direction of the skeleton beast. Although I don't know the origin of the skeleton beast, this monster is obviously the enemy of Yan Shui, so now, Ning Xiaochuan can only choose to work together with this monster to deal with Yan Shui. The figure kept passing through the void. When Yan Shui rushed over again, Ning Xiaochuan had stood on the top of the skeleton beast, facing Yan Shui in a distance. Looking at Ning Xiaochuan standing on the top of the skeleton beast, Yan Shui was completely shocked at the moment. He had never seen a skeleton beast allow someone to stand on his head and fight. Moreover, at the moment, this skeleton beast looks cute. If it's not for knowing that the skeleton beast has no consciousness at all, I'm afraid Yan Shui will think that this skeleton beast is Ning Xiaochuan's pet. How on earth did he do this? Staring at Ning Xiaochuan, Yan Shui screamed in his heart. At the moment, Ning Xiaochuan also set off a storm in his heart. Just as he stepped on the top of the skeleton beast just now, Ning Xiaochuan actually felt a familiar breath. Evil gas, and it is a very powerful evil gas. How can these monsters have such a strong evil gas in their bodies? Standing on top of the skeleton beast, Ning Xiaochuan was also screaming in his heart. Are all the bones I got before the bones in this monster's body? Although Ning Xiaochuan didn't know the details of the skeleton beast, he began to vaguely guess some facts at the moment. These thoughts flashed in Ning Xiaochuan's mind, and Ning Xiaochuan's attention immediately focused on the evil spirit in the skeleton beast under his feet. At this moment, Ning Xiaochuan felt that he was simply stepping on a mass of energy. With this mass of energy under his feet, Ning Xiaochuan even had confidence to compete with the god in front of him. But at the moment, his only worry is that the monster at his feet has been stupid, as if he had no consciousness of himself. It seems that it is difficult for him to cooperate with himself. I'll try to use the power of the 7 orifices demon heart to control it first, and then think of other ways if I can't. Ning Xiaochuan immediately began to pour the power of the 7-hole demon heart into the body of the skeleton beast under his feet. However, what made Ning Xiaochuan helpless was that the power of his 7-hole demon heart was immediately dispersed by a powerful force as soon as it entered the skeleton beast. At the beginning, Yan Ke just used the power of the bones of the skeleton animals to block Ning Xiaochuan's power of the 7-hole demon heart. Now Ning Xiaochuan is facing a living skeleton beast, which of course cannot be controlled by Ning Xiaochuan so easily. In fact, no one in this world can control the existence of skeleton beasts. Like a stone, it has no consciousness, so you can operate the stone to do other things, but you will never control it more than you want to treat it as a living creature. After the control failed, Ning Xiaochuan suddenly grinned helplessly. Ning Xiaochuan was not surprised by this result. Looking up at the secondary god in the distance, Ning Xiaochuan began to absorb the evil spirit from the monster under his feet. With sufficient evil spirit, Ning Xiaochuan had the capital to compete with the secondary god in front of him. Yan Shui stared at Ning Xiaochuan and suddenly said, "Are you from that tribe?" After feeling Ning Xiaochuan's weirdness, Yan Shui decided to find out Ning Xiaochuan's identity first. "I'm from the Qing Emperor Department. You people from Yanquan Department attacked our people from the Qing Emperor Department for no reason. After I go back, I must tell it to the High Priest of the Qing Emperor Department. The High Priest is the highest in the Hell tribe, just like the Emperor of a country." Ning Xiaochuan originally wanted to continue to use the false identity of Skeleton Dragon, but on second thought, this is obviously a big man of Yanquan Department in front of him, and his fake skeleton dragon is only the lowest existence of Yan Quan department. The difference in identity between the two naturally makes him lower the other side. Therefore, Ning Xiaochuan immediately said the identity of the Qing Emperor department, and wanted to scare Yan Shui away with the help of the name of the Qing Emperor department. Qingdi department. Hearing Ning Xiaochuan's words, Yan Shui's face really showed some fear. The Qing Emperor department is also a very powerful tribe in hell, especially the god Qing Tianda Di worshipped by the Qing Emperor department, which is a bit stronger than the gods worshipped by their Yan Quan department. After a little meditation, Yan Shui immediately said coldly, "As a member of the Qing Emperor department, you unexpectedly ran to the territory of my Yan Quan department and hunted and killed the city master of my Yan Quan department. You are doing this to plunder the skeleton animal bones that form the city. Don't forget, your Qing Emperor department needs skeleton animal bones to wake up the great emperor, and my Yan Quan department also wants skeleton animal bones to wake up the gods of my Yan Quan department." Speaking of later, Yan Shui's tone was already a little fierce. Obviously, he worships the so-called gods in his mouth. Wake up the emperor? Ning Xiaochuan was immediately a little stunned. He had long known that there were real gods in hell, but he didn't expect that these gods seemed to be sleeping. And at this moment, these secondary gods in hell are trying to wake up these hell gods. Yan Shui stared at Ning Xiaochuan, and his voice changed. "However, now our hell departments have formed an alliance to break the seal of hell and enter the Guishu together. Haven't your Qingdi department established the magic frozen city on the Guishu? We are now one, regardless of Yanquan department or Qingdi department. You go to Yanquan city with me." It seemed that in order to prove his sincerity, Yan Shui's tone became soft. Yan Shui naturally won't be really polite to Ning Xiaochuan. Now he just wants to cheat Ning Xiaochuan into Yanquan city, and then torture Ning Xiaochuan's secret. Facing Yan Shui's childish trick, Ning Xiaochuan will not be fooled. Shaking his head, Ning Xiaochuan said directly, "My lord, I have other tasks to complete here. I'm afraid I can't go to Yangquanqing with you. You are looking for death." Yan Shui's expression immediately became angry again. As a secondary god, he was polite enough to talk so lowly with a junior who created the realm. Obviously, the other party didn't give himself face. Therefore, Yan Shui immediately couldn't contain his anger, and his hands closed together, and a black ball slowly appeared between his hands. In this round ball, the power of the secondary god in Yan Shui's body is gathered, and it has a strong phagocytic power. After condensing the ball, Yan Shui immediately threw it at Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan looked dignified and was about to blow out the evil spirit he had just absorbed, but the skeleton beast under his feet suddenly jumped up and swallowed the ball hit by Yan blood. As if he had eaten a tonic, the skeleton beast absorbed the power of the secondary god from Yan blood, and his whole body trembled, which seemed very comfortable. Awesome, even the power of the secondary god was swallowed up without hesitation. Ning Xiaochuan glanced down at the skeleton beast at his feet, and couldn't help but tut in his mouth. Yan Shui in the distance looked at Ning Xiaochuan coldly with a gloomy face. He did not expect that this skeleton beast would suddenly block his attack for Ning Xiaochuan. With a cold hum in his mouth, Yan Shui's figure instantly appeared beside Ning Xiaochuan. He still wants to catch Ning Xiaochuan directly. As long as he catches Ning Xiaochuan, this skeleton beast will pose no threat to him. However, as he approached Ning Xiaochuan, a powerful force suddenly erupted in Ning Xiaochuan's body. The more powerful evil force than just now hit from Ning Xiaochuan's body. Just now, Ning Xiaochuan used all the power of evil spirits and broke the bone knife in Yan Shui's hand. Now Yan Shui didn't dare to confront these evil spirits head-on, but flashed and dodged aside. However, Ning Xiaochuan shot very quickly at the moment. After sensing the trace of Yan Shui, a powerful evil spirit immediately came out. A steady stream of evil spirit was uploaded from the skeleton beast under his feet to Ning Xiaochuan's body. At this moment, this skeleton beast is like a perpetual motion machine, constantly passing on the power to Ning Xiaochuan. Cool, this feeling is so cool. Since he realized the evil way of destroying the world, Ning Xiaochuan played so happily for the first time, and there was no need to worry about the insufficient evil spirit on his body. Boom! Finally, Yan Shui was hit by the evil spirit of Ning Xiaochuan. His figure flew backward with the evil spirit, and a few drops of bright things flew out of Yan blood. Ning Xiaochuan reached out and took these drops of shiny things into his hand, and immediately felt like a hill pressing on his hand. These shiny things are just as big as beans, but they weigh as much as a hill. Secondary God blood. Ning Xiaochuan immediately identified it. These bright things, like crystal, were clearly blood dripping from Yan Shui. Before, Ning Xiaochuan had drunk 3 cups of secondary God blood at Xinma. At that time, though secondary God blood was strong, but it was far from the drops of secondary God blood in Ning Xiaochuan's hands now. If only compared with spirituality, 1 drop of these secondary God blood in Ning Xiaochuan's hand at the moment can be compared with the spirituality contained in the 3 cups of secondary God blood at the beginning. Ning Xiaochuan had never seen the blood of the second God before, so he didn't know the strength of the blood of the second God. But now, holding these drops of secondary God blood, Ning Xiaochuan knew that the 3 cups of secondary God blood he drank at the beginning had definitely been touched by the demon. No, the spirituality in the blood of these secondary gods is so strong that you must not be swallowed up by the earth. After a few thoughts flashed in Ning Xiaochuan's heart, he immediately realized that it was bad. But now it was too late, and the shining blood of the secondary god in his hand slipped from his hand, just like water dripping into the desert, and disappeared instantly. A few drops of secondary god's blood were wasted, which made Ning Xiaochuan quite frustrated. But immediately, he looked up in the direction of Yan Shui's disappearance. Just now, Ning Xiaochuan used the evil spirit to hurt Yan Shui, which greatly increased Ning Xiaochuan's confidence. Now he believed that even if Yan Shui appeared since then, he was confident to beat him back again. Thanks to this monster, with this monster, my evil demon family can really play its strength. Ning Xiaochuan bent down and patted the skeleton beast at his feet, and couldn't help but praise it in his heart. His evil demon family and the skeleton beast together, it was a match made in heaven, and even the secondary god was defeated by them. Of course, Ning Xiaochuan knew that Yan Shui, who was beaten out by him, must be the lowest level secondary god, and it was estimated that the secondary god had a heavy cultivation. Waiting quietly for a moment, Yan Shui's figure never appeared again, as if he had escaped. Ning Xiaochuan stared at the distance for a moment, and his face showed helplessness. He could feel that in the darkness in the distance, a stream of consciousness was always locking himself. There is no doubt that the demigod of Yan Xuanbu is not willing to fail, so he has been secretly tracking himself at the moment. He must also see that Ning Xiaochuan's power mostly comes from this skeleton beast, so now he will quietly wait for Ning Xiaochuan to separate from the skeleton beast. If I can control this monster, my evil demon family will really reach the peak. Ning Xiaochuan sat cross-legged on the top of the skeleton beast and sighed in his heart. However, with only a sigh, Ning Xiaochuan's heart suddenly flashed like lightning. No, if the evil demon family has such a huge defect, then what qualification is it to be called one of the 3,000 ways to kill the world? There must be another method, but it allows me to have sufficient evil power. Ning Xiaochuan's mind began to flash countless ideas. Vaguely, he even felt that there was a new way of destroying the world to be understood by him. I recommend Faitian Fish's fantasy masterpiece, God of the Ages. The book is already fat. Please go and kill it. I have recommended Lao Jiao many times. I believe some old readers know that this book is written by Yu Yu, the daughter-in-law of Lao Jiao. The book she wrote is still very good, more delicate than mine, but it is greatly influenced by me. Some of the things designed are a little similar to my last book. Of course, overall, it is still very good. At present, the popularity of God of All Ages is the second in QQ bookstore, and the recommendation ticket is the top 5. The collection has exceeded 100,000. It is absolutely a good book. Go and read it. Haha. Doomsday Darkway. Destroy the world and the source. Doomsday Hell. Countless inspirations flashed in Ning Xiaochuan's mind like sparks, but then these sparks flashed away and completely disappeared. Sitting cross-legged on the top of the skeleton beast, Ning Xiaochuan shook his head and sighed. Even if Ning Xiaochuan knew the names of these immortals, he could not understand them. However, now Ning Xiaochuan finally has a little clue and knows how to go next in his practice, which is also a small breakthrough. Ning Xiaochuan has felt that if he really will cooperate with the world-destroying evil demon family to cultivate the world-destroying evil, he will definitely have the strength compared with the secondary god even if he has not stepped into the secondary god realm. Standing up from the top of the skeleton beast, Ning Xiaochuan looked up and looked into the distance. It was still as dark as ever around. After the secondary god was defeated here in Ning Xiaochuan, his figure was completely hidden. Ning Xiaochuan couldn't find where he was hiding. However, the feeling from the power of the 7 orifices demon's heart clearly told Ning Xiaochuan that the secondary god was definitely not far away, but just hid aside. Being followed by such a powerful enemy all the time, Ning Xiaochuan was also a little helpless. Before this sub-god leaves, he will not be separated from the monster under his feet in any case. Sit cross-legged again. Ning Xiaochuan has planned to spend all his time with the other party. Far away followed Ning Xiaochuan, Yan Shui's face was extremely gloomy at the moment. How could he find my existence? Besides, how could the skeleton beast not attack him? After tracking Ning Xiaochuan successively for a whole day, Yan Shui began to get irritable. If at other times, Yan Shui certainly had a lot of time to spend with Ning Xiaochuan. But now it's different. Now the whole hell is on the edge of great changes. At this time, if Yan Shui leaves Yanquan City for too long, he will definitely be punished by the High Priest of Yanquan Department. You know, this time Yan Shui left Yanquan City, the High Priest only gave him 3 days. In order to find Ning Xiaochuan, Yan Shui wasted a day. Now he spent another day tracking Ning Xiaochuan. Counting the time of rushing back, Yan Shui had at most half a day to calculate Ning Xiaochuan at the moment. If he still cannot win Ning Xiaochuan within half a day, he will have to return to Yanquan City. Gnashing his teeth, Yan Shui finally retreated with a full face of reluctance after continuing to follow Ning Xiaochuan for most of the day. At the moment Yan Shui left, Ning Xiaochuan had already felt something. However, to be on the safe side, Ning Xiaochuan still remained on the head of the skeleton beast. Anyway, he has no place to go now, and it's not a bad thing to be with this monster. At least with this monster, Ning Xiaochuan's world-destroying evil family was almost cultivated to the extreme by him. Ning Xiaochuan has even begun to deduce a new way of exterminating the world based on the evil demon road. So far, Ning Xiaochuan has understood more than a dozen ways to destroy the world. However, he realized that each of these ways of destruction existed independently. For example, if Ning Xiaochuan uses the world-destroying kendo, he can only use the world-destroying kendo. If Ning Xiaochuan shows the power of the world-destroying nebula way, he can only show the power of the world-destroying nebula way. But now, Ning Xiaochuan has a deeper understanding of the way of destroying the world. The way of destroying the world I learned before is still too messy, and there is no connection between them at all. In this way, I can only use the power of one way of destroying the world every time I fight with people, which is a waste of the ability of destroying the world. After talking to himself, Ning Xiaochuan immediately became excited. In the past, Ning Xiaochuan doubted that if the power of each of the 3,000 ways of destroying the world was only that he understood, even if he understood all the 3,000 ways of destroying the world, his strength could not be much stronger. But now, Ning Xiaochuan began to realize that each of the 3,000 ways of destroying the world should be complementary. In this way, as long as Ning Xiaochuan understands more than one way of destroying the world, his strength will double. If he understands all the 3,000 ways of destroying the world, Ning Xiaochuan's strength will probably reach an unnatural level at that time. If the 3,000 ways of destroying the world is an array, every avenue contained in the way of destroying the world can only be regarded as an eye in this array. Only when these array eyes complement each other and are integrated, can this large array exert its maximum power. Ning Xiaochuan used to cultivate the way of destroying the world, but he just looked for array eyes to cultivate at will on this huge array. These array eyes are scattered everywhere, and there is no connection between them, so it is naturally impossible to arouse the power of the array. But now, Ning Xiaochuan has begun to understand the cultivation of looking for nearby array eyes. With the success of these nearby array eyes, Ning Xiaochuan can naturally start to slowly arouse the real power of this big array. Doomsday Dark Way. Doomsday Origin Way. Doomsday Hell Way. Following the inferences of the evil demon family, Ning Xiaochuan immediately appeared the names of 3 kinds of evil families in his mind. These world-destroying ways are the existence that Ning Xiaochuan had realized before. As long as Ning Xiaochuan can successfully cultivate any of these 3 world-destroying ways, his world-destroying evil demon family will definitely increase its strength. However, what Ning Xiaochuan is going to do now is to choose the one that is the most beneficial to the evil demon family among the 3 kinds of evil ways. Sitting cross-legged on the top of the skeleton beast, Ning Xiaochuan slowly closed his eyes. At the moment, countless evil people are still carrying bones to the skeleton mountain in the center of Yanquan City. At the top of the skeleton mountain, in a skeleton cave, Yan Shui knelt respectfully on one knee in front of an old man. It is only the high priest of Yanquan department who can make Yan Shui, the secondary god, treat him so respectfully. Do you mean that when you went out this time, you met a member of the Qing Emperor clan who was able to associate with skeleton animals and cultivate with evil spirit? Holding a bone stick in his hand, the high priest frowned and stared at Yan Shui. The name of this high priest is Yan Wushuang. He was also a great man in those days, but countless years have passed, and now he is very old. Yan Wushuang looked ordinary, just like an ordinary old man, with no power fluctuation all over his body. Just looking at the appearance, Yan Shui's momentum is countless times stronger than Yan Wushuang. However, in front of Yan Wushuang, Yan Shui didn't dare to have any dissent at all. Being able to hold the position of High Priest of Yan Chuanbu for countless years shows that Yan Wushuang's strength is definitely not as simple as his appearance. Yan Shui looked up at the High Priest, and then bowed his head deeply. Yes, the High Priest, and his strength is very strange. Obviously, he only has the cultivation of creating the realm, but he can use the power of the skeleton beast to hurt my secondary god. In front of Yan Wushuang, Yan Shui didn't dare to hide anything at all and told everything he knew. How could such a figure appear in the Qing Emperor department? Yan Wushuang said a word, and then he was silent. After a long time, he shook his head and said, "The most important thing at present is to wake up our ancestors. As for other things, we should put aside." "Yes, High Priest." Yan Shui nodded, and even dared not refute Yan Wushuang. At the moment Yan Shui nodded, a voice suddenly appeared in Yan Shui's and Yan Wushuang's ears. "Where is the man you were talking about?" Hearing this sound, Yan Wushuang and Yan Shui were shocked at the same time. This is the core of Yan Chuanbu, and both of them are secondary gods, but this voice unexpectedly appeared in their ears, as if someone whispered in their ears. "Who are you?" Yan Shui was shocked and immediately put on a defensive posture. Yan Wushuang looked around with the same alert face, but he suddenly seemed to guess something, and his face showed a surprised look. "Ancestors, this is the voice of ancestors." Ancestors finally woke up. "What? Ancestors?" Hearing the words of ancestor, Yan Shue's eyes suddenly stared big, even more shocked than just now. The ancestor of Yan Xuanbu was a real god. Although Yan Shui is a secondary god, he has never seen a real god who has been living in hell. In Yan Shui and Yan Wushuang's surprised eyes, countless streamers poured out from their feet, and then slowly condensed into a figure. At this moment, in the crystal coffin at the foot of the skeleton mountain, the figure sleeping in the coffin flicked slightly, and then fell silent again. Seeing this light and shadow appear in front of him, Yan Shui and Yan Wushuang immediately knelt down on the ground with an excited face. Ancestors! With an excited cry, Yan Wushuang dared to look up at the light and shadow in front of him. As for Yan Shui, he didn't even dare to look up at the moment. My noumenon hasn't fully awakened. What appears in front of you now is just my consciousness. Unparalleled. When you were young, we had spiritual communication. I didn't expect that you would grow old like this over the years. A sigh came from the mouth of the light and shadow. Yan Wushuang was a secondary god, and Shou Yuan had already reached the point of almost endless. But in the environment of hell, Yan Wushuang has grown old and become what he is now. It seemed to be infected by the sigh of this light and shadow, and Yan Wushuang's face also showed some gloom, but then he looked calm and said, Ancestors, now we have opened a gap in the seal of the Hell Gate. Many tribes in hell have even established strongholds in the Guishu. As long as we wake up the ancestors and other gods, we can immediately invade the Dian world. At that time I will naturally be able to absorb enough essence of heaven and earth and become young again. I already know this. The light and shadow nodded at Yan Wushuang, but his eyes stayed on Yan Shui. Don't resist. I want to have a look at the Qingdi clan, you said. The light and shadow suddenly approached Yan Shui, stretched out the unreal palm and stuck it on Yan Quan's head. Countless memory fragments were immediately pulled out of Yan Shui's head by this light and shadow. Is this the breath of destroying the world? Feeling the picture in Yan Shui's mind, the light and shadow suddenly shook all over, as if greatly stunned. The title of the ancestor of Yan Quan department in hell is Yan Quan demon god. At the moment, this light and shadow is a consciousness of Yan Quan demon god. Although it is only a consciousness body, part of the consciousness of the gods is still powerful, to an amazing extent. Just press the palm on Yan Shui's head, and Yan Shui's memory will be continuously absorbed by the consciousness of Yan Quan demon god. This method is much better than Ning Xiaochuan's method of exploring people's memory. You know, Yan Shui is a secondary god. Ning Xiaochuan can't search the memory of the secondary god at all now. Of course, if Ning Xiaochuan's realm breaks through to the sub-god realm, he will certainly be able to do this by relying on the power of the seven orifices god-demon heart. After feeling the memory in Yan Shui's mind, Yan Quan demon's consciousness immediately retreated a few steps, as if it were meditating. Yan Wushuang and Yan Shui naturally looked carefully at this part of consciousness separated by their ancestors. For them, it is absolutely great good news that their ancestors woke up in advance. Under the gaze of Yan Shui and Yan Wushuang, the light and shadow suddenly waved and needed a strange incantation posture. With his movements, the skeleton mountain under his feet suddenly shook. People in Yangquanqing didn't know what had happened. Seeing the shaking of the skeleton mountain, many evil people immediately screamed. Even those secondary gods who were originally busy in the skeleton mountain rushed out of the skeleton mountain one by one, looking stunned, trying to see what was abnormal when they fell to the ground. Don't panic, our ancestors have woken up. This is our ancestors. This is magic. Just when these evil people were extremely shocked, Yan Wushuang's voice came from the skeleton mountain and spread to every evil person's ears. After hearing the news that their ancestors woke up, these evil people, who looked flustered, were shocked for a moment, and then issued a sky-high cheering sound. In the hearts of these evil people, the ancestors wake up, which means that they can leave the hell. In the cheers of countless evil people, this skeleton mountain seems to have a life like constant wriggling. At this moment, the bones in the outermost layer of skeleton mountain suddenly began to burst one by one, and the bones on the surface of the whole skeleton mountain turned into a layer of bone fragments in an instant. At the moment, at the top of the skeleton mountain, Yan Wushuang is in the cave. At this moment, the consciousness of Yan Quan demon god overflowed, and finally these streamers condensed to form a substance like bone jade. These bone jade materials have condensed into a new body. Ancestors. Watching the figure composed of bone jade appear in front of him, Yan Wushuang couldn't help but scream again. What appeared in front of him now was already an avatar of Yan Chuanbu's ancestors, and there was still a physical avatar, not an illusory idea. You continue to accumulate energy, and try to wake up my Numenon as soon as possible. I'll go out. After condensing the bone jade body, the separation of Yan Quan's ancestor left a sentence lightly, and then disappeared directly in front of Yan Wushuang and Yan Shui. Looking at the disappearance of the ancestors, Yan Wushuang's face showed some helplessness. He had already seen that the separation of the ancestors this time was at most only the strength of the sub-god level, and even his own strength might be inferior. This kind of strength is still a little too dangerous to wander in hell. If Yan Quan lost this part of consciousness, it would certainly do great damage to Yan Chuan's Numenon. Now Yan Wushuang can only hope in his heart that there will be no danger for his ancestors to go out separately this time. What's the origin of the boy of the Qing Emperor's department? He even let his ancestors find him at any risk. Yan Wushuang sighed, and then frowned and thought. Of course, he had already seen that the ancestor must have gone out for the strange boy of the Qing Emperor department in Yanshueko, but Yan Wushuang couldn't figure out what the guy of the Qing Emperor department came from. Click. Click. Ning Xiaochuan sat on the top of the skeleton beast, looked at the skeleton beast under his ass, opened his mouth, and constantly swallowed what he met in front of him, and then chewed it in his mouth. Ning Xiaochuan was completely convinced of the monster's appetite under his ass at any time. Along the way, this guy simply ate everything. Ning Xiaochuan even began to worry about whether this guy would suddenly turn around and eat himself. With such worries in mind, Ning Xiaochuan's cultivation naturally cannot continue. What's more, at the moment, he has been stuck in the bottleneck. If there is no other chance, it is impossible for him to understand the new way of destroying the world. If I can recover this guy, then I will have the strength of the sub-god level for the time being. Ning Xiaochuan stood on the top of the skeleton beast and thought about it again. The power of the 7 orifices demon's heart could not control the skeleton beast at all, and Ning Xiaochuan tried to absorb it again by using the Xian beast's mirror. But what made Ning Xiaochuan speechless was that the monster's body didn't know what it was made of. Even if it was cut in half, there was not a drop of blood. Without flesh and blood, you can only use the heart-nourishing tripod to refine it. After Ning Xiaochuan wandered around the monster, he finally resolutely gave up the idea. Not to mention whether there will be any accidents when summoning the heart-nourishing tripod in a place like hell. Just because of the strength of the monster's body, Ning Xiaochuan has no confidence to include it in the heart-nourishing tripod. After thinking about so many ways in succession, Ning Xiaochuan couldn't help the skeleton beast. So far, he was completely dead to recover the skeleton beast. Although Ning Xiaochuan was disappointed by this result, he soon adjusted his mood. After returning to the top of the skeleton beast for 2 days, Ning Xiaochuan decided to separate from the skeleton beast. Now he has accumulated enough powerful evil spirit in his body, and even if he follows this skeleton beast, there will be no breakthrough. And the key is that this skeleton beast is not controlled by Ning Xiaochuan. Now even Ning Xiaochuan himself doesn't know where he was brought by the skeleton beast. Jumping from the top of the skeleton beast, Ning Xiaochuan turned back and patted the body of the skeleton beast. Goodbye, big guy. Although he knew that this skeleton beast did not have his own wisdom, Ning Xiaochuan waved his hand at him and told him goodbye. After staying with this silly fellow for so many days, Ning Xiaochuan also had a bit of affection for him. The skeleton beast doesn't have its own wisdom, and it can't realize Ning Xiaochuan's mood at the moment. Waving its tail, the skeleton beast roared away in the distance. With the vastness of hell, it is estimated that Ning Xiaochuan will never see the skeleton beast again. When the skeleton beast disappeared, Ning Xiaochuan rose into the air and flew away in the distance. He wants to find a city again, and then enter it. In places like hell, if you don't enter the city, even if you are practicing, you can't be at ease, unless Ning Xiaochuan can get more skeletons. Although Ning Xiaochuan also knows that entering the city is very likely to expose his identity, but with the experience of entering the city last time, Ning Xiaochuan believes that as long as he is careful, he can still hide his identity. However, Ning Xiaochuan was obviously unlucky this time. After flying in the dark for several days, he didn't even encounter a city. In this case, Ning Xiaochuan can only restrain his temper and continue to look for it in hell. Hey, what's that? On this day, Ning Xiaochuan was still on his way ahead, but suddenly he saw a flash of light above his head. In the environment of hell, there can be no streamer at all. At least Ning Xiaochuan stayed in hell for so many days, and now it's the first time to see something like streamer. Therefore, after seeing this streamer, he immediately became curious. Ning Xiaochuan searched all the way along the location where Liu Guang appeared. Streamer falls from the sky, and Ning Xiaochuan can only roughly determine the location where streamer may fall. If there is no accident, it should be in this area. After catching up for thousands of miles in succession, Ning Xiaochuan's figure slowed down. The streamer position he estimated was in this area where he was at the moment. This place is no different from other places in hell. It is still dark, and occasionally there are several bare hills. After Ning Xiaochuan appeared here, he searched carefully along these mountains. Just over a hill, Ning Xiaochuan looked strange. At the moment, on the hill opposite Ning Xiaochuan, at least dozens of thin evil people are surrounded by a slim woman with long green hair, but her face is extremely beautiful. Although this woman is also an evil person, her chi and blood are very strong, and her cultivation has reached the level of double nature. Such a woman should have a good position in hell. But now, she was unconscious, fell to the ground, and her snow-white thighs were exposed without any consciousness. And those evil people around the woman, although they were worried about the woman's profound cultivation, but they were more covetous of the woman's beauty. Most of these evil people's accomplishments are just human beings. They may not be qualified to enter the city in this life, and of course, they are not qualified to reproduce. Therefore, this opportunity may be their only chance to contact women in their life. Boss, this is a beautiful woman, and her blood is so strong. If we eat her, our cultivation may break through the eternal realm. The surrounding evil people were almost all greedy at the moment. Looking at the woman in the middle, they didn't feel Ning Xiaochuan's arrival at all. Ning Xiaochuan stood not far away, his eyes also constantly scanning the woman. Finally, Ning Xiaochuan sighed and appeared beside the woman with a flash of his figure. Reaching out and holding it up, Ning Xiaochuan waved it with a wave of his hand, and a breath of evil spirit hit out, and immediately smashed all the evil people around. The blood on these evil people is almost absorbed, so after the body is broken, there is not even much flesh and blood. Looking down at the beautiful woman in her arms, Ning Xiaochuan's face showed a little bitter smile again. Now he understands what happened to the streamer just now. Alice. Holding the woman in her arms, Ning Xiaochuan's name immediately appeared in her mind. At the beginning, Ning Xiaochuan pretended to be Han Jin and entered the magic frozen city. The person who impressed him most was Alice, a spoony girl. Seeing Alice, Ning Xiaochuan immediately understood. The streamer he saw just now, 10 times as the light that Alice carried when she fell down from the hell interface in Guishu. Ning Xiaochuan vaguely remembered that when he first entered hell, the situation seemed similar to that of Alice. But Ning Xiaochuan's strength is obviously much stronger than Irene's, so even if he broke through the boundaries of hell and fell from Guishu, he didn't suffer any harm. But Alice obviously didn't have this strength. Reluctantly returning to hell had made her a little scarred. So, at this moment, Alice will be unconscious. Ning Xiaochuan slightly checked the condition of Alice and found that the injury on her body was not serious, but the energy in her body dried up, as if she had exhausted her strength. As a master of creating the realm, Ning Xiaochuan was surprised that he would exhaust his strength. Unless it's time to work hard, I'm afraid no master of the realm of creation will let himself fall into this situation. Oh. While Ning Xiaochuan was carefully checking for Alice, Alice suddenly woke up. Although there was no light, at the beginning, Alice instantly sensed Ning Xiaochuan's appearance at the moment. Who? Almost without hesitation, Alice slapped Ning Xiaochuan. Although she is in poor condition now, she is an expert in the realm of fortune after all. A slap at random is enough to kill a group of people in the realm of reality. Obviously, at the moment, Alice obviously regarded Ning Xiaochuan as an ordinary evil person in hell, so she would be rude. Pa! Ning Xiaochuan easily stopped Alice's palm, and then grabbed her wrist into his hand. A pure evil spirit rushed out of Ning Xiaochuan's body and lingered on Alice's palm, immediately making half of her body unconscious. After feeling Ning Xiaochuan's strong strength, Alice's face turned a little better, not as flustered as before. It's the elder in hell. I don't know that elder is an expert of that tribe. In the dark, Alice focused all her attention on Ning Xiaochuan, and then asked. This is the territory of Yan Xuanbu. Ning Xiaochuan did not respond directly to Alice, but gave her an ambiguous answer. Alice didn't think much at the moment. Hearing Ning Xiaochuan mention Yan Quan department, she thought Ning Xiaochuan was an expert of Yan Quan department. After nodding, Irene struggled reluctantly and struggled out of Ning Xiaochuan's arms. Standing aside, Alice naturally immediately found those evil human bodies on the ground that were about to be absorbed by the ground. It was the expert who saved me. Otherwise, I'm afraid I'll end up miserable now. After sensing the presence of those mutilated bodies around, Alice suddenly had a fear in her heart. Alice knows better than anyone how cruel these evil people who live outside the city are. So, just after she woke up, she subconsciously killed Ning Xiaochuan. Later, after knowing Ning Xiaochuan's real strength, Irene was relieved. These evil people living in the city are very different from those living outside the city. Living outside the city, these evil people are too weak in cultivation, and are affected by the power of hell all the time. Their nature has long become cruel and bloody, even living people they eat. Compared with those evil people living in the city, their personalities are much better. This is also why just now, after seeing the strength of Ning Xiaochuan, Alice looked relieved. Because she has identified that with Ning Xiaochuan's strength at the moment, she is absolutely qualified to live in the city. Ning Xiaochuan was also paying attention to Alice at the moment. After pondering for a moment, he suddenly asked, "Did you come down from Guishu?" "Yes, sir." Alice is very polite in front of Ning Xiaochuan at the moment. Ning Xiaochuan has absorbed the memory of Han Jin and Skeleton Dragon successively, and naturally knows the reason why Alice's attitude changes at the moment. He didn't say much about it, but continued to ask, "You have left hell, why do you come back?" "I'm afraid no one wants to stay here in a place like hell." So Ning Xiaochuan is quite curious at the moment. What is the reason for Alice to return to hell? Alice hesitated for a moment, and then slowly said, "I just have to come back for some special reasons. Anyway, the channel between Guishu and hell will be opened soon, and I can leave hell at any time." "What?" "The passage between hell and Guishu is about to be opened." Ning Xiaochuan was suddenly surprised. Although he knew that evil people in hell had been trying to break through the seal of hell recently, and wanted to enter Guishu through the gate of hell, so as to occupy Dian world. However, Ning Xiaochuan didn't expect that these evil people would move so fast. Only after such a little time, they were about to link Guishu and Hell. Once the passage between Hell and Guishu is opened, I'm afraid all the evil people in Hell will enter Guishu. With the strength of these masters in Hell, I'm afraid they can sweep the whole Guishu and Dian world immediately. He was secretly surprised for a moment, but Ning Xiaochuan didn't show any difference at all. Now he is pretending to be a skeleton dragon. If he behaves too obviously, I'm afraid Alice will immediately see the difference. In fact, Ning Xiaochuan is not afraid that Alice will see through his identity, but Ning Xiaochuan still wants to know the situation of Guishu and Dian world from Alice now, so he can only continue to disguise his identity and talk with Alice. Half a day later, Ning Xiaochuan stood there frowning. Alice stood carefully opposite Ning Xiaochuan and asked, "Senior, if there's nothing else, I'll leave first." After getting along for a long time, Alice has begun to feel that the elder in front of her is a little strange. "Well, you go." Ning Xiaochuan didn't hesitate, and waved directly. Anyway, what he wants to know has long been clear from Alice. Even the reason why Alice tried her best to return to Hell was asked by Ning Xiaochuan. The reason why Irene took a big risk to return to Hell from Guishu was actually for Han Jin. Alice obviously had a deep love for Han Jin. After she couldn't find Han Jin's whereabouts in Guishu, she even doubted whether Han Jin had returned to Hell. Therefore, this time she will venture back to search for Han Jin's whereabouts in Hell. Alice's aimless search naturally won't produce any results. Even Ning Xiaochuan almost couldn't help but want to tell her that Han Jin had already been killed by herself. But in the end, Ning Xiaochuan didn't say anything. Since this Alice is so passionate about Han Jin, it is estimated that she herself is unwilling to believe the fact that Han Jin has died. So instead of telling her the truth, it's better to let her look for it forever with a trace of hope like this. Although Alice is just an evil girl, Ning Xiaochuan also had to sigh at the moment that not all of these evil people were the evil people he saw in Hell these days. In fact, Ning Xiaochuan also knew that the reason why these evil people in Hell became like this was only because they were eroded by the environment of Hell. The difference between those evil people living in the city and ordinary people is not too great. Ning Xiaochuan frowned after feeling that Alice's figure disappeared in the distance. All the doors of man and God were opened, and the secondary gods that sheltered the Dian world appeared in the Shinha civilization. With the support of these secondary gods, the situation of the Dian world suddenly deadlocked. However, the evil people in Guishu are already accumulating strength and ready to attack and occupy the Dian world at any time. Ning Xiaochuan now remembered what Alice had said before. These are the recent developments of Dian world that he learned from Alice. The door of the 8 gods of Dian world has been opened by now. However, the local forces of Dian world were not completely destroyed by the Shinha civilization, as Ning Xiaochuan expected. This is not to say that the Lord of Heaven and the Lord of Purple Gold resisted the attack of the secondary god of Shinha civilization, but because the masters of the source of Shinha civilization were led down among the 8 gates of human gods. The source world is a force formed by Fang forces. Naturally, it is on the side of Dian world. With the support of source world experts, the local forces of Dian world immediately deadlocked with other forces of Shinha civilization. In this case, Dian world is rare to restore calm. However, this calm is brewing a stronger storm. Besides, those masters of Shinha civilization alone cannot admit defeat, so they will definitely attack Tianting sooner or later. On the other side, these evil people in Guishu are already accumulating strength and preparing to enter the Dian world. If these evil people enter the Dian world, the situation in the Dian world will be even more chaotic. Strength. My strength is still a little too poor. At the moment, in Dian world, only sub-god level masters are qualified to participate in it. The existence below the sub-god is all like an ant. Ning Xiaochuan stood silently in the dark, but a desire for power burst out of his heart. In fact, Ning Xiaochuan's progress is fast enough, but he is still a little dissatisfied. Because only with the strength of sub-god level, Ning Xiaochuan has the confidence to return to Dian world to protect those he cares about. Who? Come out. Suddenly, the power of Ning Xiaochuan's seven-hole demon heart passed to Ning Xiaochuan, a feeling that made his heart palpitate. In Ning Xiaochuan's cold voice, a figure appeared beside him.